My name is Ji Wu Fan, a moniker bestowed upon me by my grandmother, intended to ensure that I navigate life free from worries. Born in 1993 in a remote mountain village, I currently serve as a firefighter. During the summer of 2023, while responding to an emergency fire call, I sustained an injury. An X-ray examination at the hospital confirmed a minor fracture in my right ankle, though the injury was not severe. Initially, I planned to undertake light duties within the team. However, the captain's compassion prevailed, granting me 2 months of medical leave for recuperation and sending me back to my secluded village to recover. Out of gratitude for the captain's kindness and bolstered by my regular physical training, I found that after a month my injury had improved significantly, allowing me to rise and take gentle steps. Accustomed to the daily rigors of training, I grew restless, confined to my bed. Ignoring my family's protests, I ventured out with a cane to stroll through the village, eager for a swifter recovery. My hometown, nestled in the remote mountains, has seen many families relocate to the county over the years. The remaining villagers, upon witnessing my condition, expressed their concern and kindness, which warmed my heart immensely. A few days later, I was able to walk unaided, as my injury had nearly healed. It was on this very morning, feeling confident in my recovery, that I embarked on a walk further afield, which led to the most astonishing experience of my life. To my utter surprise, I encountered the inhabitants of the Earth's core, who graciously introduced me to other civilizations of extraterrestrial beings. What follows is a faithful account of my experiences. The subterranean dwellers shared many revelations with me and granted permission to disclose this information upon my return, effectively entrusting me with a message for humanity. I urge readers to approach this narrative with an open mind. Given the sensitive nature of this matter, I have chosen to present my experiences in the form of a novel. Readers will interpret it through their own lenses of wisdom and discernment, and I shall refrain from excessive elaboration. I must also clarify that my profession is that of a firefighter, not a writer. Thus, my literary skills are limited. The beings from the Earth's core imparted vast knowledge to me, but did not enhance my abilities in other areas. I will endeavor to convey my thoughts with clarity, despite my modest writing capabilities. Furthermore, my imagination is not particularly fanciful. My work primarily involves physical training and learning rescue techniques, leaving me with scant knowledge of astronomy, extraterrestrial life, or mysterious phenomena. Most of my understanding is secondhand. Consequently, when conversing with the inhabitants of the Earth's core, my inquiries regarding science fiction, the universe, and alien civilizations lacked rigor, often arising spontaneously or prompted by their own revelations. I kindly ask for your understanding regarding my limited writing abilities and any confounding questions that may arise. Please refrain from unwarranted criticism of my account. In conclusion, I encourage you to approach the contents of this book with a healthy skepticism, whether you choose to believe or not. I am confident that engaging with this narrative will alter your preconceived notions and offer profound insights into your worldview and values. With the preamble complete, I shall now delve into the extraordinary experiences that await you. On that particular morning, just as the clock struck 9, I had finished my breakfast at home and set out for a leisurely stroll, as was my custom. This time, however, I contemplated venturing up the mountain to relish the scenery and breathe in the fresh air. The air quality in my hometown is exceptional, and I sought to embrace the novelty of the experience while reminiscing about the innocent joys of my childhood. It had been many years since my last visit, and I was eager to observe the changes that had taken place. For various reasons, I cannot disclose the name of my hometown, the village, or the location of the mountain. This is a promise made to the denizens of the earth, a consideration for the well-being of humanity. Before I knew it, I had walked for over half an hour and arrived at the foot of the mountain where I had often played as a child. I paused for a few moments to rest my right foot before continuing my ascent. The outer perimeter of the mountain remained unchanged, a blend of bizarre rocks and dark soil. Interspersed with wild grasses and thorns occasionally, I spotted a withered tree reminiscent of my childhood landscape. Familiar memories flooded my mind as I excitedly trod along the narrow path leading into the mountain. As I ventured deeper, the trees became denser, and the air around me grew cool and refreshing. This is the sensation I yearned for. I reveled in the rare coolness of a summer day. Before long, I reached the halfway point of the mountain, and the relaxation of my body and spirit made me feel as though my injuries were healing more swiftly. Moving further inward, I approached the heart of the mountain, where the trees thrived, shielded from sunlight throughout the year, a place that had been forbidden in my childhood. In my youth, the village children would only dare to play at the midpoint, never venturing into the depths of the mountain, which were steeped in fearful legends. Only the elders would brave the inner sanctum for herbal remedies, and even they dared not delve too deeply. It was said that the depths housed ferocious wild boars, and even man-eating wolves and leopards. In retrospect, I now perceive these tales as mere attempts to scare children away from the perilous mountain. To prevent them from getting lost or harm the existence of wild beasts is indeed plausible within such a wilderness. Had I been the same timid child of yore, I would have surely refrained from venturing forth, for I was an obedient child. Yet now, as a young adult, bolstered by years of physical training and survival skills, I felt a burgeoning sense of adventure, eager to satiate the curiosity that had lingered since my youth. Such is the nature of humanity. Once one attains a certain capability, the desire to remain complacent wanes, myself included. With this thought, I rested for half an hour before plunging deeper into the mountain, intending to merely explore and perhaps gather some wild fruits before returning, planning to conduct a thorough exploration once I had fully recovered. As I delved into the depths, I glanced at my phone. It was just past 10 o'clock, and the signal here was intermittent, the temperature around me turning noticeably cooler. As I wandered, I discovered that the depths of the mountain were not particularly extraordinary, merely primitive. The dry leaves beneath my feet were thick, and the sunlight filtering through above diminished. Before long, I stumbled upon a robust wild fruit tree. Just as I was about to knock down some branches, I suddenly heard a resounding sound of a baby's cry emanating from deeper within the mountain. My instinct to assist kicked in, compelling me to move immediately, but I quickly sensed that something was amiss. Here I was, in the depths of my hometown's mountain, far removed from any village or store. How could there be a baby's cry in such isolation? Moreover, the sound was quite pronounced. Upon further reflection, it seemed unlike the cries of an ordinary infant. What could this mean? Today's encounter perplexed me far more than any experience I had gathered over the years. In an instant, myriad speculations surged within me. Could it be that a pregnant woman, journeying through the depths of the mountains, gave birth? That seemed implausible. Might it be that criminals had abducted an infant and brought it to this secluded lair? This notion appeared somewhat more plausible. As for the tales of monsters and demons I had heard in my youth, my current rationality rendered them utterly unbelievable. How could such entities possibly exist in this world? While I pondered these various hypotheses, the earlier resounding cries of a newborn echoed once more, clearer than before, accompanied by unusual sounds that swiftly dissipated into silence. To my astonishment, my first venture into the heart of the mountains had led me to encounter such bizarre occurrences. Though I identify as an atheist, the strangeness before me sent shivers down my spine, compelling me to flee. Yet, upon reflecting on my role, a sense of duty anchored me to the spot. I felt it imperative to investigate should someone be in peril. I could not stand idly by. If this indeed were the hideout of criminals, I could retreat quietly if necessary and report back to rescue any victims. Ultimately, my sense of duty triumphed over my rational instincts, and I endeavored to tread lightly toward the source of the sound. Having served as a firefighter for many years, I had encountered individuals contemplating suicide from heights. In those moments, silence was paramount. Over the years, I had mastered the art of soundless movement, and I never anticipated that I would utilize this skill during a moment of respite. As I approached the origin of the cries, the piercing wails arose 3 more times, accompanied by the sounds of a struggle and what seemed to be the lament of a wild boar. Growing up in a mountain village, I was familiar with such sounds, as many households raised black pigs, some of which were captured wild boars. The peculiar noises ignited my curiosity further, and with my honed skills, I accurately pinpointed the location of the commotion. After years of training, I was adept at discerning sound. As I ventured deeper into the mountainous terrain, I noticed the surrounding trees began to thin, while the underbrush thickened, with the verdant growth reaching my chest. Towering beside me were ancient trees, some so robust that 3 adults could barely encircle their trunks. Just then, 3 colossal trees appeared before me, blocking my view entirely, with the surrounding undergrowth brushing against my chest. Instinctively, and drawing upon my extensive experience, I surmised that the source of the disturbance lay just beyond those trees. I aimed to approach quietly, using their grandeur as cover to observe the situation. With this thought in mind, I crouched low, striving to remain as silent as possible, carefully parting the undergrowth as I stealthily crawled to the base of the 3 trees. There I concealed myself, peering cautiously around the trunks. Wow. The sight before me nearly elicited a scream, yet years of mental and physical training allowed me to stifle my shock. Nevertheless, a torrent of wow raced through my mind. Several hundred meters ahead, at a distance I could not accurately gauge due to my astonishment, was a creature unlike any I had encountered in my life, whether in reality or through the lens of the internet or mobile devices. It was voraciously devouring the carcass of a wild boar. The surroundings lay in disarray, as if a fierce battle had transpired. The carcass of a wild boar lay crushed beneath a vast expanse of overgrown grass, while the creature feasted ravenously upon its flesh. Yet, how does one articulate the nature of this beast? Upon first laying eyes upon it, I instinctively perceived it as a peculiar giant eagle. In our mountainous village, particularly when venturing into the hills, one frequently encounters creatures of considerable size or oddity, such as wild boars, wild sika deer, and wolves. Each time they catch sight of an adult, they flee in a panic, eluding capture effortlessly. However, before me stood a colossal aberration of an eagle. To elaborate, this monstrous avian was not far off. Its wings unfurled as it maintained balance while pecking at the carcass of the wild boar beneath its talons. The span of its wings extended 2 meters, with a height of approximately 1 meter and 20 centimeters. Such immense proportions surpassed my comprehension, and the grotesque visage of this creature left me utterly astounded. Chapter 2. The Mantis Man. Once my emotions had settled, I discreetly scrutinized the monstrous creature before me. Apart from its imposing size, what struck me as peculiar was the presence of a pair of horns, resembling those of a bull, yet distinctly different. The creature's horns were sharp and curved, and I pondered that no other animal seemed to possess such a feature. Another oddity was that aside from its wings, which were feathered, the rest of its body was covered in scales that bore a striking resemblance to feathers. In my earlier shock, I had failed to notice this detail, but now it became clear. The coloration of the creature's feathers and scales was akin to that of a leopard, so subtle that it was nearly indistinguishable at a casual glance. My profession had endowed me with keen eyesight, allowing me to perceive these details from a reasonable distance. Suddenly, the creature erupted into a cacophony of cries, reminiscent of a child's wailing. To my astonishment, I realized that the melodious cries I had heard earlier were indeed produced by this beast. It dawned on me that the earlier commotion was the result of the creature capturing a wild boar. With this revelation, a weight lifted from my shoulders. There was no imminent threat to pregnant women or infants, nor was there a den of criminals. However, a more profound question loomed in my mind. What species was this colossal creature? Having grown up in a mountain village, I had neither seen nor heard of anything resembling it, even in the vast wilderness beyond. This enormous beast, adorned with horns and scales, emitting sounds akin to an infant's cries, and possessing the astonishing ability to hunt wild boars, was far beyond my comprehension. It is worth noting that wild boars are notoriously fierce. They are not the clumsy domestic pigs one might envision. The black wild boars of the mountains are elusive and nearly impossible to capture without traps. Even seasoned hunters armed with iron weapons would hesitate to take on such formidable prey, a testament to their ferocity. In my recollection, eagles prey upon rabbits, birds, and snakes. But I was astounded to witness one capable of bringing down a wild boar. The events of the day had stretched the boundaries of my understanding. With the realization that there was no danger or criminal activity in the vicinity, I contemplated my departure. I resolved to consult the village elders upon my return, as they might possess knowledge of this phenomenon. However, before leaving, I wished to record a brief video. Quietly, I retrieved my phone, silencing it, and captured several seconds of footage of the creature that was engrossed in its meal. At that moment, the beast folded its wings, maintaining an air of majesty. After filming, I snapped a photograph, noting that the creature appeared nearly satiated, its vigilance heightened, rendering me hesitant to make any sudden movements. Out of curiosity, I opened the image recognition feature on my phone to see if it could identify the creature. However, the signal in the mountains was exceedingly poor, practically non-existent. and my attempts were met with failure. After 5 unsuccessful tries, I was about to give up when, unexpectedly, my phone detected a signal and began recognizing the image of the creature. The result revealed that the creature was known as the gourd eagle, also referred to as the swan eagle, a beast that is neither bird nor mammal, reminiscent of an eagle, adorned with horns and a cry akin to that of a wailing infant. It is a legendary monster from ancient Chinese mythology, known for its cannibalistic tendencies, with the earliest accounts documented in the classic of Mountains and Seas. An ancient mythical beast that consumes humans. What a terrifying prospect. I shuddered at this revelation, grappling with the reality of my encounter. Was I fortunate to have witnessed such a creature, or was it a stroke of misfortune? I find myself captivated by ancient myths, yet I have no desire to encounter a man-eating beast. The monstrous creature before me instills fear, and even without my current injury, I doubt my ability to escape if it were to discover me. The thought fills me with dread, and I hold my breath, fervently praying that it satiates its hunger and departs without catching my scent. Fortunately, the towering mountains and dense forests envelop me in nature's embrace, masking my presence. However, I dare not turn to look back. Minutes pass, and instead of the creature's departure, I hear the stirrings of another animal, prompting the monstrous bird to emit its eerie cries. Curiosity triumphs over my fear, compelling me to cautiously peek out. To my astonishment, I see a gigantic ape emerging from the southeastern thicket, an entity reminiscent of a wild man, towering over 2 meters and moving upright, its fur deep brown, bellowing at the monstrous bird. The creature seems impatient, responding to the wild man's cries with its own. I have heard tales of such wild men, said to inhabit the Stonehenge region in my country, yet I've only encountered small monkeys. The existence of such a colossal being is entirely new to me. Today's events leave me utterly astounded. With a crack, I witness the wild man in a fit of rage, snapping thick branches from nearby trees and hurling them at the monstrous bird, which deftly evades its projectiles. The trunks are robust and sturdy, yet in the wild man's grasp, they appear as mere toys. Suddenly, a fierce struggle ensues between the wild man and the monstrous bird, seizing this opportune moment to flee. I hastily record a short video on my phone, envisioning the high viewership it would garner on social media upon my return home. As I make my cautious exit, I crawl along the path I came from. However, after traversing over 100 meters, an inexplicable, transparent barrier suddenly obstructs my path, leaving me at a loss for words. I'm certain there is something blocking my way, an invisible force that is not glass. I attempt to change direction, but I remain trapped. What could this be? A growing sense of unease envelopes me as I notice an unsettling silence behind me, prompting me to glance back. Alas, I can no longer restrain myself from making a sound, my heart racing in terror as I momentarily lose composure. This embarrassing display is not entirely my fault. Anyone in my position would likely react similarly. To my horror, I see that the wild man and the monstrous bird have reappeared at my previous hiding spot. Now locked in a tense standoff, their gaze is fixed upon me. Their non-human nature renders their expressions inscrutable, amplifying my fear. Even more bizarre, 2 other extraordinary creatures have materialized not far from the wild man and the monstrous bird, their eyes also trained on me. How did they arrive without my notice? I had been acutely attuned to the sounds around me as I crawled away. Moreover, why have the wild man and the monstrous bird ceased their conflict? It appears they have reached an understanding. The surreal tableau before me elicits a scream, and now, I must describe the newly emerged creatures. First, let me speak of the initial entity. Its overall appearance falls within the realm of my comprehension. It resembles a human. It is distinctly unlike any human I have encountered. The figure before me bore a resemblance to humans, standing approximately around 1 meter 80 in height. However, their skin glistened in a golden hue, adorned with ears akin to those of a mouse, albeit devoid of any fur. The features of their face, while distinct from ours, were nonetheless exquisite and remarkably perfect, as if meticulously crafted. The most striking difference was the presence of a third eye, a blue vertical pupil located in the center of their forehead, which did not conform to our conventional notions of an upright eye. It merely resembled an eye. Its true nature eluded me, as this vertical eye possessed a gem-like beauty and depth that seemed beyond human capability. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation surged within me, as if the transparent barrier before me was a manifestation of this being's vertical eye, impeding my advance. At that moment, this enigmatic 3-eyed entity smiled at me, exuding an aura devoid of malice. Clad in a form-fitting attire I had never encountered, it displayed flowing images that surpassed even the most lifelike 3D visuals. though their meaning eluded my comprehension. The three-eyed being's lack of hostility allowed me to relax somewhat, yet the creature accompanying it instilled a profound dread within me. The creature beside the three-eyed being was no human, bearing a resemblance to an exaggerated, bizarre mantis-like figure, utterly alien to humanity. It was this creature that filled me with terror. The mantis being exhibited no human expressions or eyes, leaving me uncertain of its intentions, which only deepened my fear after I let out a scream. Towering and slender, it stood over 2 meters tall, with 4 grotesque appendages sprouting from its back, slightly surpassing the height of the wild figure beside it. I estimated its height to be around 2 meters 3. The mantis creature's attire was equally peculiar and form-fitting, adorned with realistic moving images. At that moment, I lacked the composure to observe it closely, as only its large head was visible. I referred to it as a mantis being due to its head, eyes, and facial structure, which bore a striking resemblance, roughly 70%, to the mantis heads I was familiar with. Whether it was truly related to mantises, I could not ascertain, for my fear rendered me unable to gaze upon it for long. Do not be afraid, young one. We mean you no harm. Please stand up. An unexpected thought resonated within me, not as a voice in my ear, but a gentle prompting. Uncontrollably, my body rose to its feet, and my emotions began to ease. Curiously, I turned my gaze toward the three-eyed being not far off, instinctively aware that it was the source of my comfort. Indeed, it regarded me with what appeared to be a smile, confirming my suspicions and further alleviating my apprehension. Suddenly, the towering mantis being fixed its eerie, mysterious gaze upon me. Yet, at that moment, I found myself no longer particularly anxious. Instead, another thought emerged within me. Do not fear. I will now erase your memory of our encounter today. Nothing else will be affected. Strangely, I nodded in a daze, though the creature made no visible movement. Later, I would learn that within the mantis being resided nanotechnology far more advanced than our own, capable of emitting invisible electromagnetic waves to erase my memories of them without any physical action. Had the mantis being activated its capabilities at that moment, the events that followed would never have transpired. In the third moment when the mantis being cast its gaze upon me, an unexpected thought surged within my mind, reminiscent of the words spoken by the three-eyed creature. Do not erase his memories just yet. During the recent alliance meeting, we sought to identify a human to serve as a liaison for our race. His encounter with us today signifies a connection with both ourselves and the alliance. Moreover, your perception of his thoughts reveals him to be a person of integrity, courage, honesty, and warmth, qualities befitting a messenger for the alliance. Perhaps we should choose him. What do you think? At that moment, I was bewildered as to why I could sense their dialogue, yet I comprehended the essence of their exchange with clarity, an understanding that transcended mere words, emanating from the depths of my being. Subsequently, I sensed the mantis being's response. Your suggestion is commendable. He is indeed a suitable candidate. I have no objections. Please consult the alliance for their approval. Should they concur, we shall proceed with our choice. Although I was able to perceive the essence of their communication, I found myself utterly perplexed, and this time, I did not sense their dialogue once more. Chapter 3. The Alien Base. I waited with bated breath for a few seconds, feeling the telepathic dialogue between the three-eyed creature and the mantis being once again resonate within me. The Alliance had consented to the selection of Ji Wufan, verifying his background, which was found to be untainted and noble, embodying a spirit of integrity and purity, making him a suitable candidate, provided that Ji Wufan agreed to their invitation. To my astonishment, I was taken aback by the revelation that the three-eyed creature knew my name and had seemingly investigated my family background. Yet, I had not witnessed him wielding a phone or any other form of communication device. How could he have accessed my information with such speed? I later learned that the three-eyed being was equipped with nano-sized intelligent machines within his body, a feature shared by all members of the Alliance, regardless of their species, constantly operating within them. Communication among Alliance members was facilitated through these nanomachines, allowing them to transmit thoughts directly from their minds. No wonder I hadn't seen him using a phone or similar device. As for the verification of my background, it was exceedingly convenient. The Alliance had established control over Earth in ancient times, employing advanced technology to monitor all life forms, including humanity, making it effortless for them to ascertain my identity. However, at that moment, I remained oblivious to these facts. Just as I was engulfed in confusion, the three-eyed creature directed his gaze towards me, and I received another telepathic message. Ji Wufan, the Alliance wishes to extend an invitation for you to visit our base and share some information, which you would later disseminate to all of humanity. Would you be willing to accept? Rest assured, We mean you no harm. Should you decline, I can erase your memory of this encounter, and we shall seek another human. Please take your time to decide. As I stood there, bewildered and hesitant, I felt the mantis being's thoughts, yet could not discern his expressions or intentions. I averted my gaze from the mantis's visage, lowering my head to contemplate. To be honest, I was reluctant to go. The situation felt exceedingly surreal. Nonetheless, the notion that they would pursue others even if I declined lingered in my mind. While they claimed they would not harm humanity, I remained skeptical. Considering that they required a human to convey their message and had fortuitously encountered me with an invitation, I thought perhaps it would not be inappropriate to accompany them. If there were no danger, that would be ideal. If peril did arise, I would bear the responsibility, as my identity and principles did not permit them to seek other humans for their risky endeavors. I agree. May I inquire about your identities? Furthermore, how long will I be away with you? Upon reaching this decision to embrace the risk, I found myself stammering slightly, my voice tinged with trepidation as I sought to understand their identities and whom I would be accompanying, for I could not decipher their inner communications. Typically, I did not stutter when speaking, but the gravity of the moment rendered me somewhat at a loss. Ji Wufan, my young brother, your willingness to visit us is commendable. I can reveal our identities to you. Please, do not be anxious. We truly mean you no harm. Should we harbor ill intentions, your resistance would be futile. The telepathic message from the three-eyed creature resonated within me, and upon reflection, I found his reasoning compelling. Noticing my body and mind had relaxed considerably, he sent forth another wave of thought. My identity mirrors yours. I am an indigenous inhabitant of Earth, one of the primordial civilizations endowed with wisdom. Within my kin, I am referred to simply as Bueluo, a name that, when articulated in your human tongue, resonates with your phonetics. As fellow denizens of this planet, we extend an invitation for you to visit our Alliance's sanctuary, and I shall serve as your guide. You may address me by my name should you have any requests. It was revealed that this three-eyed being is indeed Bueluo. As I stood there, somewhat bewildered, he continued to convey thoughts directly to my mind. This companion, resembling a mantis being, has journeyed from the distant constellation of Botes, which you refer to as extraterrestrial, long before your kind graced this Earth. They visited our planet and forged an alliance with us. His name, pronounced in your accent, is Yadiazich. Our names carry distinct cultural significance, and I urge you not to impose your understanding upon them. As for your inquiry regarding our duration of departure, that is for you to determine. Should you prefer not to engage further, we can return you after a few hours. If you choose to linger longer, a stay of several days is entirely welcome. We respect your autonomy in this matter. The prehistoric civilization of Earth, extraterrestrials. Upon absorbing this information, I was profoundly astonished. Though I seldom paid attention to such rumors, I was aware of them, yet dismissed them as improbable. Never did I anticipate encountering such beings, especially as a skeptic. Furthermore, I sensed that they could perceive my innermost thoughts, which rendered me hesitant to entertain any irrational notions. Well, I find myself unoccupied at present. I shall visit your realm. If I find it to my liking, I may stay a few extra days. Might I descend the mountain briefly to send a message home? The signal here is rather weak. Having resolved to accompany them, I felt liberated, for remaining at home held little appeal. It would be intriguing to witness the legendary extraterrestrials. I expressed my request to them, feeling significantly more at ease, bolstered by my daily training and mental fortitude. You may send your message now. I can provide you with a strong signal, came the thought from Bueluo, the three-eyed being. Initially skeptical, I nonetheless retrieved my phone and was astonished to discover a strong signal, indeed, full bars. Could it be that these extraterrestrials monitor human wireless networks? Do they partake in Wi-Fi as well? Despite my confusion, I composed my message and sent it via WeChat to my mother. Mom, something unexpected has come up at work, and they are sending someone to pick me up at the village. Please do not wait for me for lunch. I will return once I finish. Though the timing is uncertain, I will let you know when I am on my way home. I had to frame it in terms of work. I could hardly mention that extraterrestrials were seeking my attention, lest she think I had suffered an injury to my mind. Having dispatched the message to my mother, I turned to Bueluo and said, "Please, my young brother, come closer. I will escort you to the research base to arrange matters, and then we shall proceed to our Alliance's main headquarters." Bueluo, perceiving my reluctance to approach due to my apprehension towards the wild beings and the grotesque figures, continued to communicate with me telepathically. Rest assured, they pose no threat to you. They are research species belonging to the Alliance, akin to laboratory mice for your human scientists. Entirely manageable at our discretion. Today, we have released them. One is herbivorous while the other is carnivorous, consuming terrestrial sustenance to study their digestive states and excrement. This will provide insights into the surface's ecological environment. Periodically, we dispatch research species from various bases. At times, they are perceived by your kind as monsters. And this occasion was no exception. How remarkable that such large and fierce creatures are subjects of extraterrestrial research. They are truly impressive, I thought. Feeling a deep admiration for the explanations and reassurances provided by Buwilluo, which alleviated my initial fears as I approached them. Once I commit to a decision, I pursue it resolutely, undeterred even by daunting challenges. This is my principle. In my everyday life, I possess considerable courage, otherwise, I would not be a firefighter. As I neared Buwilluo, an invisible, transparent energy enveloped me, and to my astonishment, my body, along with the 4 others, began to levitate gently. Initially, the ascent was slow, but it accelerated, heading towards the mountain peak. How extraordinary it felt to fly. What is the principle behind this? Should others witness it, they might mistake us for celestial beings. Although I experienced trepidation during my inaugural flight, I soon found my body securely bound by this energy, assuring me that I would not fall, igniting a sense of wonder within me. This is the effect of the universal energy field. If humanity were to enhance their understanding of principles such as magnetism, electromagnetism, gravity, physics, mathematics, charge, relativity, and space, they could invent a versatile energy field. We, the Alliance, refer to it as the universal energy field. At this moment, I received a telepathic communication from the mantid, known as Isich, a name I would later remember. He continued to relay thoughts to me. Our Alliance's universal energy field governs every corner of Earth, including the oceans and the Earth's core. As long as we emit a request from our minds, the field can respond accordingly. Typically, we traverse instantaneously. However, we are flying slowly this time to accommodate your feelings. In ancient times, during the early days of your civilization, when technological advancement was rudimentary and minds were shrouded in ignorance, certain races from the Alliance would openly engage in their endeavors. Your ancestors, in their amusement, referred to the aesthetically pleasing and dignified races as deities, while those with less favorable appearances were labeled as monsters or demons. Our race was dubbed the Manid spirits. As humanity entered the era of technological civilization, our Alliance and other extraterrestrial races agreed to remain cloaked when on the surface to avoid inciting unrest among your kind. We are visible only because this area is devoid of witnesses. The universal energy field, mathematics, physics, magnetism, gravity. I found myself perplexed by the principles articulated by Isich, as my studies had not encompassed such concepts. Nevertheless, I understood the essence of his subsequent explanations. Stifling a laugh out of politeness, a few seconds passed as we soared over the mountain peak, arriving at the hillside on the opposite side. From the air, I beheld the lush greenery of the mountain, witnessing for the first time the scenery behind its majestic facade. Subsequently, we halted at a certain point on the hillside. Just as I found myself enveloped in confusion, my body suddenly swayed, and a flash of light flickered before my eyes. In less than a second of bewilderment, I realized we had entered a dimly lit cave, where the path ahead seemed to reach an impasse, and the restraints around me vanished. Suddenly, the stone wall at the cave's entrance emanated a blue glow, and before long, the stone itself disappeared to reveal an indescribable mechanical metal door, radiating an array of lights that surpassed my comprehension. It was a sight more astonishing than any visual effects seen in science fiction films. Without further contemplation, the mechanical door projected a beam of blue light that enveloped me entirely. Initially, I instinctively considered evading it, but then thought better of it. Instantly, an extraordinary warmth surged throughout my being. Chapter 4. Atlantis. In a fleeting moment, the azure light dissipated, and I felt an unprecedented sense of lightness and refreshment enveloping me, as if I had shed several pounds. Most remarkably, I suddenly realized that my injured ankle had completely healed, leaving no trace of harm. A gnawing hunger surged within me, urging me to feast, yet I refrained from voicing my desire in the presence of the extraterrestrials. At that moment, the mechanical door exhibited subtle fluctuations, warping like ripples in water. The Gudiao and Wild Man darted inside, vanishing into the threshold, while Buwelu cast a glance in my direction before entering. Brother Ji Wufan, please step in. I am the administrator of this base, and I welcome you as a guest. Buwelu is a collector for the Alliance. He periodically visits each base to gather local biological genes, air quality data, and surface environmental conditions, which he submits for Alliance analysis. Upon completion of his collection, he will escort you to the Alliance headquarters. Seeing me hesitate, the mantis-like being, Idawist, communicated an invitation, prompting me to mechanically nod in trepidation as I approached, fearful of colliding with the mechanical door. An unusual occurrence unfolded. As I neared the door, I sensed a subtle undulation surrounding me, akin to a breeze, yet distinctly not wind. I then passed effortlessly through the metallic threshold. Upon entering this new space, I found the environment shifting around me, realizing that only my immediate vicinity was undergoing transformation. What could this mean? Do not be alarmed, Brother Ji Wufan. The gravitational and spatial dynamics of our base differ from those outside. As a guest, you may feel disoriented, but the universal energy field adjusts the spatial quality and state around you, ensuring your comfort, much like your usual experience. Idist conveyed to me mentally. Understanding dawned. Yet my attention was captured by the astonishing surroundings. Upon entering their base, I was once again taken aback by the arrangement before me. The expansive and luminous space was adorned with unknown metallic devices above and below, exuding a sense of sturdiness without sacrificing softness, enveloping me in a warm ambience. My curiosity compelled me to survey my surroundings, and I noticed that there were no visible light fixtures or electrical wiring. The illumination appeared to emanate from the metallic walls, casting a bright and comfortable glow. Examining the layout and installations further, I discovered an array of technological instruments that defied my comprehension, reminiscent of scenes from science fiction films, yet far more advanced and wondrous than anything depicted therein. Although I typically lacked interest in science fiction, I had seen my share of films. However, most of the devices here were beyond my recognition, entirely foreign to human technological paradigms. Just as I was absorbing this bewildering reality, another astonishing sight emerged. Standing beside some of the instruments were diminutive gray beings, approximately a meter tall. These were the extraterrestrials I had envisioned. Alongside them were a plethora of other alien forms. The total number I estimated to be around 100. Instinctively, I felt the urge to capture the moment on my phone, but quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that they would likely disapprove. All the aliens present paid no heed to Bu Weilu and Idist, offering merely a glance in my direction before continuing their respective tasks. Seeing that all extraterrestrials had not gathered around me in admiration, I felt a profound sense of relief, accompanied by a myriad of thoughts resonating within my mind. The Alliance had recently resolved to seek a human to relay messages to the surface, and unexpectedly, Berviro swiftly found a candidate. This individual, whom I had meticulously verified through my senses, is an upright, kind-hearted, and trustworthy firefighter, a character of commendable integrity, rare in the world below. Entrusting him with the communication to all humanity, regardless of their belief in him, is a decision I support. Ji Wufan is indeed reliable and would not deceive us. His agreement to come forth stems from a noble desire to shield others from peril, a truly commendable spirit, even though his understanding of technology is negligible. However, his profession deserves our utmost respect, as those in the initial stages of zero-level civilization navigate the most hazardous and honorable of careers. Initially, the influx of thoughts from one or two inner voices seemed trivial, yet as their numbers grew, a myriad of sensations flitted through my mind, causing me discomfort. Particularly unsettling was the feeling of their penetrating gaze, leaving me without any semblance of privacy. Suddenly, the tumult of thoughts dissipated, granting me tranquility as Berviro appeared before me, holding a transparent cup filled with a white liquid. Remarkably, he no longer communicated through mental projection but spoke to me face to face, his unspoken words manifesting in comprehensible Mandarin. Apologies. Young brother, I neglected to shield you from psychic interference, which may have caused you some inconvenience. Just moments ago, I implanted a nanochip from the Alliance into your body, designed to obscure our members prying into your thoughts. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be subjected to such invasions of privacy. Furthermore, any information you wish to inquire about can be accessed via the nanochip. You may refer to it as Xiaoming. Feel free to test it within your thoughts. Berviro's Mandarin was melodious and soothing, a consideration for my emotional state. He implanted a nanochip in my body without my awareness. Could it be due to its minuscule size? I mused, finding solace in the thought. I called out mentally, Xiaoming, Xiaoming, are you there? I am here, human friend. Welcome. And I am at your service. Should you have inquiries, feel free to ask, and I shall provide you with the information contingent upon the Alliance's approval. Indeed. Another voice resonated within me, this time a gentle female presence, enveloping me in comfort. Acknowledging my successful connection with Xiaoming, Berviro presented the cup containing the white liquid before me, stating, Young brother, upon your arrival, the universal medical beam first eradicated all bacteria from your body, effectively eliminating any viruses and preventing unnecessary microbes from entering our base. Subsequently, the beam decomposed and expelled impurities from within you, enhancing your overall health, a transformation akin to being reborn, as described by your culture. It also treated your injuries, realigning the atomic structure of your fractured bones, facilitating instantaneous recovery. In the future, humanity will also master the technology of the universal energy field. Seeing my seemingly puzzled nod, Buwelu continued. Cleansing the impurities within your body will induce a sensation of hunger. Although we have transcended the habit of deriving energy from food intake, we possess a profound understanding of your kind. The cup before you contains a meticulously crafted nutritional solution, infused with the essence of 50 grains. Consuming it in accordance with your current state will invigorate your mind and body for 3 days. While it may not grant you immortality, it will certainly bestow upon you longevity, and this is my token of gratitude for your message. Please, do not be modest. I initially considered using the universal energy field to directly supply your body with nourishment. However, I reflected on your preferences and chose to respect your comfort. A fool would be modest, I thought, fully grasping the explanation and feeling a surge of joy at the prospect of living a long life. Being a person of sincerity, I eagerly accepted the cup from Buwelu, exclaiming, "Thank you, Buwelu." With a swift gulp, I drained the cup, marveling at how the entire nutritional solution flowed smoothly into my mouth, leaving no residue like one would typically experience with milk. This phenomenon astounded me. The elixir Buwelu provided was delightfully fragrant and left a lingering aftertaste, a pure essence of grains far surpassing the wholesome flavors of the grains from my rural village. Wow! Moments after consuming the white liquid, a soothing warmth enveloped me, followed by a profound sense of fullness, both physically and mentally, an indescribable sensation. After several seconds, I felt an abundance of energy coursing through my body, an inexhaustible vitality, and my spirit was rejuvenated, reminiscent of my vibrant teenage years. How splendid is advanced technology! I mused, as I am no poet, nor do I possess literary finesse. In my blissful state, that was all I could articulate before returning the cup to Buwelu. He took the cup and vanished, remarking upon my improved demeanor, "I will now collect biological data from this region and then escort you to the Alliance's main headquarters. Here, you are free to observe and inquire without restraint. They shall not harm you, and will share what they can. Although we are a nascent civilization, you are our guest, representing all of humanity. We shall not treat you with disrespect, for to do so would tarnish our reputation." Later, I learned that the alliance of the subterranean inhabitants and extraterrestrials possessed an intimate knowledge of humanity, capable of monitoring and comprehending our species through the vast data and information within the universal energy field. They understood the intricate details of individuals from various nations and regions. For instance, during the 3 days of Buwelu's hospitality, he communicated with me in the local dialect, fostering a sense of connection. "Oh, very well," I nodded, following Buwelu while pondering how the cup had vanished. Though he urged me to be at ease, I felt a lingering curiosity about his work, and if permissible, I wished to observe it. As we walked, I engaged Buwelu in conversation, inquiring about him. "I recently encountered you, and you mentioned that your race is among the first indigenous peoples of Earth, representing a prehistoric civilization. I am curious to know which batch humans belong to." Buviro smiled, putting me at ease, and proceeded to explain. "Our planet has undergone 5 significant technological civilizations since its inception, however. These are not the trivial narrations found on your mobile devices, which are merely fabrications of the idol. Our race is the first civilization, which, according to your human astronomical timeline, emerged approximately 2.9 billion years ago. We refer to ourselves as the Zizya civilization. If your scientists could decipher the symbol Ya, it would greatly enhance technology, as this symbol is linked to the cosmic code. Subsequently, our civilization was destroyed by war, leaving only the elite of our race to survive within warships. Following us came the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th batches of intelligent races, each witnessing the demise of their technological civilizations. The intervals between these great civilizations were extensive. However, the 4th great civilization is remarkably close to yours, existing merely 10,000 years apart. Furthermore, the 2 most intellectually advanced races bear striking resemblances, and they are known as the Atlantis civilization. Chapter 5. The intimidation of Buwelu. The existence of the pre-civilization of Atlantis truly astounds me. I had thought it merely a fabrication of fiction. After listening to Buela's exposition, a playful impulse seized me. And I blurted out, "You claim that we humans resemble the Atlantean race. Which of us is more aesthetically pleasing?" "Typically," I jest. But this time it slipped from my lips unbidden. In truth, the physical appearance of humanity is a design crafted by extraterrestrials, emulating the intelligent race of Atlantis. Should you find yourself intrigued, I shall divulge more later. Furthermore, there are 5 distinct technological civilizations that have thrived on Earth since its inception. In addition, numerous smaller cultures exist, which have not developed technology and, in the eyes of extraterrestrials, do not qualify as civilizations. They are merely regarded as minor cultures. Countless in number from antiquity to the present. Across the globe, humanity has unearthed remnants of ancient Babylonian, Persian, Hebrew, Minoan, Greek, Roman, Phoenician, and Assyrian cultures. Your nation boasts an array of minor cultural heritages as well, such as the Liangchu, Hongshan, Hemudu, and Yangshao cultures, among others. Buelu's earlier remarks nearly left me bewildered. And while I had heard of these smaller cultures, my grasp on them was tenuous, with some entirely unfamiliar. Regardless of my expression, Buela continued to jest. As for your curiosity regarding which is more aesthetically pleasing, the human or the Atlantean intelligent race, look over there. She is a descendant of Atlantis. And you may engage her in conversation. Minor cultural civilizations? What about the ancient Egyptian pyramids, the Buddhist traditions of ancient India, the enigmatic Mayan civilization? And the recent discoveries at Sangsingdui, are these not also minor cultures? Upon hearing this, I recalled the ancient ruins I was familiar with and curiously inquired about Buela's perspective. Neglecting to observe the Atlantean descendant he mentioned. No, what you referred to are remnants left by extraterrestrials. Minor cultures cannot establish advanced astronomical calendars or monumental precision architecture. His explanation left me once again perplexed. I had misjudged, for the ruins I mentioned are indeed the masterpieces of extraterrestrials. At this moment, I followed Buelu to a glass door set within a metallic wall, where I could clearly see another arrangement within, a veritable alternate realm. Inside, a vibrant tapestry of flora and fauna flourished, resonating with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, resembling a paradise untouched by time. Among the familiar and the unfamiliar, I observed both known and entirely alien creatures. The previously mentioned sculptures and wild beings were languidly resting within, devoid of the brutal law of the forest. Is there sunlight within? Could this base be nestled in some remote mountainous forest? I pondered, gazing into the enchanting scene. Buelu offered no explanation regarding the ancient ruins and instructed me to wait outside, refraining from any visible operation. The glass door, much like before, twisted as Buelu entered, effortlessly bypassing the need to open or close it. In that moment, I recalled Buelu's mention of the Atlantean girl and turned my gaze in the direction he indicated. Not far ahead, I beheld a figure of exquisite height and grace, clad in a form-fitting outfit adorned with lifelike imagery that shifted and transformed. It seemed that the tall girl sensed my gaze upon her. She turned and greeted me with a wave, then spoke to me in Mandarin. "Human guest, come over and chat with me." My heart nearly stopped, for I beheld a girl of exquisite figure and flawless beauty, so perfect that it left me utterly breathless. In that moment, even a boy who had traversed the trials of life felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Her beauty was so captivating that I couldn't help but marvel at the existence of such a delicate creature, pondering how humanity could ever compare. Later, I learned that all species within the Alliance could customize their forms through a universal energy field, tailoring their physical attributes, appearance, strength, skin elasticity to their desires. No wonder she appeared so immaculate. Reflecting on the state of the beauty industry among humans, I felt a deep sense of despair. Furthermore, I noticed that when she spoke to me, her lips did not quite match the sound. Curiously, I inquired of Xiao Ming about this discrepancy. She informed me that the girl was speaking in the Alliance's universal language, and her nanochip translated it into Mandarin for my understanding, free from the constraints of distance, making it seem as if her voice was right beside me. In my state of shyness and uncertainty, the earlier figure, Buelu, returned. I addressed the Atlantean girl, saying, "You may continue with your work. I shall not disturb you." She graciously smiled and nodded, then turned to resume her tasks. "You emerged rather quickly. I expected to wait a while," I remarked to Buelu, feeling surprisingly at ease in his presence, devoid of the prior tension. Though I noticed he carried no instruments typically associated with experiments. "Did you think it was dissection, blood extraction, or organ harvesting?" "None of that. Your human technology is primitive and inhumane. We merely utilize a universal energy field scan, which provides clear insights into the body without any harm." The data is then stored in the nanochip within the body and sent to headquarters. Although Buwelu could not directly sense my thoughts, he adeptly interpreted my confusion and provided explanations. I soon understood that he was using the nanochip within his own body to gauge my emotional fluctuations, analyzing my expressions and thoughts, a level of insight that left me feeling vulnerable, yet it was far preferable to the earlier invasive methods. Oh, I see now, I thought, feeling a renewed sense of wonder and envy for the advantages of advanced technology. If such innovations from the Alliance were introduced to the outside world, countless diseases could be cured, and many terminal illnesses could be eradicated, benefiting innumerable lives. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I asked Buwelu, "Your technology appears so advanced. It seems that the rumors of aliens abducting and dissecting humans are false. Indeed, they are true to an extent. Apart from the Alliance, there exist other extraterrestrial beings residing on Earth. They prefer to remain hidden, avoiding the constraints of the Alliance. Some benevolent aliens research humans or other animals using methods similar to those of the Alliance, gentle scans devoid of harm. Some extraterrestrial beings are indifferent to your survival, or harbor malevolence and cruelty, capturing humans for dismemberment. Others, upon their departure, take with them various flora, fauna, and even humans. However, the numbers are meticulously controlled by the Alliance, and only those who provide satisfactory technology may proceed. The Alliance permits the removal of inconsequential humans who attract little attention. Observing my look of resignation, Buwero continued to elucidate. The capture of humans by aliens is exceedingly rare, among your population of 8 billion. The likelihood of abduction is less than 1 in 100 million. The disappearances among your populace are orchestrated by your own kind. Subsequently, in an effort to obfuscate and dissociate, rumors are spread, alleging abductions by extraterrestrials, captures by subterranean beings, or vanishings through spatial rifts. Such conduct is reprehensible. Certain organizations have gone too far in framing extraterrestrials, and we cannot stand idly by while they perpetrate these injustices. Ding dong. Just as I was engrossed in the conversation, a notification from WeChat startled me. Is there still mobile signal here? Buwero nodded, stating that my signal was not only unblocked but also amplified. I uttered a soft thank you and opened WeChat to find a simple emoji sent by my mother, which left me somewhat bemused. Here, feel free to express any inquiries or curiosities you may have. I am here as a representative of the Alliance, obligated to extend hospitality and to share certain insights and confidential information with humanity. Otherwise, upon your return, your claims may lack credibility, leading others to regard you as delusional. The secrets you bring back should offer profound understanding for the higher echelons of humanity, influencing their decisions. Buwero warmly reiterated his encouragement. Publishing? Writing? I had assumed it would merely involve a simple announcement. You must understand that my literary skills are rather limited. While I am capable of extinguishing fires and saving lives, writing is another matter entirely. Should I fail to convey certain concepts clearly or make errors, my personal reputation is of little concern. But it would be quite embarrassing for you. I hesitated, then requested, perhaps you could utilize your advanced technology to enhance my writing capabilities? Understanding Buwero's intent, I felt somewhat burdened and continued, to truly convince humanity of your existence, it would suffice for you to provide me with an object, something our current technology cannot replicate, which I could present to scientists for study. That would undoubtedly validate my claims. Do not be modest, young brother Ji Wufan, he replied. Once you depart, focus on articulating this experience to the best of your ability. Just convey our message. You need not overthink the rest. We do not wish to interfere with the developmental principles of humanity, nor can we neglect your self-destruction, as it contradicts the regulations set forth by advanced civilizations. We can only select a human whom we deem suitable to convey reminders to your world. If you were a professional writer, I would not approach you, for the polished elegance of a professional's work might inadvertently produce the opposite effect. Humans might perceive one another as if they were merely crafting science fiction narratives, treating it solely as a tale. As for your desire to form an alliance to enhance your writing prowess, I can facilitate that without requiring formal application. Buwero's elucidation has illuminated certain truths for me, yet I remain only partially enlightened. The former continues to expound. Regarding your mention of utilizing an item bestowed by the Alliance to substantiate your genuine experiences, I believe the Alliance would acquiesce, yet the repercussions for you could be dire. You understand the principle of a common man is guilty of possessing a precious gem, do you not? Given your status, exposing such an item could potentially invite grave peril upon you. We may be willing to offer it, but would you dare to accept? Hiss. Buwero's analysis has left me gasping in shock. My age, while not particularly advanced, is far from that of an innocent youth. The life experiences and professional encounters over the years have instilled in me an awareness of the treachery of human nature, dissuading me from taking reckless risks. In an instant, the notion of enlisting Burwero's assistance to elevate my cultural understanding has faded away. Chapter 6. The Alien Headquarters. Just as I was about to express my reluctance to Buwelu, I was suddenly taken aback by the appearance of a legendary dragon from our culture within another transparent chamber of the metallic wall. Astonishment washed over me, quickly followed by exhilaration, as I have always identified as a descendant of the dragon in our rich heritage. I had presumed such creatures to be mere myths. Yet here I was, witnessing a divine dragon, a sight that not only my fellow compatriots but scarcely anyone in the world has ever laid eyes upon. I turned excitedly to Buwelu, who gestured for me to hasten towards the glass door, where I gazed intently into the wondrous realm within. To my astonishment, the space was not only vast, adorned with mountains and rivers, but also inhabited by other dragons. I even beheld the mythical Qilin, the phoenix, western dragons, and griffins, both from China and abroad, known and unknown. All these magnificent beings appeared even more majestic and fierce than I had previously imagined, yet they coexisted in harmony. As I turned, I saw Buwelu approaching my side. I managed to contain my astonishment and inquired about this remarkable sanctuary. Where did you discover such a paradise? The Alliance has nurtured them for so long, yet humanity remains oblivious. And these divine beasts, as chronicled in ancient texts, used to roam the surface. Why are they now hidden from view? How do you ensure their peaceful coexistence? A paradise? Buwelu responded. This space extends 50,000 meters beneath the Earth's surface. With your current technology, it is not merely difficult to discover, but virtually impossible to descend. Our hall serves as the central hub of this extensive facility, while the surrounding worlds function as laboratories. The space is created using the physics of a universal energy field, and even the sunlight within is artificially generated. The courteous Buwelu, a representative of the ancient trisomy race, patiently explained every query I posed without a hint of mockery. As for your question regarding why these creatures are kept here instead of living on the surface, now relegated to the status of myth, it is for their own benefit. Throughout history, as your population has burgeoned and civilization has advanced, they have faced severe threats to their existence. Some ancient species have been driven to extinction by your ancestors. The Alliance has gathered them to study and ensure the continuation of their lineage. Why can they coexist peacefully? He continued. The answer is quite simple. In the wild, the law of the jungle dictates that survival is paramount, driven by the need for sustenance. The Alliance provides them with comfort and security, allowing them to thrive. Over generations of nurturing and domestication, they have become fully acclimated. Our technology enables communication through the universal energy field, fulfilling their desires. 50,000 meters beneath the surface? I marveled, yet skepticism crept into my voice as I questioned Buwelu. How is such depth achievable? Although I am but a novice in the realms of nature and science, I understand that the deeper one goes into the earth, the higher the temperature, the greater the pressure, and the more chaotic the magnetic fields become. Life cannot possibly endure such conditions. Even machinery struggles to penetrate to such depths. I expressed my doubts, recalling what I had previously learned about drilling technologies. It is said that when drilling reaches depths exceeding 10,000 meters, the extreme temperatures below can even cause the hardest artificially synthesized drill bits to melt. I find it perplexing how the Alien Alliance has managed to achieve such feats. Just because humanity cannot accomplish this does not imply that we are incapable. It is akin to ancient peoples witnessing an airplane and failing to grasp the principles that allow a large metal structure to soar through the skies. Furthermore, I must inform you that our prehistoric civilization, in conjunction with the Alien Alliance, employs electromagnetic gravitational mirror technology to shield the solar system, including Earth. This has resulted in discrepancies between the physical laws governing Earth's interior and those of the cosmic expanse, consequently leading to various challenges in your scientific research and exploration. In essence, the physical laws you currently uphold possess certain flaws, rendering them not entirely accurate, but the margin of error is approximately 10%. This has resulted in inaccuracies within your highest mathematical equations and physical laws, hindering your ability to identify problems in both technology and understanding. The educational system you have been exposed to since childhood is not entirely correct. Thus, it is natural for your perceptions to differ. However, you must now begin to alter your thoughts and some of your previous knowledge, a process through which I will guide you. Buweluo's explanation left me utterly astonished. Once my expression softened, he continued, each division of the Alliance is located deep underground. with the shallowest bases exceeding 30,000 meters and the headquarters situated at depths of 100,000 meters. The issues you raised regarding high temperatures, intense pressures, and chaotic magnetic fields in the depths have long been resolved by Alliance technology. Moreover, the dangers lurking beneath are not limited to these. There are also potent radiation, toxic gases, and ancient bacteria and viruses. The thick mantle is exceedingly hard, making it challenging for humanity to decompose and utilize with current technology. However, such obstacles are trivial for us. During our civilization's era, these challenges were resolved, allowing us to establish homes and bases deep underground. Once advanced technologies are mastered, it will become apparent that expanding our habitats below the surface is the safest option. Additionally, the resources found in the depths are remarkably abundant, practically inexhaustible. Should you be interested, I can elaborate on this later. Now, let us proceed to the headquarters. You should report in, akin to how humans clock in for work. After which we shall have no further obligations. In the coming days, feel free to ask me anything. I shall share all I am able to, and I will cater to your interests. There is nothing beyond my capabilities, and should I ever be unable to fulfill a request, I shall refer to you as Big Brother. Through our numerous exchanges, we have opened our hearts to one another, becoming close friends with no secrets between us. Buwei Luo even began to jest with me. I must convey to everyone that whether they are advanced extraterrestrials or inhabitants of the Earth's core, they are all beings, not mere machines or stones. With life comes a myriad of thoughts and emotions, akin to the 7 emotions and 6 desires we often mention. Even with their advanced technology, they retain their essence. While there may be some alterations, they are not as enigmatic as we might envision. It suffices to regard them as a different kind of intelligent race. In the future, should we be fortunate enough to encounter extraterrestrial beings, they will be amiable, and there is no cause for concern. Simply open your heart and engage in conversation with them. Is this a spatial teleportation array? Upon witnessing my agreement, Blue Toro led me to a luminous device, within which a harmonious blend of vibrant colors emanated, exuding an air of mystery. It instantly reminded me of the teleportation arrays I had encountered in video games, capable of transporting objects across space to another location. Tentatively, I inquired about it. I had assumed I would accompany Blue Toro aboard a train-like vehicle, traversing through subterranean tunnels to the Alliance's main headquarters. Well, you might consider it that way. It can instantaneously transport us to the Alliance headquarters without any peril, Blue Toro elucidated, noting my astonishment. Humans tend to categorize their research subjects into levels for ease of classification. Based on our classification of physical laws, your current understanding of physics is at level 3. Once you explore the 4th level of physical laws, you will uncover and master the frequency of space. At that juncture, you will be able to invent wormhole machines for traversing space, enabling fixed spatial coordinates for travel and exploration of other realms. The device before us is a temporal spatial transmitter, a creation born from our advancement to level 5 in physical laws, meticulously crafted to unravel the secrets of time. The control of the temporal spatial transmitter is managed by a universal energy field and an intelligent supercomputer. I nodded, somewhat comprehending yet bewildered, as Blue Toro guided me into the temporal spatial transmitter, despite a slight unease as I gazed at the instrument. Inside the transmitter, I discovered the environment was akin to the surrounding space. It was not as blindingly bright or oppressively warm as I had envisioned. Before I could ponder further, without any apparent communication from Blue Toro to the headquarters, I felt a sudden jolt in my body, and my vision dimmed momentarily. When my senses returned to normal, I found myself alongside Blue Toro in a new location. The surrounding space exhibited no anomalies, indicating that the universal energy field of the extraterrestrial alliance was continuously regulating our spatial conditions. Before I could reflect further, the sight before me left me agape. Although I had mentally prepared myself, I was still taken aback by the sheer scale of what lay ahead, comparing it to the previous base, which resembled a small village. The current headquarters stood as a grand metropolis. All around me, a plethora of diverse extraterrestrial beings traversed, my initial estimation of their varieties exceeding 40. These beings varied in size, some aesthetically pleasing while others were rather intimidating. Some bore resemblance to humanity. Among these humanoid aliens, I felt a strange sense of familiarity. Yet I was certain they were not human. Each extraterrestrial adorned unique attire, some of which I found difficult to describe, leaving me with a sense of frustration. Common among them, however, were form-fitting garments that seemed animated, yet I recognized none. Our arrival did not incite any notable reactions. Scarcely a few extraterrestrials glanced in my direction, which left me feeling somewhat dejected. While I had surmised my insignificance in the eyes of these beings, my presence merely a vessel for relaying information from the Alliance, my current circumstances evoked a profound sense of melancholy. Suddenly, I was struck by the thought that if humanity were to discover extraterrestrial beings and learn that they intended to grace Earth with their presence, the United Nations would undoubtedly extend a grand welcome to them. This notion prompted a moment of self-deprecation. Just then, Buwelu nudged me, signaling that I should follow him. I nodded and resumed my observation of the surroundings, regaining my focus. As I walked and looked around, I noticed that the technological instruments here were more abundant, larger, and more advanced, displaying a dazzling array of colors and forms that were beyond my cultural comprehension. I observed that most of the instruments emitted a luminous glow, varying in size from small to medium, with the medium-sized devices resembling houses and the larger ones towering like skyscrapers. Later, I learned that these medium-sized instruments were marvels of living and research integration, allowing extraterrestrials to rest when fatigued and resume work at their leisure, making life exceedingly convenient. Chapter 7. The 6 Races of Extraterrestrials. The large instruments present here are scientific machines developed for grand projects, which cannot be operated by a single extraterrestrial. It necessitates extensive collaboration. They work, live, and conduct research together, occasionally venturing outside for exploration. Subsequently, after conversing with Berwilo, I confirmed that my suspicions were nearly accurate. Furthermore, the various instruments here possess the capability to move and fly, exhibiting agility and lightness without a hint of sluggishness. The smallest devices are the size of glass beads, tempting me to reach out and grasp them. However, I reconsidered, opting to avoid causing any disturbances that might trigger an alarm. Of course, this place is not solely inhabited by extraterrestrials and an array of technological instruments. It is also home to numerous other wonders. For instance, there exists a multitude of extraordinary species, most of which are unseen on the surface, as well as 5D virtual images. If the visuals were not perfectly rectangular, or if the images traversed before me, I would scarcely discern that some elements were virtual. Additionally, there are animated plants, flying saucers, intelligent robots, and biomechanical life forms, among others. The ground beneath my feet is composed of an unusual metal, and after walking for a considerable time, I have yet to encounter a single welded seam. The spatial environment around me is perpetually regulated by an omnipotent energy field, allowing me to traverse the area without any discomfort, akin to the outside world. As I continued my journey, I observed some extraterrestrials exhibiting a reluctance to walk, others soaring through the air, reminiscent of my arrival, while some utilized flying devices that appeared exceedingly convenient. I later learned that each race possesses its own unique customs. I propose to walk in order to allow you to witness and comprehend the residents of the Alliance. However, if you prefer not to walk, we can certainly fly instead. Berwilo remarked, noticing my envy as I gazed at the flying extraterrestrials. Oh, no need. I relish this feeling, I responded hastily after a few seconds of contemplation. We proceeded forward, and this time, I directed my gaze upward, where my expression fluctuated between delight and dismay. Above me, various 5D images materialized, revealing familiar scenes, including Arabic numerals, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It was not the numbers that caused my face to twitch, rather, it was the virtual images depicting the current state of humanity, featuring prominent figures I commonly viewed on television and mobile devices. There were depictions from my own country, as well as from others, showcasing situations from across the nation, with data continuously streaming into various instruments. In essence, our every action as humans is being monitored and, in some instances, controlled by extraterrestrials, unbeknownst to humanity. Do not remain still. We have been observing you for ages, from your primitive days to the present. We have even influenced certain historical figures in your past to make decisions that altered the course of history, Berwilo explained. If you are interested, I can show you authentic recordings from your nation's ancient history, far surpassing the portrayals of your period dramas and utterly redefining your understanding of true history. Unbeknownst to me, I had halted, reflecting on the lofty figures I had always admired from afar, only to realize that they too were mere subjects within the extraterrestrial alliance. Ultimately, who among us is not a pawn in this grand game? Noticing my pause, Berwilo called me back to reality, elaborating further on his explanations, while I struggled to contain the involuntary twitches of my face. After some contemplation, I decided against viewing the authentic recordings of ancient times. As my emotional state was rather dismal, I resolved to watch them once I had regained my composure. Ah, the serpent people, the merfolk. And the Buelu, are these serpent people our ancient ancestors from the illustrious land of Huaxia? After taking a few more steps, I suddenly beheld a figure with a serpentine lower half and a human upper body. These serpent people were quite towering, adorned in garments that bore intricate designs. Their upper bodies displayed characteristics and movements distinct from humanity, though they bore a striking resemblance, perhaps 8 or 9 parts human. Gazing upon these serpent people, I was reminded of the legendary figures of Fuxi and Nuwa from Huaxia, and I hurriedly inquired of Buelu, who stood beside me. At this juncture, I must clarify that I am not particularly endowed with grand hobbies or peculiar passions. My primary interests lie in physical exercise and perusing historical texts, especially those pertaining to my own nation's past. Furthermore, I encountered various types of merfolk, some breathtakingly beautiful, so exquisite that they rendered me breathless, while others possessed more ordinary appearances, and a few were quite unappealing. These serpent people are extraterrestrial inhabitants from the planet of Sirius, possessing advanced civilization and technology. They are a free-spirited alien race that has chosen not to join our alliance, opting instead to coexist peacefully on Earth, provided they do not provoke any disturbances. In ancient times, the Sirius race frequently visited Earth for scientific exploration, with some of their kin having settled here to this day. The merfolk you observe are a civilizational race from the oceans of the Sirius planet. They, too, have established bases beneath the sea, and occasionally they would surface, leading your ancestors to refer to them as merfolk, though they possess their own names. As Buelu explained this while walking, he occasionally gestured towards other extraterrestrials, causing my heart to race with trepidation, fearing that Buelu's actions might be deemed impolite and provoke a confrontation. Thankfully, my apprehensions did not materialize. Buelu then addressed the query regarding the connection between the Sirius race and your ancestors, stating that there is a slight connection, albeit not significant. As mentioned earlier, the Sirius race, upon their arrival on Earth, engaged in extensive research and had interactions with ancient humans, even domesticating and studying them for a period. For instance, the Dogon tribe of Africa continues to preserve their unique customs due to their isolation from other cultures, thereby maintaining their calendar and historical records intact. Simultaneously, the Sirius race imparted a wealth of knowledge to your ancestors. However, as the ancient people had yet to develop written language, much was transmitted orally, leading to distortions over time, eventually evolving into myths and legends. This phenomenon is particularly pronounced in your nation, where the historical narrative has been transformed into folklore due to numerous cultural collisions and ethnic amalgamations throughout the ages, resulting in a chaotic and disordered historical tapestry. Should you wish to delve deeper into this topic, I would be glad to share more specifics. I recalled that Sirius is a binary star system and seemed devoid of planets. How could there be races and civilizations? I listened in astonishment, eager for Buelu to elucidate further. However, at that moment, he led me to the entrance of an apparatus resembling a massive smokestack, or perhaps a machine nearby. The technology here was so advanced that I found it difficult to discern one sophisticated device from another. Before me stood a towering chimney-like apparatus, rising at least 200 meters high. Understanding that Buelu intended to escort me inside, I refrained from further inquiries, and the two of us entered through the door as before. Upon entering the vast chamber of the chimney, I discovered it resembled an office or corporate space, with numerous desks and chairs arranged both on the ground and suspended in the air, where extraterrestrials diligently worked at various heights. The walls appeared to be made of glass or perhaps screens, constantly flickering with symbols, images, and diverse streams of data, including the hovering desks and chairs above. As I surveyed my surroundings, I noted that the area spanned approximately 50 meters in diameter. Suddenly, a question struck me. How did the extraterrestrials ascend to the floating rows of desks? Did the furniture possess the ability to fly? It seemed likely. However, reality swiftly shattered my conjectures. Out of nowhere, a beam of blue light enveloped both Buelu and me, leaving no sensation in its wake. Just as I pondered this peculiarity, I experienced a sudden shift. Within less than a second, we found ourselves stationed atop the highest workstation in the chamber. How astonishing, I mused, still reeling from the instant teleportation that had caused me no discomfort, aside from a fleeting blurriness in my vision. Welcome, young brother Jiwoo Fan, to our Star Gathering Alliance. During your stay, feel free to voice any requests. As long as they are reasonable, the Alliance shall gladly accommodate you. Please, do not hesitate to enjoy yourself. As I relished the experience of teleportation, an unsettling feeling washed over me, and I was startled to see other extraterrestrials greeting me, while those around them bowed in deference. Before me stood 5 distinct extraterrestrial beings, each varying in stature and appearance, none particularly alarming or extraordinary. The one who had welcomed me was a strikingly beautiful woman, tall and slender, at least 2 meters and 3 centimeters in height, boasting golden hair and azure eyes. Her complexion was flawless and pale, devoid of any makeup, and her exquisite features bore a remarkable resemblance to those of human women. Once again confronted by such breathtaking beauty, I gazed upward, striving to maintain my composure, though I could feel the warmth of embarrassment creeping to my cheeks. After a prolonged silence, I managed to articulate a few words. "Thank you. It is an honor to be your guest." In response, all the extraterrestrials nodded in unison and took their seats. Buwei Luo gestured for me to join them, and as I turned to look behind, I noticed a transparent, shimmering armchair had materialized. One that had not been there moments before. Without further contemplation, I settled into the chair, which felt as though it had been custom-crafted for me, providing an unparalleled softness and comfort beneath me. Beside me sat Buwei Luo, while the 5 extraterrestrials occupied their respective seats, each perfectly tailored to their forms. "Young brother Ji Wu Fan, Buwei Luo shall convey the purpose of your visit. Upon your departure, we appreciate your understanding. The 5 of us, along with Buwei Luo, represent 6 intelligent civilizational races. With both Earth's indigenous inhabitants and extraterrestrial civilizations, we extend a warm welcome on behalf of the Star Gathering Alliance. This gesture signifies our sincerity and respect. Other civilizations are preoccupied with urgent matters and could not join us in welcoming you. We kindly ask for your understanding." The fair-haired, azure-eyed woman, reminiscent of a petite giant, once again addressed me, conveying that the 6 representative civilizations of the Alliance warmly welcomed my presence, albeit some civilizations were absent, urging me not to take offense. Upon hearing this, I hurriedly expressed my gratitude, though I was indeed taken aback by their graciousness. It is a rare honor for me, an ordinary being within the human realm, to receive such a respectful welcome from their advanced and enlightened civilization, especially since I have often gone unrecognized in my own world. Moreover, the fact that 6 civilizations from their illustrious alliance chose to grace me with their presence bestowed upon me immense honor. This realization fostered a sense of fondness towards their stellar alliance within me. I then pondered that for the entire stellar alliance to bestow a grand reception, their civilization would need to surpass the alliance by a significant margin. Yet, human civilization is often held in low regard. It is only by virtue of my role as a guest that I am afforded such courtesy. Chapter 8: The Origins of Each Alien. Dear Ji Wufan, we have thoroughly understood your identity and background. As a courtesy, allow us 6 civilizations to briefly introduce ourselves. Subsequently, 5 of them had matters to attend to, leaving me to host you alone. You may stay here for as long as you wish. Upon regaining my focus, the being beside me, Buwelu, addressed me. Let me begin with my introduction. As I previously mentioned, we are the indigenous inhabitants of a shared homeland, having existed long before humanity. As a family, we should care for one another. Should humanity ascend to a Type 1 civilization with a corresponding elevation of spirit and thought, the Alliance shall reveal itself to you, lifting the veil on your world. I shall elaborate on this in the coming days, but for now, let us allow the other races to introduce themselves. The second to introduce herself was a stunningly beautiful woman with golden hair and azure eyes, who addressed me in Mandarin. Dear Ji Wufan, we too are indigenous to Earth. The civilization of Buwelu originates from a wise race that existed on Earth 9 billion years ago, having reached a high level of civilization before being annihilated by interstellar warfare, with only a select few surviving aboard their starships. Following this, our civilization emerged 1 billion years ago, which is 8 billion years prior to the present day. Our disappearance followed a similar tragic fate, and we refer to ourselves as the Ariani civilization. In the spring of 1947, we had an encounter with humanity, specifically with a distinguished individual, a handsome American naval officer named Richard Byrd. During that time, our people met him at a base in Antarctica, hoping he would convey a message to your leaders, urging them to refrain from their self-destructive use of nuclear weapons, which would ultimately lead to their own annihilation and the contamination of Earth. This tragic narrative has been witnessed not only on Earth, but also among previous intelligent races and civilizations on other planets. After painstakingly developing technological civilizations, they perish before even achieving a basic level of civilization. Admiral Richard Byrd conveyed our message to his leaders, and they heeded our advice, collaborating with other national leaders to prohibit the use and manufacture of nuclear weapons, albeit without revealing our identities. Should you be interested, you may investigate further. Ariane, Antarctica, 1947. Handsome American admiral, during World War II foot. I believe I have encountered this information in a brief video. Upon completing her introduction, my heart quivered as the third race prepared to present itself. The moment I laid eyes upon him, I dared not look further. He was, astonishingly, the fabled reptilian. With green skin and scales adorning his head, a frightening visage that surpassed even the previously encountered mantis beings. The stature of the reptilian was more imposing and robust than that of the Ariane, with claws for hands and garments emanating a bluish-green luminescence. Having heard numerous tales of the reptilians, I had presumed them to be extraterrestrial beings, only to find my assumption once again erroneous. The towering reptilian regarded me and spoke. Greetings, dear Ji Wufan. Our race is also indigenous to Earth, belonging to the third generation of civilization that evolved into an intelligent species during the age of dinosaurs. Dinosaurs roamed the Earth for 300 million years, predating humanity's emergence. Our civilization gradually matured over 63 million years, developed by exceptionally intelligent dinosaurs that evolved into a sophisticated society. Some of these species have been discovered and named by humankind, such as the lizard dragon, the Trudon, the Styx dragon, the avian dragon, the heavy-clawed dragon, the jaw dragon, and the velociraptor. Eventually, warfare ensued, and the surviving elite returned to subterranean existence, which persists to this day. Known as the Zayas-Hidova civilization, our kin comprised numerous branches. Some mischievous individuals often breach the alliance's regulations, venturing into the human realm for amusement. Consequently, ancient humans encountered them, labeling them as monsters, while their Western counterparts referred to them as demons, eventually coining the term lizard people. In truth, these youngsters harbor no malice towards humanity. Their presence on the surface is merely driven by curiosity. Urban legends suggest that we inflict harm, but in reality, it is often humans who, out of fear, initiate contact, leading these children to retaliate. Our species is a predecessor to humankind and would not harm you without just cause. It is astonishing to learn that the lizard people are a civilization from the age of dinosaurs, akin to descendants, and like humans, they are also indigenous to Earth. Who would have thought? Upon reflection, it makes sense. History tells us that humanity has existed for merely over 2 million years, yet we have achieved advanced technological civilizations. Given that dinosaurs thrived on this planet for 300 million years, it is indeed remarkable that no civilization arose until now. After listening to the lizard people's account, I found myself pondering. As fellow indigenous beings, we have the Sanji civilization, the Ariane civilization, the Zayas-Hidova civilization, the Atlantean civilization, and human civilization. Although the height proportions differ significantly, our appearances are quite similar, even strikingly beautiful. Yet, why does the lizard people civilization appear so unrefined? This disparity among indigenous peoples is perplexing. Moreover, the first three races mentioned have indicated that their technological advancements surpass those of humanity, only to be ultimately destroyed by war. What could have led to such devastation? I shall inquire about this with Buwilluo soon. The fourth civilization is likely the Atlantean race. They resemble the Atlantean girl I encountered earlier, as both bear the most resemblance to humanity. Previously, Buwilluo informed me that there were 4 prehistoric civilizations before humanity, and now 3 have been introduced, with the last being the Atlantean civilization. Additionally, there are 2 other races that, in terms of physical appearance and essence, are entirely alien to us, truly representing extraterrestrial beings. I swiftly analyzed this, my gaze involuntarily drawn to the striking Atlantean man. "Greetings, young brother Ji Wufan," he said. Noticing my attention, dressed in a long robe adorned with vivid imagery, he introduced himself. "Our race belongs to the Atlantean civilization, the most recent indigenous civilization to your kind. The temporal distance between our 2 indigenous civilizations is not vast, unlike the 3 others, whose civilizations diverge by over 1 billion years. The passage of time is exceedingly long, resulting in a lack of recognition during our initial encounters. Furthermore, the cultural, technological, religious, and customary differences between civilizations that have existed for such extended periods are vast, necessitating prolonged periods of learning and adaptation to achieve unity. Unlike our 2 civilizations, which are separated by a mere 12,000 years, many remnants of ancient cultures have been preserved on the surface, meticulously documented by your kind. This has led many of you to willingly believe in our existence and express a desire for coexistence. However, due to the regulations of the Alliance, We cannot meet you until your spiritual understanding and technological advancements reach a level recognized by the Alliance. When I inquired about this spiritual understanding, I referenced the term spirituality. Furthermore, I asked what level of technology is required for your acknowledgement. Recently, I encountered the term spirituality while browsing a social media platform associated with science fiction, suggesting that humanity must elevate its spiritual essence to ascend to a higher dimension. Yet, I found such notions uninteresting and far-fetched, never anticipating that the truth would directly impact me. Had I known, I might have paid closer attention. Spirituality is not as complex as you might imagine. Much of what you encounter is mere marketing or content designed to enhance engagement. These creators possess remarkable talents, weaving intriguing theories from minor scientific gaps, fueled by rich imagination. The response came from an extraterrestrial companion of the Atlantean man, who communicated in Mandarin without moving his lips, relying on a nanochip within his body for translation. To my astonishment, this extraterrestrial was remarkably well informed about humanity and our current circumstances, as if he were observing from the palm of his hand, which was truly disheartening. This extraterrestrial stood approximately 2 meters tall, adorned with a unique purple skin. His head bore a resemblance to that of a goat, albeit without the horns, exuding an aura of wisdom and authority. His gaze was profoundly deep, and despite his unusual appearance, he was far more aesthetically pleasing than the reptilian beings often depicted. This goat-like sage continued to address me, stating, "We are a wise civilization from the Orion constellation. You are aware of Orion, apart from summer. When it is not visible from your location, it can be observed during the other 3 seasons, particularly in winter." Indeed, I was correct for once. This sage was an extraterrestrial from Orion. The name Orion carries a sense of grandeur, suggesting a civilization that is fierce, powerful, and valiant. Yet he appeared as a wise figure. The stars of Orion that humanity perceives are all suns. Within this constellation, numerous planets harbor life and civilizations, some of which are primitive while others are advanced. However, the Alliance has cloaked the solar system, rendering your technological exploration futile. In the realm of Orion, the number of civilizations that have achieved a primitive level is scarce, with each possessing distinct appearances and ideologies. Not all primitive civilizations in Orion have joined the Alliance. Only our particular race has become part of the Earth's Alliance. As I closed my gaping mouth in astonishment, the wise extraterrestrial goat continued to speak. Regarding the previously mentioned spiritual thoughts, the essence of the Alliance's message is that your human intellect need only be elevated to a state of integrity and transparency. It is not as intricate as you perceive it to be in terms of spirituality. Currently, the predominant mindset among humanity is characterized by selfishness, lust for power, plunder, violence, jealousy, hedonism, and a willingness to employ unscrupulous means to achieve their ends. Consider this: if you were a member of the Alliance, would you dare to invite the current human populace to join? The moment humans harbor ulterior motives, it becomes akin to seeking cooperation with a tiger, at best. They may become the unwelcome hosts, and at worst, the Alliance could find itself ensnared in servitude. Only when humanity discards these negative thoughts and embraces a spirit of honesty and openness, devoid of desire for power and treachery, and dedicated solely to the love of technology and exploration, will the Alliance reconsider. This time, the Alliance has chosen a spokesperson to convey their message to humanity, with the requirements being integrity, kindness, courage, and profound love. You embody these qualities, which is why Buffet Luo selected you. This revelation from the wise extraterrestrial goat illuminated my understanding, and I found myself nodding in agreement unconsciously. Chapter 9. Enlightening me on physics in the end. Technology emerges as the pinnacle of human achievement. You, as a species, have categorized future technologies into 7 distinct civilizations. While this classification differs from that of the Alliance, the disparity is negligible. Provided that humanity elevates its collective consciousness with integrity and advances its technology to the designated first-level civilization, we shall formally establish contact with you. The entity addressing me at this moment belongs to the 5th and final extraterrestrial race. She is a young girl, resembling a human to a degree, yet distinctly marked by the iridescent insect-like wings that extend from her back and the luminous antennae adorning her head. In terms of beauty, she does not conform to my aesthetic standards. She is neither strikingly lovely nor frightfully grotesque. As I observed her, she continued, "Greetings, Brother Ji Wufan. I hail from the civilization of the Pleiades. Ancient scholars of your Huaxia culture recognized the patterns of the Pleiades long ago and held a profound admiration for its 7 stars. Subsequently, they classified them as one of the 28 lunar mansions, while the ancient Western cultures and the Greeks referred to them as the Seven Sisters. The celestial expanse of the Pleiades, much like that of Orion, is home to numerous planets teeming with diverse forms of life. On some worlds, life is just beginning. While 6 civilizations have already surpassed your own, we joined the Alliance eons ago, and as humanity gradually evolved, we were occasionally glimpsed by your ancient ancestors, who dubbed us fairies. Over time, however, literary portrayals became increasingly negative, leading the ancient Westerners to label us as mob-men. At this point, I felt somewhat numb. As if in a dream, my mind alive with vibrant energy. The girl from the Pleiades smiled at me and continued, "This concludes our brief introduction of the 5 races. Should you desire more in-depth information, feel free to consult Buero. I sincerely hope you enjoy your stay in the coming days. Do not hesitate to express your desires. For neglecting to do so may incite laughter from your kind. Simultaneously, there exist other extraterrestrial races on Earth, who, for reasons of freedom or otherwise, do not join the Alliance. However, under the constraints of our coalition, they are unlikely to disrupt humanity's normal development. Should these beings learn that we have not extended proper hospitality, they would revel in the spectacle. A wise civilization that advances technologically may abandon its former ways. Yet a benevolent and upright race will never forsake the courtesies of civilization." Upon hearing this, I felt a jolt of realization, as if clarity had suddenly dawned upon me. I yearned to express my newfound understanding, or perhaps compose a poem to encapsulate my sentiments. Yet, after much contemplation, I lamented my limitations in cultural expression. Poetry eluded me. I could only reflect on how advanced and powerful nations, if they possessed the awareness of this alliance, might have propelled human civilization to unprecedented heights, earning the recognition of extraterrestrial beings. At the very least, the world would be at peace, rather than the chaotic state it finds itself in now. I expressed my gratitude for their introduction and hospitality, genuinely appreciative of their sincerity. Their warm reception imparted a wealth of knowledge upon me, and I assured them that I would convey my experiences truthfully upon my return. Regaining my composure, I thanked them once more, deeply moved by their respect and sophistication. Though my expression soon darkened as I spoke to them, the decision to appoint me as a spokesperson feels rather abrupt. My personal knowledge and perspective are limited, particularly regarding the legends and technological theories you possess, of which I only grasp the most superficial aspects. Many of the concepts you mentioned are unfamiliar to me. It would be more prudent for you to seek someone with a robust cultural competence, such as a renowned author, whose literary expression would undoubtedly be more compelling. Alternatively, collaborating with major media outlets could yield significant results, enabling global awareness in mere moments. Furthermore, enlisting experts or prominent political figures from various nations would lend considerable authority to your endeavors, as their esteemed status would inspire trust among listeners. As for myself, I hold no notable status and possess limited writing abilities, leaving me uncertain whether my contributions would even generate a ripple. I reiterate my concerns. Your perspective is misguided. Dear Ji Wufan, it is Ariani who responds to me. No alternative seems more viable than engaging you, especially considering the identities you previously mentioned. Seeking them out could backfire. Reflect on this. If the Alliance were to recruit professional writers, particularly those with high cultural acumen and considerable recognition, the resultant works would instinctively be perceived as literary creations. Even if the authors were not from the realm of science fiction, people would simply think, a writer must possess some imagination, or assume that the author had ventured into the science fiction genre. Relying on professional writers for communication may yield adverse outcomes. As I nodded thoughtfully, the speaker continued, asserting that seeking media collaboration would be even less effective than approaching writers. While the Alliance may not directly impact your lives, it is acutely aware of your circumstances. In today's world, many media outlets prioritize clickbait, engagement, and viewership, often reporting on anything that garners attention, blurring the lines between truth and fabrication. Over the past several decades, trust in media and platforms has eroded among humans. Collaborating with them to report on extraterrestrial matters would likely be dismissed as sensationalism, driven by a relentless pursuit of ratings, rendering any authoritative voices irrelevant. Noticing my confusion, the interlocutor elaborated. High-ranking officials within the United Nations control numerous secrets that cannot be disclosed, with certain sensitive situations requiring utmost concealment, particularly regarding extraterrestrial matters. During World War II, some extraterrestrial beings contemplated revealing themselves to communicate with humanity. Yet humans exhibited an overwhelming wariness, perceiving them as monstrous entities. Even when evidence of extraterrestrial existence emerged, efforts were made to suppress any leaks. For those who disclosed such information would become adversaries of humanity. Even sightings of UFOs were ultimately buried and erased from public consciousness. In truth, humanity's genuine experts and sages have verified the existence of extraterrestrial beings or ancient civilizations through the examination of ancient relics. However, when they attempt to reveal their findings, they encounter obstruction and are often compelled to sign confidentiality agreements. Compliance ensures safety, while refusal may lead to dire consequences. Why? I pondered. Do our high-ranking officials refuse to acknowledge your existence? Why are they reluctant to coexist peacefully and learn from you? This revelation astonished me, prompting further reflection. Although I may not harbor an interest in science fiction or extraterrestrial themes, I possess a passion for history, including that of foreign lands. While perusing historical records, I have taken note of several ancient relics, such as the enigmatic pyramids and the meticulous stonework of the ancient Incas. Their calendar and mathematical systems are remarkably precise. Each year, on the dawn of September 21st, the first rays of sunlight impeccably illuminate the center of the sun gate. Additionally, the Dogon people of Africa, a primitive tribe, possess an astonishing understanding of the solar calendar and the companion star of Sirius. These evidences robustly substantiate the existence of extraterrestrial beings, who have indeed interacted with the ancient civilizations of our world. Yet, these experts adamantly refuse to acknowledge such claims, instead fabricating various pieces of evidence to obscure the truth, all under the constraints imposed by humanity. At times, I find it peculiar that such self-evident truths, easily grasped by the average person, elude the comprehension of learned authorities. What once puzzled me has now become clearer. There are myriad reasons why humanity hesitates to accept the existence of extraterrestrial or prehistoric civilizations. If you seek enlightenment, Bueluo will enlighten you. As for the reluctance of political figures within the United Nations to coexist peacefully with extraterrestrial civilizations, the primary cause lies in human selfishness. There is an apprehension that extraterrestrial civilizations may surpass humanity in advancement, subtly supplanting us over time, thereby rendering these lofty individuals devoid of their former power and status. The individual who responded to me was a man from Atlantis, with whom I felt a certain kinship. He continued, "Very well, my young brother Jiwufan. We must take our leave. Should you require anything, simply convey it to Bueluo. If fate permits, we may meet again." Upon finishing his statement, he rose, followed by all the beings around him, including Bueluo. I promptly stood as well, exchanging pleasantries, only to witness the five of them vanish in a beam of light. How remarkably convenient. Yet, I pondered the energy consumption involved. Observing the sudden appearance and disappearance of the allied races, I felt a twinge of envy, contemplating how beneficial it would be if humanity could invent such technology to save time and resources. I inadvertently inquired of Bueluo, who remained by my side. The energy consumption is remarkably minimal and is provided free of charge to the allied races, Bueluo explained to me. The universal energy field of the Alliance primarily derives from the magnetic fields deep within the Earth, complemented by nuclear fusion, which is controlled by super-intelligent computers. We can extract nuclear energy from the vast oceans of Earth. Furthermore, the celestial bodies of our solar system, such as the Sun, Moon, Saturn, Jupiter, Uranus, and Neptune, are abundant in mineral resources. However, we typically prefer to extract from the oceans directly. From the oceans? I exclaimed in astonishment. I understand that the Sun, Moon, Saturn, Jupiter, and other gaseous planets can yield nuclear energy, having heard accounts and watched brief videos, albeit without grasping the underlying reasons. But how can energy be extracted from water? Allow me to impart some knowledge of physics, he replied. In simple terms, nuclear fusion occurs when two atomic nuclei merge to form nuclear energy, with atomic nuclei composed of neutrons and charged protons. The ocean contains three chemical elements: deuterium, composed of one proton, one neutron, and one electron, protium, consisting of one proton and one electron, where two protium atoms can form a hydrogen molecule, and tritium, made up of one proton and two neutrons. These three elements can yield neutrons and charged protons, leading to the formation of atomic nuclei that undergo nuclear fusion or fission for energy production. Despite the simplicity of Burwiro's explanation, I found myself utterly bewildered, yet he continued unabated, oblivious to my confusion. The aforementioned chemical elements possess far more applications than merely energy production. Nuclear fusion and fission represent but the nascent stages of human endeavor. As technology advances and matures, humanity will undoubtedly uncover new and diverse elemental utilizations, facilitating the synthesis of renewable energy sources. Ultimately, this will resolve the energy dilemma, rendering previous material energy sources obsolete. Chapter 10. Overnight at the alien headquarters, will material energy be eliminated? I pondered this thought, feeling a sense of disbelief as I glanced at the oil and coal around me. Just as I was about to pose additional inquiries, a startling scene unfolded before my eyes. The armchair, where I had been seated alongside the allied species, began to morph, almost as if it were melting away at an astonishing speed. The chair and the desk seamlessly fused with the transparent glass beneath my feet, leaving me in a disconcerting void, causing a slight dizziness as I peered downward. What is happening? I inquired of Blue Toro. Many of the Alliance's tools are transformed from virtual energy into tangible forms, he explained. They adapt to one's intentions when in use and revert to their original state or return to the central hub of the universal energy field when not in use. Blue Toro elaborated further. This phenomenon is the result of the condensation of virtual energy within the universal energy field, where virtual data, colors, light sources, and spatial elements merge under its control. It is particularly advantageous for disposable items or those not frequently utilized, as they coalesce when needed and return to their essence when not, requiring no maintenance or cleaning, thus remaining pristine and hygienic for future use. How wondrous! I envy this capability. If the universal energy field were connected to my home, it would greatly facilitate my daily tasks and save considerable space. My mind wandered with these thoughts when, in an instant, the scene shifted, and I felt no sensation as Blue Toro and I descended to the ground. Come, let us converse in the lounge, Blue Toro suggested as we approached the metallic flooring, indicating his intent to walk, a notion I welcomed. Blue Toro, your alliance boasts advanced technology. I have observed many species engaged in various tasks, including the 5 we just left. What are they occupied with? Is it work? I queried curiously as we walked, pondering whether this advanced extraterrestrial civilization engaged in the same relentless toil for income as humanity does. As we moved, I noticed that both the ground and the aerial imagery filled the entirety of the headquarters without a hint of light pollution or interference, each operating independently. The visuals emitted no sound, likely transmitted through nanotechnology embedded within the aliens' bodies. The interior of the headquarters was remarkably quiet, with even the footsteps of the extraterrestrial beings making no noise. There is no work, nor is there the cumbersome necessity of earning a wage as you humans do. In the Alliance, not only is public energy provided free of charge, but the livelihoods of all species are also sustained without cost. Moreover, all Alliance species do not require food to maintain their functions. Their daily expenses are minimal. You humans toil tirelessly merely to procure a few coins to survive. Here, the universal energy field silently supplies each species with the necessary functions for life. Consider this. Do they still need to work for wages? For some species, work is purely a matter of personal passion and interest. Blatoro's explanations deepened my admiration for the Alliance's way of life. He continued, the business mentioned by those 5 species pertains to surveillance, learning, innovation, discovery, and technological advancement. They hold positions within the Alliance, akin to your human scientists. However, we exist as equals, devoid of your exploitation and oppression. The ordinary extraterrestrial races serve as auxiliary managers. As you can observe, their work is remarkably effortless. They engage in tasks at their discretion, with no obligation to perform, and there is no remuneration involved. Instead, all races eagerly compete for these opportunities to enhance their skills and knowledge. The circumstances within the Alliance have profoundly broadened my understanding. Do you not possess super-intelligent computers or advanced robotics? Why not allow them to undertake the Alliance's responsibilities? I inquire with curiosity. Regardless of whether they are super-intelligent computers or advanced machines, their capacity for editing, designing, organizing, controlling, and communicating is exceedingly swift, making them ideally suited for delegation. Certain extensive data analyses can only be managed by intelligent systems, as the cognitive processes of biological races fall short. Nevertheless, intelligent machines are not without their limitations, particularly in creativity and innovation. The role of the Alliance, along with other extraterrestrial beings, encompasses learning, innovation, invention, and the elevation of civilization, ultimately venturing forth to explore the vast cosmos. Burivro patiently elucidated this to me. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the Alliance's level of civilization is inadequate for cosmic exploration? I asked in astonishment, subsequently sharing my perspective. You possess the capability to construct a colossal spaceship or a flying saucer, wherein all members of the Alliance could reside. After all, you have no need for sustenance or rest. You could live, travel, and simultaneously advance technology. If you encounter difficulties in space, you merely need to evade them. Should energy consumption become excessive, the cosmos is replete with stars. Simply find one to replenish your fusion energy. Burivro cast a glance at me and remarked, "The mission of the Alliance is to safeguard the solar system. We have our own purpose, which I will reveal to you later. Otherwise, we would have long departed the solar system to traverse the universe. Furthermore, exploring the cosmos is fraught with peril. It is not as simple as you envision. To roam freely through the universe, according to your human civilization's classifications, one must attain at least a level 3 civilization, with level 4 providing the greatest assurances. The Alliance's civilization level is constrained above level 2 by super civilizations, and it cannot surpass level 3. Let me enlighten you further. In our local universe, should a planet develop life and establish its own civilization, ultimately all such civilizations will discover the structure and applications of atoms. Once the technology of atomic physics is mastered, the eventual invention of nuclear weapons is inevitable, akin to your human atomic bombs, with hydrogen bombs serving as an upgraded version that utilizes nuclear fusion for energy. However, for interstellar travel, nuclear fusion is not the optimal choice for spacecraft. Anti-gravity energy is far superior. The universe is abundant with stars formed from hydrogen and helium. And once technology reaches level 2 civilization, extracting nuclear energy from the cosmos becomes exceedingly convenient. Yet, the extraction of anti-gravity energy from positive and negative particles poses challenges. It is only upon advancing to a level 3 civilization that one can master anti-gravity technology suitable for interstellar navigation. Moreover, weapons derived from anti-gravity technology are significantly more formidable. To illustrate, an anti-gravity missile of equivalent mass possesses a destructive capacity 1,000 times greater than that of an atomic bomb. The magnitude of its power is left to your imagination. Anti-gravity technology, anti-gravity energy. An anti-gravity missile of the same mass is 1,000-fold more powerful than an atomic bomb. Upon hearing Burwero's explanation, I was once again astounded, pondering to myself. I have heard of anti-gravity technology, yet I had not paid it much heed. I never imagined its formidable power. Should we master this technology, a spacecraft could traverse the cosmos for many years. In the event of an accident or danger, a single anti-gravity missile could wreak havoc, ensuring cataclysmic destruction. If the potency of such weaponry were sufficient, it could even obliterate planets. The sheer terror of it is unfathomable. Suddenly, a grave concern crossed my mind, and I looked at Burwero with a serious expression. Burwero, from your analysis and explanations earlier, it is evident that our human leaders are reluctant to acknowledge the existence of prehistoric civilizations and extraterrestrial beings. Anyone who speaks out against this will face repercussions. Even the most distinguished experts or high-ranking officials are not exempt. As a mere individual, if I were to publish my writings, it would be inconsequential if overlooked. But should my words reach the ears of those in power, would I not be placing myself in grave danger? Fear not, my young brother Ji Wufan, Burwero reassured me. Since I have chosen you, the Alliance will ensure your safety. Should humanity disregard the messages from the Star Alliance, they will ultimately be left to their own destructive tendencies, leading to self-destruction. If they choose to suppress the truth, so be it. It is merely a consequence of their own actions. However, if you become a target, the Alliance will certainly intervene to protect you, effortlessly dealing with anyone who poses a threat, regardless of their status. Burwero seemed to have anticipated my concerns, offering comfort without a moment's hesitation. Oh, that is reassuring. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Yet, I wonder what measures the Alliance would employ. Surely, it cannot involve violence. Let us not resort to such extremes. Having received this guarantee, my worries dissipated. The esteemed reputation of the Alliance was beyond doubt. Yet I harbored no desire for them to resort to violent methods. We are a civilization of enlightened beings, not one that revels in malevolence or looks down upon weaker races. Please do not envision us as bloodthirsty or cruel. The Alliance would never resort to such tactics. Burwero appeared somewhat exasperated by my concerns, his expression amusing enough to nearly elicit a smile, though I restrained myself. Your deeply ingrained notions reflect a backward mentality. Advanced civilizations do not need to exert themselves in dealing with lesser races. A mere undetectable mental wave can effortlessly control a primitive species. For instance, If the Alliance wishes to assist you in dealing with someone, they could employ a chemical reaction within the universal energy field to alter that individual's thoughts. And how this alteration occurs is at the Alliance's discretion. The Alliance, along with other non-affiliated extraterrestrial races, frequently modifies human thoughts for experimental purposes, even in ancient times. Consider three figures you are familiar with: Wang Meng from your nation's antiquity, XTL, and Leonardo da Vinci. The Alliance's omnipresent energy field remains undetectable by current human technology. Goodness gracious, I could only express my astonishment with these two words, as Burwero's explanation left me in awe once more. Just then, a notification chimed from my WeChat. And upon checking my phone, I discovered a message from my work group. The other extraterrestrial beings around me exhibited peculiar expressions upon witnessing my mobile communication. After a while, we arrived at a resplendent building, where informed me it was a parlor designated for my reception. The interior of this parlor was nothing short of enchanting. As I stepped inside, I found I could discern any situation occurring outside. Even distant objects seemed to draw nearer, as if summoned by my thoughts. If I focused on a particular beauty from a certain race, specifically an Atlantean maiden, she would sense my gaze and either greet me or return my look with a smile, leaving me utterly captivated. I had no interest in the girls of other races. Suddenly, a realization washed over me. It was time for me to dine and rest. Checking my phone, I discovered it was already evening. For someone like me, who maintained a relatively regular schedule, this was indeed a sign to adhere to my routine. Before long, I would need to retire for the night. And I was astonished to realize that half a day had slipped away unnoticed. Chapter 11. The Virtual Technology of the Star Alliance. At this moment, I find myself devoid of any drowsiness, feeling an unprecedented level of vitality. Remarkably, I have not consumed lunch or dinner since my arrival, nor have I sipped a single drop of water. Yet, I experience neither hunger nor thirst. The air surrounding me remains refreshingly invigorating, leaving my body and mind in an exhilarating state of fullness. Recalling the nutrient solution provided by Bu Weilu at noon, I cannot help but marvel at the advantages of advanced technology. Should such a nutrient solution be devised by human scientists, it would save humanity considerable time, resources, and labor, allowing me to accumulate significant wealth. Although my spirits are high, I sense a slight fatigue weighing on my heart and mind, likely a result of today's profound experiences. I yearn for a moment of respite, to lay upon a bed and soothe my weary soul, yet I hesitate to voice this desire to Bu Weilu. Little brother Ji Wufan, you must be in need of rest to calm your restless heart. Today's encounters have indeed been taxing for you. I propose that, in accordance with the evening hours on the surface, you take some time to recuperate. You may spend the night here, and when you awaken naturally, your heart will call for me, and I shall respond. Noting my slightly troubled expression, Bu Weilu activated the nanotechnology within to analyze my emotions and thoughts. But I feel quite alert, I protested. Nevertheless, I graciously accepted Bu Weilu's suggestion, contemplating that a night's sleep would allow me to process today's events. I thought that engaging with my phone briefly could further facilitate my relaxation. Unfortunately, the desire to sleep was thwarted by the remarkably potent effects of the Alliance's nutrient solution. Fear not, little brother Ji Wufan. Should you wish for rest, simply voice your request to the living room, and the omnipotent energy field will conjure a customized, comfortable bed for you. Moreover, it will provide you with optimal physical care, alleviating your mental strain and enabling you to swiftly enter a state of slumber. Bu Weilu's response astonished me further. I felt I might soon reach my breaking point, as if I were on the verge of collapsing under the weight of it all. This hall is also an intelligent apparatus, seamlessly connected to the omnipotent energy field, capable of virtually transforming into various tangible entities to fulfill your desires. For instance, should you find yourself struggling to adapt to this environment after my departure, you can request the living room to morph into the entirety of your home, complete with all its rooms and furnishings, replicating the atmosphere and ambience exactly. You may also wish for other environments to be created. Feel free to express your desires as you please and play as you wish. Your happiness is our utmost priority. Do not hesitate, little brother. The resources of the Alliance are abundant and easily accessible. Even if you were to indulge here for an entire year, it would cost us nothing. I swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming need for solitude to avoid a potential fracture of my identity. Very well, I shall rest here for the night. Please convey my gratitude to the Alliance on my behalf. I will take this evening to organize my thoughts, and once I have regained my composure, I shall summon you. I have many inquiries yet to voice, but I am uncertain how to articulate them. I will reflect tonight, and once I am prepared, I shall seek your guidance. As a decisive individual, I declared my intentions without further hesitation to Bu Weilu. With utmost courtesy, I bid farewell to my young brother Ji Wufan. You are quite safe here. I shall inform the Alliance to safeguard your privacy. Feel free to indulge in your experiences tonight. The outside races shall not perceive you, and the space will transform in accordance with your desires. After Bu Weiluo thoroughly briefed me, I yearned to recline upon a sumptuous bed and unwind. Once Bu Weiluo departed, I surveyed the simple living room and pondered aloud, contemplating to test the effects. Oh my! Being alone at that moment, and reassured by the Alliance's protection of my privacy, I decided to fully embrace relaxation, lest I offend their goodwill. After articulating my wishes, an energy manifested before me, silently morphing into the grand bed of my dreams. Akin to a celestial conjuration, the bed was adorned with a mattress, blankets, and pillows, appearing exceedingly comfortable. The scene before me resembled a vivid 5D hologram, prompting my ecstatic exclamations. It is truly delightful. Removing my shoes, I reclined upon the grand bed. How can I describe it? It surpassed my expectations, seemingly designed to align with my innermost thoughts. I speculated that perhaps the tiny chip within me comprehended my desires and conveyed them to the Alliance's omnipotent energy field for design. Wishing to see my home, including my garden, I was astonished by the Alliance's remarkable technology. In a moment of childlike wonder, I exclaimed, while suddenly, a whirlwind of colors and shapes enveloped me, and I felt as though today's experiences were but a dream. Now, in the evening, I found myself at home, lying on my familiar bed. The comforting sense of home surrounded me, and even the chirping of crickets echoed outside. Curiosity piqued, I stood and stepped outside, instantly greeted by the familiar earthy aroma and the subtle decay of the village. The stars twinkled in the sky, just as they always had, with the village night adorned by countless stars. I strolled about the yard, discovering everything to be identical. Venturing into the kitchen to seek differences, I moved to my parents' room, finding it furnished as it should be, albeit empty of their presence. Undeterred, I entered my own room, rummaging through the wardrobe and drawers. To my astonishment, I felt the urge to curse. This virtual home bore no flaws or discrepancies, not even revealing the secrets I had hidden. It seemed the Alliance's omnipotent energy field had thoroughly scanned my home, rendering a flawless replica. Well then, if this energy field is so extraordinary, I thought, why not, as my mind cleared, a playful notion emerged, transform into my fire brigade dormitory, along with my teammates. In less than 3 seconds, I found myself in the familiar dormitory, complete with bunk beds, personal belongings, and all necessary amenities. Given that it was nighttime on the surface, my teammates had already settled down for rest. Upon my sudden appearance, one of them, astonished, inquired, "Wufan, what brings you here? I thought you were on a 2-month leave due to your injury. Hasn't the time yet elapsed? Or do you miss us?" Ha ha. After my teammate finished speaking, the others in the dormitory burst into laughter, teasing me. In that moment, I felt a sudden jolt in my heart. If it weren't for my steadfast resolve, I might have truly believed I had returned to the team. This replication design is a bit bizarre, isn't it? I murmured to myself. Indeed. It had been over a month since I last saw everyone, and I missed you all dearly. Tonight, I came to visit, and as I spoke, I approached my bunkmate, Daj Wang, and began to poke and prod him. Hey, what are you doing? It's been over a month, and you can't be this touchy. If you keep it up, I'll kick you out, Daj Wang retorted, clearly displeased with my antics. His personality and temperament were strikingly genuine, and the other teammates looked on in bewilderment. The atmosphere felt uncannily real. I chuckled softly, laid down on my bed, and opened my phone to find Daj Wang's WeChat account, typing a message. "Are you asleep?" "Before long." Daj Wang replied, "Just finished washing up, getting ready for bed. How's your injury?" "The guys are thinking of finding time to visit you." In that moment, I realized that the Daj Wang beside me, who was preparing to sleep without a phone in hand, was indeed the real Daj Wang. "No need to trouble the guys, Daj Wang. Just tell them I'm recovering well. It's quite a trek for you all, so please don't come. It would be too much hassle. I appreciate the thought. And if you miss me, just treat me to a meal when I return." I sent the message to Daj Wang. Ding dong. "All right, I'm tired after a day of training. I'm going to sleep now. You should too. The guys are waiting for you." Daj Wang messaged me again. "Okay, good night," I replied. At that moment, I longed to video call Daj Wang. If he could see the situation beside me and the other version of himself, I wondered what expression the real Daj Wang would wear. Surely it would be an amusing reaction. However, after some contemplation, I decided against it. The revelation might be too shocking, and I wouldn't want to be responsible for causing him distress. Over a month ago, I had encountered a nurse in the hospital who was both beautiful and gentle, with a remarkably pleasant demeanor. I yearned to converse with her. Suddenly, I recalled the girl I had been thinking about, and the surroundings shifted. It felt as if I had returned to that moment over a month prior, lying in my hospital bed, with the enchanting nurse standing beside me. Firefighter. Do you still feel unwell? Shall I call the attending physician? Her familiar, soothing voice eased my emotional turmoil significantly. No, my injury is healed. Would you mind sitting down to chat with me? I requested, gazing at the gentle nurse. Under ordinary circumstances, I wouldn't possess the audacity to flirt. But in this moment, I knew it was all a figment of imagination, allowing my innermost thoughts to surface. Of course, firefighter. I truly admire your bravery and strength in protecting the safety of the people. Having you here gives me a great sense of security. And I happen to have some time to chat with you now. Indeed, the nurse was quite receptive to my sentiments, and we engaged in a delightful conversation, each exchange flowing effortlessly. 2 hours had elapsed. The hospital and the nurses faded from my mind, allowing me to restore my surroundings to their original state. I reclined on the plush bed, engaging with my mobile device to respond to those who reached out to me throughout the day. I also informed them that I had matters to attend to and requested that they refrain from video calls for the next few days. After a time spent on my phone, I set it aside and began to quietly reflect on the events of the day, gradually digesting my experiences and checking my phone for any information I had not comprehended earlier. In an effort to conserve mobile data, I inquired whether Little Ming could connect me to a Wi-Fi network, to which she readily agreed. In less than 2 seconds, my phone displayed a full signal for the wireless network without requiring a password. Such was the swiftness of the connection. Initially, I anticipated a restless night ahead. However, as I pondered the day's occurrences, I unknowingly drifted into slumber. Perhaps the day's experiences had profoundly impacted my spirit, and only in sleep could I find true relaxation. Chapter 12. The Origin of the Universe. Upon awakening, I surveyed my surroundings and realized that yesterday's experiences were far from a mere dream. A quiet smile graced my lips as I noted that my body and clothing were impeccably clean, devoid of any odor, as though I resided in a sterile environment. With no hint of hunger. Simultaneously, I discovered a significant lightness in both body and spirit and began to embrace this experience, even cultivating a sense of curiosity and fondness for this place. After gathering my emotions, I internally signaled to Xiao Ming to summon Buwelu. In less than 5 seconds, Buwelu appeared, remarkably swift. If the Alliance's technology were to be imparted to humanity, it could greatly conserve both time and resources. Ji Wufan, my young brother. You are awake. Your demeanor appears much more stable. It seems you have adapted well to your rest. As long as you are satisfied with our hospitality. That is what matters, Buwelu remarked, noting the improvement in my spirit and mood since yesterday. Thank you for your concern. I will better acclimate to this environment. Regarding this as one of the most fascinating, joyous, and meaningful experiences of my life, I replied, acknowledging his earlier inquiry, our relationship having deepened considerably since yesterday. Please. Ji Wufan, take a seat. Feel free to ask me anything you wish to know or experience. I wonder if you had any thoughts last night? Buwelu invited. Sensing my relaxed demeanor, I nodded and took a seat, with him following suit. I spoke, could I please have a glass of clear water? Although I am not hungry or thirsty after consuming the nutrient solution you provided, I find myself yearning for the simple act of drinking. It has become a habit. And I wish to quench my thirst to remind myself of my humanity. Haha. Buwelu was amused by my request, and after laughing, he responded, of course. That is no problem at all, Ji Wufan. Such simple requests can be conveyed through Xiao Ming. There is no need for my prior consent next time. As he finished speaking, a glass materialized before me, filled with clear water. Thank you, I said, lifting the glass and drinking heartily. The water was sweet and refreshing. A delightful sensation, for I had not yet adjusted to the alien lifestyle of abstaining from rice and water for extended periods. Buwelu. I have modest expectations regarding material needs. As long as I am nourished and satiated, I am content. Unlike the younger individuals around me who pursue high standards, I believe such aspirations can be burdensome. If my perspective were to be overheard by some lofty individuals, they might deem me lacking ambition or contribution to national development. Yet, I remain true to myself, adhering to the principle of causing no harm to others. Moreover, I consider myself a person of modest utility. Safeguarding the well-being of the populace is my pride and honor. Buwelu expressed his appreciation for my sentiments, and I continued, last night, I contemplated many things and researched extraterrestrial civilizations on my phone, imagining various scenarios related to this topic. I shall refrain from making any specific requests now. Let us simply enjoy a quiet conversation, where I will pose questions to satisfy my curiosity. Additionally, we humans hold a profound interest in our origins. The mysteries of the universe, ancient anecdotes, bizarre occurrences throughout history, and your advanced technologies, among other matters. Kindly share with me some insights that not only satisfy my curiosity, but can also be disseminated to delight the readers of my work. These revelations may assist humanity in unraveling many enigmas that have persisted throughout history, fostering trust among our compatriots. I seek nothing more. I respect your choices, dear Ji Wufan. For you embody true perfection, a spirit few can surpass. Bu Weilu's commendation once again instilled in me a sense of fulfillment, for my external identity is rather mundane. Often looked down upon by some, despite my noble profession yielding little financial reward. Yet, I remain indifferent to such trivialities. Casting aside these negative sentiments, I inquired of Bu Weilu. Firstly, I am quite curious. How did the universe come into being? Although humanity has made significant technological strides, there is still no consensus regarding the origin of the universe, with numerous proponents of the Big Bang Theory. However, there are dissenting voices, and some suggest it formed naturally. I have perused various explanations and found merit in all of them. Having encountered you, I assume that your alliance, having reached a level 2 civilization, has unified theories on cosmic formation. Could you elaborate on this topic, as it is of great concern to us humans? Certainly, he replied. There are many questions that humanity cannot yet elucidate, and I shall share some insights even without your prompting, for understanding oneself can swiftly elevate thought and technology. If you can achieve these two objectives, you will be worthy of meeting us, for as fellow inhabitants of Earth, your journey thus far has been arduous. You stand on the cusp of transcending primitive civilization, having moved beyond the confines of a small cultural identity. It would be a pity to fade away into obscurity. For the extraterrestrial civilizations on Earth are indifferent to your fate. Nonetheless, our civilizations, the Zia, the Ariani, the Zayas-Hidova, and Atlantis, hope that humanity will endure. And we look forward to your joining the Star Alliance. As if anticipating my inquiries, Bu Weilu nodded in agreement and began to elucidate. The universe is not a matter of how it formed or from where it originated, for it has existed since time immemorial. The Alliance's technology cannot trace back to its inception, as the distant past remains beyond exploration. The super-civilization at the center of the galaxy, the Star Alliance Federation, may possess answers, yet they will not impart them to us. However, after years of research within the Alliance and discussions among various extraterrestrial civilizations, a consensus has emerged. The universe was born from primordial chaos. This primordial chaos evolved from the most fundamental particles, which then expanded to form countless vast universes. The fusion of various elements has given rise to these universes, and through practice, the Star Alliance has confirmed the existence of other universes by penetrating our local cosmos. It has been verified that some universes formed naturally, while others arose from the extreme aggregation of fundamental particles, compressed to the highest temperatures, followed by combustion or explosion, ultimately leading to the creation of new universes once the temperature cooled. After numerous studies conducted by the Alliance, it has been conclusively determined that our local universe is a result of various elements merging and compressing to an extreme point, subsequently exploding from a singularity of density, and expanding to form the space of our current local universe after cooling down. Presently, our local universe is in a phase of growth, estimated to be akin to an adolescent in the cosmic timeline, still in an expansive growth period, with the distant prospect of aging and eventual demise far off. The universe is subdivided into multiple local universes, which is utterly astonishing. Even our local universe is a vast and chaotic expanse. One can only imagine the multitude of worlds and spaces within the universe. If combined, they would be beyond description. After listening to Braviro's explanation, I was genuinely taken aback for a moment. I had previously believed in the existence of only one universe, only to discover the presence of countless others, prompting a profound sense of wonder. The advanced technology of the Alliance exceeded my expectations. I was astonished to learn that they could penetrate our local universe to explore other cosmic spaces. According to my scholarly knowledge, humanity's current technology can detect the universe's diameter up to 93 billion light-years, beyond which exploration is impossible. May I inquire how the Alliance achieves this? To my surprise, Braviro readily agreed to elucidate. The Alliance employs the technology of electromagnetic gravitational waves within the universal field, a principle that is fundamentally straightforward. It integrates radio science, radio astronomy, electromagnetism, gravitational theory, and spatial frequency analysis into a unified whole, thereby inventing a method to emit powerful electromagnetic radiative gravitational waves that traverse space along gravitational lines. The principle is that, as gravitational waves fluctuate through space, they can penetrate vast distances. Once humanity masters this technology of the universal field, many challenges will become readily solvable. Oh, from our understanding thus far, your continuous references to the universal field as a miraculous entity have piqued my curiosity. Could you elucidate its principles? Upon hearing the explanation of electromagnetic gravitational waves, I found myself intrigued by the Alliance's foremost technology, the universal field, and, nodding unconsciously, I posed my question. However, as soon as the words left my lips, I felt my inquiry might have been somewhat abrupt. I would understand if the other party chose not to elaborate. Yet, unexpectedly, Bravuro graciously nodded in agreement and began to explain. As I mentioned before, the energy of the Alliance's universal field primarily derives from the Earth's magnetic force and nuclear energy. The technological principles involve the fusion and advancement of magnetism, electromagnetism, gravity, physics, mathematics, charge, and relativity. To simplify, it requires humanity to first grasp all principles of electromagnetism and understand the full range of its effects, then to merge the forces of magnetism and gravity. Gravity itself is divided into attractive and repulsive fields, and to combine these forces necessitates a profound comprehension and mastery of mathematics and physics. Mathematics and physics can be likened to the analytical data of the universal field, while charge serves as the energy receptacle for the universal field. However, further in-depth research and enhancement of the charge receptacle are also essential. The final two requirements demand a profound analysis of space and relativity, necessitating a comprehensive understanding of both spatial dimensions and the energy of light. Ultimately, by synthesizing these concepts, one can transcend into the realm of the universal energy field. This energy field embodies the essence of energy itself, with universal signifying the ability to manifest desires, suggesting a capacity to exert control over this omnipotent energy to accomplish any endeavor. Such a universal energy field can branch into countless types, including medical treatments, physical marvels, cognitive transformations, chemical mutations, data analysis, and more. Essentially, anything conceivable can be harnessed by first analyzing and calculating within this universal energy field, subsequently crystallizing it into reality. In simpler terms, the universal energy field represents an advanced iteration of the magnetic field's forces of attraction and repulsion. Alas, I find myself utterly bewildered. Letting out a deep sigh, the scientific knowledge I diligently absorbed last night, which I had hoped to apply today, seems to have eluded me. While I grasped some aspects of the cosmic formation theory, the technological principles of the universal energy field remain incomprehensible. This encounter leaves me with a renewed sense of frustration. Nonetheless, I remain undeterred, hoping that whatever I can retain may prove beneficial to scientists. Chapter 13. Multidimensional Parallel Universes. I expressed my gratitude to Dubwalo for his explanation. Taking a moment to gather my thoughts, I decided against probing further into matters of technology, recognizing that it would be both abrupt and futile. As even if you were to enlighten me, I would likely struggle to comprehend. I feared that delving too deeply into such complexities might confound my mind or lead to misunderstandings. Instead, I redirected my inquiry to the topic at hand. Humanity currently harbors a profound fascination with parallel spaces, parallel universes, one-dimensional, two-dimensional, three-dimensional, and multidimensional realms, as evidenced by the myriad short videos circulating daily on our mobile devices. Some scientists speculate that we inhabit a three-dimensional space and propose, through their research, the existence of higher dimensions, fourth, fifth, sixth, and beyond, though such assertions remain unverified. Has your alliance conducted research in this domain? Have you confirmed its existence? I inquired, intrigued by the subject. I had often imagined the possibility of traversing into higher dimensional spaces or parallel universes to witness them firsthand. Could you enlighten me? Certainly, he replied. Your question pertains to the realm of spatial theory. Although our alliance may not possess exhaustive knowledge akin to that of the Superstar Coalition, our years of research within the Celestial Alliance have yielded considerable insights, which I shall now share with you. Upon hearing Dubwalo's willingness to elaborate, I listened intently as he continued. First, it is essential to understand that space is layered, multidimensional, and complex, with numerous classifications that lack a unified nomenclature. As each spatial dimension varies in quality, frequency, and density, space encompasses the cosmos, along with the past, present, and future, indicating that the universe's spatial nature is inherently diverse. To simplify, the entirety of existence is composed of interconnected multiverses. In the countless multiverses, the extraordinary can manifest. Anything you can conceive is possible. Allow me to broaden your perspective with a few examples of multiverses: the void universe, the dual universe, and the elemental universe, where you might even encounter another version of yourself. As for your earlier queries concerning parallel spaces and dimensional spaces, these fall within the classification of multiverses, suggesting their potential existence. However, even if parallel universes and multidimensional spaces exist, they do not align with the understanding that humanity possesses. The interpretations you encounter in short videos are purely speculative fiction. In mathematics and physics, parallelism and dimensionality serve merely as reference equations, fundamentally calculative in nature. Our alliance has indeed confirmed the existence of various multiverses, each differing in spatial quality, frequency, elemental composition, and dimensional attributes. Nonetheless, with our current technological capabilities, we cannot access these multiverses. Even if we were to locate an entry point, communication with the civilizations residing within those realms remains unattainable, as does interaction with extraterrestrial civilizations not affiliated with our alliance. Perhaps only advanced intelligences of level 5 or above could achieve such feats. The multiverse encompasses all forms of space and universes, while parallel data and dimensionality represent calculative constructs. They may exist within the multiverse, yet remain undiscovered by humanity. Aside from the confirmation of other multiverses. I shall ponder no more. This topic is indeed mentally taxing. After listening to Dabuelo's explanation, I found myself in a haze of partial understanding. I had intended to ask further questions, but soon recognized the limitations of my own knowledge and promptly abandoned the inquiry. Even with a clear inquiry, experience remains unattainable. The current technology of the Star Alliance cannot penetrate the multiverse, rendering further questions futile. Contemplating this, I inquired again, will universes converge? If they do, what consequences might ensue? Would it result in a cataclysmic explosion leading to total annihilation? Or would it give rise to a new universe? Presently, your scientists favor employing dimensional equations to explore various applications in mathematics, physics, and space. According to the reference equations of dimensions, universes of differing dimensions cannot merge due to their disparate masses, unequal dimensions, and incompatible spatial characteristics, making convergence exceedingly challenging. For instance, a flower crafted from wood and another sculpted from clay cannot amalgamate, as their intrinsic atomic elements and arrangements differ, to merge universes of distinct dimensions. The technology of a super-civilization is imperative, yet the consequences of such an endeavor remain beyond the calculations of the Star Alliance's current capabilities, and even intermediate and advanced civilizations within the Milky Way would find it arduous. Observing my perplexity, Braviro endeavored to elucidate the matter as simply as possible. Only adjacent local universes can converge. However, some may repel each other, as seen with water and electric universes, which cannot merge. Conversely, certain universes may converge to form new ones. For example, a universe characterized by Earth attributes may merge with one defined by wood attributes, producing a new entity. Nevertheless, the probability of such occurrences is minimal, as the expanse of universes sharing the same dimension is vast beyond imagination. Even when local universes exhibit growth or movement, the likelihood of their intersection remains exceedingly slim. Rising to pace and restore my composure, I resumed my seat opposite Braviro and posed another query. What ultimately befalls the countless multiverses of this grand cosmos? Is it destruction, ascension, or perhaps some other fate? The ultimate outcome for all multiverses is annihilation, irrespective of whether they are classified as low-level, high-level, singular, dual, or triadic. They all emerge from non-existence into being, indicating a period of gestation, growth, senescence, and demise. Within each multiverse, gravitational forces lead to the initial secretion of primordial particles, which gradually evolve into fundamental particles, elements, and materials, ultimately forming their own cosmic space through gravitational influence. Each multiverse can be likened to a life cycle, encompassing the phases of secretion, formation, infancy, growth, maturity, aging, and destruction, perpetually recurring. As for your inquiry regarding whether a universe can ascend to a state of greater quality than before, the Alliance's calculations suggest a possibility. An aging universe encountering a particular rare substance may regenerate, though the probability is so negligible that it is nearly disregarded. Even if successful, it will inevitably face its own end. Inherently born universes cannot possess any material that is impervious to decay. Perhaps advanced civilizations may exert control. Yet the primitive civilizations concealed upon Earth lack such capability. Bueluo's explanations have become increasingly colloquial, designed to facilitate my understanding of his meanings. It appears that the universe, much like living beings, undergoes the cycles of birth, aging, illness, and death, albeit over vastly different spans of time. What a revelation. The universe, too, faces destruction. Nowadays, many individuals resort to any means necessary in their quest for longevity. Is this truly meaningful? It is better to embrace the natural flow of life, for without advanced technology, eternal life remains an impossibility. A lifetime, whether filled with enjoyment or experience, is worthwhile as long as one remains true to oneself and to one's family. This contemplation has stirred a multitude of emotions within me. Is there a hierarchy among different universes? How many levels exist within the grand multiverse? After a while, I pondered this question and posed it to Bueluo. Indeed, the multiverse possesses stratifications. In terms familiar to humanity, all matter can be categorized into various ranks. And this includes the multiverse as well. However, the precise number of quality levels within the universe remains unclear, even to other extraterrestrial civilizations on Earth. Only the legendary godlike civilizations possess such knowledge. Given the infinite expanse of space, the levels of the universe can be endlessly elevated, and as technological civilizations advance, their explorations extend ever further. In your eyes, we may seem formidable, yet in the eyes of godlike civilizations, we are insignificant. They possess knowledge but choose not to share it with us. I see. I could not help but nod in agreement, especially resonating with Bueluo's concluding remarks, which highlighted that the hidden extraterrestrial civilizations on Earth are far more advanced than human civilization. Yet, they do not even reveal themselves, let alone share their technology. After my reflection, I inquired of Bueluo, could you elaborate on the cosmic hierarchy currently known to the Alliance? Certainly, he replied. And I shall also elucidate the specific process of the universe's birth, formation, and destruction. Firstly, it is essential to note that different civilizations and races refer to the levels or qualities of the universe using various terminologies. Even the Star Alliance employs different nomenclature. We can only assert that our research focuses on similar general directions. Humanity refers to these as dimensions, categorizing them as one-dimensional space, two-dimensional space, three-dimensional space, and so forth. Some extraterrestrial civilizations call them the monoverse, biverse, and so on. We refer to them as the first universe, second universe, and so forth. At present, humanity has only managed to theorize and simulate equations up to the 11th dimension of space. Regardless of the terminology employed, the essence remains the same. Bueluo continued as he observed my nodding comprehension. Allow me to simplify this further, otherwise you may not grasp it. According to our terminology, our local universe is a triverse. Black holes are formidable gravitational entities capable of consuming and growing by engulfing all surrounding matter. Within a black hole lies a distorted five-dimensional spatial reality. The matter that black holes devour, whether tangible or intangible, disintegrates into primordial fundamental particles. This knowledge requires humanity to progress to a level 2 civilization to refine and study these fundamental particles. Subsequently, these primordial fundamental particles emerge from the interstitial gaps of the second-dimensional space and arrive in the triverse, where, over eons, they coalesce into various fundamental particles. After countless years of fusion, collision, obliteration, and mutation, all fundamental particles eventually transform into basic elements, giving rise to all matter within the triverse. It is akin to the triple universe representing the body, with the black hole serving as the mouth, and its interior as the stomach, wherein digestion occurs before the essence is regurgitated. This mirrors the philosophical tenets of your nation's Taoist civilization, which espouses the concepts of mutual generation and mutual restraint, harmoniously intertwined. Is not the cosmic operational system rather profound? I had presumed it to be shrouded in mystery. This revelation is quite unexpected. Moreover, the Taoist philosophy of our nation is remarkably powerful, having elucidated the mysteries of the universe long ago. However, it seems that your Star Alliance has obscured and misled us. hindering humanity's technological advancement. Is this not unjust? I begin with this reflection before presenting my inquiry. Although I recognize that this question may lack politeness upon contemplation, it appears that humanity has committed no wrongdoing. Why then must there be a blockade against us, accompanied by misinformation? For the sake of all humankind on our planet, I pose this question with utmost courtesy and tact. Chapter 14. Advanced Civilizations of the Multiverse Unfair? No, not at all. Had the Star Harvest Alliance not sealed off the solar system, humanity would have long succumbed to the servitude of alien civilizations, much like the various species you nurture, destined to be observed, captured, sold, or subjected to live experimentation. Have you ever contemplated the unfairness of humanity's treatment of other species on Earth? This question seems to have eluded your consideration. The explanation provided by Buelu opened my eyes to many truths. Yet I found myself at a loss for words as I listened to him continue. The Alliance has, from time immemorial, safeguarded your existence, preventing alien civilizations from influencing human development. Otherwise, war would ensue. Throughout history, the Alliance has engaged in numerous conflicts with various non-member extraterrestrial races on behalf of humanity. Buela's discourse left me speechless. Is life likely to emerge in the vast cosmos? For instance, the monstrous beings depicted in our science fiction films. To lighten the mood, I posed an intriguing question to Buelu. There exists a minuscule probability that peculiar forms of life may arise in the universe, and over eons they might develop intelligence, albeit the chances are lamentably slim. The universe is a vacuum, fraught with cold, radiation, meteor impacts, gamma storms, cosmic rays, and spatial rifts, among other perils, rendering the formation of life exceedingly challenging. Yet, the vast cosmos is replete with wonders. Under fortunate circumstances, some life forms may arise and, through sheer luck, evolve into formidable beings. When such entities descend upon life-bearing planets, they can effortlessly obliterate primitive civilizations, often rendering them powerless against these gifted cosmic monsters. However, you needn't fret about this latent danger. Should life emerge in the universe and be discovered by a primitive civilization, various technologies and methods would be employed to capture and study it, ensuring it poses no threat to weaker societies. Buela's explanation left me both amused and bewildered. I had not anticipated that possessing a unique origin could be considered a flaw. Furthermore, the existence of powerful civilizations sometimes serves as a protective shield. As I sat there, a sudden urge to relieve myself struck me. Just as I prepared to inquire if there were restrooms nearby, I felt an invisible energy whisk away the need from my body, leaving me instantly at ease. It dawned on me that Buelu had mentioned the universal energy field responsible for the bodily mechanisms of Alliance races, constantly monitoring all species and promptly addressing any arising situations. Now, within the headquarters of the Star Harvest Alliance, I realized that the universal energy field was equally accountable for my well-being. A thought that brought a bemused smile to my face. With my body and mind relaxed, my curiosity about the mysteries of multidimensional spaces and parallel universes reignited. I summarized my thoughts and posed a question to Buelu. Earlier, you mentioned that the technology of the Star Harvest Alliance has already discovered and proven the existence of the multiverse and has even sensed its entrances. Could it be that countless multiverses harbor parallel universes and multidimensional spaces, while the Alliance's technology may be unable to access them? Surely there must be some information available for detection. Can you divulge a fragment of this knowledge? My interest in the realms of the multiverse has been piqued. What is the situation like in these realms? Humanity is indeed captivated by this topic. The vastness of the universe is far more extraordinary than humanity can conceive. Although the Alliance's technology has enabled us to glimpse various frequencies and portals of the multiverse through instruments, we remain unable to perceive the worlds within. However, certain individuals possess heightened spiritual sensitivity, allowing them to witness fluctuations in the frequencies of the multiverse with their eyes, or even perceive them through mental shifts. Yet, the human psyche cannot withstand the frequencies of the multiverse. Contact with them can drive one to madness, and even if articulated, such experiences would be dismissed by the average person. Braviro once again revealed astonishing information, prompting me to recall the perspectives shared by former madmen, the mentally ill, or exceptionally gifted individuals online. He continued, asserting that only advanced civilizations could utilize technology to venture into the multiverse for exploration and adventure. Nevertheless, with the Alliance's current technology, We have managed to glimpse the rifts of the multiverse using primordial particles, molecules that originated at the dawn of the universe, combined with a universal energy field. This has allowed us to sense the minute frequencies of each multiverse through these cracks, revealing that their rays and spatial fluctuations differ significantly from our localized universe. Though the specifics remain unclear, the Alliance has tentatively identified that some multiverse energy fluctuations are peaceful and pose no danger, while others are chaotic and extremely perilous, with some laws of the multiverse beyond our comprehension. Currently, the Alliance is developing an instrument capable of amplifying the multiverse entrances, thereby stabilizing intelligent dimensional machines that can traverse these realms. Should the intelligent dimensional machines be successfully created, not only would we embark on exploratory adventures across the multiverse, but the Alliance's technology would experience a qualitative leap, elevating our technological civilization and securing our place within the grand familial hierarchy of the galaxy. Only then would the members of the Alliance be eligible to request high-ranking positions from the super-civilization at the center of the galaxy. If successful, our status and influence would significantly increase, potentially allowing us to be assigned to planets of intermediate or even advanced civilizations, where we could develop, acquire more profound knowledge and technology, and access superior resources for research, ultimately escaping this desolate solar system. However, without absolute certainty, the Alliance dares not take risks. Recklessly traversing could be perilous. Should we lose our coordinates while entering the multiverse, we might never return. When I inquired about the existence of other extraterrestrial civilizations within the galaxy, Brevero confirmed that indeed, there are many. Humanity's technological explorations have identified over 100 billion confirmed stars and over 400 billion planets within the galaxy. In truth, the diameter of the galaxy is even broader than your current observations suggest, with an even greater number of stars and planets and countless satellites. One must ponder, with such immense numbers, could the galaxy be home to only a few dozen civilizations? No, the quantity is immense, with countless planets and satellites harboring simple forms of life. Over the vast span of 150 billion years of the Milky Way, advanced civilizations have emerged generation after generation, all of which have departed to explore the expansive universe and multiverse, never to return. Only some of the most ancient advanced civilizations remain, having united to form the Star Alliance, where they learn from one another to elevate themselves into a super-civilization that governs the Milky Way, establishing laws to protect the galaxy and all forms of life and civilization, thereby stabilizing the natural order of the Milky Way. The governance methods of the Star Alliance bear a striking resemblance to those of humanity, implementing a hierarchical management system from the grand to the minute. For instance, a singular super-civilization oversees all advanced civilizations. Each advanced civilization is responsible for the intermediate civilizations, which in turn monitor the primary civilizations, while the primary civilizations nurture the natural development of lower-level civilizations. The laws protecting the Milky Way established by the Star Alliance are straightforward. Civilizations must not exploit the weaker, nor interfere with the development of less advanced civilizations. Failure to adhere to these principles could lead to chaos among the advanced civilizations of the galaxy. The Star Alliance safeguards the human solar system, where Venus and Mars once thrived with life and civilization, now reduced to mere memories of war, leaving only Earth. Our ancestors, from the distant past, evolved together into an advanced civilization and participated in the founding of the Star Alliance, headquartered at the center of the Milky Way. The Alliance members on Earth, including our 4 groups of indigenous peoples, are the descendants, serving as the most basic members of the Star Alliance, tasked with ensuring the natural development of human civilization on Earth, with advancement in rank contingent upon exemplary conduct. The introduction to the super-civilizations of the Milky Way by Buelro expanded my horizons, and as I regained my composure, he continued his discourse. Although this is a remote and impoverished region, surrounded by primary civilizations, the Alliance does not remain insular. It maintains constant communication with many civilizations, including intermediate and advanced ones. From the archives of advanced civilizations, we learn that they often dispatch pioneers to explore the multiverse, occasionally discovering what humanity speculates to be parallel universes or multidimensional spaces. The mysteries of the multiverse surpass human imagination. Some advanced civilizations have even engaged in conflicts with civilizations within the multiverse, though such occurrences have not impacted the Milky Way. How bustling the Milky Way seems. Has our universe ever been explored by the advanced civilizations of the multiverse? Have they ever visited our Earth? Furthermore, does another version of myself exist in parallel timelines, Perhaps a multitude of me, each with divergent life trajectories? I have encountered such assertions in the short videos I watch. Have you received any information regarding this from the advanced civilizations of the Milky Way? The revelation that countless planets within the Milky Way harbor life, alongside numerous intelligent civilizations, initially took me aback, prompting me to inquire further about these intriguing questions. Regardless of parallel timelines or the multiverse, there is no other version of you. Each alternate space constitutes a wholly new world, with distinct sizes, scents, lives, and objects akin to the differences between one room and another. The parallel existence of another self in alternate dimensions is merely a figment of human imagination, fundamentally non-existent. Even if such a reality were to exist, it remains undiscoverable. Perhaps only advanced or divine civilizations are privy to such knowledge, yet even they may not possess the means to comprehend it. Bruitro cast a uniquely intriguing glance at me before continuing his explanation. You are curious whether our universe has been graced by visitors from the multiverse, and indeed, that is the case. When intelligent civilizations within the multiverse reach a certain level of technological advancement, they inevitably uncover the secrets of the multiverse and embark on adventures of exploration. Curiosity is a hallmark of all intelligent beings. They traverse the various timelines of our universe. Furthermore, there have been visitors from the multiverse to our Earth, such as those from your nation's Taoist and Buddhist civilizations. However, your current technological capabilities are insufficient to detect such phenomena. Only when a civilization attains a rudimentary understanding of dimensional secrets can it begin to perceive these enigmatic connections. Chapter 15. The Origins of Buddhist Civilization. The multifaceted civilization of Buddhism and Taoism, which has long been passed down in our country, possesses an origin so extraordinary that I never could have imagined it. Taoism is our indigenous national religion. From any cultural perspective, it appears to have arisen from within. Historical records indicate that Buddhism was transmitted from ancient India, not originating from our nation. Brother Bueluo, surely you must be mistaken? Bueluo's final introduction nearly left me astounded. If someone else had told me, I would have been incredulous, yet he seems to have no reason to deceive me. After regaining my composure, I found my perceptions of the former transformed. This revelation left me utterly astonished. In my mind, Taoism is a national faith that has organically developed within our homeland. While Buddhism was introduced from the regions of Tianzhu during the Han Dynasty, also hailing from ancient India, there are claims that Buddhism and Taoism share a familial bond, or that they have common origins, yet I never anticipated a connection to a multiverse. Even as a reader, I had never contemplated such a notion. Bueluo has compelled a profound shift in my long-held beliefs. I have no reason to mislead you. All that I have stated is indeed true and not erroneous. The Taoist civilization of the multiverse is a form of advanced civilization that diverges from our own developmental trajectory. They arrived in our universe solely to explore new realms and worlds, devoid of motives for plunder, domination, control, or proselytization. They cherish a spirit of tranquility, non-action, and harmony with nature, willing to exchange insights and technology with various civilizations across the galaxy, exploring and then departing without any targeting. 5,000 years ago, the Taoist civilization ventured from the Milky Way to the fringes of the Orion Nebula, occasionally drawn to Earth, specifically to your ancient Huaxia. They conducted observations for a time before departing, leaving behind fragments of their civilization and insights for your Huaxia ancestors. Through prolonged integration, this gradually formed what you perceive as an indigenous cultural legacy, ultimately establishing your national religion. Bueluo's explanation once again muddled my understanding of the distinctions between Southeast and Northwest. Is the Taoist civilization one of transcendental cultivation or immortalism? Did they arrive as a host of deities? What did they leave behind? And can you elaborate on the origins of Buddhism? After a considerable time, I regained my senses and curiously inquired of Bueluo once more. Cultivation of immortality, transcendence, deities? None of these pertain to the Taoist civilization. Such concepts are unique cultural developments of your ancient Huaxia people, entirely unrelated to Taoist civilization. This is also the reason the Alliance refrains from engaging professional writers. Otherwise, their accounts might well become artistic masterpieces. The complexities of Taoist civilization may elude your understanding, yet I shall simplify it for you. First, you must grasp that all life forms on Earth are carbon-based. Every organism is constituted of carbon elements as organic matter, including humans, whose existence relies on carbon and water. The sustenance that sustains life consists of carbohydrates. The Taoist civilization, originating from the distant multiverse, comprises sulfur-based life forms, extraordinary beings capable of withstanding high temperatures. You may envision sulfur as akin to sulfur dioxide or carbon dioxide gases. Life birthed in a sulfuric environment possesses a resilience and tenacity far surpassing our carbon-based beings. Their civilization diverges significantly from ours, characterized by a quest for exploration and the study of new phenomena. Buelo's detailed exposition left me somewhat dazed, yet as I regained my faculties, he continued to elaborate. When Taoist civilization departed from the Milky Way, it discovered Earth at the edge of the galaxy. Intrigued by the ancient inhabitants and captivated by the flora and fauna, they descended upon the planet to thoroughly study the entirety of human existence, as well as the myriad plants and trees. Upon their departure, they observed that your ancient ancestors, lacking enlightenment, endured a perilous existence characterized by primitive survival, with a high mortality and disease rate. However, bound by the laws of the Star Alliance, they could not interfere with human development. Reflecting on their findings, they encapsulated their research into a medical doctrine, imparting it to your ancestors. They taught the ancient Huaxia people that various herbal remedies could effectively treat ailments, remarkably improving the survival rates of your forebears. As the legacy of Taoism did not hinder your ancestors' evolution, being limited to ancient Huaxia rather than the entire world, the Star Alliance refrained from intervention. As history flowed, many elements transformed, and the ancient Huaxia civilization evolved the Taoist teachings into mythological narratives, giving rise to numerous legends and forming a distinctive local culture. Through generations, the medical doctrine developed into what is now known as traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, with the early practitioners revered as the Yin Emperor Shino. In those times, the medical culture was comprehensive, capable of addressing all human ailments. If one were to harbor doubts, consider the intricate theories within TCM, such as yin-yang, the 5 elements, organ systems, the 8 extraordinary meridians, the 6 excesses and 7 emotions, the 12 meridians, acupuncture, acupressure, the alignment of celestial and terrestrial forces, and the unity of humanity with nature. These concepts could scarcely have been conceived by primitive humanity. Even in modern times, contemporary medical technology struggles to comprehend many aspects of TCM, with certain ailments that modern machinery cannot remedy being effectively treated by traditional practices. Unfortunately, much of the essence of TCM has been lost in recent history, rendering it incomparable to its former glory. The tales of Taoist civilization, Shennong, the Yin Emperor, and traditional Chinese medicine are indeed real and astonishing. It is no wonder that TCM is profound and intricate, capable of curing ailments that even esteemed physicians in major hospitals cannot resolve. Some folk healers can achieve miraculous results, and I have witnessed this myself. Initially, I harbored skepticism about the explanation of the multiverse. However, growing up in a rural village without access to Western hospitals, I observed that those around me relied on local practitioners or traditional Chinese medicine. Many severe illnesses and even terminal conditions were reportedly alleviated through herbal remedies, a common narrative in my childhood. As I matured, I noticed the decline of TCM in recent years and the rise of Western medicine, which often fails to fully heal patients and sometimes leaves them with lasting side effects. Powerless against serious and terminal illnesses, relying merely on medication to sustain life. Engaging with short videos on my phone, I began to appreciate the wonders and depth of TCM, particularly in the realms of meridians and acupuncture, aspects that modern medical instruments cannot elucidate. Initially skeptical, I realized that these were legacies from an advanced ancient civilization bestowed upon Huaxia, and today's explanation has provided me with clarity. Yet, my expression soon shifted to one of regret as I reflected on the state of TCM today, which teeters on the brink of extinction. Our generation has not risen to the occasion. As for the advanced civilization of Buddhism, is it not true that its arrival on Earth took place in ancient India, where it lingered for a time before departing, thus influencing the local populace in the formation of ancient Indian civilization? After much contemplation, I found myself unable to articulate a poem that aptly captures the predicament of contemporary traditional Chinese medicine. Or perhaps I felt that my detailed writing would not be suitable for publication. Hence, I could only inquire about the civilization of Buddhism, sharing my conjectures. No. The term Buddhist culture is a later designation by you. According to the phonetics of your human language, it is referred to as Buddhist civilization. This otherworldly visitor arrived on Earth a millennium prior to Taoist civilization, approximately 6,000 years ago. The Buddhist civilization bears no relation to Taoist civilization. Rather, they have blended into a singular cultural evolution within your nation, which also encompasses your current Confucian culture. Buviro elaborated once more, and I listened intently, ears perked up. The speaker continued, stating that the advanced Buddha civilization is a life form that combines carbon, sulfur, and elements, having first emerged in the vast expanse of the galaxy. As an advanced civilization, the Buddha civilization adapted to the laws of our universe and sensed the gravitational pull of a super-civilization alliance at the center of the galaxy. Given the long-standing history of the super-civilization alliance in the Milky Way, with its vast repository of technology and epic tales, they were accustomed to the visitation of other multiversal guests. Any visitors to the Milky Way, provided they did not engage in plunder, provoke conflict, or belong to malevolent races, were welcomed by the Super-Civilization Alliance. Initially, the Buddha civilization coexisted harmoniously with the Super-Civilization Alliance. However, over time, the Alliance discovered that the Buddha civilization had a penchant for proselytizing. They employed a remarkable method, akin to a combination of mental manipulation and technological brainwashing, capable of ensnaring intelligent races, compelling them to serve devotedly, to the point of sacrificing their lives, all while firmly believing in the promise of bliss in the afterlife. This was a terrifying technique, capable of controlling life forms to act in its favor, even to the extent of expressing gratitude in death. Such methods are rare in the annals of our galaxy's civilizations. This matter drew the attention and caution of all civilizations within the galaxy, ultimately leading the Super-Civilization Alliance to decree the expulsion of the Buddha civilization from the Milky Way, forbidding its return henceforth. I listened quietly, as if immersed in an ancient legend, my saliva nearly escaping my lips, only to be wiped away as I regained my composure. Buviro, noticing my reactions, did not mock me, but continued with his narrative. Civilizations of a higher echelon, due to their extraordinary technological prowess, seldom engage in warfare unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, the entire star system would suffer, endangering countless life-bearing planets. Since the Buddha civilization did not exert any influence over the Milky Way, the Super-Civilization Alliance merely requested its departure. Thus, 6,000 years ago, the Buddha civilization vacated, following a trajectory that fortuitously led it to discover Earth within our solar system. It must be said that our solar system at that time, particularly Earth, was vibrant and intriguing, easily attracting various extraterrestrial civilizations, due to Earth's rich and diverse ecological species. The landscape is vibrant and breathtaking, standing out vividly at the desolate edges of the galaxy. Any passing intelligent civilization can readily discern Earth's uniqueness through a mere scan, which has also attracted the attention of the Buddha civilization for investigation. At that time, Earth had not yet been sealed off by the Star Essence Alliance. This beautiful green planet frequently attracted the attention of extraterrestrial civilizations, who often intruded, particularly with a penchant for capturing ancient human studies. Some methods were exceedingly cruel, abducting hundreds or even thousands. Now, you comprehend the intent behind the Star Essence Alliance's blockade of the solar system. Without our alliance's protection, your development to this point would have been impossible. Perhaps you would still be in a primitive society. I nodded in understanding, and my dissatisfaction with the Star Essence Alliance's restrictions on the solar system and Earth, as well as their limitations and misguidance of humanity, diminished significantly. Chapter 16. The civilization of Zhangsheng, upon witnessing my expression of relief, offered a rare smile and continued his narration. The Buddha civilization arrived on Earth quietly, having been expelled from the galactic super-civilization. The most formidable race hidden on Earth was a mid-level civilization, which, as expected, did not detect the presence of the advanced Buddha civilization. The Buddha civilization made its descent in the region of Tibet, in your country, conducting clandestine research and profoundly influencing the ancient peoples of the time while imparting their cultural teachings. Over time, a primitive culture known as Zhangsheng culture emerged locally, fostering cultural development. The headquarters of their missionary endeavors was established at the sacred Mount Kailash, revered by the locals as a holy site and the center of cultural convergence. However, as the Zhangsheng culture expanded, it eventually drew the attention of other civilizations on Earth. Following several confrontations, they were repelled. Upon realizing they were no match for the Buddha civilization, the Star Coalition reported the situation to the Galactic Alliance headquarters, which promptly dispatched an enforcement team. Following a brief skirmish, they succeeded in expelling the entirety of the Buddha civilization. Since neither side employed powerful weaponry, and the Buddha civilization had no desire to linger, their engagement was merely exploratory, leading to their departure. Nevertheless, the once resource-rich and picturesque Tibet was left in a state of devastation. a far cry from its former lush and auspicious state. Ah, the Zhangzhung civilization? I have never heard of it. I murmured in astonishment. Although I had never visited Tibet, I was aware of its current geographical conditions. In my mind, Tibet was a barren land with a harsh ecological environment. Who would have thought it was once a land of fortune? As for the Zhangzhung civilization, I was even less informed. Only recognizing that the world once boasted 4 great ancient civilizations, with our ancient China being the longest-lasting and still extant one. The Zhangzhung culture of Tibet from 6,000 years ago? Perhaps I should look it up on my phone when I have the chance. I recalled that Tibet is indeed a place shrouded in mystery, home to enigmatic Tibetan Buddhism, abundant in various legends, the mysterious Potala Palace, miraculous beliefs, the reincarnation of living Buddhas, and the vanished ancient dynasties. I had heard tales of water monsters lurking in some lakes, among other wonders. What struck me most was an online source stating that XDL had once dispatched an expedition team to Tibet in search of the energy for eternal life. Although the legends surrounding XDL seem somewhat ethereal, the aforementioned circumstances attest to Tibet's mystique. Many past legends had puzzled me, but today, with its elucidation of the origins of the Buddhist civilization and the ancient history of Tibet, I found myself gaining a clearer understanding of many matters. What transpired after the Buddhist civilization departed from Earth? Today, Tibet still embraces Buddhist culture, while ancient India and modern India also possess Buddhist traditions, which have spread across the globe, becoming one of the 3 major religions. How did all of this come to be? After a moment of contemplation, I voiced my contemporary uncertainties to my interlocutor. Following the expulsion of the advanced Buddhist civilization by the Galactic enforcement team, they also took back the remnants left by the Buddhist civilization for further study, leaving the primitive civilizations on Earth envious yet powerless. However, all civilizations on Earth have discovered the alarming extent to which the followers of the Buddhist civilization, though long departed, were indoctrinated, particularly in the region of Tibet, where countless local inhabitants were affected. Even the rudimentary technologies of early civilizations proved insufficient to restore the original thoughts of these adherents. Attempts to forcibly restore their memories could only result in deletion or alteration of those memories. This situation has piqued the interest of numerous early civilizations, which have sought to take these individuals for study. Some early civilizations even transported entire nations, hoping to glean insights from them. The study of advanced civilizations, whether in terms of technology, theory, or ideas, has yielded significant benefits for these early societies, which did not resort to the complete annihilation of all followers. Simultaneously, all primitive civilizations on Earth, including various alliances, have resolved to preserve the headquarters of the Buddha civilization at Mount Kailash, allowing for ongoing research. With a strict prohibition against any form of destruction, failure to comply would render them public enemies. This has contributed to the enduring mystery surrounding Mount Kailash in Tibet. Builuo's narration seemed to draw me into an ancient reminiscence, captivating my attention as he continued. Deep beneath the surface of Tibet, at depths of several 100,000 meters, lies an ancient intermediate civilization known as the Balihwi civilization, which serves as the prototype for what is now referred to as Shambhala in Tibet. The Balihwi civilization originated from the Galactic mid-region and, long ago, incurred the wrath of the advanced civilizations of the Galactic inner circle, leading to their suppression and subsequent exile to the fringes of the galaxy. They chose the depths of Tibet on Earth as their sanctuary, retreating from the surface world. Upon learning of this, all early civilizations on Earth sought to forge connections with them, but were met with indifference. Among these, a primitive civilization named Dalar, hailing from the constellation of Perseus beyond the solar system, provoked the Balihwi civilization due to their perceived isolation, even attempting to steal their technology. The Balihwi civilization effortlessly annihilated them, leaving behind scattered remnants of their spacecraft across Tibet, while other early civilizations dared not speak of the incident. Millennia later, humanity discovered remnants of the once mighty Dalar civilization, now petrified into stone discs. Although your scientists managed to extract some information, the higher echelons of government were reluctant to acknowledge the findings, leading to a quiet conclusion of the matter. My mouth fell agape. I recalled having seen the ancient mysterious stone discs of UFOs from Tibet, initially believing them to be mere legends or fictional tales. To learn that they were real and connected to an intermediate civilization was astonishing. What, then, was the relationship between this and Tibetan Buddhism? Sensing my bewilderment, Builuo smiled and continued to elucidate. The Balihwi race that arrived on Earth represents the sole intermediate civilization, choosing to remain hidden in Tibet, engaging little with other primitive civilizations. Subsequently, when the advanced Buddhist civilization descended upon Tibet, they were expelled by the Galactic Enforcement Squad, leading the Bali-Hui Intermediate Civilization to swiftly seize control of most of the Zhangzhung civilization for research purposes, leaving only a small portion for the primitive civilizations. Reflecting on their formidable methods of the past, all early civilizations felt a mixture of fear and resentment. The Bali-Hui Intermediate Civilization had also taken many nations and populations of the Zhangzhung civilization underground, giving rise to what humans now refer to as the Inner Earth. Afterward, the Bali-Hui civilization ceased to make further appearances, while the remaining surface inhabitants of the Zhangzhung civilization gradually evolved into what is now recognized as Tibetan Buddhism. History is indeed intricate. One cannot help but wonder how the ancient Xiongxiang civilization could evolve into Tibetan Buddhism. Presently, both our educational textbooks and online resources predominantly depict Tibet as a bastion of Buddhist culture, while the Xiongxiang civilization remains largely obscure. Furthermore, the influence of ancient Indian Buddhism has not yet been addressed. Listening to Burwero's explanations, I found myself involuntarily exclaiming, prompting him to pause. I suddenly realized there were discrepancies in Tibetan history and inquired further. The intermediate civilization of Bali-Hui merely studies the indoctrinated populace of Xiongxiang, seeking to extract knowledge of the Buddha's advanced civilization while disregarding the remaining nations on the surface. The populations of these nations, over the vast expanse of history, have gradually forgotten the Xiongxiang civilization due to natural disasters, human calamities, and wars, leading to generational transformations. They have preserved only fragments of ancient customs and legends, which have gradually morphed into the Tibetan Buddhist culture we recognize today. Burwero elucidated further, regarding ancient Indian civilization, it emerged approximately 6,000 years after the Buddha's civilization departed. Led by a primitive civilization known as Bodhisattva, originating from a planet in the Serpens constellation beyond our solar system. This civilization, now part of an alliance, is depicted as resembling humans with four moth-like wings and has been encountered by humanity, subsequently referred to as Mothmen. The Bodhisattva civilization took a small nation from the Xiongxiang civilization to their territory for study, which corresponds to the regions of ancient India. Similarly, the Bodhisattva civilization merely observed the indoctrinated followers, allowing their development to unfold naturally, which eventually gave rise to the Indus Valley culture, Harappan culture, Maurya dynasty, Gupta dynasty, Mughal dynasty, and numerous other cultures and nations. Subsequently, within the epic narratives of ancient Indian civilization, a kingdom known as Tianzhu emerged, where a prince with an affinity for summarizing and innovating was born. His name was Siddhartha Gautama, who synthesized and innovated the previously scattered Buddhist cultural elements into a unique tradition that gained widespread reverence, eventually becoming known as the Buddha and one of the most followed religions worldwide. Prior to Gautama, there existed a Buddhist culture, which can be verified through modern technology, and as I previously mentioned, the ancient Buddhist culture traces back to your ancient Huaxia origins. I pondered how the Buddhist cultures of Tibet and ancient India came to be. Noting their numerous similarities yet distinct beliefs, it appears that both were influenced by extraterrestrial civilizations. However, Burwero, why did neither the Bali-Hui Intermediate Civilization nor the Bodhisattva Primitive Civilization intervene in the development of the contemporary Buddhist culture, allowing it to expand its influence over the human realm? With one question clarified, another arose, leaving me somewhat dizzy as I turned to Burwero yet again. Whether it be the Bali-Hui Intermediate Civilization, the Bodhisattva Primitive Civilization, or others, none seem to have gleaned valuable knowledge from the followers or their ideologies. Otherwise, after so many years, their technology would have advanced significantly, allowing them to depart from Earth, as the Buddhist civilization has maintained a stringent secrecy regarding its own technological advancements. Buoluo elucidated meticulously. All the primitive civilizations present eventually reached a tacit agreement, permitting the natural evolution of the Xiongxiang culture while discreetly observing this cultural development, which might yield new discoveries. However, it was unexpected that after many years, the original Buddhist civilization had transformed into contemporary Buddhist culture, with no other discoveries to speak of. Did they glean no insights at all? Was the advanced civilization of the Buddha in the multiverse truly so formidable? After listening, I, somewhat unconvinced, inquired further of Buelo. No, he replied. In ancient India, the exploration was not limited to the Bodhisattva civilization. The entire alliance was involved, and they even conducted joint practices. Besides recognizing the profound understanding of thought within the Buddha civilization, there were no other findings of significant value. The transformation of thought regarding life belongs to the realm of chemical elements, a comprehension that even primitive civilizations could readily grasp. Nonetheless, the Alliance's research resulted in a chaotic distortion of ancient Indian culture, leading to increasing disorder, which explains the myriad legends and the peculiar beliefs found among the local populace today. Buweluo's explanation illuminated the peculiar reasons behind the contemporary beliefs in India and some neighboring nations. I was somewhat aware of this, as I often encountered the unique customs and practices of certain countries in South Asia on my phone, some of which seemed rather bizarre. It turns out, these were influenced by the Stellar Alliance. Chapter 17. The hierarchy of technological civilizations. Is the reincarnation of the living Buddhas in Tibet genuine? It is said that the palm prints of the reincarnated young lamas bear a striking resemblance to those of the deceased elder lamas. After the young lamas reach the age of 5 or 6, they can recognize the ritual objects used in their previous lives and recount numerous events from their past existence, enveloped in an aura of mystery. This reminds me of a story my history teacher shared with us during middle school. Years later, I consulted Baidu on my smartphone and found similar accounts. For many years, I have been perplexed by this, and now I have the opportunity to inquire with Buwelu. Indeed, Buwelu explained, as he observed my astonishment. During the period when the Buddha civilization conducted research on Earth, they established an energy field in the ancient territory of Zhangzhong, which facilitated the collection of faith for experimental purposes, and this energy field persists in present-day Tibet. Subsequently, as the Buddha civilization departed, they discovered, under the influence of other nascent civilizations, that certain living lamas possess extraordinary abilities. As their time approaches, they can select their own destinies. After achieving parinirvana, they can control the quantity of their conscious ions, what you refer to as the soul, to reincarnate, provided it is within the energy field established by the Buddha civilization. This explains why lamas can only reincarnate in Tibet. Oh, I see now, I mused. The reincarnation of lamas is ultimately enveloped in a mysterious aura that allows for rebirth. The truth is not as arcane as I once imagined, however. Had you not revealed this to me, I would never have grasped it in this lifetime. After absorbing all of Buwelu's explanations, I felt a profound sense of relief. I realized that the clearer my understanding, the lighter my spirit, as though I had attained a moment of enlightenment over the past few days. Reflecting on this, I turned to him and said, "All right, I shall not inquire further about the history of the Buddha civilization or Indian culture. A general understanding suffices. For delving deeper would only muddle my thoughts. Allow me to pose a simpler question. Earlier, you mentioned the classifications of civilizations, primitive, intermediate, advanced, and super civilizations, as well as the divine civilization that you aspire to. Could you elucidate this for me? I shall provide you with a brief overview of the hierarchical structure of technological civilizations among wise races," he replied. According to the classification by the Star Cluster Alliance, the first category is the primitive civilization, exemplified by the ancient humans of Earth 5,000 years ago, marking the dawn of civilization. The second category is the cold technology civilization, which signifies a culture that has mastered the art of metallurgy, enabling them to hunt, wage war, and enhance their quality of life, akin to the ancient Bronze Age and Iron Age cultures of your country. The third type is the firearm civilization, which has discovered the applications of gunpowder, allowing for its control and utilization, thus exponentially increasing its effectiveness. This mirrors the strategic military advancements initiated during the Yuan dynasty in your ancient nation. In our local universe, any land-based civilization ultimately uncovers or experiments with the existence of gunpowder. The cold technology civilization and firearm civilization are sometimes referred to as nascent civilizations, or collectively. The first three are considered backward cultures. The fourth category is the low-level civilization, also known as electrical civilization or electromagnetic civilization, which is recognized by major civilizations as the true inception of civilized existence. The current state of humanity can be described as a fourth type of civilization, having mastered technologies such as charge, electromagnetism, and nuclear reactions, thus qualifying as the most advanced of the lower civilizations. A mere step further would elevate humanity to a primary civilization. The phrase "the most advanced lower civilization" resonates uneasily within me, yet I refrain from interrupting the speaker. As Bravero continues, what follows is the true era of wise technological civilizations, which command respect wherever they go, unlike the previous four, who lack even the qualifications for participation. Presently, humanity does not meet these criteria. The initial stage of civilization, as defined by humanity itself, is divided into primary and secondary civilizations. To be considered a primary civilization, One must master 3 fundamental technologies: faster-than-light travel, nuclear fusion and fission, and anti-gravity technology. A primary civilization would no longer be hindered by resource scarcity and energy dilemmas. Only those species that resolve their energy issues can relinquish war, leading to a gradual elevation of thought. Upon reflection, one can understand that the conflicts experienced by human nations throughout history have primarily been about territory, which essentially translates to the acquisition of resources and sustenance. Individuals engage in disputes or toil for a lifetime merely to secure their basic needs, ultimately driven by the pursuit of wealth. Should the globe achieve primary civilization status, it would possess the ability to create various resources and energy independently, distributing them freely to all. Consider the implications. Who would be inclined to instigate conflict when adequately nourished? Anti-gravity energy stands as the most efficient power source for spacecraft, providing a continuous capacity for interstellar exploration. Upon reaching the speed of light, one would unlock numerous advanced technologies, unveiling many secrets of the cosmos, and the Alliance would no longer be able to restrict you. Simultaneously, the discovery of extraterrestrial civilizations would become effortless. Even without proactive contact from us, you would inevitably encounter us. Breviro's explanation invigorates me as I finally grasp a comprehensible and engaging narrative. The speaker continues, the intermediate civilization encompasses what humanity has delineated as the 3rd and 4th tiers of civilization. This level of civilization possesses technology capable of transforming decay into marvels, wielding the power to obliterate entire solar systems or even create black holes, while simultaneously having the capacity to construct solar systems and civilizations of their own. The paramount advantage of an intermediate civilization lies in its technological breakthroughs that transcend the light barrier, enabling the development of spacecraft that can exceed the speed of light without compromising their essence. Advancing further to a 6th-tier physical understanding marks a significant leap in spatial research, allowing for the manipulation of spatial rules to achieve jumps, akin to what human scientists describe as spatial leaps or wormhole traversals. Additionally, an intermediate civilization possesses a deeper comprehension of dark matter and dark energy within the universe. Only such civilizations can venture beyond their own star systems to explore the cosmos. This capability affords them the ability to shorten distances and time through spatial jumps and to navigate potential dangers, of which there are more than one might imagine. Furthermore, should an intermediate civilization encounter a malevolent advanced civilization, it may successfully escape. If fortune does not favor them, they may resort to self-destruction, at least having the option to fight back. In contrast, a primary civilization, when confronted by an advanced civilization, can do little but submit. As evident from the fate of the intermediate civilization of Bali in the Galactic Ring, which incurred the wrath of an advanced civilization, resulting in their expulsion and exile. The explanation of the levels of wise civilizations by Bueluo has greatly broadened my horizons, instilling within me a sense of yearning and admiration. As my expression reverted to its former state, he continued to elaborate. Advanced civilizations correspond to the 5th and 6th levels you have outlined. These civilizations possess remarkable mathematical and physical prowess, having unraveled the mysteries of gravity and the fabric of time and space, allowing them to traverse their local universe at will. They venture into other universes, multiverses, and various realms, dimensions, and parallel timelines for exploration. Advanced civilizations exist as elusive entities. It is arduous for primitive civilizations to establish contact with them. Absent compelling reasons, advanced civilizations do not settle in one place for extended periods, spending most of their time navigating through countless multiverses and spaces in search of adventure. Above this lies the realm of super-civilizations, designated as the 7th and 8th levels in your framework. There exists but one center of the Milky Way galaxy, known as the Stellar Alliance, a civilization capable of effortlessly destroying or creating an entire galaxy, an ability worthy of contemplation. Ancient advanced civilizations within the galaxy have united to evolve into super-civilizations, establishing the Stellar Alliance to safeguard the galaxy and its myriad forms of life, a structure that is mirrored in other star systems. The Earth's Star Essence Alliance technology remains confined to primitive civilization levels, overseen by the Stellar Alliance. This scenario is prevalent throughout the galaxy, meticulously regulating the advancement of each civilization's tier. Only with the consent of the Stellar Alliance can one ascend. Otherwise, an increase in the number of primitive, intermediate, and advanced civilizations within the galaxy would render management exceedingly difficult, and should conflict arise, the situation could spiral out of control, leading to the annihilation of all epochs and civilizations within the galaxy. As for divine civilizations, we have yet to encounter such entities. Perhaps super civilizations possess an understanding of the nature of divine civilizations. Divine civilizations are omnipotent, elusive as dragons, existing in an exalted state. Their whereabouts and intentions shrouded in mystery. It is conceivable that our local universe was crafted by a divine civilization, though this is merely my personal conjecture and should not be taken as fact. After Bueluo succinctly elucidated the various intelligent races and their civilizations, I refrained from further inquiries, recognizing the need to digest the information he had imparted that morning. Suddenly, a thought flickered in my subconscious. It was time for lunch and a nap. I glanced at my phone and, as expected, it was indeed noon, indicating that my biological clock remains quite regular. However, I felt neither fatigue nor hunger. Observing my movements, Bueluo, having analyzed my situation, spoke to me. Let us pause our conversation for a while. You have absorbed a great deal of information and technical theories this morning, and it is essential to take time to process it. Now is the time for your midday rest. A brief respite will rejuvenate your spirit. Furthermore, regarding all that I have shared this morning, should you wish to view videos after my departure, you may request the universal energy field to play them for you, just as you did last night. As long as the Alliance retains past recordings, they will be accessible to you. If you wish to explore certain technological principles, the universal energy field can simulate them for you, explaining them clearly through a 5D holographic presentation. Feel free to express your desires. There is no need to be modest. Very well, I shall take a brief respite. Call for me if necessary. In response to Breviro's perceptiveness, I expressed my thoughts, having known him for merely 2 days. I discovered that Breviro is a meticulous, patient, and erudite being, embodying the virtues of a noble prehistoric civilization. I found his hospitality both satisfying and reassuring. As our conversations unfolded over these 2 days, I felt increasingly at ease with Breviro. His inquiries resonated deeply with my own sentiments, and our extensive discussions on numerous prehistoric enigmas left me astounded. I felt the need to pause and rejuvenate, fearing that another weighty revelation from Breviro might overwhelm me. Furthermore, I was particularly intrigued by the imagery he mentioned, eager to witness the ancient epics of our Earth, the primordial ages, and the celestial wonders of the universe. I imagined the special effects to be far more authentic than those of American blockbusters, primarily because the Alliance's imagery is genuine. Well, I shall take my leave for now. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to speak directly or inform Xiaoming. Breviro nodded and departed. Chapter 18. The Ancient History of Interstellar Warfare. Please bring me a glass of plain water. As soon as Bueluo departed, I promptly requested a glass of cool water. It was not thirst that compelled me, but rather a cultivated habit. I could forego food when my stomach was not empty, yet prolonged periods without hydration felt somewhat unsettling. Before me, a transparent square table swiftly manifested a water cup, which gradually filled with clear liquid. Unfazed, I lifted it and drank heartily. One word: refreshing. Subsequently, I reclined on the soft, large bed, closing my eyes to rejuvenate my spirit. Instantly, I felt a significant relief, allowing my mind to process the morning's revelations. An hour passed before I sat up and declared, I wish to observe how ancient humans lived. Soon, a vast expanse of 5D holographic imagery enveloped me. Astonishingly vivid and immersive, complete with sound that dazzled my senses. Ancient humans appeared before me, markedly different from modern individuals. They lacked the allure often portrayed in films. It seemed they had evolved over time into more aesthetically appealing forms, clad in animal skins and leaves. I pondered whether this was a manifestation of modesty or merely a means of bodily protection. Observing the many ancient figures draped in their rudimentary garments, I noted that their privacy was not rigorously guarded. I surmised these coverings were likely intended for warmth during winter or as protection against the claws of wild beasts. Initially, I intended to explore the lives of ancient humans before delving into the ancient history of my own country, particularly the legendary 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and notably the illustrious first Emperor Qin Shi Huang. However, to my surprise, I found myself drifting off to sleep once again. As I succumbed to slumber, I sensed it was not fatigue of body or spirit, but rather a need for mental relaxation. The luxurious bed, adjustable to my comfort, contributed to my tranquil repose. Thus, I succumbed to sleep once more. Upon awakening, I glanced at my phone. It was past 3 in the afternoon, and I had forgotten my charger. Yet my phone's battery remained full. After a refreshing nap, I felt rejuvenated. Observing the various alien races bustling outside, I instinctively yearned to capture the moment on my phone. A short video would undoubtedly astonish the world. However, I reconsidered, knowing that UFO and the Star Alliance would likely disapprove. They had graciously invited me as a guest, and I could not breach their trust by revealing their secrets. After a brief walk, I requested Xiaoming to summon UFO back. In less than 5 seconds, UFO entered the room, remarkably swift. "Young brother Jiwufan, I trust you have rested well. What would you like to discuss this afternoon?" UFO inquired as he took a seat. "I have given it some thought," I replied. "I believe it would be best to start from the beginning. A structured line of questioning will yield clarity, while random inquiries may lead to confusion." "Very well, young brother Jiwufan," he acquiesced. I nodded and asked, "Aside from Earth, has life ever emerged on other planets in the solar system? When did extraterrestrial beings first visit our Earth? In humanity's collective understanding, no other alien life has been discovered within our solar system, apart from Earth. The truth of this matter is something all of humankind yearns to uncover, and I too am eager to grasp it. This time, I shall ensure my thoughts are well organized to attain clarity. Mars and Venus once harbored life, and even developed a primitive civilization that surpassed humanity. The timeline for the evolution of life and the emergence of technological civilizations on our 3 planets is remarkably similar. Rewind to Earth, approximately 2.9 billion years ago, when the ancestors of the Trisia civilization advanced their technology to a level comparable to that of humanity. Utilizing technology akin to radio telescopes, they discovered that the conditions on Mars were strikingly similar to those on Earth. Concurrently, life on Mars employed their technology to observe Earth, and subsequently, we turned our gaze to other planets, discovering that Venus also hosted intelligent life and technological civilization. At that time, Venus' environment was far less inhospitable than it is today, while no life was detected on other planets. However, beneath the icy crusts of some of Jupiter's and Saturn's moons, primitive and unicellular life was discovered, though communication with them proved impossible. Uviro's response left me astounded once more. This old fellow certainly knows how to keep me on my toes. With a smile, he continued. Following the mutual discoveries among our 3 planets, Earth, Venus, and Mars, we initiated technological exchanges. As our relationships deepened, we learned from one another, ultimately collaborating to invent spacecraft capable of traversing the cosmos. From that point forward, our bonds grew stronger, leading to migration and the blending of our races. While our technologies advanced significantly, initially we believed this peaceful state would endure for a long time. However, unexpectedly, shortly after our civilizations surpassed the threshold of primitive technology, an extraterrestrial race from the Cancer constellation descended upon us from 41 light-years away. The technological prowess of this Cancerian civilization far exceeded that of our 3 planets. They were a malevolent and enslaving species, intent on subjugating us upon discovering our solar system. Naturally, we vehemently opposed their intentions, and diplomatic discussions failed, leading to a planetary war. What transpired next? I found myself involuntarily asking, captivated by the tale. Despite the Cancerian race's superior technology, the disparity was not insurmountable. United in purpose and familiar with our own terrain, the peoples of Earth, Venus, and Mars fought valiantly against the invaders, ultimately, at a great cost. We succeeded in eliminating the outsiders and plundering their technological advancements, which propelled our own progress immensely. Upon hearing this, I felt a sense of relief. I had already begun to regard Buviro as a friend, especially considering Earth is my home, and I naturally wished for the welfare of my kin. Yet, I noticed a perplexed expression on his face as he spoke with a tinge of melancholy. Although our 3 civilizations emerged victorious, the toll was extraordinarily severe, far worse than one might imagine. The cost was the devastation of the surfaces of Mars and Venus, with many races on the brink of extinction. Externally, both planets deviated from their orbital paths. It was from that point onward that the environment of Venus and Mars began to deteriorate significantly. Earth, having implemented timely protective measures, suffered immense losses but remained on its orbital course. The only consolation for our 3 civilizations was the acquisition of advanced technology. Through collaborative research, our technological capabilities soared, leading to the transformation of the environments of our 3 planets. But what happened thereafter? Did the other races from the Cancer constellation not seek retribution? Subsequently, did Mars and Venus ever recover? Humanity's exploration of both planets remains an expanse of desolation and silence. Reflecting on the distant grievances between planetary civilizations, I found myself compelled to inquire. The once invading Cancerian race has not returned to intrude upon our solar system. In human parlance, There exist both virtuous and nefarious beings everywhere. Extraterrestrial life, too, is not devoid of this duality. It cannot be indiscriminately condemned. Perhaps they feared provoking us three factions into mutual annihilation, for they have not reappeared. As Braviro spoke, his expression morphed into a bittersweet smile. The planetary wars of your left Mars and Venus deeply scarred and beset by nuclear contamination, rendering their surfaces uninhabitable for an extended period, compelling their inhabitants to delve into the depths of their worlds to carve out subterranean sanctuaries. Many of their kin sought refuge on Earth, and together, our three factions diligently endeavored to restore the environments of Venus and Mars. What happened afterward? I found myself asking, almost unconsciously. Thanks to advancements in technology, the environments of Venus and Mars returned to a semblance of normalcy within a few millennia, while Earth flourished with vibrant transformation. However, in the ensuing years, our solar system was intermittently visited by various extraterrestrial entities. Some fostered peaceful coexistence, while others harbored malicious intent. There were those who concealed treachery behind smiles, alongside curious beings eager to investigate. In essence, our solar system remained a vibrant hub of activity. When encountering benevolent races, we welcomed their inquiries for temporary alliances. Yet against those who sought to enslave us, we were compelled to wage war. For a considerable duration, our three civilizations frequently engaged in minor skirmishes and contests with neighboring extraterrestrial cultures, occasionally escalating to interstellar conflicts. Upon reaching this point, Braviro's countenance shifted to one of relief. After countless planetary wars, Mars and Venus were irrevocably rendered desolate, which is their current state. Earth, with its 70% oceanic coverage and robust atmosphere, effectively mitigated much of the onslaught. Furthermore, positioned between Venus and Mars, Earth adeptly coordinated defenses, shielding itself from the majority of assaults. It cannot be understated how pivotal one's location can be. So it was the bombardment that transformed Mars and Venus into their present forms. But what of the ancient inhabitants of these planets? Are they still among us? Upon hearing this, I felt a profound sorrow for the ancient beings of Venus and Mars. Braviro, perceiving my despondent expression, offered solace. The countless years of interstellar warfare had but a single advantage. They profoundly stimulated the technological advancement of our three ancestral civilizations. Some were compelled to elevate their capabilities, while others drew inspiration from the technologies of their adversaries. Eventually, our ancestors achieved a level of technological sophistication characteristic of a mid-tier civilization, which significantly abated the frequency of disturbances. Upon attaining this status, we earned the right to contend with advanced civilizations, and as long as we were not beset by warmongers, the solar system was no longer troubled. At last, our ancestors found the opportunity to explore the middle and inner rings of the galaxy. After innumerable years of exploration, adventure, and learning, upon returning to Earth, our three civilizations discovered the emergence of a new intelligent life form, the Ariani. We were immensely gratified and discreetly took it upon ourselves to protect and nurture them, much like we now do for you, humanity. The ultimate outcome reveals that the Ariani race has evolved into a primitive civilization. Did you then encounter them? After absorbing so much information, I have subtly grasped the laws governing the galaxy and feel compelled to share my conjectures. Noticing Braviro nodding, I suddenly became intrigued by the true Martians and Venusians and inquired about the former. Are there Martians and Venusians on Earth? Although I have observed numerous extraterrestrial beings from the Hall in recent days, I remain uncertain about their intelligence and origins. Indeed, the current Venus and Mars still possess remnants of their former ecological environments, albeit buried deep beneath the surface, hidden from your human probes which fail to detect them. Observe that individual with red skin, covered in scales, whose limbs resemble both reptiles and your own kind. They are the descendants of the ancient Martians, whose ancestors departed the Milky Way countless years ago. Following Braviro's guidance, I was taken aback, and he then directed my gaze elsewhere. Look at that being with yellow-brown skin, adorned with featherless bird-like wings, also reminiscent of humanity. They are the modern Venusians. Chapter 19. The Origins of Humanity. Descendants of ancient Martians and modern Venusians. I find myself somewhat perplexed by Braviro's explanation. The Venusians and Martians you see now share a situation akin to mine. The most ancient ancestors and descendants of Earth, Mars, and Venus differ significantly. Reflect on the stark contrast between ancient humanity and modern man, and the clarity will dawn upon you. Braviro's elucidation was a revelation as he continued his discourse. Consider this. If humanity were to transcend into a primary civilization, it would employ medical technology to enhance the body, rendering it stronger, prolonging lifespan, and augmenting abilities. Over an extended period of subtle transformation, one's physical appearance would inevitably change. Ah, I see. Let me inquire, when was the Star Alliance established? And how many intelligent races are part of it? How many alien races remain unaligned? I read online that there are several hundred. Is that true? A new topic crossed my mind. Several hundred extraterrestrial civilizations? Such a multitude. If that were the case, Earth would be in utter chaos, with disruptions to human life. These claims are fabrications of the idle or the conspiratorial. Upon deeper reflection, they are patently implausible. Uviro's explanation made me blush with embarrassment. As I realized my inquiry was rather abrupt, he seemed oblivious to my expression and continued with his exposition. Initially, the Star Alliance comprised only the wise races of Earth, Venus, and Mars, with numbers fluctuating around a dozen. As these three ascended to a middle-level civilization, they acquired a certain strength and no longer faced arbitrary oppression, gradually attracting other extraterrestrial civilizations to their fold. Uviro's insights illuminated many truths for me as he elaborated further. With the Alliance's growing strength, they collectively regulated the orbital paths of the planets within the solar system, enduring great trials over many years to shield Earth from the orbits of the gas giants, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, thereby minimizing the risk of catastrophic meteor impacts and human-made disasters. There was once a brilliant scientist known as Tesla, tragically overlooked by your race. He was the first to question whether the solar system was artificially constructed, and indeed, his suspicions were not far from the truth. It was meticulously designed and modified by the Alliance. Subsequently, when extraterrestrial civilizations arrived on Earth and observed the increasingly sophisticated design of the solar system, both defensively and offensively formidable, they refrained from further recklessness. Many alien civilizations sought to join the Alliance, and those who passed the vetting process were welcomed. Eventually, the entity was named the Star Alliance, leading to its burgeoning power and the scale it has achieved today. Currently, the Star Alliance encompasses 20 intelligent civilizations, including Earth, Mars, Venus, and other nearby solar systems and constellations, all of which are classified as primary civilizations. There are 11 alien civilizations that remain unaligned, aside from the aforementioned Belugi. Classified as a middle-level civilization, the others are also primary civilizations, although they have not joined the Alliance. They are required to adhere to its regulations and must not interfere with the solar system or human existence. Oh, so there are a total of 31, which is fewer than I had imagined. What do the unaligned extraterrestrial civilizations intend to do while they remain hidden on Earth? Are there concealed abodes deep underground? Does the Alliance communicate with them regularly? Hearing that there are not many aliens residing secretly on Earth brought me a sense of relief, prompting me to delve into further inquiries. There are indeed extraterrestrial civilizations that have arrived on Earth without joining the Stellar Alliance, choosing instead to live in seclusion, evading the regulations of the Alliance while secretly evolving into intermediate civilizations in hopes of departure. They resist being constrained by the laws of super-civilizations, a situation prevalent throughout the galaxy. Others seek refuge, having offended more powerful intelligent civilizations in other star domains, finding sanctuary on Earth. There are also those who come out of curiosity to study our planet, as well as civilizations eager to learn from the Alliance in mutual exchange. Regardless of the circumstances, any extraterrestrial presence on Earth will inevitably be detected by the Alliance, necessitating the signing of the peace treaty to conduct operations discreetly, under constant surveillance. Bruilo elucidated that the number of extraterrestrial civilizations on Earth is quite limited, strictly regulated by the Alliance. However, numerous hidden civilizations reside on other planets and moons within our solar system, all abiding by the Alliance's treaties. There are dozens of extraterrestrial races across the planets, as well as their satellites, and as long as their conflicts do not affect Earth, they are permitted to exist. Even within our own star, the Sun, there are extraterrestrial civilizations. Bruilo's revelation startled me, prompting an immediate question. With such a multitude of civilizations in the solar system, why have we humans consistently failed to discover them? I understand that Mercury and the Moon can harbor life deep underground, but what of the gas giants like Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune? How do these extraterrestrial races inhabit the very core of the Sun? In truth, your species has gradually uncovered the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations within the solar system, albeit the higher echelons have chosen to keep this information under wraps. The United Nations has prohibited any disclosure. Those who reveal such findings face suppression, even eradication. Bruilo's assertions left me incredulous. Yet he continued, as for how beings manage to penetrate the Sun's interior, The principle is relatively straightforward. Mastery of nuclear fusion and fission, combined with the creation of a powerful electromagnetic gravitational field around their vessels, allows them to shield themselves from the sun's extreme temperatures and venture inside. This electromagnetic field can continuously absorb hydrogen and helium from the star, transforming them into nuclear energy, a rudimentary method. Intermediate and advanced civilizations, however, can manipulate spatial dimensions or traverse parallel universes to access the sun's core and even explore black holes. How astonishing! The prospect of extraterrestrial civilizations residing within the sun is remarkable, allowing for perpetual energy extraction while serving as an unparalleled defensive barrier. Utilizing the sun for protection can nullify a significant portion of potential attacks, making it a fortress that is easy to defend yet difficult to assault. I then inquired further, did you not mention earlier that the ancient ancestors of Earth, Mars, and Venus advanced their technology to a high civilization? Why then does Earth remain classified as a primitive civilization within the Stellar Alliance? The ancient Stellar Alliance of super-civilizations was established to ensure the safe operation of the galaxy, imposing stringent controls on the numbers of primitive, intermediate, and advanced civilizations, maintaining them all within the Alliance's dominion. Unfortunately, our solar system, being remote and desolate, has seen the retraction of previous advanced technologies in all historical epochs, resulting in our current state. The Star Alliance has assumed the profound responsibility of safeguarding all forms of life. Should our solar system encounter insurmountable challenges, we may seek their assistance, as can other civilizations. I have frequently encountered short videos asserting that humanity is a primitive civilization, yet extraterrestrial beings refrain from preying upon us, for a higher civilization covertly protects our existence. Your words today have instilled in me a newfound confidence. It appears that humanity's true pillar of strength is this superior civilization. After listening to the intricate relationships and historical grievances within the galaxy, I couldn't help but engage in a bit of self-deprecation. While it is true that you humans possess a wise adage, one is safest when relying on oneself, the Star Alliance's extensive history far surpasses that of humanity. And this truth is readily understood. In pursuit of maintaining their dominance within our solar system and preventing any overshadowing, the Star Alliance has meticulously transformed our solar system over the millennia. They have installed countless intelligent anti-gravity missiles within the sun, the 8 planets, their moons, and the myriad of large asteroids, as well as within the countless fragments of the Kuiper Belt, which serves as a protective moat around our solar system. This has effectively converted the entire solar system into an impregnable supermilitary base, poised for both offense and defense at a moment's notice. In the face of danger, they can activate various locations to launch these anti-gravity missiles, unleashing a barrage that renders the enemy incapable of evasion. A primitive civilization, if struck by numerous anti-gravity missiles within the solar system, would be obliterated, while a mid-level civilization could face mutual destruction, and even a higher civilization could suffer severe damage, as the combined might of these missiles could create a black hole. It is precisely this desperate measure employed by the Star Alliance that has effectively deterred all extraterrestrial civilizations from acting recklessly within our solar system. They must adhere to regulations and seek approval before attempting to settle, ensuring no disruption to our celestial domain. Indeed, it appears that the solar system is a carefully arranged deterrent against other civilizations, explaining their reluctance to overstep boundaries. What a brilliant strategy! This method resembles the intricate formations found in novels, capable of both offense and defense, and capable of annihilating foes far beyond their level. The sun and the 4 gas giants are eternal resources, which clarifies why, even when faced with advanced civilizations, we possess the potential for mutual destruction. It is no wonder that our seemingly insignificant solar system has gone unchallenged by extraterrestrial forces in recent years. After hearing Bravidro's explanation, I pondered for a moment, once again in awe of the situation. Indeed, since the solar system's arrangement was perfected, the installation of electromagnetic gravitational lens technology within each planet, moon, and countless asteroids has effectively sealed our solar system. This also accounts for why recent Voyager probes have encountered what seems to be a firewall at the solar system's edge. When other civilizations pass by the Orion arm of the Milky Way, as long as they are not too close, whether through telescopes or radio telescopes, they perceive our solar system as an ordinary, lifeless, and desolate expanse devoid of any exploratory value, allowing us to traverse 5,000 years in peace. Bravidro's earlier explanation left me momentarily speechless, and he smiled as he continued. The successful deployment of anti-gravity missile and electromagnetic gravity mirror technology in our solar system occurred 5,000 years ago. Since that time, our solar system has not endured any significant calamities, allowing your ancestors to thrive and ultimately cultivate a magnificent civilization. With the protection of your stellar union, I find solace. By the way, another intriguing question comes to mind. How did humanity originate? There are claims online suggesting that extraterrestrial beings were responsible for our creation. From your earlier remarks, it seems that aliens may have altered the genetic makeup of our ancestors. Could it truly be you? Or perhaps a hidden extraterrestrial civilization residing on Earth that is responsible for this? Suddenly, I recall this serious debate and wish to inquire of Builuo, where does the true origin of humanity lie? Chapter 20. The encounter between aliens and humanity, the evolution of nature, later transformed by extraterrestrial civilizations, was initially articulated to me by Bravuro through a series of cryptic statements. When I appeared perplexed, he elaborated. The earliest origins of humanity, along with our own lineage, and indeed all life on Earth, can be traced back to carbon-based single-celled organisms formed in the depths of the ocean. These primitive entities underwent division into multicellular forms, which subsequently mutated and diversified into various life forms. The primordial manifestation of humanity was akin to algae, which, through countless years of evolution, evolved into primitive fish. Some of these ancestral fish were swept ashore by the tides, while the majority succumbed to desiccation. However, a resilient few managed to endure. Thriving on the moisture from the sea and rainfall, these beings are your earliest ancestors. In order to adapt to their environment, your forebears underwent a second evolution over an extended period, resembling species akin to loaches. The third evolution bore resemblance to lizards or geckos, marking their complete transformation into terrestrial beings, albeit genetically distinct from true lizards, sharing merely a semblance in form. During the age of dinosaurs, they underwent a fourth evolution, manifesting as small dinosaur-like creatures reminiscent of large rodents, which, due to their penchant for burrowing, successfully concealed themselves underground and survived the catastrophic extinction event that befell the dinosaurs. This affinity for digging, evident in the childhood habits of your species, can be traced back to this genetic inheritance. The fifth evolution occurred as Earth underwent significant environmental changes, resulting in incessant rainfall over the course of nearly 1,000,000 years, not the 200,000 years perpetuated by urban myths. This prolonged deluge rendered the surface damp and pockmarked, with substantial rainfall permeating the ground, rendering it inhospitable. Consequently, your ancestors were compelled to emerge from their subterranean burrows to live upon the surface. In pursuit of safety and sustenance, they developed a proclivity for foraging from trees, allowing them to evade numerous predators, gradually evolving into ancient apes. Thus began the emergence of your earliest hominid ancestors. I was not particularly astonished by this revelation, as it aligned closely with the knowledge I had acquired from books, albeit lacking the depth Bravuro provided. He continued, stating that extraterrestrial civilizations had long established a presence on Earth, showing little interest in your ancestors until they evolved into primitive apes, marked by increased agility and intelligence, which piqued the curiosity of many alien cultures. Through research, it became evident that your ancestors were ideal subjects for experimentation. Their physical robustness and sufficiently high intelligence rendered them suitable for study, making them the finest specimens available. At that time, our ancestors from the Jia clan, the Aryani lineage, and the Xiaoziduakin were largely indifferent to this matter, as long as extraterrestrial civilizations refrained from instigating mass extinction events or environmental devastation. However, as time passed, many ancient ape species were naturally selected out, leaving only those studied by extraterrestrial civilizations to thrive. Over 4,000,000 years ago, your ancestors, amidst experimentation and evolutionary change, transformed into the first ancient humans. At that time, the most favorable environment on Earth was in the region now known as Africa, teeming with diverse species and favored by numerous alien civilizations, where extensive research activities were conducted. Subsequently, the extraterrestrial civilization departed from ancient Africa, submerged by the sands of time, only to be discovered by your contemporary scientists, who assert that your ancestors originated from Africa. Thus, I posit that humanity emerged not only from the earthly cradle, but also from the creative hands of an alien civilization. Do you grasp my meaning? Indeed, the discourse regarding human origins has perpetually captivated our world, revealing a reality that without the ancient extraterrestrial civilization, our present humanity may not have come to fruition. It seems we owe them a debt of gratitude. At this juncture, an involuntary smile graces my lips, as I finally unravel a long-standing enigma of humankind. Allowing my thoughts to settle, I turn towards Bueluo and inquire. The timeline of the Milky Way is ancient. Our solar system is under your confinement. I am compelled to ask, is the probability of life emerging on the planets of the Milky Way vibrant? Has the most formidable galactic empire ever reigned over this star system throughout the eons? The Galactic Empire? He mused. Indeed, you possess a remarkable imagination. Your inquiry is audacious, suggesting that your mind is gradually expanding. I shall enlighten you. Beyond our solar system, the Milky Way is quite lively, with a 1 in 10,000 chance of life emerging on a planet. In other words, within the Milky Way, solar systems differ vastly. At least one planet in every 10,000 solar systems is likely to harbor life. Moreover, certain solar systems may host multiple life-bearing planets. For instance, in our former solar system, both Mars and Venus once nurtured life, and even now, some of the icy moons of Jupiter and Saturn harbor rudimentary forms of life. Upon hearing my query, Bueluo initially expressed astonishment, offering me a slight commendation before elaborating further. Regarding your question about the Galactic Empire, it has undoubtedly existed. Our Milky Way has endured for over 10 billion years since its formation. Ancient galactic empires emerged in 5 notable unifications, established by coalitions of the most advanced civilizations. However, their relentless scheming prevented the rise of a super-civilization. Each unification ended in bloodshed and turmoil, spanning centuries, even millennia. The interstellar wars that accompanied these divisions were cataclysmic, casting the universe into darkness, with seas of blood and mountains of corpses. When confronted with recalcitrant races, they obliterated entire planets. And the devastation wrought by their wars surpassed your wildest imaginings, far removed from the trivial skirmishes of humanity. Galactic warfare is not as depicted in your films. The tactics employed by civilizations of equivalent standing are myriad and unpredictable. Should a disparity in levels exist, the outcome is often a mere annihilation, rendering large-scale conflict unnecessary. For instance, if the Star Coalition were to confront humanity, it would not resort to the bombardment of dozens of cities with the most potent nuclear weapons, wasting energy and polluting the environment. Rather, we could simply transmit encoded electromagnetic waves to alter or control your thoughts, thus mastering you without a single act of violence. This is akin to how you manage swarms of beasts, employing tranquilizing gas or infrasound to effortlessly resolve the situation. If the coalition were to liberate humanity from its constraints and venture beyond the solar system, you would discover that the Milky Way is indeed a bustling realm. The Milky Way is indeed bustling with life, both in the past and present, contrary to the somber image projected by contemporary scientists. This vibrancy is merely obscured by the Star Alliance and the reluctance of the United Nations to unveil the truth. I eagerly anticipate the era when humanity integrates with civilizations beyond our galaxy. Alas, I long for the Star Alliance to liberate humanity from its constraints. For we are the sentient beings of Earth, brimming with diverse and profound ideas. Our civilization and technology approaching the brink of a primitive stage. We possess the right to traverse beyond the solar system to explore the vast cosmos. Might we not dismantle the barriers that confine us? My curiosity about the universe is insatiable. Furthermore, you mentioned that the Milky Way has experienced 5 significant unifying epochs. Which 5 empires were they, and when did they occur? Is there a connection between the subsequent Star Alliance and the previous unifications? Reflecting on the current state of humanity, I cannot help but implore the Star Alliance to release us from our shackles while simultaneously inquiring about the grand history of the Milky Way. The timing for your liberation has yet to arrive, as long as you avoid internal strife and unite to elevate yourselves to a primitive civilization. The Alliance will eventually recognize your existence, rendering any future restrictions meaningless. This time, I extend an invitation from the Alliance for you to visit, hoping to use your position to convey the Alliance's aspirations. Should your actions satisfy the Alliance, the Star Alliance may preemptively lift the restrictions on humanity. After all, with just a slight enhancement in your technology, you could enter a primitive civilization, and with a transformation toward a more positive mindset. The Alliance may even invite you to join its ranks, united in fulfilling the will of our ancestors to protect our solar system. Bueluo's words instilled in me a great sense of hope, a hope that belongs to all of humanity, yet questions still linger. You often emphasize the significance of spiritual thought. To what extent must we achieve for the Alliance to be content? I seek clarity on this matter. Your human nature, altered and mutated by extraterrestrial civilizations, has become exceedingly intricate, rendering human thought unpredictable. Such instability poses a potential threat to the Alliance, akin to courting danger. In ancient times, your ancestors possessed a pure and simple intellect, devoid of complex thoughts and multifaceted personalities. However, after undergoing experimentation by extraterrestrial civilizations, the disruption of ancient primate genes led to the emergence of an incomprehensible human nature, a legacy that persists to this day. Now, the complexity of your human nature is deeply ingrained in your very essence, manifesting as multiple personalities that have become immutable. The negative aspects of such personalities include selfishness, hypocrisy, duplicity, deceit, and a willingness to harm others to achieve one's ends, all centered around the self. The prospect of collaboration between the Star Alliance and humanity carries risks. Should you turn against us with the power of Alliance technology, the consequences would be dire. Humanity must eradicate the chaotic negative emotions currently prevalent and earn the recognition of all races within the Star Alliance before we can collaborate. This is the first message I wish for you to convey. Bue Luo has shared much, including the intent behind my invitation to relay these thoughts, and upon listening, I have distilled my reflections into this response. Perhaps our humanity is not as dreadful as you perceive. The complexity and variability of our thoughts merely serve the purpose of adapting to our living conditions, striving for sustenance and the means to continue our existence. In the pursuit of survival, some individuals resort to unscrupulous methods. Should we advance to a primitive civilization, where the most fundamental living expenses are eradicated, even without exertion, we could sustain ourselves. I believe that human thought would subsequently elevate, devoid of the chaotic notions of the past. Consider this: who, living without worries, would seek out trouble? Such an endeavor would be foolish, as it merely leads to the pursuit of loftier aspirations. Well, let us hope for this outcome, however. It necessitates humanity first elevating to a primitive civilization before we can assess the situation. Wu Weilu expressed his agreement with my perspective. Chapter 21. The Gift of the Stellar Alliance. I nodded with hope, wishing for the infinite continuation of human civilization. Burwell continued. The second matter pertains to the internal affairs of humanity. No matter how much turmoil arose during the ancient era of cold weapons, it was merely a trifling affair. The Stellar Alliance chose to remain indifferent, allowing you to develop naturally. In modern times, as you transitioned into the age of technology and electricity, you still failed to capture our attention. What astonished the Stellar Alliance was the astonishingly rapid advancement of your technological civilization, surpassing not only our four civilizations, but also other extraterrestrial entities by several magnitudes. It can only be described as miraculous. Within a mere few years, you developed nuclear weapons, the atomic bomb, culminating in initial tests and subsequent engagements in warfare, which finally compelled us to take notice of you. Although the primitive nuclear weapons of humanity pose no threat to the Alliance, including the present day, your reckless actions could pollute the Earth, thereby indirectly affecting the Stellar Alliance, a scenario we wish to avoid. You may bring ruin upon yourselves, but you are forbidden from contaminating the Earth's ecological environment. Otherwise, you would violate the Guardian Treaty of the Alliance. After the ancient Aryan civilization was destroyed, the surviving elite of their race relocated to Antarctica to start anew. In those days, Antarctica was a lush and fertile continent. However, drastic changes ensued, leading the Aryan race to settle in the Earth's core. In the spring of 1947, an admiral from your nation, Richard Byrd, embarked on a mission to Antarctica. The Aryan race utilized their technology to scan Byrd's physique, discerning his robust health, resilient mental fortitude, and courageous, upright character, qualities befitting a trustworthy messenger. Thus, they employed their technology to invite Byrd into the subterranean world, where, in 3 hours, he was introduced to the civilization of the Earth's core. Subsequently, he was sent back to convey the existence and warnings of the Alliance to the president of your nation. Regrettably, at that time, they believed that possessing nuclear weapons rendered them invincible, exhibiting stubbornness, selfishness, hypocrisy, evil, and blind arrogance. The president and several high-ranking officials, upon grasping the implications of the Stellar Alliance through Byrd, not only failed to relay the message to other world leaders, but also resorted to various means to suppress and conceal our information, remaining utterly silent to the public while allowing conflicts to continue unabated elsewhere. Their actions disappointed the Alliance. Even though the Alliance had the capacity to resolve the issues facing humanity with ease, we were reluctant to intervene. After all, you are indigenous to the same homeland, and as you have not yet grievously harmed the Earth, we do not wish to act against you, striving to preserve the cosmic and natural order. Simultaneously, the Alliance, along with other extraterrestrial races, sought to observe and study humanity over the long term. Therefore, we refrained from taking action against you at that time, and 2 years later, Following the failure of FXS, the small nation surrendered. The world witnessed the cessation of large-scale warfare, and most regions returned to peace. With only a few minor areas still engaged in trivial skirmishes, though these posed no significant harm. The swift conclusion of the World War was, in fact, orchestrated by the Alliance's covert intervention. Those who meticulously study the intricacies of the conflict may uncover hints of this truth, though evidence remains elusive. Today, I share this clandestine knowledge with you. Subsequently, during the Cold War era, the United States and the Soviet Union witnessed a remarkable advancement in human technology. The Alliance observed this progress without interference, allowing your civilization to flourish unimpeded. Initially, the Alliance intended to maintain a stance of non-interference. However, it was unforeseen that several nations would discover antiparticles and engage in secret research aimed at developing antimatter and antiparticle weaponry. Despite their efforts to remain discreet, they could not escape the vigilant watch of the Alliance. Should they succeed in creating antimatter weapons, their destructive power would be at least 10,000 times greater than that of nuclear arms, necessitating the Alliance's serious attention. Moreover, the Alliance is deeply perturbed by the actions of certain nations that have surreptitiously discharged nuclear waste into the ocean, an act that is utterly reprehensible and devoid of humanity. After deliberation, the Alliance deemed these nations guilty of grave offenses. However, they concluded that the punishment should not extend to all of humanity due to the transgressions of a few. Yet, those culpable cannot be easily absolved. The Alliance intends to ensure they face the consequences of their actions, utilizing the omnipotent energy field to return the nuclear waste to its origin. Should they persist in their reckless behavior, they must be prepared to bear the repercussions. The third matter pertains to the contemporary conflicts among human nations, rooted in political disputes and tangled interests, complexities that may elude your understanding, yet are crystal clear to the Stellar Alliance. As tensions escalate towards an uncontrollable warfare, the potential for all of humanity to be ensnared in chaos looms large. There is a palpable concern that the conflict could escalate to the deployment of antimatter weapons, alongside the unleashing of various clandestine armaments developed by all nations. The consequences of such actions are dire and should be vividly contemplated. While humanity may recklessly bring about its own destruction, the Alliance cannot permit the uncontrollable power of antimatter weapons to result in the formation of cosmic black holes, which would lead to the annihilation of the entire planet. Currently, your understanding of antimatter is rudimentary and lacks comprehensive control. A miscalculation could lead to catastrophic consequences, also harming the innocent, which the Alliance will unequivocally not allow. Through you, I convey this message to humanity. The Alliance will remain indifferent to your trivial disputes. However, should your actions threaten the ecological balance of Earth, the Alliance will intervene decisively, returning you to a primitive state of existence, thereafter restructuring terrestrial dominion. If you can cease hostilities and wholeheartedly strive to advance technological civilization, reaching a basic level of civilization, you may be deemed worthy to stand on equal footing with us. I implore you to disseminate this message. The ensuing consequences, as you might express, are contingent upon fate. Life or death rests in the hands of the highest authorities. The second meaning of the message from the Alliance is a plea for humanity to halt warfare and collaboratively develop technology, elevating to a primitive civilization to share in mutual prosperity. I acknowledge this with a nod. The speaker continued, noting your expressed interest in the historical rise and fall of the 5 great empires of the galaxy. However, I shall refrain from elaborating on this topic in detail. The origins, formation, development, wars, integrations, unifications, and the cyclical nature of existence and demise of each galactic empire encompass an overwhelming breadth of knowledge, far beyond what can be succinctly summarized in mere phrases akin to your human history. To grasp the entirety of this vast narrative would require not just 3 days, but a lifetime of profound exploration. Let me request the Alliance to embed the chronicles of the rise and fall of the 5th Dynasty Empire into the nanochip within your being. Upon your departure, the Alliance shall impose no charges. Whenever you find a moment, you may delve into this wealth of knowledge, which includes images and videos. Simply close your eyes and contemplate this matter, and the information regarding the 5th Dynasty Empire will manifest in your mind. This experience is far more immersive than reading a book or listening to my narration. Should you wish to share this knowledge in the future, or if humanity desires to access it, you are free to do so. The notion presented by Buviro fills me with exuberance. Instinctively, I feel inclined to refuse, as I believe in the principle of earning one's keep, and they have been exceedingly courteous to me. Yet, the allure of the Alliance's technology is simply too compelling to dismiss. Upon further reflection, I consider my role as a spokesperson for the Alliance a modest achievement. Thus, I graciously accepted their goodwill, nodding fervently in gratitude. With a smile, Yuviro continued, "Let me first inform you that 1 billion years have elapsed since the 5th dynasty empire of the Milky Way, and since then, no grand unified galactic empire has arisen. The extensive history of 6 billion years of the 5th dynasty has illuminated many truths for all subsequent civilizations within the galaxy, revealing that the establishment of a galactic empire is not an absolute necessity. Instead, the harmonious integration of diverse races for mutual advancement is far more beneficial. All races that attain a level of intermediate civilization will venture forth to explore the vast cosmos, for this is the essence of true exploration, learning, and progress. As the ancient Chinese adage suggests, it embodies the spirit of genuine freedom and tranquility. Consequently, no galactic empire has emerged since. All civilizations progressing to an intermediate level seek to depart the Milky Way, resulting in an increasingly desolate galaxy, devoid of its former vibrancy. Subsequently, the primordial civilizations of Earth, Mars, and Venus emerged. After prolonged struggles and endeavors, they ascended to advanced civilizations and converged at the center of the Milky Way alongside like-minded advanced civilizations, fostering mutual learning and ultimately establishing the Star Alliance, the first super-civilization, symbolizing the unity of diverse races rather than the autocratic rule of previous empires. The laws governing the Milky Way, established during this unification, have maintained harmony to this day, demonstrating that such integration is indeed the life that all races yearn for. The current Milky Way lacks the previous vibrancy, yet the protection of the super-civilization Star Alliance brings about a significant peace. This is for the best, for should powerful civilizations engage in conflict, the repercussions could extend to our solar system. I pondered as I absorbed Buviro's insights. As my imagination wandered, he spoke once more. "Little brother Ji Wufan, the Alliance has consented to my request and will allow the nanochip within your being to remain, providing you with a vast reservoir of reading material as a token of our gratitude. This nanotechnology encompasses spatial and dimensional capabilities, imperceptible to your current level of human technology, only discernible upon reaching a basic civilization status. You need only to attune your inner self when the time arises." "Ah, thank you, Yuviro. I am also grateful to the Star Alliance for this immense gift of knowledge. I shall certainly explore it when time permits." Upon hearing the Alliance's approval, I could not contain my inner joy, contemplating how I could seize the opportunity to learn, liberating myself from my dependence on smartphones and addressing my cultural inadequacies. If Buwelu were a beautiful girl, I would surely embrace her and plant a kiss upon her cheek. However, I merely ponder this thought, striving to maintain my composure before inquiring further. "I recently overheard your remarks regarding the rise and fall of each generation of empires, implying that every galactic empire ultimately meets its demise. Could you elaborate on this phenomenon? You mentioned that the highest authorities of each galactic empire are the most formidable advanced civilizations. How is it that such powerful civilizations are still subjected to the cyclical process of rise and fall akin to dynasties? What profound truths have you gleaned from this? And might you share them in a succinct manner? The insights of a vast galactic empire must surely be extraordinary. Furthermore, you noted that following the emergence of mid-level civilizations within the Milky Way, many chose to venture forth and explore the expansive universe. Throughout history, have any of these departing civilizations returned? If so, could you regale me with tales of their remarkable experiences elsewhere? I am quite curious to learn about the wondrous epics that lie beyond our localized universe." Chapter 22. The Rise and Fall of the Galactic Fifth Empire. After reaching a mid-level civilization, the intelligent species had completely mastered anti-gravity technology and the physical laws of gravity, electromagnetism, and space, as delineated by your scientists. Energy was no longer a concern, and surpassing the speed of light was no longer an obstacle. They ventured forth to explore the vast cosmos, refraining from disturbing weaker civilizations unless compelled by special circumstances. If intrigued, they would merely capture a few species for research purposes. This also elucidates why mid-level and advanced civilizations exhibit a lack of interest in weaker civilizations, including Earth and the solar system, allowing the majority of weaker civilizations on various planets to develop in peace. The transition to advanced civilization would lead to the exploration of the multiverse, further diminishing any interest in our solar system. Hence, the apprehensions regarding the dark forest theory and dimensional strikes, as portrayed in your science fiction narratives, are unfounded. Consider this. If you were a billionaire, would you venture into the forest to hunt for sustenance? Unlikely. for your wealth would suffice to sustain your family, rendering any interference with lesser lives unnecessary. Buviro first elucidated the trajectory of civilizations beyond the mid-level, which reassured me, and then he continued. As for the galactic empires, no matter how vast or powerful, they remain empires. Any dynasty consolidated by a race cannot escape the inevitable fate of rise and fall, though the duration may vary. The empires of humanity in the past lasted mere decades or centuries, and none of the galactic empires throughout history sustained beyond 1 billion years. Otherwise, they would have ascended to the legendary status of divine civilizations. You may wonder how such an expansive and formidable galactic empire could ultimately perish. The reasons are manifold. Allow me to briefly elucidate a few principles. The first is external invasion, which is readily comprehensible. For instance, the first generation of the galactic empire became excessively inflated, provoking countless advanced civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy, ultimately succumbing to the dual pressures of internal strife and external assault, leading to its disintegration. The once mighty empire fragmented into numerous factions, yet still possessed formidable cards and strategies that deterred the Andromeda galaxy from subjugating the galactic empire. The second generation of the galactic empire, ruled by a royal lineage for over 60 million years, eventually found the monotonous, methodical existence in the galaxy wearisome. One day, they took all the elite representatives of the galaxy aboard their vessels and ventured into other multiverses, never to return. The once mighty empire became leaderless, descending into a fragmented era reminiscent of warring states. The third generation of the galactic empire, having learned from the experiences of its predecessors, initially thrived for 50 million years without significant issues. Even when the royal family departed from the galaxy, they had arranged for successors and laid the groundwork prior to their exit. However, as time progressed, the royal lineage of the third generation began exhibiting the same afflictions that plagued the previous two empires, increasingly exploiting other civilizations. The inequitable distribution of resources, discrimination against certain races, judicial injustices, and the neglect and oppression of weaker species led to rising discontent among the populace, culminating in a growing sense of alienation and dissent. Such scenarios are commonplace. Wherever there is aggregation, one can expect a plethora of social inequalities and injustices. Yet, the governance of the third generation was particularly egregious, as the ruling class believed that their mastery of the most advanced technologies rendered them impervious to consequence. As time progresses, there is an increasing tendency to disregard weaker races, even veering towards the notion of enslavement, marking a departure from the era of grand unification and mutual development. Consequently, the civilizations of the Large Magellanic Cloud, a significant satellite of the Milky Way, covertly established connections with the civilizations of the Triangulum Galaxy, located 3 million light-years away. Together, they conspired to launch a surprise attack on the royal forces, while other civilizations within the Milky Way joined in their downfall. Centuries later, a vast empire met a similar fate. The destinies of the fourth and fifth generations of empires were not markedly different, the primary reason being the emergence of an exploitative class that oppressed its own populace, leading to a decline in justice, fairness, and trust. I sensed that Bu Weilu was once again narrating a captivating tale, and I nodded attentively as he continued. He remarked, "Do not presume that a powerful civilization will endure unscathed. If justice and trust cannot be upheld, it is merely a matter of time before decline sets in. Ancient empires face this fate, as do civilized empires today. Otherwise, the universe would be teeming with divine civilizations. For instance, consider your own historical Roman Empire, the ancient Babylonian dynasty, the Egyptian Empire, and other ancient civilizations that engage with extraterrestrial allies. Some alien civilizations, upon completing their observations, departed, leaving these kingdoms to their own devices. The rulers of humanity succumbed to extravagance and oppression, losing their sense of justice and trust, ultimately leading to their obliteration, including your contemporary civilization. An empire or a nation, regardless of its level of civilization, resembles a towering edifice once established. The populace at the foundation serves as the bricks and mortar, each contributing to the overall structure. The capitalists act as the beams, enhancing the integrity of the building, while politicians serve as the load-bearing walls, supporting the entire structure. When exploitation and oppression emerge, and justice and trust are absent, the hearts of the populace, those bricks, begin to loosen, and the load-bearing walls decay. If both elements falter, the beams will also waver. If neglect continues, the integrity of the structure will deteriorate, leading to the eventual collapse as bricks fall one by one. resulting in a complete disintegration. A pertinent example you may recognize is the late Qing dynasty in your country, where a vast empire with hundreds of thousands of troops was pursued like a stray dog by a coalition of merely over 10,000 from other nations. The primary reason was not the disparity in weaponry. At that time, even after exhausting all firearms and artillery, 50,000 Qing soldiers could not be defeated. Where did the remaining Qing soldiers vanish? The answer lies in the loss of trust among the populace, many of whom inadvertently aided the enemy. Viewing the Stellar Alliance with shock and disbelief, this event further illuminates the underestimated strength of the unified lower class. And it seems that you are now poised to repeat a similar fate. I shall refrain from elaborating further on the state of national unification. Lest my words hinder your expression, you are already aware. Should you wish to delve deeper, you may gradually access the information stored within the chip in your mind in the days to come, which includes knowledge from numerous civilizations that have ventured into the vast cosmos or multiverse. This information has been exchanged with us from other civilizations, and you need not doubt its authenticity. Suddenly, Buwelu noticed my rapt attention and cleared his throat, playfully addressing me. Indeed, there is something I must remind you of. When you are reading the Alliance chip, it is imperative to absorb the information in small segments. Do not attempt to assimilate vast quantities of data all at once, for doing so could lead to the catastrophic bursting of your mind or soul, rendering you a fool in an instant. In a more severe scenario, your very being could be overwhelmed, resulting in an explosion powerful enough to obliterate an entire city. Subsequently, the overwhelming influx of information would reduce your flesh and blood to ashes, transforming you into mere data, symbols, and programs that vanish into oblivion. The consequences of improper handling are grave indeed. When I depart, I implore you to teach me how to control chip information through mental telepathy. I would not wish for my own destruction to inadvertently cause the downfall of others. I am astonished to discover that the state of humanity is even more intricate than I had imagined, particularly the selfish and grotesque nature of certain politicians and capitalists. In their pursuit of self-interest, they conceal numerous truths, misleading not only themselves, but also their nations and all of humanity. Do they not fear that such transgressions will lead to their eternal disgrace? Alas, to lament these matters in my position is but a futile exercise in worry. I possess neither the authority nor the inclination to dwell further on them. By the way, after the departure of the intermediate and advanced civilizations from the Milky Way, some ventured into the vast cosmos while others embarked on explorations of the multiverse. How did the information they returned to our galaxy reach us? Did certain races return out of nostalgia to share their tales? Upon hearing the alarming warning from Buviro, I was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a wave of fear that nearly overwhelmed me, as I dreaded the thought that a mere misstep could lead to my own demise and entail the suffering of an entire city. Such a burden would be monumental. However, recalling the peculiar tone of that old fellow, and considering that the technology of the Stellar Alliance would prevent such occurrences, it dawned on me that Buviro was likely jesting. With this realization, I smiled and marveled, recognizing the futility of inquiring about the secrets of the multiverse. Nostalgia? Visits? Ha ha ha, your question is rather humorous. No, once civilizations depart, they do not return. After all, the universe is not a mere long-distance journey to visit relatives. The vastness of the cosmos is such that one could fly in any direction indefinitely, with no time to return. Even upon achieving the legendary status of an immortal civilization, it remains impossible to fully explore the entirety of the grand universe and the multiverse. Buviro paused momentarily upon hearing my query, then erupted into laughter as he explained. The information about other civilizations' departures from the Milky Way is communicated through quantum entanglement left behind by them. You have likely heard of quantum entanglement? Recently, humanity has begun to uncover its remarkable applications, even mocking the late genius scientist who first elucidated it. Such mockery, however, disrespects our predecessors. For every era's achievements come with their own limitations. With your current understanding of intangible particles, humanity is not yet capable of transmitting information via quantum entanglement. It necessitates that humanity progresses to a primary civilization level, mastering the speed of light and comprehending the fabric of cosmic space, to better understand and harness the wonders of quantum entanglement. During our meeting, I may provide you with a brief insight into the technology of transmitting information through quantum entanglement. By merging neutrinos with quantum particles, information can be conveyed across vast distances, though the specifics of this fusion rely on the diligent efforts of scientists. In truth, the applications of quantum entanglement extend far beyond the commonly acknowledged. As quantum entities belong to the fundamental, intangible fabric of the microscopic realm, they permeate every facet of existence. Even when traversing different dimensional spaces or varying latitudinal planes, quantum entanglement retains its capacity for communication, such as when one enters a black hole or a cosmic rift. Advanced civilizations employ quantum coding and entanglement sensing technologies to explore perilous territories. Given the intangible nature of quantum phenomena, their essence remains unscathed even by the formidable gravity of a black hole, allowing external civilizations to glean insights through observation. However, it is worth noting that quantum entanglement may encounter challenges when faced with peculiar multiverses, necessitating the aid of instruments to re-establish communicative links. In certain incomprehensible multiverses, even with technological assistance, the endeavor may prove futile. Recklessly entering such realms could result in eternal separation from existence. Chapter 23. The Origin of the Milky Way. The Marvel of Quantum Entanglement. Speaking of which, what is this immense gravitational source in the universe? I came across a video on my phone that suggested our Milky Way, along with a vast array of surrounding galaxies, dust, and various substances, is being inexorably drawn towards this gravitational entity. How is it that countless galaxies seem to be racing towards it? The allure it exerts is truly formidable. Scientists propose that this immense source is a supermassive black hole. However, observations with instruments have not revealed any matter being disintegrated by a black hole. Others speculate that this gravitational source may serve as a spatial tunnel to a multiverse. And I find myself intrigued by the secrets it holds. I have noted that extraterrestrial civilizations communicate through quantum entanglement and the fusion of neutrinos. Initially, I wished to delve into the internal workings of the multiverse, but I reconsidered. Surely, such inquiries would delve into complex theoretical knowledge. So I opted for a simpler question instead. Well, allow me to elucidate, I said. The immense gravitational source can be likened to a fissured, vortex-shaped supermassive black hole. As I previously mentioned, fissures or gaps can manifest in any location or space, and the universe is no exception. These gaps vary in size and are predominantly of natural origin. You are familiar with how whirlpools and rivers form. When a gap appears at the riverbed, the water cascades in a vortex, simultaneously drawing in various small substances, all of which are whisked away to another location, akin to an underground river. The immense gravitational source you humans have discovered mirrors this phenomenon of river vortices. In the universe, numerous spaces harbor gaps of varying sizes. Due to the principles of gravitational pull in space, these gaps are typically tranquil, posing no threat even to passing spacecraft, while cosmic fissures lack a significant pulling force. There are instances when a moving or mobile supermassive black hole might encounter one, and their convergence could give rise to a gravitational source surpassing that of a black hole. Once established, this gravitational source exerts an influence over all surrounding matter, its scope and power far exceeding your imagination. Brevero patiently elucidated this to me, observing the changes in my expression and offering reassurance. The probability of a gravitational source forming is exceedingly low. Firstly, the immense gravitational forces of cosmic space render the occurrence of fissures extremely rare. Even if a cosmic fissure does manifest due to the gravitational forces of space, it would typically be restored within a few hundred or thousand years, and larger fissures would close within tens of thousands of years. While this duration may seem lengthy to humanity, it is but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of the universe. Secondly, the vastness of cosmic space is even more expansive than you can imagine. Mobile supermassive black holes seldom encounter cosmic fissures, as many celestial bodies age and vanish before ever crossing paths. To form a gravitational source, a supermassive vortex black hole requires the serendipitous merging of a powerful black hole with a cosmic fissure. And you can surely appreciate that the probability of such an event occurring is as rare as a star in the morning sky. As for your other inquiry regarding why your astronomers and scientists, despite utilizing advanced instruments, have failed to detect celestial bodies being drawn towards the gravitational source, the reasons are quite straightforward. Firstly, the gravitational pull surrounding a supermassive entity is exponentially stronger than that of an ordinary black hole by millions or even billions of times. Concurrently, the radiation intensifies geometrically, causing all matter that approaches the vicinity of the supermassive entity to be disintegrated into fundamental particles. The second reason is that celestial bodies are situated too far from the supermassive entity. Before they even reach its proximity, their lifespans come to an end, leading to their demise and eventual disintegration into meteoroids, ultimately reducing them to atoms. As for the situation surrounding the space tunnels leading into the supermassive entity, there are various scenarios. Within the entrance of the supermassive entity, miracles may unfold, be it a multiverse, multidimensional space, or otherworldly realms. Ancient civilizations within the Milky Way comprehended this phenomenon long ago. It can be regarded as an alternate world or universe. The spatial dimensions, time, latitude, frequency, gravity, and variations within are entirely distinct from our own universe, each possessing its own unique characteristics and merits. The supermassive entity can be likened to a mutated whirlpool within a river. I previously thought it was a vast maw of the cosmos. It appears our human exploration of the universe is indeed trivial. Upon hearing Bravero's explanation, I was astonished and suddenly recalled something I had seen on my mobile device. It mentioned that scientists, utilizing radio telescopes, had discovered matter older than the universe itself, such as stars. How could this be? Some have speculated that this could overturn the Big Bang theory as erroneous. Well, such phenomena are quite normal. As I mentioned before, the birth of the universe encompasses a multitude of possibilities. Some matter emerges naturally from the primordial seeds of space, while others result from a certain density and temperature reaching explosive or combustible thresholds. Once the temperature cools, a universe is born. Furthermore, some scenarios are related to black holes or gravitational clusters. Regardless of the cause, during the formation of the universe, certain ancient materials within localized universes remain intact and do not dissolve or vanish. Once the localized universe solidifies, the residual ancient matter contributes to the formation of stars in the new universe, which may appear older than the universe itself. Certain supermassive entities may expel ancient matter into newly birthed multiverses, akin to what your scientists hypothesize about white holes. The ancient matter might be incomprehensible to the primitive civilizations of the new universe. The truth is quite simple. It seems the Alliance has severely misled you, viewing matters from an overly complex perspective. Sometimes, the exploration from simplicity to complexity reveals the truth to be much closer than one might expect. Some ancient materials, due to various reasons, may be drawn from different universal dimensions through spatial rifts. Although the probability is low, it can indeed occur. Additionally, some ancient materials may have been brought over by extraterrestrial civilizations from other realms. Bravero's explanation left me utterly astonished. I am uncertain whether the mysteries of the universe are inherently simple or if he is merely attempting to convey them in simpler terms. This remains indeterminate. After some contemplation, I decided against further inquiries. Probing too meticulously into specialized theoretical knowledge might lead to confusion. I resolved to seek clarification on other matters. Despite our extensive discussion, I remain unaware of how galaxies are formed, particularly our vast Milky Way, and what resides at its center. While perusing short videos, I encountered discussions about black holes. I find myself intrigued by the question, if it is indeed a black hole, why does it not consume the celestial bodies within our galaxy? Our scientists have been tirelessly exploring this enigma. Could you elucidate it for me? After a brief moment of contemplation, I suddenly recalled the unresolved mysteries of the Milky Way and inquired with Buwairo. Certainly, my young friend Ji Wufan. Allow me to provide a brief explanation. The formation of vast galaxies is attributed to various factors, rather than a singular cause. Firstly, some colossal stars, possessing immense volume and density, collapse upon their demise, creating an extraordinarily strong gravitational flow, often referred to as a black hole by your scientists. The gravitational pull of a black hole draws in and engulfs all surrounding matter, gradually forming a primordial gravitational vortex that incessantly absorbs material from its vicinity, including space itself, ultimately leading to the creation of a gravitational whirlpool over eons. If a black hole is surrounded by an excess of materials and elements, the gravitational flow it generates will expand significantly. Should this flow manage to counteract the black hole's pull, it may slowly evolve into a galaxy, growing over an extensive timescale. The Milky Way exemplifies this phenomenon, with a supermassive gravitational entity at its core, undergoing the cyclical process of birth, growth, aging, and eventual demise. Our galaxy has now entered its twilight phase, with its released energy becoming increasingly erratic, which is why humanity has struggled to ascertain the precise diameter of the Milky Way. Having conveyed this first cause, Buwairo observed my comprehension and continued. The second cause is rooted in the boundless and infinite nature of the universe. It is a realm of perpetual birth, motion, growth, and decay. Regardless of circumstances, the cosmos is in constant flux, never at rest. The universe operates in a vortex-like manner, and due to the effects of centrifugal force, it can tear through space to create vortex points, some of which may develop into swirling flows. If sufficient materials are encountered in space, they can achieve a state of gravitational equilibrium, thus forming galaxies akin to those birthed from a massive gravitational source. However, the probability of this occurring remains exceedingly low, necessitating a harmonious convergence of cosmic conditions. The third cause is closely related to the previously mentioned cosmic rifts. Every material possesses gaps or fissures. This phenomenon has been recognized since ancient times, encapsulated in the saying, "Heaven and earth are inherently incomplete, and all things possess deficiencies." In reality, all materials, regardless of their scale, exhibit some degree of imperfection, including the universe itself. Cosmic rifts vary in size, and certain rifts, influenced by space's gravitational dynamics, may encounter vortex-like materials, thereby forming gravitational whirlpools that give rise to galaxies. Lastly, the fourth cause pertains to the myriad elements present in the vast expanse of space, far exceeding those detected by humanity. Among these floating elements, mutual repulsion can occur, and collisions may generate vortices. Should an explosion occur with sufficient force, it can create spatial whirlpools that draw in surrounding materials. If the gravitational forces of both parties are equal, gravitational whirlpools may also manifest. The central body of our Milky Way harbors primordial elements and various particles, and studying the center of galaxies can provide profound insights into our local universe. However, human technology still requires significant enhancement. After outlining these four principal causes, Buwairo concluded with a suggestion. After thoroughly digesting the aforementioned observations, Buwairo continued, stating that the universe is replete with countless substances and elements, drifting and wandering through the vastness of space over extended periods. Occasionally, colossal clouds of charged matter or elements, including dust, may encounter similarly immense particles with atomic nuclei characteristics. In such instances, the materials with electronic properties will orbit around those with atomic nucleus attributes. If both entities possess sufficiently large surface areas, abundant quantities, and dense masses, each weighing several light-years, they may have a chance to evolve into gravitational vortices. Over eons, these can give rise to galaxies. When observed from a distance using appropriate instruments, it appears as though two supermassive black holes are gravitationally entwined, orchestrating the movement of the entire galaxy. Our Milky Way exemplifies such a phenomenon. One might assert that the core of the Milky Way consists of two extraordinarily massive gravitational bodies, which, to be precise, cannot truly be classified as black holes, as their nature differs from that of black holes formed by the explosive demise of stars. Buwairo's elucidation has once again enriched my understanding immensely. Chapter 24. The Little Gray Alien. Another intriguing question springs to mind. Buwailu, why is it that the galaxies observed by our human scientists predominantly exhibit a flattened shape? Is it possible that the universe itself is flat? As I struggled to grasp Buwailu's elaborate explanations, my imagination wandered through the vastness of the cosmos, prompting me to inquire about the former. Each localized universe possesses a unique shape, and this includes the multiverse and spatial dimensions, all of which manifest in an array of fantastical forms. The predominance of flattened galaxies is primarily attributable to gravitational forces. When colossal whirlpools within the universe ignite or explode, their power surpasses even our wildest imaginations. Our current localized universe is akin to a supermassive whirlpool in space, a product of collapse and compression that generates an explosion of extraordinarily high temperatures. With your technological capabilities, the detection resembles that of the Big Bang. Due to the flat nature of these cosmic whirlpools, the galaxies within our localized universe predominantly take on a rotating, elliptical form. Buwailu endeavored to simplify his explanation for my understanding. Observing my expression shift to one of comprehension, he sighed and continued. The Alliance's focus on the solar system has resulted in numerous inaccuracies in the physical laws observed and detected both within and beyond the solar system, rendering your scientific inquiries ambiguous. Many of your initial scientific theories are flawed, albeit by a negligible margin that does not impede your technological advancement. Should humanity achieve the remarkable feat of transcending its current limitations and advancing to a primary civilization capable of leaving the solar system, it would unlock the true codes of the universe. Moreover, many intelligent civilizations, to shield their solar systems from interference, prefer to employ technology to cloak their systems. Much like the Star Alliance, the advantages of such concealment allow one's home to remain hidden in the cosmos, thus averting numerous complications. The methods for cloaking a solar system include light speed rebound, refraction, shielding, and illusionary disappearances. This is also why your scientists are unable to detect primary civilizations beyond your solar system. In contemporary times, humanity's fervent desire to reveal its location strikes me as unwise. Were it not for the Star Alliance's assistance in cloaking, our solar system would already be beset by troubles. Wu Weilu's Sai left me at a loss for words. His sentiments echoed the dark forest theory from the three-body problem. Given humanity's current technological state, how long do you estimate it will take to elevate to a primary civilization and venture beyond the solar system to explore the Milky Way? After a moment, I posed this question to Bu Weilu, deeming it of great significance. I contemplated the profound transformations that would occur in human life should we ascend to a primary civilization. For instance, travel would become swift and convenient, humanity could conquer numerous diseases, and individuals might enjoy longevity, living for centuries, thus addressing the issue of declining national populations. In light of humanity's present condition, it is exceedingly challenging to escape the solar system. Without a shift in mindset, ending wars and uniting as one, advancement in technological civilization may prove futile. Humanity risks self-destruction. If ecological destruction continues unabated, the Alliance may intervene, forcing you to revert to a primitive existence. Bu Weilu's response elicited a wry smile from me, prompting him to continue. The advancement of technological civilization is not as straightforward as one might presume. However, the multitude of benefits derived from significant technological progress is undeniable, provided that great leaders nurture a cadre of brilliant scientists. These recent conversations have taken on a rather somber tone, leaving me momentarily at a loss for words. Gazing out at the various extraterrestrial beings in the living room, I suddenly perceived something amiss and turned to inquire of Bu Weilu. In my recollection, the visage of aliens, shaped by human imagination, typically conjures images of diminutive beings with oversized heads, underdeveloped bodies, a grayish hue, and an overall frail and somewhat unattractive appearance. Yet, the extraterrestrials I have encountered from yesterday to today are, in stark contrast, robust, formidable, beautiful, or enigmatic races. I have not spotted any of the so-called little gray men. What could account for this discrepancy? Are the extraterrestrials depicted in human science fiction merely figments of imagination? Indeed, they are not mere human fantasies. The hidden extraterrestrial civilizations residing on Earth occasionally engage with humanity, sometimes leaving memories untarnished, or through hypnosis, awakening recollections that can be recalled. As for the little gray aliens you mentioned, they are constructs of extraterrestrial civilizations. Bu Weilu's explanation took me aback, and he elaborated further. The little gray aliens encountered by humans or the extraterrestrial corpses discovered from malfunctioning spacecraft are merely substitutes, akin to probes or robots. Extraterrestrial civilizations typically deploy spacecraft for exploration without revealing their true forms. One might say they are loath to venture out personally, opting instead to create several proxies to fulfill their tasks. The advantages of this approach are manifold. Firstly, it allows for a degree of laziness. Secondly, regardless of the dangers encountered, the substitutes can be abandoned to avoid peril. Exploring unfamiliar planets is not as simple as one might think. To illustrate, the environments, viruses, bacteria, and spatial qualities of each planet vary considerably. In the event of contamination, the repercussions can be cumbersome to handle personally. However, if a substitute is dispatched, it proves far more convenient. The third reason for producing little gray beings is their cost-effectiveness and expedience. Even if an incident occurs resulting in their destruction, there is little emotional investment. These little gray entities can perform tasks such as observation, communication, and representation. Conversely, larger, more cumbersome responsibilities necessitate advanced substitutes. The fourth advantage lies in the heightened confidentiality provided by little gray beings. Given their low production costs, they are not entrusted with vital information. Their functions are limited to basic operations of the spacecraft and task execution, even if captured by other civilizations. Retrieving information from the little gray bodies yields nothing more than a simple shell, devoid of actionable intelligence. This explains why, despite humanity's acquisition of extraterrestrial corpses decades ago, no significant breakthroughs have emerged from such studies to date. The fifth benefit is that it alleviates the apprehension of other races. For instance, encountering a towering, formidable alien may instill fear, even if it communicates in Mandarin that it harbors no ill intent. One's instinctive trepidation remains. However, if an alien of lesser stature, appearing fragile, engages in conversation, one's guard is likely to relax. The thought arises, should it harbor malevolent intentions, I could easily quell it with a mere brick. Moreover, the technology of extraterrestrial civilizations enables the small gray beings to share their consciousness and physical presence. In other words, one can convert one's consciousness into data through chemical or mathematical means and install it within these small gray beings. While they undertake tasks in the external world, you can control them from the comfort of your home, experiencing the same sensations and avoiding danger. These small gray beings are utilized only during missions. Here, at the Alliance's base, the extraterrestrial races you observe are their true forms. Thus, the small gray beings remain unseen, typically stored within a warehouse. So it turns out that the small gray aliens commonly seen by humans are merely inexpensive substitutes. Once I disseminate this information, I wonder how everyone will react. After listening to Bravero's explanation, I felt a tumult of emotions within me. You previously mentioned that the Star Alliance protects the solar system and Earth. From ancient times to the present, any extraterrestrial civilization that enters the solar system must adhere to the Alliance treaties. Otherwise, they will face consequences. For billions of years, have all extraterrestrial civilizations followed the rules? Has there been no violation or hypocrisy? Suddenly, this question arose in my mind, prompting me to inquire about Bravero's insights into the thoughts and actions of extraterrestrial civilizations, whether they mirror those of humanity. 90% of extraterrestrial civilizations abide by regulations, as they are well aware of the treaties established by the super-civilization at the center of the galaxy. No one wishes to provoke such an ancient power. Those who come to the solar system to develop or hide are primarily primitive civilizations. Each planet possesses channels to communicate with the super-civilization, allowing them to dispatch galactic enforcement teams at any moment to quell disturbances. Bravero explained with a calm demeanor, but then his expression turned grave as he continued. However, not everything can be definitively stated. Some extraterrestrial civilizations might engage in minor skirmishes without severe repercussions, and even if reported to the Star Alliance, they may not intervene. After all, with countless civilizations in the galaxy, managing every issue would be overwhelming. For instance, the extinction of the dinosaurs on Earth 65 million years ago was a result of a conflict between two extraterrestrial civilizations, which escalated to the point of using supernuclear fission lasers that contaminated the environment and led to the dinosaurs' demise. Additionally, a conflict among extraterrestrial civilizations 5,000 years ago resulted in prolonged floods on Earth and the destruction of all spacefaring vessels, preventing the enforcement teams from arriving. These incidents pale in comparison to the most severe consequences, which involve the destruction of planets and some moons within the solar system. Reflecting upon this is truly lamentable. Bravero's words startled me, as I contemplated that some advanced extraterrestrial civilizations indeed share similarities with humanity. I had not anticipated that some extraterrestrial beings could be even more brutal than humans, daring to obliterate planets within the solar system. Overcome by a profound curiosity, I inquired further. Could you elaborate, particularly regarding the extinction of the dinosaurs? What became of the extraterrestrial civilizations that caused the subsequent chaos? Allow me to recount the events chronologically, starting with the oldest dwarf planet in the solar system. This refers to the asteroids situated among the 8 major planets, which also orbit the Sun in both revolution and rotation. Due to their small size and humanity's earlier technological limitations, they went unnoticed until later discoveries revealed they had not been classified among the planets of the solar system. For instance, Ceres resides within the asteroid belt situated between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter, embodying this concept. As humanity's technological advancements progress, an increasing number of dwarf planets are being discovered. In truth, their existence far exceeds current acknowledgments. Even Pluto, once classified among the planets, has been relegated from this esteemed category, a decision by scientists ostensibly for the sake of statistical convenience. I wish to convey that in the distant past of our solar system, the number of dwarf planets among the 8 major planets was considerably greater. Unfortunately, most of them fell victim to destruction by extraterrestrial civilizations engaged in cosmic conflicts, obliterating countless dwarf planets in their wake. I need not elaborate on the magnitude of their power, for you can surely conjecture it. However, it was also tacitly endorsed by the Alliance. The revelations made by Bravero startled me. I had previously believed that our solar system consisted solely of 8 planets, with the Kuiper belt beyond Neptune composed merely of asteroids. I was astonished to discover the existence of so many dwarf planets, which are diminutive asteroids lacking the mass and volume to be classified alongside the major planets. Chapter 25. the origins of the ancient pyramids upon realizing the gravity of the situation. I inquired of Buwelu. I can fathom the immense power of extraterrestrial civilizations clashing in the cosmos. Why then did the Alliance turn a blind eye to such conflicts? Was it merely because they annihilated dwarf planets, sparing Earth from harm? This is not the principal reason. The primary factor lies in the fact that during that epoch, the number of dwarf planets between each celestial body was considerable and densely packed, frequently affected by gravitational forces impacting the 8 major planets, or being directly drawn into their orbits. The colossal gas giants, Saturn, Jupiter, Uranus, and Neptune, suffered little from the impacts of dwarf planets, while the barren Mercury, devoid of life, remained unscathed. However, in those days, Venus, Earth, and Mars were all capable of nurturing life, frequently subjected to the influences of dwarf planets, which was detrimental to the evolution of life on these terrestrial worlds. The Alliance deemed that the task of completely annihilating these dwarf planets was rather formidable, compounded by the necessity of clearing up the ensuing debris. Coincidentally, during that period, an extraterrestrial civilization sought to engage in conflict, prompting the Alliance to tacitly permit them to act in the vastness of space, even if it meant the destruction of some dwarf planets. The stipulation was that they must rectify the aftermath, a condition to which the opposing side consented before the stellar coalition would acquiesce. During that time, fragments frequently fell to Earth, yet they posed no threat to the planet's environment. Rather, their descent contributed to the melting of the oceans, increasing Earth's water volume, thus rendering it a unique hydrous planet. Acknowledging my understanding with a nod, Buwelu continued, initially, the indiscriminate destruction of dwarf planets was inconsequential. However, as the number of obliterated dwarf planets reached a certain threshold, the Alliance recognized that their disappearance would adversely affect the gravitational orbits of the 8 major planets. While lifeless planets were of little concern, the implications for the evolution of life on Mars and Venus were exceedingly detrimental. With Earth situated in a temperate position relative to its star, thus experiencing minimal impact. Sensing this, the Alliance intervened, halting any further destruction of dwarf planets by extraterrestrial civilizations, thereby mitigating the power of their conflicts. There is another matter I must convey. Behind Neptune once resided the planet Nibiru, and beyond Nibiru lay Pluto. Nibiru was a massive planet, comparable in size to Jupiter, and worthy of classification among the celestial bodies. It too fell victim during the aforementioned conflicts, with much of its debris being drawn into the Kuiper Belt. In that era, this terrestrial planet was distant and frigid, cherished by the Anunnaki, an extraterrestrial civilization from a planet in Orion, which was of a primitive nature. The Anunnaki, due to their considerable size and robust constitution, could thrive in the environment of Nibiru. They established a base on Earth for prolonged research, giving rise to the Sumerian civilization. Is the Sumerian civilization authentic? I pondered. Nibiru, a terrestrial planet of such grand proportions, akin to Jupiter, would offer ample land and resources for humanity. Surely, one would not fret over housing difficulties in such vast territories, allowing men to find brides without concern. Alas, it is a lamentable fate that it was destroyed. Why did such a calamity befall it? Upon hearing about Nibiru, I was not initially astonished, as I had been unaware of its existence. However, upon learning it was a supermassive terrestrial planet, I was struck with awe, quickly followed by sorrow, lamenting the ungratefulness of those extraterrestrial civilizations. Upon hearing Burwello's mention of the Sumerian civilization, I was once again taken aback. This legend, which I had previously encountered, proved to be true. I quickly gathered my thoughts and inquired further about the former. The Sumerian civilization is indeed real, as I have previously informed you, and it is connected to the 9 planets of our solar system, including the enigmatic Nibiru. When extraterrestrial civilizations arrived in our solar system, they were required to report to the Stellar Alliance of Earth and obtain consent for their temporary sojourn. Due to the overwhelming number of extraterrestrial visitors to Earth at that time, the Anunnaki civilization, which preferred tranquil and frigid environments, stationed their spacecraft on Nibiru, sending only a select few to conduct research on each planet. The Anunnaki were revered as deities by ancient humans on Earth. There was an instance when the Anunnaki civilization engaged in conflict with the Sirius civilization. At that time, Sirius and its companion star did not resemble their current forms. Both were ordinary stars, each accompanied by several planets that orbited and rotated. The inhabitants of Sirius developed their civilization on the largest of these planets. Unbeknownst to them, their dispute drew in allies from both sides, culminating in a fierce battle that resulted in the destruction of Nibiru within our solar system. The Sirius civilization suffered even greater losses, as they not only obliterated all the planets but also devastated their home star. They resorted to using special anti-gravity missiles, which contained specially designed magnetic field nuclear fusion accelerators, bombarding both of Sirius's stars with relentless fury. Although they did not annihilate the two stars, they hastened their aging, altering the surrounding gravitational forces and transforming them into lifeless stars incapable of sustaining planets. Burwello's explanations filled me with trepidation, despite his calm demeanor. I could vividly imagine the cataclysmic battles of that era. What could have prompted such a conflict between the two civilizations? Was it merely for resources? That seemed unlikely, as you had previously mentioned that primitive civilizations could harness nuclear fusion to generate limitless resources, which could also be extracted from other locations. Could it have been a matter of faith? I was eager to learn the outcome. After the initial shock, I questioned Burwello. My curiosity piqued regarding the motivations behind their lethal clash. It was a struggle for technological supremacy. Once a civilization reaches a primitive stage, all religions are destined to fade away. Even if faith persists, it becomes mere sentimentality. As time progresses, beliefs diminish, and primitive civilizations do not engage in warfare over past convictions. As I mentioned before, many extraterrestrial civilizations traverse the cosmos, driven not only by curiosity, but also by exploration and adventure. Occasionally, they encounter other civilizations, exchanging technological knowledge and collaborating to enhance each other's advancements. This was the case with the Anunnaki and Sirius civilizations, which ultimately led to conflicts over technological breakthroughs and dominance, dragging other civilizations into chaos. The outcome for both parties was that the Stellar Alliance reported this matter to the Galactic Confederation of Super Civilizations. After all, this was no trivial skirmish. The enforcement team investigated the reasons behind the conflict and subsequently confiscated the new technologies developed by both factions. Upon determining that the Anunnaki were at fault, they were expelled from the Milky Way galaxy, never to return. This included the dismantling of all their bases and outposts, which explains the sudden disappearance of the Sumerian civilization from Earth. The Sirius race, having lost their technology and their planetary home, and with their star severely damaged, was not further troubled by the Galactic Enforcement Team. The ancient humans of your Earth initially observed Sirius as a red star, which has now transformed into a bluish-white hue. This remarkable change within just a few millennia is attributed to the rapid depletion of energy within Sirius, resulting from internal injuries. I have heard tales and legends surrounding Sirius and am aware of the peculiar coloration of this star. Today, through the elucidation provided by Burwello, I have come to understand the underlying reason for this phenomenon. The conflict between the Sirius civilization and the Anunnaki civilization unfolded in the vastness of outer space, primarily at the fringes of our solar system, and its repercussions on the solar system were relatively minimal. However, this event captured the attention of the Celestial Alliance, leading to heightened vigilance towards other extraterrestrial civilizations. As years passed without significant incidents, the Celestial Alliance gradually grew complacent. Yet, 65 million years ago, another extraterrestrial civilization engaged in warfare due to disputes, and the Alliance was unable to intervene in time, resulting in catastrophic damage to Earth and the near extinction of the dinosaurs. Ultimately, the Galactic Enforcement Squad eradicated both civilizations, simultaneously instilling fear in other alien entities. Burwello continued once my mind had settled. The last major conflict on Earth occurred 5,000 years ago, marking a period of great chaos. Fortunately, the Alliance had prepared in advance, successfully minimizing the damage. Otherwise, the calamity would have been comparable to the extinction of the dinosaurs, potentially threatening humanity's existence as well. After the resolution of the final dispute with the extraterrestrial civilizations, the Celestial Alliance sought to seal off the solar system, an agreement that was granted by the Celestial League, allowing humanity to enjoy a harmonious existence free from conflict. The last tumultuous clash occurred merely 5,000 years ago, a relatively short span in the grand tapestry of time. Yet it was marked by unprecedented severity. Speaking of Earth, let us delve into some of the mysterious phenomena on its surface. Numerous unsolved enigmas pique human curiosity, and I share this interest. I kindly request your explanations. Initially, I intended to inquire about the specifics of each conflict, but other intriguing questions came to mind. Observing Burwello nodding, I asked, previously you mentioned a connection between the pyramids of ancient Egypt and extraterrestrial civilizations. Could you elaborate on their construction timeline and purpose? The remnants of pyramid structures are not exclusive to ancient Egypt. They are found across the globe. For instance, there are the pyramids of the Maya, the Aztecs, The Sun Pyramid in Mexico, the Caral Pyramid in Peru, the Bosnian Pyramid, and the pyramids in Spain and Georgia, among others. Additionally, there exist pyramids deep beneath the ocean and within the Earth's crust, though this remains unknown to you, as the term pyramid is a label attributed by humanity. Specifically, this construction began approximately 2.9 billion years ago, following the emergence of our civilization, the Zeo, into a nascent stage, during which numerous extraterrestrial civilizations descended upon Earth to erect these structures. The revelation of Bue Luo startled me, such an ancient time. Noticing my bewilderment, he clarified, indeed. This commenced at that epoch, though the relentless passage of time has eroded and obscured much of the evidence. Extraterrestrial civilizations surrounding our solar system appear to harbor an inexplicable fondness for the pyramid shape, a fascination that has subsequently influenced other civilizations. Through research, it has been confirmed that the pyramid design is both practical and efficient. As I previously mentioned, after the onset of nascent civilizations, there was a keen interest in exploring peculiar realms, with quantum entanglement technology facilitating unhindered communication across their respective universes. At times, the communication effects in certain special spaces may diminish or even become ineffective. Following extensive research and experimentation by various extraterrestrial civilizations, a practical method has been devised to enhance the quantum entanglement communication sensitivity. This technological advancement necessitates the construction of a unique model, specifically in the shape of a pyramid, which, when combined with advanced instruments, can amplify and solidify the quantum entanglement communication sensitivity alongside offering additional benefits. Uvairo's explanation was illuminating. I was astonished to discover that the pyramid possessed such remarkable capabilities. It is indeed wondrous. I then inquired further, pondering why the pyramids, which were masterfully constructed in antiquity, still present many enigmas that even our current technology struggles to unravel. Humanity has long speculated that these structures were crafted by extraterrestrial beings, and it appears that this notion holds some truth. However, I find myself perplexed. If these edifices are of alien origin, why do they exhibit signs of deterioration? Although I have yet to behold the pyramids myself, those who have visited recount that they do not exude the mystery one might expect. Rather, they appear as mere assemblages of large stones. Moreover, there are numerous ancient artificial markings within, which raises questions about their origins. Chapter 26. The Secrets of Kunlun Mountain. In the era of ancient pyramids, these architectural marvels thrived, harnessing the technological energy of extraterrestrial civilizations, exhibiting an array of formidable capabilities. However, once this technological essence was withdrawn, they merely devolved into mere edifices. Despite their abandonment, these pyramids could endure for millennia, their structural ingenuity far surpassing that of human architectural designs. When the ancient extraterrestrial civilizations erected the pyramids, whether in Egypt or elsewhere, they were venerated as deities by the local populace. After the departure of these civilizations, the remaining pyramids became symbols of spiritual faith for the locals. Human pharaohs or kings would utilize them as grand tombs, nurturing the hope of ascending to the realms of the divine in the afterlife. Thus, during their lifetimes, they commanded workers to refurbish and restore the pyramids, transforming them into artifacts of human endeavor before eventually serving as their final resting places. Buvairo once again unraveled the mysteries for me. Do these pyramids possess other functions? I pondered aloud. Indeed, he replied. The smaller pyramids also serve as spatial transceivers. For instance, if one wished to travel from Asia to Africa in ancient times without the use of flying saucers or aircraft, one could directly traverse through the pyramid's spatial conduit. Buvairo's explanations ignited a fervor within me. I mused on the convenience this technology would bestow upon humanity, rendering automobiles, airplanes, and ships obsolete, thus conserving substantial resources. Once my excitement settled, Buvairo elaborated further. Moreover, the pyramids facilitate planetary communication, harness cosmic energy, collect cosmic rays, sense spatial frequencies, and gather radio energy, among other functions. Any desired action can be programmed into the internal instruments of the pyramid, allowing for the creation of virtual software operations, making it a universal hub favored by numerous extraterrestrial civilizations. The advanced pyramids could even facilitate interplanetary travel. For example, if one were on Earth and wished to journey to a planet within the Orion constellation, one would simply connect to the spatial coordinates of the Orion pyramid and input the necessary energy, enabling instantaneous travel across vast distances in mere seconds. I nearly lost my balance, overwhelmed by the revelation, but fortunately, I was seated. The magnitude of this knowledge left me astounded, and I wondered when humanity might harness such formidable technology. If it were to be invented, the establishment of bases on the Moon, Mars, or Venus would become remarkably convenient for human migration. Lost in thought, I chuckled to myself, uncertain if I would witness such advancements in my lifetime. Bringing myself back to reality, I inquired of Buviro, are there still functioning pyramids on Earth capable of interplanetary traversal? Yes, he affirmed. What humans have discovered thus far are merely abandoned pyramids. The ones reconstructed by extraterrestrial civilizations lie hidden beneath the Earth, both on land and beneath the sea. The operational pyramids remain invisible and undetectable to humans, cloaked by extraterrestrial technology, predominantly situated around the 30th parallel north, a region steeped in mystery and wonder for your kind. I have more insights to share, which I entrust to you to communicate to humanity beyond, at the latitude of 30 degrees north. Earth conceals mysteries that current technology cannot fathom. It is wise to refrain from curiosity, for provoking the extraterrestrial civilizations within could yield dire consequences. As for your inquiry regarding the interstellar traverser, it was destroyed 5 millennia ago and has yet to be rebuilt, for reasons manifold, with its location situated within your nation. The final narration of Bravoro piqued my curiosity. My penchant for historical tomes and documentaries has acquainted me with several enigmatic events around the 30th parallel north. Notable examples include the Egyptian pyramids, the Bermuda Triangle, the world's tallest peak, Mount Everest, the Maya civilization, the legendary Atlantis, and the now renowned Sangxingdui. Numerous mysterious phenomena and places are found along this latitude, and I once speculated about their connection to extraterrestrial life, only to discover the truth of it. Yet, my interest now rests with Bravoro's earlier revelations. I found myself compelled to inquire about the location of the interstellar traverser in ancient times. Was it in the Kunlun Mountains? This splendid land, renowned for its breathtaking beauty, was a favored gathering place for various extraterrestrial civilizations, bustling with activity. The traverser was indeed nestled within the unyielding peaks of the Kunlun Mountains. This astonishing revelation filled me with both surprise and a tinge of excitement. It is rare for Bravoro to express opinions about specific places or objects. His fondness for the Kunlun Mountains is unexpected, yet it has given rise to further queries. I am well aware of Kunlun, our nation's sacred mountain, first mentioned in the Shanhai Jing classic of mountains and seas. Though many regard this ancient text as a fantastical tome, treating it as mere myth and legend, the precise location of Kunlun remains a topic of debate. I am also familiar with the legends surrounding the unyielding mountain, said to have been brought down by the water deity Gong Gong's headlong charge. Are these legends true? Did deities truly exist in antiquity? Bravoro, might you elaborate further? My fascination with my nation's history and lore knows no bounds. I posed numerous questions in quick succession and gazed eagerly at him. My deepest passion lies within the classic culture of my homeland. Of course, young brother. Your request shall be honored by the Alliance without hesitation, he replied. Firstly, let me clarify that Kunlun is not a singular mountain range, but rather a collection of peaks and ridges. The Kunlun Mountains as designated by your nation lie at the juncture of Tibet, Qinghai, and Xinjiang. This is indeed accurate, though its expanse is even greater than your delineation suggests. Based on ancient geographical accounts, the Kunlun Range extends into the Chilean mountains of Gansu province, forming a vast mountain chain that stretches in all directions. The unyielding mountain, as per today's geography, is located in the Pamir Plateau. I was astounded to learn that the Kunlun Mountains are even more extensive than I had imagined, unraveling the secrets of ancient legends and their precise locations. Wow, the Kunlun Mountains are truly vast. No wonder there has been debate over its exact location for millennia. Some assert it lies here, while others claim it is there. By your account, the Kunlun Range is indeed expansive, which means that any position within its vicinity could be referred to as Kunlun, correct? I observed Bravoro's appreciative gaze directed towards me, and my joy swelled as I pressed on with further inquiries. The ancient Kunlun Mountains, once vast and magnificent, have significantly diminished in size over time. The legendary Buzhou Mountain from the Shanhai Jing serves as a mythical pillar supporting the heavens. Presently, the Pamir Plateau is merely an expansive highland, far from reaching the sky. What accounts for these transformations? Historically, the Kunlun Mountains suffered considerable destruction during ancient conflicts, particularly during the last Great War. Although the cataclysmic power of that battle did not result in an apocalyptic upheaval akin to the age of dinosaurs, it nonetheless ravaged the mountainous terrain between the current Qinghai and Gansu provinces, severing the geographical continuity of the Kunlun Range. Consequently, it became divided into two distinct regions. the battleground giving rise to what is now the Kaidam Basin, an area whose environment has yet to recover fully. Listening intently, I followed Buwairo's narration. The legendary Bujo Mountain, as named by ancient peoples, once encompassed a far greater extent than the present-day Pamir Plateau, which housed a grand base at its core, a nexus for numerous extraterrestrial civilizations traversing the cosmos. The immense energy required for interstellar travel led various alien civilizations to connect this central base to the sun, creating radiant energy beams. These beams continuously absorbed hydrogen from the stars, facilitating nuclear fusion to sustain their journeys, causing the ancient humans at the foot of the mountains to mistakenly perceive it as a divine mountain reaching the heavens. Over generations, this evolved into what you now regard as ancient mythology. The deities mentioned in the Shanhai Jing were, in fact, intelligent beings from diverse extraterrestrial civilizations. Their distinct appearances, unlike those of ancient humans, allowed them to traverse the Kunlun and Bujo mountains with ease, using their advanced mastery of the omnipresent energy fields, which your ancestors could only interpret as divine. I pondered this revelation and inquired of Buwairo, what, then, accounts for the allure of the Kunlun Mountains to so many ancient extraterrestrial civilizations? Was the ancient Kunlun truly a picturesque and auspicious locale, now rendered desolate and radiated? He replied, no, the environment in ancient times was harsher than it is today, characterized by a significantly stronger magnetic field. As I previously mentioned, regions along the 30th parallel north, including the Kunlun Mountains, exhibit strong magnetic forces. Such intense and unstable magnetic fields pose challenges to contemporary human technology. However, for primitive civilizations, the ability to harness and manipulate these magnetic forces rendered it a land of great fortune. Many extraterrestrial races adapted their bodies to align harmoniously with these magnetic fields. While such adaptations posed little harm to them, humans experienced various discomforts. As ancient extraterrestrial civilizations navigated between the Kunlun and Bujo Mountains, their specialized nanofabric garments enabled them to manipulate the surrounding magnetic fields, emitting a dazzling array of colors as they took flight, captivating the ancient humans who beheld them as divine beings. Buwairo's elucidation prompted me to nod in contemplation. I then ventured to ask about the extraordinary creatures and marvelous peaks described in the Shanhai Jing. Why do some of these animals and mountains still exist today, while others remain elusive? Since we are discussing the Shanhai Jing, I sought clarity on all these matters, eager to learn more. In ancient times, the earth was teeming with a plethora of flora and fauna, far surpassing what we witness today. Over the course of millennia, particularly in recent centuries, the advancement of human technology has regrettably neglected the imperative of environmental preservation, leading to the extinction and disappearance of numerous species. A civilization that fails to safeguard its ecological environment, despite its technological advancements, cannot be deemed truly perfect. The extraordinary creatures chronicled in the Shanhai Jing, many of which are now lost to the annals of time, have perished due to habitat destruction or have been hunted to extinction by humans. Furthermore, certain species of plants and animals may have been brought to Earth by extraterrestrial civilizations for research purposes, or they may have been the result of experimental mutations. Left to their own devices, these beings have either vanished entirely or evolved in ways that remain unseen in the present day. As for the mountains that have disappeared, some were destroyed during tumultuous conflicts, while others have been obscured from view by the Star Coalition Treaty. There are even those that have been transported aboard alien spacecraft, never to return. The explanation provided by Bue Luo left my lips twitching in disbelief. I found myself pondering whether certain species, brought from alien worlds, could indeed thrive on Earth and whether any have managed to propagate into the present age. This question abruptly escaped my lips. Chapter 27. Analyzing the classic of mountains and sees the extraterrestrial beings that brought extinction to Earth include the entity known as Emperor Jiang, referred to by ancient scholars as chaos. This creature possesses a rotund body, adorned with 4 wings and 6 legs, lacking any sensory organs such as ears, eyes, or mouth. On its home planet, Emperor Jiang does not require sustenance. Instead, it absorbs surrounding radio-like energy, negating the need for excretion, and evolves unique characteristics through environmental sensing. With an idle existence, it developed a penchant for the arts, thus becoming the intelligent and multifaceted divine bird depicted in the classic of mountains and seas. The creature known as Qizhong is also an extraterrestrial entity. After adapting to Earth, it developed a fondness for the sin of plague, capable of detecting outbreaks before they manifest, which led ancient humans to regard it as an omen of misfortune. Furthermore, the classic records other alien species such as the Yueying, Zhuya, Feng, Kuenyo, and Yayu, all of which have similarly perished due to various earthly causes, predominantly through the hunts of ancient peoples. Presently, only the Alliance's bases nurture these ancient species, occasionally releasing them for research, at times glimpsed by humanity. These ancient extraterrestrial beings exhibit remarkable vitality and resilient adaptability, yet their numbers are sparse. For instance, certain unique squids and octopuses in the ocean not only exhibit tenacity but also interbreed with other ancient mollusks, occasionally leading to successful reproduction. Their survival can be attributed to the inability of your ancestors to conquer the sea. Well, the explanations provided by Bueluo, complemented by 5D holographic imagery and sound, have illuminated my understanding of the ancient creatures within the classic of mountains and seas, revealing their true nature. But what of the divine dragon? What is its story? Why is it now elusive? I have long believed in the existence of dragons. Otherwise, it would be improbable for our ancient ancestors to incorporate such mythical beasts into the 12 zodiac signs, given that the other signs are based in reality. After Bueluo retracted the 5D holographic imagery, I mustered the courage to inquire about the answer that resonated most deeply within me. A question reflective of the faith held by billions in my nation. You have guessed correctly. Dragons indeed existed, though they too were extraterrestrial beings. Non-terrestrial species characterized by resilience and adaptability. Their majestic and formidable appearance, coupled with their extraordinary abilities, led your ancestors to venerate them, gradually transforming them into a national belief. Dragons were not exclusive to your nation in ancient times. They traversed other regions of Earth, interbreeding with large terrestrial creatures, occasionally giving rise to mutated species. The legendary Jiaolong and Yinglong of your nation, as well as various types of dragons from Western lore, such as multi-headed dragons, are all descendants of the dragon lineage. As for the tales of the 9 sons of the dragon in your culture, some are indeed interbred descendants, while others are purely imaginative. However, the fervent belief of your ancestors did not escape the hands of hunters, ancient peoples, convinced that consuming dragon flesh would grant them immortality and rebirth, often sought them out clandestinely, ultimately leading to their capture by the Alliance. Bueluo's revelations stirred my passions. The faith I hold truly exists, and perhaps the time for humanity to encounter them has yet to arrive. Is the divine dragon, as described in our folklore, capable of soaring through the skies, diving into the depths of the ocean, and breathing fire? In my excitement, I inquired about the divine dragon's powers, eager to discern the veracity of the legends. Indeed, the instinct to breathe fire and traverse both land and sea is inherent. Dragons are exceptionally intelligent beings, adept at manipulating the primordial universal energy field. Through this omnipotent energy, they can soar through the skies and traverse the earth, controlling climatic phenomena, what you refer to as weather manipulation. There have been instances in the past where dragons, released into the lofty clouds, were encountered by humans aboard airplanes, who captured photographs of these magnificent creatures, though such occurrences were suppressed. Additionally, sightings have been recorded throughout history, with ancient civilizations documenting these encounters, ensuring that the belief endures to this day. Had they been fabricated, they would have long since been abandoned. I felt a surge of fervor, perhaps stirred by the passion of faith, while Bueluo remained silent, smiling. In the Shanhai Jing, one often finds descriptions of mountains located many li away, each harboring various wonders. Our ancestors, along with modern scholars, including some from foreign lands, have endeavored to decipher the meaning of li in their studies of the Shanhai Jing. Some mountains have been identified, while others remain elusive. The debate surrounding the distance denoted by li has persisted throughout the ages, leading me to ponder its true length. Upon regaining my composure, I broached this contentious topic. The unit of distance li in the Shanhai Jing refers to the teleportation range of the star coalition, bearing no relation to your contemporary measure of distance. In ancient times, many extraterrestrial bases were established within majestic mountains, where various alien civilizations frequently transported specimens for exchange and study. These civilizations brought with them advanced technology and living experimental subjects, including the ancient humans. Firstly, ancient humans were created as terrestrial primates, making them ideal candidates for living experiments. Secondly, your ancestors possessed intelligence, could communicate, and were adept at various tasks, facilitating unity and cooperation among their kin. For these reasons, extraterrestrial civilizations favored transporting your ancestors via flying vessels or utilizing the universal energy field to traverse the globe, leading your forebears to regard each alien species as divine. They witnessed, heard, and experienced the experiments conducted by each civilization, and those who survived passed down their accounts through generations. Wu Luo's elucidation brought clarity. It became apparent that humanity's ancestors had long been subject to the whims of extraterrestrial civilizations. Consequently, I inquired about the peculiar flora and fauna mentioned in the Shanhai Jing. Some of these may have gone extinct, while others could have been brought from other planets. Furthermore, I pondered why each mountain or extraterrestrial base exhibits distinct climatic conditions, despite their relatively close proximity. After some contemplation, I posed my questions, initially intending to specify certain plants or peaks, but I found myself unable to recall specifics at that moment. The diversity of flora and fauna in the Shanhai Jing is vast and intricate, with some described in archaic characters that I could scarcely recognize. Thus I could only inquire generally. Indeed, your analysis is astute. The number of extinct ancient plants is not extensive, as your ancestors tended towards a carnivorous and fruit-based diet. Some plants were over-harvested after your ancestors discovered their beneficial properties, leading to their disappearance. For instance, sun grass became favored as your ancestors developed an appreciation for aesthetics, realizing that its consumption could enhance their physical grace and beauty. Thus, the relentless search for sustenance across the vast mountains is a significant reason for the ever-increasing beauty of your ancestors. Some remnants have endured to become the endangered flora of today. For instance, the bamboo mountain and the yellow flowers, which were utilized for bathing and were believed to cure ailments like scabies and edema, still exist. There exists a species of extraterrestrial trees that bear pearls. Your ancestors delighted in harvesting them to craft jewelry, ultimately leading to the extinction of all three varieties of these terrestrial trees. In antiquity, humanity lacked an awareness of environmental conservation, often uprooting entire trees to bring home, thus obtaining pearls while also securing firewood. At this point, I could not suppress a chuckle, which did not go unnoticed by Buelu, who chose to remain silent and continued. The significant temperature variations among the peaks stem from the diverse environments to which each extraterrestrial species has adapted. To enhance their comfort, they employed the technology within their bases to modify the surrounding climate. Some extraterrestrial races favored the cold, adjusting the temperature outside the peaks to a perennial frost. Others preferred the heat, creating an environment of constant warmth. Thus, ancient humans experienced a multitude of climates with each mountain they visited. Those ancestors who survived the experiments were subsequently released into tribes to share their tales, which, through oral tradition, evolved into the fantastical Shanhai Jing, classic of mountains and seas, that you revere today. Oh, I see, I exclaimed suddenly, realizing. Both the Shanhai Jing and other ancient texts mention the existence of shamans or priests within ancient human tribes. Legends suggest they could communicate with spirits, celestial beings, and deities, conveying divine intentions to the tribespeople, with some being taken away to become immortals, never to return. I had always assumed these were mere myths, but it appears they were abducted by extraterrestrial civilizations for experimentation. Those who did not return likely met a grim fate. The extraterrestrial civilizations may have withheld the truth out of fear of inciting panic among ancient tribes, preventing them from wholeheartedly placing their faith in them. Perhaps this is the essence of it. Ji Wufan, the more you know and analyze, the clearer things become. You are quite astute. Buelu praised me remarkably, though I recognized his words as mere courtesy. Nevertheless, I felt a surge of joy and pondered further before inquiring of Buelu. I also read in the Shanhai Jing that each mountain peak is governed by a distinct mountain deity, each with unique preferences for offerings. What is the rationale behind this? Do some extraterrestrials also enjoy earthly delicacies or adorn themselves with exquisite jewelry? Moreover, the Shanhai Jing was published in our country, which is part of Asia, yet it features numerous flora and fauna not native to Asia during ancient times. Were they brought back by your kind? With Buelu's extensive explanations and encouragement, I began to analyze the ancient legends in a coherent manner. Each mountain peak is overseen by an extraterrestrial administrator controlling the base, and due to their varied appearances, they were described by your ancestors as different mountain deities. I previously mentioned that once a civilization reaches a certain technological threshold, most intelligent species become disinterested in the mundane tasks of eating and drinking. The mountain deities residing within each peak do not partake in the offerings made by ancient humans, finding it bothersome. The ancestral rituals dedicated to the mountain deities were merely acts of faith, providing the tribes with a sense of security. Seeing me nod, Buelu continued. Your analysis is indeed accurate. Each mountain peak and every alien base collaborates in scientific research. This exchange extends beyond mere technological sharing, at times. They capture various flora and fauna from Earth for study, releasing the non-viable species back into nature, witnessed by your ancestors. Many ancient plants and animals were named by your human forebears, some names enduring through time while others have evolved throughout history. The extraterrestrial races refer to Earth species by code names, as they lack the inclination to devise proper titles. Oh, what plants and animals have been brought from various parts of the world to our nation? Are any of them still extant? Please share a few examples at your leisure. Burwai Luo. The ancient text Shanhai Jing captivates not only my interest, but also that of numerous individuals within my country and countless others abroad, all of whom harbor a profound fascination for this remarkable work, which continues to be the subject of ongoing research. Since we are broaching the topic of Shanhai Jing, I might as well inquire thoroughly. Chapter 28. The relationship between the classic of mountains and seas and extraterrestrials. Dear Ji Wufan, allow me to share with you a few intriguing examples. The creature known as from the classic of mountains and seas is, in fact, a unicorn brought back from ancient Europe. After being studied by extraterrestrials, some specimens were returned to nature, yet your ancestors, seeing them without sufficient opportunity for observation, soon witnessed their demise due to the inhospitable environment. Consequently, unicorns faced extinction in Europe as well. The creature known as was, in ancient times, a zebra from Africa that was transported to Asia. This resilient horse could have thrived in the Asian jungles, yet it was hunted to extinction by your ancestors, who regarded it as an element. Armadillos were also studied by extraterrestrials after being brought from Central and South America, their name having endured through the ages. Various fish species, such as the eel, the purple fish, the squid, and the herring, were similarly transported from the four oceans for research. Unfortunately, the remaining specimens released into freshwater lakes perished shortly thereafter, with tales of their existence passed down through generations. Recently, Buwelu's commentary, accompanied by a 5D holographic display, has further illuminated my understanding of these ancient and peculiar species. Some mutated organisms, upon examination, were found to carry viruses capable of infecting ancient humans, leading to plagues, such as the. Faced with such challenges, certain alien civilizations chose to disengage, leaving the matter to be resolved through alliances. The most common approach involved deploying intelligent purifiers to cleanse the air and environment. Once the air was free of viruses, the health of ancient humans would improve. Due to their avian-like appearance, the ancient Huaxia people dubbed these purifiers. However, not all mutated species posed a threat to ancient humans. Some were beneficial. For instance, when captured and its skin removed, provided a comforting layer for long slumber, shielding one from toxic miasmas. Was known to alleviate abdominal pain and diarrhea when consumed, while, with its nutrient-dense flesh, could stave off hunger for 10 days to a fortnight, even curing skin warts. The creature contained pearls within its body that were even more sustaining than meat. Most species that proved advantageous to your ancestors were ultimately hunted to extinction, explaining their current absence, as the Alliance, while nurturing some, refrains from releasing them. Among the unique avian species is, whose flesh can remedy eye ailments, is said to treat strokes and gout, while can alleviate sore throats and even madness. It is essential to recognize that we cannot entirely fault our human ancestors. They were compelled to act in self-preservation, having tasted the sweetness of survival. I also noted in the classic of mountains and seas that the temporal experiences of each mountain peak seem to differ, raising questions about why this phenomenon occurs despite their proximity. Furthermore, the text describes myriad peculiar nations and extraordinary races. Could they all be extraterrestrial beings? Reflecting on the inexplicable legends within the classic of mountains and seas, I endeavored to project the thoughts swirling in my mind. To my surprise, a cascade of Chinese characters emerged around me, chronicling the remarkable tales contained within the classic. After finishing his observations, Buelu nodded. Following my consultation with Xiaoming, all images around me vanished. Your ancestors accompanied various extraterrestrial races to different mountain peaks as experimental subjects, experiencing different time dilations due to the unique temporal flow within each peak, distinct from the outside world. Each extraterrestrial civilization within these mountains could manipulate the passage of time, governed by an omnipresent energy field. Not only did they control the temporal discrepancies, but they could also alter the climate, environment, and energy of the entire mountain. Recognizing my understanding, Buelu conjured 5-dimensional holographic images. Regarding your inquiry about the peculiar nations and unique races, some are extraterrestrial species, while others serve as research subjects, which you could also interpret as laboratories. Among the extraterrestrial races mentioned in ancient texts is the Xianyuan nation, a branch of the Sirius star system, responsible for research in the Asian region at that time. They initially sent 2 of their kin to guide humanity, who were revered by the Huaxiao people as Fuxi and Nuwa. Later, they allowed the descendants of Huaxia to create a leader named Huang Di within their territory, who governed the various tribes of ancient East Asia. The White Nation, comprising a group of white extraterrestrial beings, bears a striking resemblance to ancient humans. The Mingxu Nation, featuring beings with human heads and avian bodies, arrived on Earth and became engrossed in the study of birds. In contrast, the Yinchang Nation, characterized by human bodies with bird heads, represents the opposite of the Mingxu Nation. These 2 half-human, half-bird extraterrestrial species prefer to reside in dimensional spaces, making them exceedingly difficult to locate. The Dingling Nation appears humanoid but possesses lower bodies resembling horse hooves, with a branch in Asia and a principal base in ancient Europe, often associated with the myth of Pan. The Bodhi Nation, humanoid beings adorned with feathers, frequently traverse the Earth utilizing the omnipresent energy field. The Mingxuang people, a hermaphroditic extraterrestrial race, were keen on studying human genetics in ancient times. References to conjoined twins in both ancient records and modern news reports are remnants of their genetic experiments on humanity. The Great Nation and the Small Nation mentioned in the Shanhai Jing indeed exist, where certain extraterrestrial races extracted ancient human genes to explore the limits of human physiology. Through methods akin to in vitro cultivation, they produced humans of extreme stature, with some reaching heights of 7 to 8 meters and others measuring merely 30 centimeters. The extraterrestrials separated these 2 experimental groups for observation, conducting their studies for decades, which astonished the ancient populace. They named these groups the Great Nation and the Small Nation, subsequently recorded in sacred texts. As ancient humans transitioned from primitive society to the era of slavery, locals, upon discovering the skeletons of giants, perceived them as divine beings, believing they were descendants of gods. Over time, this belief evolved into the mythologies we know today. Buela noted my wide-eyed astonishment, and with a smile, he froze the images on the screen. "Behold," he said, "the Zhurin from the Shanhai Jing are the intelligent machines your ancestors encountered, capable of altering their forms at will, tasked with mining underground resources." At times, groups of ancient people, intrigued by these mining machines, attempted to capture them. The Zhurin, wishing to avoid harm, would transform into formidable tigers to frighten them away. The Wu Chimin, a species that embodies a fusion of plant and animal traits, was birthed from the amalgamation of botanical genes and ancient human DNA by certain extraterrestrial races. Its remarkable longevity allows it to absorb organic elements from the soil post-aging, enabling multiple rebirths. This phenomenon elicited envy from your ancestors, who, unbeknownst to them, failed to recognize the downside, an inability to coexist as ordinary humans. The Qigong Man, another creation, saw select extraterrestrial races imparting clever techniques to astute members of remote tribes. This knowledge enabled the Qigong Men to craft various mechanical devices from wood, enhancing their daily lives. For instance, mechanical flying vehicles harness the wind to soar through the skies, while other contraptions facilitate the effortless capture of prey. Although your ancient emperors witnessed these marvels, they did not hold them in high regard. Buwairo, noting my reaction, mentioned several nations from ancient texts. Initially, he intended to elaborate further, but realizing I was struggling to absorb the information, he shifted his focus. The peculiar nations or tribes that may elude your comprehension are, in fact, remnants of experimental endeavors conducted by extraterrestrial beings, observed by ancient humans. These include the Jiaxiong Kingdom, Guanxiong Kingdom, Jiaojing Kingdom, Huantu Kingdom, Sanshou Kingdom, Sanshin Kingdom, Ibai Kingdom, Huanggo Kingdom, Wuji Kingdom, Imu Kingdom, Roli Kingdom, Shenmu Kingdom, Wuchang Kingdom, Juing Kingdom, and Wu Xian Run, among others. While they are termed kingdoms, they are essentially tribal congregations. The Naledi and Flores people discovered abroad are also products of mutations induced by aliens. In ancient times, extraterrestrial civilizations could only capture a limited number of humans for research, while the majority lived under the protection of the Star Convergence Alliance. These encounters eventually became part of the lore passed down through generations. However, due to the cultural limitations of ancient humans, many records were incomplete or lost, leading to an evolution of these stories over time into what you now perceive as inscrutable texts. The accounts found in the Shanhai Jing and other ancient writings are, in truth, a blend of fact and fiction, simply misunderstood by the ancients. Eventually, the Star Convergence Alliance sealed off the solar system, expelling all unruly extraterrestrial races, thus allowing the indigenous inhabitants of Earth to lead tranquil lives, which contributed to your gradual oblivion of past histories. The cruelty of these alien races is indeed disheartening, as they subjected our human ancestors to such trials. Simultaneously, I extend gratitude on behalf of all humanity to the Star Convergence Alliance. For it is from one's own kin that understanding and appreciation arise. Without the presence of indigenous beings on a planet, those who are not of our kind may harbor ulterior motives. Reflecting on the plight of our ancient ancestors, who were subjected to arbitrary mutations by various extraterrestrial races, I could not help but feel a profound sense of sorrow. I pondered the fate of those tribes subjected to alien experimentation, wondering if they were lost to flames. Contrary to your assumptions of barbarity, Buwairo's expression conveyed bemusement as he explained that extraterrestrial races, due to their advanced technology, could render their subjects devoid of sensation, thus sparing them from pain and suffering. Unlike the subjects of your scientists' experiments with rodents and primates, which often lead to agonizing outcomes, these extraterrestrial entities possessed a certain awareness of humane treatment at a nascent civilization level. All remnants of these experiments were not obliterated. You might mistakenly believe they belonged to a specific human nation, but their grotesque nature was so repugnant that the Star Convergence Alliance could not condone it, leading to the eventual use of 2 atomic bombs against a particular nation. In the past, some defective items were taken by extraterrestrial beings, while those that remained were retrieved by the Alliance and allowed to age and perish naturally, with only those of research value retained. The Alliance endeavors to refrain from interfering with the normal existence of humanity. Refrain from interfering with our lives? Indeed, we humans eagerly anticipate your interference, yearning for contact with you. After listening to the final goodwill expressed by Buwaiyo, I was momentarily taken aback and reflected on it. Noticing the former shake his head in disapproval, I implored Xiao Meng to once again summon the original text of the classic of mountains and seas, so I could continue my inquiries. Were there any extraterrestrial civilizations from 5,000 years ago that significantly impacted humanity? Is the Queen Mother of the West in the classic of mountains and seas genuine? What about the legend of Quafu chasing the sun? What was his motive for exhausting himself to death? Could he not rest and pursue the sun the next day, given that it rises daily? By the way, what is the significance of Jianmu, Juin, the immortals, Fuchangtree, and those peculiar avian creatures? I inquired further about several bizarre legends found within the sacred texts. Chapter 29, Extraterrestrials and Ancient Myths Indeed. The extraterrestrial races that have most profoundly influenced humanity are the Feathered Kingdom and the Winged Nation, as depicted in the Shanhai Jing. You are familiar with the legends of these 2 races, which are humanoid beings adorned with wings, revered by modern Westerners as angels due to their embodiment of luminous energy. Following the League's blockade of Earth, a mandate was issued for all extraterrestrial races to retreat from human sight, prompting many alien civilizations to depart from the solar system. However, the Feathered Kingdom remained, occasionally reappearing in the human realm. During the 5 millennia of human development following Earth's isolation, the first 3,000 years saw minimal interference from the Feathered Kingdom. Yet, 2,000 years ago, their technology ascended to that of a mid-level civilization, affording them significant capabilities for cosmic exploration. As they ventured forth, their technological prowess continued to advance, for it is through exploration that advanced civilizations refine their knowledge. Upon their departure from Earth, the Feathered Kingdom observed the chaos within human society and thus resolved to send a messenger to impart spiritual enlightenment to humanity. Serving as a gesture of goodwill after years of separation, the chosen emissary was named Jesus. They encoded Jesus' spirit into a gestational vessel and personally transported him via spacecraft. This accounted for the celestial phenomena that accompanied Jesus' birth as the alien spacecraft navigated the skies. After completing all necessary protocols, the Feathered Kingdom awaited the maturation of Jesus to commence his mission. To the extraterrestrials' astonishment, upon reaching adulthood, Jesus' awakening to the call of spiritual teaching led to a tragic fate, culminating in a brutal death. Disheartened by humanity's ignorance and selfishness, the Feathered Kingdom abandoned their efforts to rescue humankind. Utilizing their technological prowess, they resurrected the deceased Jesus, allowing him to bid farewell to both kin and adversaries before departing Earth with the aliens. An unforeseen development ensued. Jesus' resurrection astounded humanity, leading many to believe in his prior teachings, ultimately culminating in the formation of what is now known as Christianity, witnessed by countless individuals. The League observed the entire sequence of events and, recognizing its positive impact on human spirituality, chose not to intervene. Bruitt's commentary sent a thrill through me. The connection to the world's foremost religion was simply astounding. So, it was true that Jesus had ties to extraterrestrials, which explained the extraordinary nature of his legend and the unwavering faith of his followers. As I absorbed this revelation, Brewitt continued, "Have I not previously mentioned that the ancient Kunlun Mountains served as a gathering place for various extraterrestrial races? Within these mountains, numerous peaks were governed by different alien factions. Among them, the most esteemed administrator was, in fact, the oldest of these overseers, belonging to the same race as the West Queen Mother. This name was bestowed upon her by your ancestors, who eventually departed from Earth. The tale of Quafu chasing the sun is also rooted in truth. Though he pursued not the sun itself, he belonged to a tall extraterrestrial race, cast out for a grave transgression. When his kin departed Earth aboard a colossal spacecraft, they abandoned him, leaving him to fend for himself. In despair, the giant Quafu pursued the spacecraft, pleading for his race to take him along. Just as he was about to catch up, he was obliterated by the vessel's energy, losing his life. The truth is, after all, quite simple. Other tales are mere legends, and they do not refer to the figure of Quafu. The legend of the cosmic tree, known as Jianmu, holds a grain of truth. Have you heard of the prodigious human genius Nikola Tesla and his concept of the Wardenclyffe Tower? No, I am not familiar with the specifics of Tesla's contributions, though I have indeed heard of this remarkable scientist, reputed to be a near-divine genius. A bit embarrassed, I shook my head and addressed Buelu. Fear not, young brother Ji Wufan. Your human prodigy Nikola Tesla once conceived of this idea, to construct a colossal intelligent tower capable of directly harnessing the energy of the stars, subsequently converting it into wireless energy for humanity's use. Thus, as long as the sun shines, humanity's electrical resources would never be depleted. This tower could also manipulate nuclear fusion, artificial lightning, and various other phenomena. Should this experiment have succeeded and been adopted worldwide, the Earth's natural resources, coal, oil, natural gas, and minerals, would have been rendered obsolete. Not only would this better safeguard the environment, but humanity would also cease to exploit the Earth's resources. Furthermore, all of humankind would eternally possess affordable nuclear fusion energy, fostering an endless supply of resources to stimulate further inventions and creativity. Had the Wardenclyffe Tower been widely utilized by humanity back then, your civilization might have ascended to a primitive level of advancement by the 20th century. Regrettably, due to the selfishness of human capitalists, who feared that the proliferation of Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower would undermine their profit-making methods, a concerted effort was made to suppress and obliterate this invention. Their actions harmed not only others but themselves as well. Had humanity evolved into a primitive civilization, those aging capitalists and politicians might have utilized the technology of that era to rejuvenate their bodies, perhaps still existing today. While a primitive civilization may not grant immortality, it could allow individuals to live for several hundred, even close to 1,000 years. The Jianmu mentioned in the Shanhai Jing is, in fact, a prototype of the ancient civilization's Wardenclyffe Tower. In ancient times, all extraterrestrial civilizations on Earth employed Jianmu to gather solar energy and convert it. Historical texts describe Jianmu surrounded by smaller suns, or Jinwu, which were, in reality, interstellar spacecraft replenishing energy. Other tales are mere legends. Once, there were many stations on Earth providing free energy. Buela's explanation left me momentarily stunned, followed by a profound yearning, ultimately transforming into a look of regret. He smiled at my expression and continued, the candles shade in the ancient texts, along with various peculiar phenomena in the skies and on the ground, are, in truth, projections of extraterrestrial technology. Their methods varied. Some employed simulated light and shadow, others were expressions of faith or territorial claims, or optical reflections from experiments, akin to what humanity describes as mirages. The Undying People are an ancient group subjected to alien experimentation, seeking to determine the maximum lifespan of ancient humans, calculating data to research breakthroughs in new DNA. Presently, your scientists have discovered that human DNA has been altered, and research is ongoing. The Undying People merely exhibit longevity, as humanity's genes seem to struggle to surpass the age of 2,000 years. In ancient times, humanity was oblivious to the rudiments of civilization. Generations observed the immortal tribe, which seemed to defy the ravages of time, and thus bestowed upon them the moniker of the Immortal Ones. This oral tradition has echoed through the ages, influencing even the likes of Qin Shi Huang. As for the entity known as Fichangshu, it is rather simple to describe. It is immense and possesses 3 heads. In truth, it serves as a global monitoring station, functioning not unilaterally, but as a multifaceted intelligent machine. It can detect aerial storms, measure solar energy levels, and assess humidity in the clouds. Furthermore, it monitors subterranean tectonic movements, magma activity, and the flow of rivers, with all information transmitted continuously to various extraterrestrial bases. Should anomalies arise, such as the onset of an earthquake or volcanic eruption in a certain locale, nearby alien civilizations would be prepared, manipulating local climatic conditions to avert disaster with technology far superior to your current capabilities. If humanity were to harness such technology, countless calamities could be mitigated, and further advancements could allow for the manipulation of Earth's natural laws, thereby altering its operational dynamics. Ah, how enlightening. It seems that the narrative has shifted significantly through the ages. Upon absorbing all of Bu Weilu's explanations, I felt a wave of nostalgia, which soon morphed into a lamentation. What a pity it is that humanity in the 20th century, especially the capitalists and politicians, did not seize the opportunity presented by Tesla to elevate our civilization to a nascent level. Had they succeeded, we would now be in the 21st century, witnessing a remarkable progression of primary civilization, transforming lives beyond recognition. Sometimes, failing to grasp an opportunity leads to an everlasting sense of regret. Those capitalists are veritable parasites of humanity, harming both others and themselves, benefiting no one. Alas, let us cease discussing the Shanghai Jing, for such conversations only deepen my sorrow. Instead, let us delve into our nation's history and the legends from around the world. The previous discussion has rekindled my interest in history. Certainly, where would you like to begin? Bu Weilu responded. Well, the earliest historical myth of my country originates from Pangu's creation of the world. I am curious, was Pangu a myth, an ancient extraterrestrial beings, or perhaps linked to a bygone civilization? Without much contemplation, I posed the question. It belongs to the realm of mythological legend, having no connection to extraterrestrial civilizations or prehistoric earthly cultures. It is a fictional ancestral narrative. Bu Weilu's explanation did not astonish me, for I have often indulged in the study of my country's history during my leisure. He continued, before the Qin dynasty in your nation, there was no unification. The people of various states, in their idle moments, pondered existential questions. How did I come to be? How did the universe and all its wonders come into existence? Does the world have an endpoint? These were the ultimate contemplations of ordinary individuals and sages alike, distinct from your contemporary philosophical triad of inquiries, which emerged later. The legend of Pangu's creation gradually took form before the Qin dynasty, solidifying during the late Han dynasty in the Three Kingdoms period, thus establishing a unified national belief among the Huaxia people. Oh, I see. That aligns closely with my previous readings in history books. The legends following Pangu pertain to the era of Fuxi and Nuwa, whose existence raises the question of whether they are mere fabrications or historical figures enshrined in myth. Subsequently, I posed a second question. They indeed existed, not as separate individuals, but as members of the Sirius race, as Buelow casually remarked. Ah, they truly exist. They are indeed extraterrestrial beings, though their legends do not entirely align with the historical accounts I have examined. While it is suggested online that our ancestors, Fuxi and Nuwa, might be extraterrestrials, I have researched numerous myths and records. Their legends emerged later, first appearing in the Shanghai Jing. The emergence of this text was not particularly early, and its accounts remain rather vague. Furthermore, references to Fuxi and Nuwa in other texts appear even later, leading me to believe in the greater likelihood of their fictitious nature. To my surprise, this revelation turned out to be true. If they are indeed real, why, then, are there no accounts of them prior to the pre-Qin period, or even before the Xia dynasty in the ancient times? Initially taken aback, I gathered my thoughts and expressed my analysis in questioning the former. Chapter 30. The experiential essence of extraterrestrial technology. As I previously mentioned, after the destruction of all the planets belonging to the Sirius civilization, the surviving elites of Sirius embarked on their vessels to develop within the depths of the Milky Way, while a small contingent chose to settle in our solar system. On each planet and numerous moons within the solar system, they established their bases. Among them, the Sirius beings responsible for research on Earth have been conducting experiments by merging their genes with those of ancient humans. The resulting life forms predominantly resemble the Sirius beings, akin to the half-human, half-serpent figures depicted in your cultural mythology. This is primarily due to the fact that the genes of the Sirius beings are exponentially more active than those of ancient humans, rendering the complexities of sexual reproduction unnecessary. Approximately 5 millennia ago, in the land of Huaxia, a woman was once again implanted with the genes of the Sirius beings, leading to the emergence of new life, which legend says was conceived through the impressions left by footsteps. As the boy grew, he exhibited remarkable intelligence and wisdom that far surpassed that of his contemporaries. His mother initially named him Fu, an ancient pronunciation that should not be interpreted with modern terminology. He is the prototype of Fuxi. As Fu matured, his various abilities became increasingly prominent. He invented numerous ancient tools and gradually ascended to the role of tribal leader, uniting and strengthening his community. In his leisure, Fu delighted in studying the laws of nature. The serious beings, recognizing his extraordinary intellect, began to nurture him and subsequently sought a clever female serpent being to accompany him. She would become another legendary progenitor of your people, manhwa, initially named Shi. The mutual assistance between these two serpent beings contributed immensely to the pioneering achievements of your ancient Huaxia civilization. I listened in rapt attention, gradually becoming entranced once more, as Bu Wei continued his narrative. At that time, a high-level Taoist civilization from the multiverse coincidentally arrived on Earth, landing in the ancient Huaxia region. They, too, were intrigued by the research conducted by the serious beings and your ancestors. Through dialogue, both parties agreed to allow your ancestors to be studied by the Taoist civilization, which profoundly influenced your cultural heritage to this day. Among the many impacts, the Taoist civilization's theories of the 5 elements and Bagua deeply affected Fu, which explains the somewhat convoluted nature of the legends surrounding your progenitor. Modern scholars studying Fuxi have discovered his connections to prehistoric civilizations and his role as a foundational figure of Taoism. However, as time has elapsed and records were scarce in an era devoid of written documentation, the history has become shrouded in ambiguity. Subsequently, your ancestors transitioned from a primitive society to one characterized by slavery, resulting in the emergence of numerous nations and tribes across the Huaxia region. Over time, the legends of Fu and Yin transformed continuously. Fu evolved through various names: Fuxi, Baoxi, Peoxi, Shihuang, Muxi, Huangxi, and Fuxi. Similarly, Shi underwent transformations from Yinxi and 11, Fengxi, Youjiao, Shijiao to Wawang. Later, your ancestors witnessed the rise of the unifying monarch, Qin Shi Huang, who, during his reign, implemented a policy of burning books and burying scholars. In truth, the historical accounts of this period are fraught with inaccuracies. Nonetheless, this action obliterated all legends preceding the Qin dynasty, rendering the myths of Fu and Yin even more obscure, leaving behind only fragments of their tales. Following the Qin dynasty, other historians classified and summarized these accounts, gradually culminating in the contemporary belief system that venerates the unified ancestry of Fuxi and Yuhua. Indeed, the legendary ancestors of our nation truly existed. It is various historical factors that have rendered their tales enigmatic. This is for the best, as the faith in our progenitors is genuine, and once I publish this, the entirety of our nation will find solace. By the way, you previously mentioned that many historical achievements of Fuxi are intertwined with the civilizations of Sirius and Taoist culture. I comprehend this well. However, is the legend of Niwa creating humanity from clay and mending the heavens to save the world authentic? After pondering for a moment, I inquired about Bueluo. Of course, it is not true. By the time they emerged, ancient humanity had long been in existence. Although they possessed the genes of both the Sirius inhabitants and earthly humans, resulting in a lifespan significantly longer than that of ordinary humans, it was still not as extended as that of the Sirius beings. These two half-serpent individuals lived to over 500 years. During their reign as tribal leaders, they fortuitously encountered the final cataclysmic conflict among various extraterrestrial civilizations on Earth. At that time, the Sirius beings, along with other alien races, cared little for Earth's species, including their experimental subjects, which were left to be overwhelmed by natural disasters and human calamities. The Star Alliance was preoccupied with mediating the grievances among all extraterrestrial races, affording little attention to Earth's species. This chaotic conflict devastated countless lives on Earth, illustrating the pandemonium and peril of that era. Thanks to the resourcefulness of the half-serpent Niwa, many human connections were preserved during this great disaster, as she guided the ancient humans to seek refuge in deep mountain caves, enduring hardship until the strife subsided. Niwa's contributions to our ancestors can be said to be immeasurable, gradually evolving into the myth of her molding humanity from clay and repairing the heavens. Bueluo paused at this juncture. The interstellar conflict over 5,000 years ago must have been monumental and awe-inspiring, I mused. Indeed, it was fortunate that the Star Alliance had learned from past experiences and minimized the damage during that tumultuous conflict. A cataclysm akin to the mass extinction of the dinosaur era did not occur, yet it still left the globe in devastation. Bueluo continued, undeterred, during the final conflict, In the ancient Huaxia region, it was Fuxi and Nuwa who valiantly saved your ancestors, which gradually morphed into the legends of Fuxi and Nuwa. The ancient Indian epic Mahabharata contains some of the earliest myths and legends, which were transcribed from oral traditions regarding that last great battle. However, due to the passage of time, these tales have transformed into a blend of truth and fiction. As I previously mentioned, the Anunnaki and the Sirius civilization were embroiled in war, resulting in the destruction of our solar system's planet Nibiru. The planets and satellites of Sirius were annihilated, and the severe damage to Sirius occurred during that time, ultimately leading to the Anunnaki civilization abducting the Sumerians of Earth. There were also neutral extraterrestrial races that did not participate in the conflict. They merely observed, adhering to a principle of non-aggression, while simultaneously safeguarding their bases on Earth. For instance, the extraterrestrial race that protected the early Egyptian civilization had its main base within the sun, which is the reason for ancient Egypt's earliest veneration of the sun god. In the last chaotic conflict, this civilization endeavored to maintain neutrality, resulting in minimal repercussions. Bruvolo once again regaled me with intriguing tales of ancient extraterrestrial civilizations. I recalled your earlier assertion that the ancestors of your kind, the Zeons, had established the Galactic Super-Civilization Alliance with various advanced civilizations at the core of the Milky Way. If they were to intervene in significant circumstances on Earth, I pondered why they did not seek the protection of the super-civilization during previous encounters, including the most recent interstellar conflict. This thought prompted me to inquire with Bruvolo. Should civilizations from other galaxies disrupt the peace within the Milky Way, the central super-civilizations would promptly act to safeguard the myriad planets, primarily to thwart the plundering of technology, as there are tangible interests at stake. However, when it comes to minor skirmishes among the civilizations within our galaxy, as long as the situation does not escalate too severely, the super-civilizations typically refrain from intervening. Although the Milky Way may not be the largest galaxy, it boasts billions of planets and moons, making comprehensive oversight rather cumbersome. Bruvolo elaborated further. The Milky Way has evolved over billions of years, and it is not solely Earth that harbors ancient ancestral super-civilizations. Countless constellations, solar systems, and innumerable intelligent beings maintain intricate relationships with the super-civilizations, resulting in a vast and convoluted web of connections, akin to the networks of relationships among humanity. The two primary reasons for this are that as long as internal conflicts among species do not escalate excessively, the super-civilizations tend to turn a blind eye. I nodded in comprehension, recognizing that the competitive dynamics surrounding me were akin to the intricacies of human relationships. No further explanation needed. Just as I was about to articulate another thought, an instinctive awareness reminded me that it was time for a midday rest. Upon glancing at my phone, I realized it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. The hours had flown by as I conversed from afternoon into night, and I had yet to respond to several messages from friends and family. Turning to Bruvolo, I expressed my gratitude once more. Thank you for your companionship. You've been a great help this afternoon. Please feel free to attend to your matters now, as my biological clock insists on rest. Very well, my friend Ji Wufan. Do take your rest. There is no need for formality. You may call upon me any time tomorrow, Bruvolo replied, his tone more familiar this time, reflecting the warmth of our growing bond. As he departed, a wave of nostalgia washed over me, prompting me to transform my surroundings into the likeness of home. I settled onto my bed, responding to the messages I had received throughout the day and checking in with my parents to see if all was well at home. After a while, still without a reply from my mother, it seemed they had retired for the night. Despite the hour, I felt no fatigue, and I contemplated engaging in something novel. Inspired by the consciousness realms depicted in science fiction, I inquired whether my inner companion could facilitate a sensory experience, allowing me to visualize scenarios unattainable in reality. Soon, my little companion informed me that it was indeed possible, and I could even explore a semi-illusory sensory experience. Elated by this news, I requested to first be transported to the ocean, followed by an exhilarating journey into its depths. My companion instructed me to lie down, close my eyes, and relax my body and mind. Suddenly, I felt a chill envelop my body, and soon I could not discern whether I was in reality or merely within my own thoughts. Clad in a fitness suit, I found myself on a cool beach, where the salty scent of the ocean greeted me with an invigorating rush. The sun shone brightly overhead and around me. A throng of foreign visitors dressed in light attire bustled about. I surmised that the omnipotent energy field surrounding my physical form had bestowed upon me a vivid sensory experience. I shall not dwell much on the nature of this experiential phenomenon, As humanity's technology advances, it is likely that within a decade, such experiences may become commonplace in every household. What I will share is that I reveled in the delights of the evening. Initially, I ventured into the depths of the ocean for an exhilarating exploration, followed by a journey to numerous countries and renowned landmarks across the globe. Subsequently, I boarded a spacecraft and soared into the cosmos, where the sensations and experiences were astonishingly lifelike. As I floated through the vastness of space, I was nearly overwhelmed by fear, nearly succumbing to the perils of suffocation and terror. Thankfully, the rigorous training I had undergone over the years proved invaluable. Otherwise, succumbing to sheer fright would have been a disservice to myself. While acclimatizing to the experience of traveling in a spacecraft, I lost track of time until I reached the very edge of the solar system, where I astonishingly beheld a stable miniature black hole, a discovery that far exceeded the bounds of my understanding. Chapter 31. The mythical archetype of Dijuan in the realm of my consciousness. I soared through the vastness of space, swiftly transcending the boundaries of the Oort cloud that envelopes our solar system. My intention was merely to gaze upon my own celestial neighborhood. Yet as I focused my vision ahead, all I beheld was an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any light, even that of our sun. As I looked around, my gaze fell upon the myriad stars scattered in the cosmos, revealing their brilliance more vividly than ever before, though their light lacked the twinkling allure I had anticipated, momentarily overwhelming my senses. After a while, the novelty began to wane, and I inquired of Xiaoming whether we could venture to observe a black hole. Did we need to journey to the very heart of the Milky Way? In my thoughts, distances were inconsequential, and I could arrive in an instant. Merely desiring a glimpse of the enigmatic black hole, Xiaoming informed me that there was no need for such a long flight. The nearest black hole to our solar system, known as Gaia BH1, was a mere 560 light-years away. It was a stable vortex celestial body, lacking the terrifying gravitational pull that one might expect. Additionally, due to the gravitational influence of the entire galaxy, Gaia BH1 posed no threat to the distant stars or asteroids, nor to our solar system. Upon hearing Xiaoming's explanation, I consented to the expedition, and soon I sensed the spacecraft initiating a series of instantaneous jumps through space. Xiaoming informed me that each leap traversed 1 light-year, and after 560 seconds, we would reach our destination, designed to enhance my experience of interstellar travel. Initially, I felt little discomfort, but as the jumps continued in rapid succession, an increasing velocity began to overwhelm my senses, inducing dizziness, fatigue, nausea, and an urge to vomit. When I felt I could no longer endure it, I hastily requested the vessel to halt, hoping to regain my composure before attempting another jump. Yet, soon after resuming, the same symptoms re-emerged. In that moment, I truly comprehended why space agencies select astronauts so meticulously, favoring a rare breed of elite individuals, the average person, regardless of their experience, including seasoned firefighters, is simply not suited for such a demanding role. My admiration for the astronauts who brave the heavens on behalf of our nation deepened, recognizing them as the understated heroes they truly are. After a series of 4 back-and-forth jumps, I arrived at a point in space where nothing lay ahead, resembling the edge of a vacuum. Utilizing the instruments aboard the spacecraft, I could only faintly discern, far in the distance, an endless gravitational vortex swirling in the fabric of space-time. Beyond that, there was nothing visible, no sign of the black hole itself. Xiaoming conveyed that the black hole's gravitational force was so formidable that not even light could escape its grasp. Consequently, neither human eyes nor technological instruments could perceive it directly. Our only means of observation was through the instruments that revealed the gravitational streams surrounding the black hole, a phenomenon resulting from its voracious consumption of the surrounding space, which appeared quite terrifying. As I gazed into the abyss, a surge of exhilaration coursed through me. After observing for an extended period, rather than succumbing to fear, I found myself increasingly enthralled. I posed a question to Xiaoming. If I desired to experience the sensation of being drawn into a black hole, would my consciousness perish? And would my physical form face imminent demise? Fear not, esteemed guest, Xiaoming reassured me. What you are experiencing is a combination of corporeal sensations and mental imagery. Regardless of what transpires, your life remains unthreatened. Xiaoming succinctly explained that it lacked the multifaceted emotions of a sentient being. I am aware that my physical safety is not at risk. What I am currently experiencing resembles the most advanced form of mental play, and I grasp this concept well. However, the daunting sight of the terrifying black hole is indeed unsettling. I wonder if the sensation of being drawn into it could lead to a metaphorical death of consciousness, while those outside may truly perish. I inquired once more with Xiaoming, questioning whether such an exhilarating experience could frighten my consciousness to death or into a state of breakdown. In reality, many individuals have succumbed to fear or self-induced psychological demise. I frequently encounter those in need of rescue, individuals burdened by despair and contemplating suicide. These are often souls on the brink of collapse. Such occurrences are unlikely, esteemed guest. Xiaoming reassured me. Various extraterrestrial races often engage in these experiences without incident. Even if peril arises, the Stellar Alliance will ensure your recovery. In the most severe cases, as long as the duration of death is not extensive, revival is possible. Xiaoming's response left me speechless, reflecting the remarkably advanced medical capabilities of the Alliance. Thus, I resolved to partake in this experience. Given the effort it took to arrive here, I might never return, and I yearned to seize this opportunity for exhilarating enjoyment. I instructed that the omnipotent energy field be notified, ensuring immediate rescue should an emergency arise. After considerable contemplation, I decided to engage in a highly stimulating game. For such an opportunity is rare. As a firefighter, I often navigate infernos, rendering ordinary thrills unappealing. Very well, esteemed guest, I have arranged everything for you. Enjoy this journey to the fullest. Wishing you a delightful experience, Xiaoming responded in a manner devoid of emotion or thought, leaving me momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, I nodded and prepared myself for this adventurous endeavor. As I was drawn in, the gravitational pull intensified and the speed escalated. After informing Xiaoming of my readiness, the spacecraft carried me into the black hole's gravitational domain. Initially, it felt manageable, but as we delved deeper, I sensed the vessel succumbing to an overwhelming, irresistible force, as though no strength could pull it back. Soon, the ship was uncontrollably drawn inward. The acceleration increased, and the gravitational force grew stronger, eliciting involuntary cries from me. Suddenly, I heard disconcerting sounds emanating from the exterior of the ship, signaling disintegration. Before panic could fully set in, I was engulfed by an even more severe discomfort, a state so wretched it felt akin to death itself. At this rate, I would perish before even reaching the edge of the black hole. I beseeched Xiaoming, struggling to endure the torment, to allow my consciousness a glimpse of the black hole. Certainly, esteemed guest, Xiaoming replied. As soon as she acquiesced, I felt my body enveloped in a protective energy, alleviating much of the prior agony. In that moment, I witnessed the spacecraft disintegrate into dust, and soon even the dust vanished from sight, leaving me adrift in the terrifying vortex of consuming darkness. As I was drawn in, a heart-wrenching scream escaped me, a sound audible only to myself, as my head grew increasingly heavy with disorientation. If at this moment I were to tell Xiaoming that the game is over, my suffering would instantly dissipate, and I would awaken with clarity of mind. Yet, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that I shall not relinquish. Pain, discomfort, peril, have I not endured enough? Suddenly, as I persist through this heart-wrenching ordeal, I feel my body being drawn away, vanishing. Nonetheless, my consciousness remains intact, filled with thoughts. Upon closer examination, it seems that my essence, or perhaps my soul, is enveloped by a sphere of energy continuing to be pulled. Simultaneously, the velocity of this force accelerates to an indescribable degree, accompanied by an intensifying agony. I cannot ascertain how much time has elapsed during my enduring struggle, but I recall my last impression, witnessing an unfathomable, twisted celestial body, dark and infinite. Then, a sharp pain jolted through my consciousness, and this time I was unable to withstand it. My nerves trembled, and I lost awareness, feeling as though I had perished. When I regained consciousness, I awoke with a start, sitting upright. Once my thoughts settled and clarity returned, I found myself whole and complete, seated upon my bed. My body felt clean and refreshed, devoid of sweat or discomfort. Reflecting on last night's harrowing experience, I realized that it was all undeniably real. This game is truly exhilarating, far more engaging than any smartphone game humanity currently enjoys, 1,000 times more thrilling. If this mental experience were to be introduced into the human realm, all internet CAFS and mobile games would surely collapse, as everyone would break free from their addiction, perhaps even elevating the spiritual and intellectual state of humanity. Glancing at my phone, I noted it was already past 7:30 in the morning. A testament to my well-regulated biological clock, cultivated through years of unwavering routine. Despite feeling no thirst, I poured myself a glass of cool water and drank it in one gulp. The refreshing sensation was invigorating, uplifting my spirit and granting me newfound insights. It seemed last night's game had a profound impact on me. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to contact Buwelu. Ji Wufan, my young brother. You are awake. Your spirit seems quite vibrant today. As long as you are satisfied with our hospitality, what shall we discuss? A few seconds passed before Buwelu entered. Noticing my radiant demeanor, I am thoroughly pleased with your hospitality, particularly your technological mental experience. Let us first delve into the historical myths of our nation. The history of our country is rich and profound, filled with countless extraordinary tales. I often immerse myself in this realm before exploring foreign narratives and the stories of other lands. Observing Buwelu nodding in agreement, I inquired, previously. You spoke of numerous extraterrestrial races. I have discovered that the Sirius civilization had a significant influence on our ancient ancestors. Were they among the first alien races to arrive in ancient Huaxia? Due to its proximity to our solar system, Sirius has shown great interest in the various planets within it. Eventually, after the destruction of their home, some of these races settled in our solar system for the long term, thus their influence on humanity has indeed been substantial. In the ancient era of your civilization, it was not solely the influence of the Sirius civilization that shaped your culture. Numerous others have left their mark, though they have faded into the annals of history, lost through the oral traditions of your forebears. Allow me to recount a mythological tale that you may still vaguely recall, one that has significantly impacted your people. The legend of Di Jun. Buwedu Luo unexpectedly inquired about this narrative. I nodded in acknowledgement of my familiarity. Di Jun is an ancient celestial emperor, with multiple references found within the Shanhai Jing. Furthermore, he frequently appears in various fantastical and cultivation novels in our country, embodying perhaps two distinct identities, one as the ancient heavenly sovereign and the other as the ancient demon emperor, though it remains unclear which title he truly holds. What can be said with certainty is that Di Jun possesses a prestigious status, being a prominent figure from antiquity. However, his identity remains shrouded in mystery, and to this day, no one can definitively ascertain his true nature. I was quite surprised that Buwedu Luo would pose such a question to me. Chapter 32. The Origins of the Eden. In ancient times, two extraterrestrial races resided for an extended period in the region of ancient Huaxia. One was the civilization of Sirius, and the other was that of Draco. The terrestrial intelligent beings of Sirius took on the form of serpents, while their aquatic counterparts appeared as merfolk. The guiding philosophy of both civilizations was a principle of non-aggression. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall retaliate. They were a race that preferred peace yet refused to compromise. Conversely, the Draco civilization was marked by its numerous planets housing advanced technological societies. The intelligent beings from Draco, who traveled to Earth in spacecraft, often bore the visage of anthropomorphic beasts, closely resembling humanity in many respects. Their inclination towards conquest fostered a belligerent nature. Presently, members of the Draco race still visit the human realm occasionally for observation, while the urban legends circulating online about Draco inhabitants are mere fabrications. I nodded for the speaker to continue, and Buwelu proceeded to elaborate. The myth of Emperor Jun derives from a branch of the Draco civilization, which arrived in ancient Huaxia and took a keen interest in capturing various beasts for genetic research. This is also the origin of the legendary tidal monster emperor. Simultaneously, the civilization of Emperor Jun established bases on the moon and the sun, which serve as the mythological prototypes for his two wives, the sun goddess Yan, the moon goddess Chanxi. Occasionally, the civilization of Emperor Jun would collaborate with the Sirius civilization to discuss technology, maintaining a relatively amicable relationship. During that time, their spacecraft would sometimes transport ancient humans to the lunar and solar bases for experimentation. Those fortunate enough to return would recount to their tribes that the sun goddess had 10 sons, and the moon goddess had 12 daughters, which were, in reality, the various spacecraft of the Emperor Jun civilization. I pondered this and inquired further, what happened next? How did the civilization of Emperor Jun disappear? Buwelu explained that they were ultimately expelled from the Asian region. At that time, the Emperor Jun civilization had a tolerable relationship only with the Sirius civilization, while their relations with other extraterrestrial entities in Asia were severely strained. Eventually, on a fateful day, all extraterrestrial races in Asia, excluding the Sirius civilization, united to uproot the Emperor Jun civilization with astonishing swiftness and obliterate it. Even though the Sirius civilization had retrofitted 9 spacecraft near the sun into warships to assist the Emperor Jun civilization, their efforts proved futile, as they were swiftly annihilated by nuclear laser cannons. This was the origin of the later legend of Hoi shooting the suns, The figure of Hoi is rooted in the Emperor Jun civilization. However, as time passed, the narrative became distorted. Moreover, all extraterrestrial civilizations also destroyed the Emperor Jun civilization's spacecraft on the moon, which corresponded to the aforementioned 12 daughters' vessels. Berwilo sighed deeply at this point, and when I appeared confused, he elucidated further. At that time, it was a minor skirmish amongst several alien races, a conflict that recurred on Earth every few years. Bound by the regulations of the Stellar Coalition, they were permitted to engage as long as they refrained from employing weapons of mass destruction, with the Coalition overseeing and maintaining neutrality. Subsequently, the conflict escalated to the moon and outer space, while the Alliance maintained a stance of observation, contemplating that the demise of one less adversary was advantageous. Unbeknownst to them, a young girl from our tribe, a member of the Three Siama, had formed a close bond with an alien species from the Dijuan civilization. Upon realizing her friend's life was in peril, she disregarded the Alliance's treaty and piloted her spacecraft to the moon in a valiant attempt to rescue him. Unfortunately, she failed to save her friend and, instead, perished on the lunar surface as a result of the ensuing chaos. In the aftermath, the alien species that had participated in the conflict proceeded to scavenge and divide the remnants of the Dijuan civilization. Due to the Alliance's role as the host of the solar system, they refrained from desecrating the body of the Three Siama girl. However, the Alliance intervened to prevent any retrieval of her remains from the moon. Faced with mounting pressure and the girl's insubordination, which could be construed as an act of betrayal, the Alliance ultimately conceded, allowing her body to remain on the moon, left to decay in solitude. It was not until the advancement of modern human technology, particularly during the collaboration between the United States and Russia in the previous century, that the wreckage of the Alliance spacecraft and the remains of the Three Siama girl were discovered on the lunar surface. Secretly, they were brought back to Earth for research. Although whispers of this event eventually surfaced, they were swiftly suppressed by the upper echelons of humanity, transforming the narrative into one of deception. In truth, there exists substantial evidence of extraterrestrial artifacts that humanity's leaders have chosen to conceal, which is one of the reasons we prefer to avoid encounters with you. The leaders of humanity themselves are reluctant, so why should we impose upon them? The abandoned spacecraft on the moon and the corpse of the three-eyed girl. I have stumbled upon videos about this on my mobile device, and it is still accessible. However, since it has been labeled a hoax, I paid it little mind, never expecting it to be true, especially as it pertains to our indigenous tribe, the Three Siama. Upon hearing this, I gasped in astonishment and promptly inquired about the subsequent events. What transpired? The Alliance spacecraft could not be retrieved from the moon by the capabilities of the United States and Russia, but surely, they could manage to recover your girl's remains. Eventually, the Alliance reclaimed her remains and even retrieved the abandoned spacecraft. The explanation from Buelu raised my eyebrows, and he continued, stating that a considerable amount of time had passed since the ancient grievances. Many of the alien species involved in the tumultuous battles of your had since departed the solar system. The Alliance bore no mortal enmity towards them, and furthermore, the remains of a primitive civilization were deemed unworthy of desecration by a more advanced civilization. For various reasons, the Alliance sought to reclaim their companions' remains, and those alien species that remained at the time did not intervene. Afterward, our Three Siama tribe discreetly approached the leaders of the two nations involved back then, candidly expressing our intentions and directly claiming the remains. I inquired, how could these two formidable nations so effortlessly return what was rightfully ours without demanding something in return? Perhaps technological advancements? Upon hearing this, I was taken aback, as it was contrary to the nature and disposition of those powerful nations to be so accommodating. They dared. For had they offered anything, it would have already surpassed the capabilities of a primitive civilization. Buela's words caused my cheeks to twitch, as I found them illogical. He, sensing my skepticism, smiled and clarified. Those two nations had indeed hinted at compensation, but we flatly rejected their overtures. According to your reasoning, had we not offered some form of recompense, they would have surely reacted with indignation. Do they possess that kind of authority? Do not speak of the last century. Even now, with your technology embarking on the exploration of anti-gravity, everything before us seems trivial. Furthermore, had it not been for the clandestine protection of the Alliance over these millennia, diligently eradicating covert threats, humanity would have long since faced annihilation. It is quite commendable that the Alliance has not demanded compensation from humanity. In our time, a mere glance was sufficient to silence the leaders of two nations. The confidence of the former was indeed audacious, but they possessed the credentials to warrant it. leaving me without grounds for criticism. Yet, I find myself perplexed by the final covert eradication of threats by Bewillual. What are these hidden menaces? Are not all extraterrestrial races on Earth being monitored by the Star Alliance? Sensing my confusion, Bewillual elucidated. It is true that your astronomers and certain other professionals have observed celestial bodies in the universe enduring the ravages of meteoroids in space. Earth is no exception. Just consider the countless craters on the moon. Have you never pondered why, throughout the ages, external threats from the cosmos have failed to inflict harm upon Earth? Perhaps you have not considered it, or you may believe that Earth's atmosphere shields humanity, but it is implausible that all would remain harmonious indefinitely. Those who focus on this aspect have begun to harbor doubts, particularly in recent years as your technology has advanced, with many nations employing official surveillance or satellites to detect potential threats. Should a meteoroid of significant magnitude threaten Earth, the velocity and impact force of such a celestial body would be beyond your current technological capabilities to mitigate. However, before these meteoroids could strike the ground or ocean, this peril is neutralized by an invisible force. Allow me to share a recent incident. In 2013, a colossal meteoroid descending from the sky in the polar bear region was obliterated by a mysterious power. This was our doing. Those with insight have already surmised that we are covertly safeguarding you. Now do you understand? I nodded in acknowledgement, falling silent for a moment before inquiring further about Bewillual. What of the Digian civilization? They evacuated all bases in Asia, taking a group of ancient humans to settle in a verdant primeval forest. The Digian civilization constructed a splendid palace for these ancient beings, later referred to as Eden. This location corresponds to what is now the Mesopotamian plain, yet at that time, it was a resource-abundant forest rather than a steppe. Once the ancient humans adapted to the local environment, the Digian civilization began to release pairs of men and women to acclimate to the surroundings. The first couple to emerge was known in later generations as Adam and Eve. Upon reaching this point in his narrative, Bewillual widened my eyes in astonishment. This cannot be correct. The Bible states that they were created by God. Subsequently, Adam created Eve, and the two were tempted by the serpent in the Garden of Eden to partake of the forbidden fruit, leading to their banishment. How could it be that they ventured out on their own? Hearing this, I questioned Bewillual, recalling that I had perused many histories and legends abroad. As I previously mentioned, ancient humans lacked written language and paper to document history. They could only rely on oral tradition, and over time, legends inevitably transformed. At times, one encounters extreme rulers who clandestinely alter history and mythology, or even obliterate them altogether. Various factors render the historical accounts and myths of humanity's future generations a complex tapestry of truths and falsehoods, making discernment exceedingly difficult. Contemplate this. If there exists an omniscient deity, would such a being truly be unable to foresee the destinies of Adam and Eve? In ancient times, it was the deliberate actions of the Digian civilization that conducted experiments, even modifying the genes and DNA of the first ancient settlers who arrived here. They enabled the earliest inhabitants of the Garden of Eden to enjoy remarkably prolonged lives, a trait that persisted in their descendants until, with the gradual weakening of their genes, they evolved into beings with lifespans akin to those of ordinary humans. Bewillual patiently elucidated these concepts to me. Very well. Let us turn our discourse to the ancient myths and history of my country. We previously discussed the origins of Fuxi and Enhwa. According to the progression of our historical mythology, following the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are the Yin Emperor and the Yellow Emperor. You previously mentioned that the Yin Emperor was associated with Taoist civilization, while the Yellow Emperor was an experimental subject of the Sirius beings. So, did the subsequent ancient 5 emperors have any connections to extraterrestrial civilizations? Furthermore, did you intervene in the history that followed in our country? Specifically, when did you impose restrictions on the solar system and Earth? Chapter 33. The Polaris also possesses civilization. The legendary Emperor Yin of your people is solely associated with Taoist civilization, which applied its scientific advancements to the embodiment of Emperor Yin, even transforming his physical form to render him immune to toxins and grant him an extended lifespan. Otherwise, ordinary individuals attempting to experiment with various herbs would have succumbed to poisoning long ago. This serves as the origin of your traditional Chinese medicine. I previously spoke to you about the marvels of traditional Chinese medicine, yet it is now fading into obscurity. Without renewed attention, it too will become a mere legend. At this point, Bewillual noticed my wry smile and, pausing for a moment, shifted the conversation. As the era of Emperor Yin drew to a close, your ancestral figures, Fushi and Nuwa were nearing the end of their days. The Sirius civilization subsequently nurtured a new tribal leader, known as your cultural progenitor, the Yellow Emperor. By this time, the advanced Taoist civilization had already departed from Earth, having previously fostered a favorable impression among various extraterrestrial races. The Sirius civilization encouraged the Yellow Emperor's tribe to unite with that of Emperor Yin. Initially, Emperor Yin was reluctant, however. The Sirius civilization chose not to react with anger, instead allowing the Yellow Emperor's tribe to administer a minor reprimand, recognizing the inevitable decline of his own tribe. Emperor Yin acquiesced. The two tribes subsequently merged and expanded, elucidating the multifaceted and mysterious aspects attributed to your progenitor, the Yellow Emperor. Yuelu, observing my rapt attention, smiled and continued. Under the leadership of both chieftains, your Huaxia tribe consistently expanded its territory, eventually encroaching upon another formidable tribe, the Qiyu tribe. Had they merely been an ordinary ancient tribe, they would have been long since absorbed. However, this was not the case. The Qiyu tribe served as an experimental outpost for the Crab constellation civilization, with many of the mutated beings within the tribe not being human, which accounts for the peculiarities surrounding the Qiyu tribe in your legends. Initially, the two tribes engaged in minor skirmishes, but as the Yin tribe joined forces with the Yellow Emperor's tribe, the conflict escalated. Coincidentally, this marked the onset of the final great upheaval among all extraterrestrial races on Earth. The battles intensified, descending into chaos. This was the backdrop for the legendary and surreal factors surrounding the joint confrontation of the Yin and Huang tribes against Qiyu, largely instigated by the turmoil wrought by alien civilizations. Due to the prolonged presence of the Sirius civilization on Earth, with bases established on other planets, they managed to preserve their experimental stronghold, which enabled the continuation of the Yin and Huang tribes to this day. As for the defeated extraterrestrial races, were they expelled? Was there a treaty akin to a humiliating capitulation signed? I found myself involuntarily asking during this captivating narrative. There are no defeated extraterrestrial races, only those who suffered losses. After all, they were all primitive civilizations, wary of provoking each other to the point of mutual destruction. A desperate primitive civilization could potentially annihilate Earth, and as for treaties, such concepts were non-existent. When a civilization advances to the stage of a primitive civilization, notions of nationhood and belief systems, among many other things, are rendered obsolete. Eventually, it would evolve into a planetary village, devoid of the concept of nations and ethnicities. Buelu cast a meaningful glance my way, initially intending to smile, but reconsidering it as impolite, proceeded to say, the era of the Yellow Emperor marked the last great conflict among extraterrestrial races. A confrontation far more severe than the previous minor skirmishes between the Tianlongxing civilization and several alien factions. In those ancient times, apart from the Celestial Alliance, all other extraterrestrial races were compelled to participate. The ensuing chaotic conflict shattered the very heavens and earth, casting an impenetrable darkness upon the sun and moon, causing tectonic shifts in the mountains and rivers. This tumultuous upheaval is the reason why, over the past 4 millennia, countless bizarre legends have circulated across the globe. Many regions were inundated by catastrophic floods, scattering or obliterating numerous ancient human tribes. The revered leader of your ancient Huaxia, the Yellow Emperor, once met the venerable Fushi, imparting a wealth of knowledge and experience to him, guiding many of his kin to the highest peaks to escape disaster. The descendants of the ancient inhabitants of the Mesopotamian plains, whom I mentioned earlier, constructed great vessels to carry food and water, seeking refuge from the deluge, a tale that has been immortalized in your later lore as Noah's Ark, Genesis, and various biblical narratives. Indeed, the legend of Noah's Ark is rooted in truth, occurring during the era of the Yellow Emperor. The earliest primordial humans, the progenitors of Adam and Eve, traversed the world long before this. I was astonished and turned to ask Buwe Luo. The original inhabitants of the Mesopotamian plains had all perished by the time of Noah. The fabled Adam and Eve did not possess lifespans of 800 or 900 years. The ancient extraterrestrial races conferred upon early humans a maximum lifespan of merely a few centuries. As experimental subjects, they could not have been granted extensive longevity. Buwe Luo's words left me in a state of bewilderment, yet he continued with a subtle smile. It was only after your ancestor, the Yellow Emperor, emerged from the fray that the Celestial Alliance firmly resolved to seal off the solar system. This was to prevent those rascals from causing chaos and neglecting to clean up the mess. Thus, under the Alliance's resolute stance, An application for the approval of the super-civilization at the center of the galaxy was submitted. With the support of this super-civilization, we employed electromagnetic gravitational lens technology to obscure the solar system, ensuring that passing extraterrestrial civilizations would not easily detect our existence, thereby averting disturbances. We then positioned anti-gravity missiles across various planets, numerous satellites, and countless fixed meteors, establishing a network and ultimately drafting alliance laws for all extraterrestrial races to adhere to. Some races complied and joined the alliance, while others refused to vacate the solar system. For those unwilling to honor the treaty or depart, the alliance requested intervention from the Galactic enforcement team to instill a sense of deterrence. In truth, the enforcement team merely issued a warning, prompting the non-compliant extraterrestrial races to leave. The primitive civilizations dared not provoke the boundaries of the super-civilization's enforcement. Thus, the alliance progressed smoothly. During the era of the Yellow Emperor, you sealed off the solar system. Did other extraterrestrial races or alliances continue to exert control over the ancient humans thereafter? Furthermore, the legend of the Yellow Emperor is nothing short of miraculous. His epic battle against Chi-Yu is astonishing. And your explanation suggests it was a clash of technologies between two extraterrestrial races. What, then, was the ultimate fate of the Yellow Emperor? Did he, like Adam and Eve, simply perish of old age? In myth, the Yellow Emperor is said to have departed atop a divine dragon amidst the cheers of the populace. How does this narrative reconcile with the realities? Having grasped the sequence of events, I posed a new question to Bue Luo. To begin with, let me tell you about the Yellow Emperor himself. He was an exceptionally intelligent and inventive ancient leader, adept at unifying and diligently pursuing his endeavors. In his era, all ancient humans revered extraterrestrial civilizations as deities, yet the Yellow Emperor held a distinctive perspective. Not only did he comprehend technological advancements, but as he aged, he also acquired intricate and profound knowledge of science, making him an exceptionally astute and unconventional figure of antiquity. The uniqueness of the Yellow Emperor piqued the interest of the Sirius civilization, particularly as he adeptly managed the ancient tribes, consistently expanding territories and creating wonders. Ultimately, in the twilight of his years, he implored the Sirius civilization for assistance, who consented to take him away and prolong his lifespan, much to his elation. However, having coexisted peacefully with his people for over a century, the bonds between them were profound, and he found it difficult to part from his subjects, who were equally dependent on him. Yet, leaving behind his people became a lifelong regret. Before his departure, he bequeathed the art of bronze smelting to his descendants, forging a great cauldron as a symbol of faith for his people. The Yellow Emperor departed aboard a spacecraft, a detail lost on his ancestors, which subsequently transformed into the myth of him becoming a divine dragon. Discovering that his ancient progenitor did not perish but rather departed with a faction of the Sirius civilization filled me with a sense of comfort and reverence, igniting a hope that the Yellow Emperor still thrives. With a gentle smile, I continued to listen to Bueluo as he spoke, after the Alliance sealed off the solar system. The preceding chaos left Earth in a state of disrepair, prompting the Alliance to undertake a thorough cleansing of the planet. This action is also the reason future generations would struggle to uncover traces of ancient and extraterrestrial civilizations on Earth, leaving only a few iconic relics, such as the pyramids, to inspire future innovation. Once the Alliance restored vitality to the surface ruins, they mandated that the remaining extraterrestrial races refrain from interfering with the terrestrial environment, suggesting that any scientific endeavors must take place in designated spaces of their own creation. Nevertheless, these extraterrestrial races were permitted to observe humanity discreetly, albeit with minimal interference. After the departure of your ancient ancestor, the Yellow Emperor, with the Sirius civilization, the Alliance initially intended to take over this ancient tribe. However, at that juncture, a new extraterrestrial civilization descended from the distant Polaris, located over 400 light-years away from our solar system. Polaris civilization? I had read online that Polaris is a star, and not many surrounding stars or planets had been discovered, raising doubts about the existence of life and civilization there. How could they have found us when the Alliance had sealed off the solar system? I voiced my knowledge and confusion. The region surrounding Polaris indeed harbors life and a highly developed civilization. They had long sealed off their solar system to avoid disturbances, and even with contemporary human technology, it remains imperceptible through radio telescopes. Simultaneously, the Polaris civilization had been monitoring our solar system from a distance. They were initially reluctant to make a long journey. However, following the Alliance's blockade of our solar system, Driven by curiosity, the Polaris civilization dispatched a vessel to investigate and sought to establish communication with the Alliance. Recognizing their benign intentions and considering them as old neighbors, the Alliance welcomed the Polaris civilization as guests. Bueloa's elucidation left me astounded, and he continued his narrative. Upon the arrival of the Polaris civilization, they graciously presented the Alliance with a plethora of technological insights as a gesture of goodwill, requesting to survey the solar system. In return for the benefits received, the Alliance offered the unclaimed tribes of ancient Huaxia to the Polaris civilization for research purposes. A stipulation was established: their methods must not be cruel or malevolent, lest they be asked to depart, to which the Polaris civilization readily acquiesced. At this juncture, the tribal leader of ancient Huaxia was replaced by Zhuangqiu, a sagacious leader endowed with intelligence inherited through his lineage. He possessed the ability to comprehend the Polaris civilization and dutifully comply with any assignments given. However, during the era of Zhuangqiu, the Alliance imposed a complete blockade on Earth, rendering it inaccessible to all extraterrestrial species and prohibiting any interference in humanity's natural evolution. This severed the extraordinary connections that once existed between humans and aliens, extinguishing the vibrant and surreal aspects of their past. It is from this moment that subsequent generations began to evolve the narrative of Zhuangqiu, who became associated with the severing of the celestial connection, the felling of the world tree, and the prohibition of human interaction with the divine. Tales of Gong Gong's wrathful clash with Mount Buzhou emerged, reflecting the growing divide between gods and mortals. In truth, these legends bear little relation to Zhuangqiu himself. He was merely a witness to history, and his role as a tribal leader inadvertently intertwined him with these narratives. Chapter 34. The Hierarchy of Physical Laws. It turns out that I am familiar with the legend of Zhuangqiu. Previously, I lamented the ancient leader's severance of the connection between humanity and the divine, which barred future generations from cultivation and communion with celestial beings. However, it appears that these events were not his doing. Indeed, following Zhuangqiu were the ancient leaders Di Ku, Yao, Shun, and Yu, leading into the era of the Xia dynasty. Did these ancient leaders possess knowledge of the existence of the Polaris civilization? Upon this reflection, I inquired further with Bolviro. In the legends of our ancient times, the last few leaders I mentioned are enveloped in extraordinary mythos. Previously, I found this perplexing, but my recent visit to the subterranean world has led me to believe they were intertwined with extraterrestrial civilizations. Yes, the four ancient leaders you reference were indeed cognizant of extraterrestrial civilizations, specifically the Polaris civilization. It was only the other ignorant ancients who remained unaware. Bolviro, seeing my partial understanding, elucidated: Zhuangqiu passed away of natural causes, bequeathing the throne to his nephew Di Ku. This Di Ku was not only capable of bearing great responsibilities, but also possessed remarkable intelligence, allowing him to comprehend the essence of extraterrestrial civilizations and willingly adhere to the directives of the Polaris civilization. The subsequent leaders, Yao, Shun, and Yu, shared this understanding. Upon their succession, they were informed of the secrets of the Polaris civilization by their predecessor. Should they fail to accept or grasp this knowledge, they would be deemed unworthy and denied ascendancy to the throne. Although these ancient leaders did not have the opportunity to study advanced technologies as modern scientists do, they understood that the stars above represented vast celestial bodies. Some of these planets housed life and advanced technology, and they came to their own sphere to conduct investigations. Devoid of blind worship of deities, merely comprehending this was sufficient. In their era, extraterrestrial spacecraft frequently and openly examined ancient humanity, unlike the current tendency to conceal themselves. For instance, during Yao's reign, various alien ships often surveyed humanity over the Western Sea, visible to local fishermen whenever they appeared. Due to the immense vessels emitting light, the locals regarded them as celestial palaces, a matter reported to Yao. However, he understood its true nature and paid it no heed. Later recorded by posterity as the Moon Connecting Raft, you can easily access this segment of ancient history on your mobile device, extending until the conclusion of Yu's era. Why does it conclude with Yu's reign? Did a significant upheaval or great conflict occur? Upon hearing this, I involuntarily felt concern for our ancient ancestors. Not at all. This time, the Alliance had seized the initiative, and no further extraterrestrial civilizations acted with impunity. The primary reason was that the Polaris civilization had observed Earth for centuries, engaging in mutual technological discussions and studies with the Alliance and other alien civilizations. Their objective was to depart from Earth, which they accomplished during Yu's twilight years. This event was known to you, And it also explains why, after his death, his son Qi rebelled, declared himself king, and founded a dynasty. All while acting with reckless abandon. No one was there to govern or restrain him. Qi was oblivious to the secrets of the extraterrestrial civilization. Without their guardianship, the lineage of his family dwindled in longevity, ultimately becoming indistinguishable from that of ordinary mortals. Indeed, since the time of Zhuangxu, the lineage of this clan has gradually weakened. However, each ancient chieftain lived beyond a century. By the time of Qi, their vitality diminished further, resulting in a lifespan of 78 years. And subsequent descendants gradually became akin to ordinary humans. The elucidation provided by Bu Weilu enlightened me profoundly. The ancient era concealed numerous secrets. Since the Xia dynasty, following Qi, has there been any further intervention in our nation's historical development by extraterrestrial civilizations? Contemplating this, I inquired of Bu Weilu, for my passion for my country's history is profound, and I am aware that both canonical and apocryphal records abound with astonishing tales. Some peculiar occurrences can be elucidated through contemporary science or common reasoning. Yet certain legends remain shrouded in mystery. I surmise they must be linked to extraterrestrial beings. As the constraints of the alliance were refined and strengthened, the majority of extraterrestrial civilizations departed from Earth and the solar system. Those that remained, bound by various limitations, endeavored to refrain from interfering with Earth's natural evolution. This includes your kind, who strive to allow Earth's species to flourish naturally, sparing the alliance from the incessant burden of addressing complications. Thus, since the Xia dynasty, our nation has largely escaped extraterrestrial intervention. Bu Weilu elaborated. The remaining extraterrestrial civilizations, on occasion, capture terrestrial species for research, yet their impact on humanity is nearly negligible, as the alliance maintains vigilant oversight. Nonetheless, there are exceptional circumstances. Allow me to share an intriguing anecdote. In the ancient era of your country, during the Shang dynasty, there existed a ruler known as Wu Yi. He was an astute and capable leader, whose intellect was remarkable, as he conceived the notion that all things in the universe are manifestations of natural laws 3 millennia ago. This, in itself, was unremarkable, yet he, emboldened by his profound understanding, grew disrespectful of the divine and ancestral spirits. In his bid to consolidate his rule, he sought to suppress the mystical traditions surrounding him, frequently mocking the ancient veneration of deities, thereby indirectly showing contempt for the extraterrestrial civilizations of old. Eventually, one day, an extraterrestrial civilization, unable to tolerate his insolence, struck him down with a thunderous bolt of technology, leading the ancient populace and their descendants to perceive it as divine retribution, instilling an even greater reverence for the cultural practices surrounding the divine. I was aware of this historical incident. Previously, I had regarded it as mere coincidence, not realizing it was the work of an extraterrestrial civilization. What a pity for this ruler. Had he lived in contemporary times, he would undoubtedly have been an exceptional scientist. Speaking of the ancient history of our nation, I kindly request that you recount it in its entirety. In the vast expanse of our historical narrative, which events or significant figures were influenced or interfered with by extraterrestrial civilizations? I am deeply curious. In truth, the historical events impacting your nation are few, primarily due to the alliance's vigilance. Extraterrestrial beings must seek the alliance's approval before undertaking significant actions, and without consent, they cannot act impulsively. Allow me to share a few intriguing historical occurrences. Bu Weilu smiled as he perceived my eagerness. Qin Shi Huang, a figure you are undoubtedly familiar with, was once visited by extraterrestrial civilizations. The counterpart is known as the Wansu civilization, a hidden extraterrestrial society residing beneath the ocean, referred to in your ancient texts as the Kingdom of Wansu. Out of curiosity regarding the character and intellect of Qin Shi Huang, they sought to pay him a visit. To prevent him from developing a sense of conquest, the Wansu civilization refrained from revealing their extraterrestrial origins and approached him in their enigmatic spacecraft. Upon encountering this alien race, Qin Shi Huang mistakenly perceived them as deities, which contributed to his later beliefs in immortality and the existence of celestial beings. This remarkable event was later chronicled in a work known as the Record of Lost Treasures. The Record of Lost Treasures? I have perused this ancient compendium of bizarre tales. Although I momentarily struggled to recall its details, I was astonished to discover that Qin Shi Huang had indeed encountered extraterrestrial beings, and their dialogue was quite intriguing. The Wansu civilization shared numerous anecdotes and knowledge from ancient times with him, leaving me curious about how the author Wang Jia, writing 6 centuries after the Qin dynasty, came to know of such matters. It seems there are no historical records documenting this period of 600 years. Furthermore, did Qin Shi Huang's unification of the 6 states have any connection to the extraterrestrials? Was he aided by their civilization in his quest for dominion? Upon hearing this, I was initially taken aback, marveling at the fortune of Qin Shi Huang for having met extraterrestrial beings. Additionally, it appears that even aliens were wary of his imperial aura, a trait seemingly unmatched by historical figures throughout the ages. Soon, I recalled my previous queries and posed them to Bu Weilu. During the 600 years from the Qin Empire to the Eastern Jin dynasty under Wang Jia, various legends and folklore regarding Qin Shi Huang persisted, albeit unrecorded in official histories until Wang Jia compiled them. Otherwise, given the perspective and thoughts of ancient individuals, it would be improbable for him to document advanced technologies like the spiral boat. As for your inquiry regarding whether the Wansu civilization assisted Qin Shi Huang in unifying the realm, I must clarify that they did not. Out of courtesy, the kingdom of Wansu merely gifted Qin Shi Huang a sword, which possessed no extraordinary powers but was crafted using methods that were advanced for its time. Subsequently, Qin Shi Huang commissioned research on this sword, inadvertently leading to the discovery of chromium and memory alloys. Beyond that, Qin Shi Huang's unification of the realm was primarily due to his own exceptional talents. Bu Weilu explained to me with a hint of ambiguity. Indeed, Qin Shi Huang was formidable. Are there any other intriguing historical events related to extraterrestrials? I inquired, and the former understood my intent. Well, allow me to share an amusing historical anecdote related to the laws of physics. Are you familiar with the story of Lu Xiu and Wang Mang? Bu Weilu suddenly posed this question. Certainly, I am well acquainted with it, both through official and unofficial histories. However, there are indeed many enigmatic aspects surrounding these two figures. For instance, some claim that Wang Mang was a time traveler from the future. As his establishment of the Xian dynasty bore numerous ideas and policies resembling those of our contemporary governance. Lu Xiu, too, was remarkable. Often referred to as the son of destiny, during his rise to power, he seemed to receive divine assistance, and the process unfolded with extraordinary ease. In modern parlance, one might say Lu Xiu was cheating his way to success. I have speculated various theories about both of them in the past, yet none could be substantiated, though my curiosity remains ever present. Since you mentioned him today, could you kindly elaborate on the nature of their relationship and its connection to the hierarchy of physical laws? My curiosity regarding this topic is quite profound. Allow me to briefly inform you that the classification of physical laws currently achieved by humanity is only at level 3, which could be considered somewhat antiquated. The intricacies of matter transformation and synthesis, particularly concerning atomic particles such as quarks, remain elusive, yet progress is imminent. Once you become adept in nuclear fusion reactions and gain comprehensive mastery over antimatter and antiparticle research, you will ascend to level 4 of physical laws. At this elevated level, one would possess the capability to deconstruct, transform, synthesize, and study any form of matter, allowing for the extraction of resources and energy from the very fabric of space, akin to harnessing zero-point energy. Upon reaching this 4th tier, the constraints of resource and energy scarcity will dissipate, effectively mitigating issues related to warfare, inadequate consumption, and the inconveniences of daily life. Moreover, Braviro has been explicating theoretical aspects of technology to me. Despite my reluctance to engage, I strive to comprehend, as he endeavors to facilitate my understanding. Chapter 35. Ancient alien encounters I could vaguely comprehend as Bu Weiru continued to elaborate. 4th level physics entails mastering the rules of space, allowing for the extraction of various forms of energy from a state of singularity at any moment and location. The study of 5th level physical laws involves the dissection and mastery of temporal regulations. By deciphering these, one can compute temporal operations of the past and future based on spatial frequencies. In simpler terms, this means the ability to extrapolate both past and future events. The laws of physics encompass mathematics, inseparable from one another, which explains why the sages of ancient times could derive insights into the past and future through mathematical culture. The I Ching, or Book of Changes, is a prime example of such divination traditions. As for 6th level physics, it encompasses the mastery of temporal and spatial frequencies, initiating research on the curious dimensions, realms, and parallel worlds that intrigue humanity. Upon full comprehension, one could traverse different spaces in pursuit of adventure. Seventh-level physics grants the ability to create one's own universe. However, the last two types of laws remain distant from human capabilities. Allow me to share an intriguing tale regarding the fifth-level physical laws, which relates to the historical figures Wang Mang and Lu Xiu. What connection could there be between the study of physical laws and historical personalities? Could the highest tier of physical laws reverse spatial frequencies and alter the past and future? At this point, I found myself somewhat bewildered, suddenly reminded of the plots within fantasy novels, prompting me to inquire further from Buwairo. It is not as exaggerated as you might think. Perhaps the physical laws of a divine civilization could achieve such feats. But whether super civilizations within the Milky Way can do so remains uncertain. Buwairo appeared somewhat at a loss for words due to my question and began to elucidate. During the waning years of your Western Han dynasty, a reclusive alien race from Uranus sought to experiment with whether policies intended for the future could be effectively implemented in the past. They came to Earth to apply to the Alliance for assistance. After imparting some technological knowledge to the Alliance, they received consent to proceed. The chosen subject for their experiment was the unmanipulated Huaxia culture, which is your nation. This alien race arrived in the Huaxia region and calculated the temporal frequencies using fifth-level physics, projecting into contemporary events. Subsequently, they conveyed some viable policies to Wang Mang through quantum thought transmission technology, all unbeknownst to him. Following this, Wang Mang established his new dynasty, implementing contemporary policies and ideas in ancient times under the alien race's influence. As you know, the new dynasty of Wang Mang led to chaos, proving this experiment to be flawed. The advancement of civilizations requires gradual and guided development. Forcibly transferring ideas and policies from one temporal context to another simply does not work. The alien race then faced the consequences of their actions. To avoid disrupting humanity's natural progression, they covertly aided Lu Xiu in reclaiming the throne, which is why his restoration was remarkably smooth, making him appear as if divinely assisted, as if he were the son of destiny. He stands as the only figure in your nation's history to successfully restore a dynasty and subsequently rejuvenate it. Other dynasties may have experienced successful restorations, yet their overall strength and prestige paled in comparison to their former glory, effectively rendering them mere shadows of their past selves. The extraordinary life of Lu Xiu and Wang Mang unfolds in a manner more bizarre than the manipulation and scrutiny of extraterrestrial civilizations. I would never have imagined it. Had you not mentioned it, the realms of physics are indeed boundless and mystifying. This historical event has once again reshaped my worldview, leaving me so profoundly shaken that I yearn to compose a poem to articulate my thoughts. Yet, after much contemplation, all I could muster were two idioms to express my awe. I wonder, are there other intriguing historical events you could share with me? Although the history of your nation has not been under the control of extraterrestrial beings, it has been under constant observation, with every individual and thought meticulously scrutinized. The late Eastern Han dynasty, established by Lu Xiu, marked the era of the Three Kingdoms, and as time passed, the observing extraterrestrial race discerned the insidious intentions of the Sima family and the Wei state, plotting in secrecy. This might have seemed inconsequential, but one day, an extraterrestrial race from Mars, for reasons unknown, arrived on your land with the intent to reveal this information to the world. However, their peculiar appearance incited disdain among humans, who dismissed them as mere harbingers of confusion, leading to their melancholic departure. The account relayed by Buwei Luo startled me once again. As I was already aware of this obscure history, my interest in both official and unofficial narratives has kept me informed, and I previously believed it to be true. Now, with the internet at my fingertips, I can uncover tales of Martian prophecies regarding the Sima family's unification of the realm, and today, I have received confirmation from Buwei Luo. In foreign histories, are there notable figures who have been subjected to experiments or influences? Unconsciously, I pose this question, perhaps driven by a subconscious desire to uncover curious anecdotes related to extraterrestrials abroad. Indeed, there was Leonardo da Vinci from Italy, the brilliant artist you study in your textbooks. An extraterrestrial race sought to ascertain whether the primitive thoughts of humanity could grasp and learn advanced culture, and whether such learning would influence contemporary backward cultures, potentially even transcending the levels of civilization. To satisfy their curiosity, they approached Da Vinci during the Renaissance, abducting him to a secluded cave for 2 years to impart technological knowledge. Given Da Vinci's limited intellect and understanding at the time, they could only guide him gently through the process of relearning. As 2 years swiftly passed, the only creations that garnered appreciation from those around him were his paintings, while his explorations into anatomy, robotics, aeronautics, and weaponry were beyond the comprehension of his contemporaries. This demonstrated that civilizations with vast disparities cannot leapfrog in development. They too require a gradual and guided evolution, emphasizing the significance of nurturing from a young age. Furthermore, if humanity were to advance its understanding of optics, they might unravel the secrets behind Da Vinci's enduring masterpieces. Bouvet Luo's narration left me agape, astonished at the seemingly mundane pursuits of extraterrestrials, who frequently conduct experiments on Earthlings. Yet, considering their advanced technology, free from the burdens of work, finances, daily life, and healthcare, it is only natural they seek amusement in their leisure. Engaging in experimental research not only enhances knowledge, but also serves as a delightful pastime. A perfect blend of both pursuits. I often ponder how I would approach such endeavors myself. I find myself envious of the extraterrestrial existence. One wonders when humanity's technological advancements will reach the level of those from other worlds. Perhaps then, all of humanity will experience peace and happiness. I see. Let us continue to share intriguing anecdotes from our ancient history, as foreign tales often lack a sense of relatability. I kindly ask you to recount any remarkable events in our history that relate to extraterrestrials. Reflecting on this, I turned to Bouvet and suggested, let us discuss the events in chronological order according to our dynasties. During the Three Kingdoms period, under the reign of Emperor Chao Rui of Wei, there was an incident where the emperor encountered a humanoid specimen that had stealthily escaped from an extraterrestrial base. This being, raised within the confines of the base, was curious about the outside world, only to be discovered by Chao Rui. Upon noticing its grotesque appearance and the fleshy wings protruding from its armpits, the emperor deemed it a monster and ordered its execution. The extraterrestrial beings, upon learning of this, did not retaliate. Instead, they shared the footage with other specimens in the base, cautioning them that surface-dwelling humans held a disdain for such beings, advising against venturing out, lest they meet a similar fate. Remarkably, this incident yielded a significant impact. You can find this peculiar tale referenced in Yuyang Zhu. However, the ancient and modern perspectives may differ in understanding. Hence, I share the truth of the matter with you today. Bouvet mentioned that I could verify this on my phone, and indeed, I did, placing my device back in my pocket as he continued. The ancient text Shinji also chronicles many fascinating stories from antiquity. You should peruse it after your departure. One such historical account recounts an incident during the Jin dynasty, where a farmer named Yang Dao, seeking refuge from a thunderstorm, encountered a severely injured deity of thunder who had fallen from the sky. Mistaking the hideous figure for a monster, Yang Dao struck it down with his farming tools. In truth, it was neither a monster nor the deity of thunder, but rather a wounded extraterrestrial being, akin to the gray aliens I previously mentioned. This creature had been on a mission within the solar system when it encountered conflict with another extraterrestrial civilization, resulting in its spacecraft being damaged. In its panic, it descended to Earth during a thunderstorm, causing chaotic magnetic fields and unstable plasma lightning, which ultimately damaged its craft and expelled it, leading to its unfortunate demise at the hands of Yang Dao. Fortunately, the extraterrestrials did not seek retribution against him. What remarkable fortune for that individual! Had it been one of us, the outcome would likely have been quite different. After all, we have an old saying, one must consider the owner when striking a dog. Speaking of subsequent dynasties, I found myself both amused and bewildered. After sharing a laugh, I inquired of Bouvet about my newfound fascination with these extraordinary tales. Let us now transport ourselves to the Tang dynasty, during the reign of Emperor Dizong in the Jinyuan era. On a certain day, a fleet of extraterrestrial vessels was engaged in aerial maneuvers. The magnetic fluctuations caused by the two craft interfered with the high-altitude water vapor and atmospheric plasma, resulting in tumultuous thunderstorm conditions. In fact, extraterrestrial civilizations frequently conduct aerial exercises to showcase their technological advancements, just as they do today. It was merely a moment of uncontrolled force that propelled an extraterrestrial puppet from an aircraft, casting it onto the ground, where it was witnessed by the populace of that time, who perceived it as a monstrous apparition, leading to widespread tales about it. Concurrently, a fragment of the spacecraft was deflected in another direction, dramatically discovered and reported to the authorities by an individual named Wang Gan in the city of Zhengzhou. After I had absorbed the narrative he shared, Bouvet paused and continued. There is another incident concerning an alien vessel that encountered a malfunction during the reign of Emperor Shizong of the Tang dynasty. Due to an internal operational failure, the spacecraft descended uncontrollably to the Earth, where it was encountered by the ancients, who, unable to comprehend its nature, deemed it a divine object. The immortal vessel, and subsequently presented it as tribute to the emperor. Scholars and ministers surrounding Emperor Shizong were equally unaware of its origin. Some even removed a component for investigation, which, upon detachment from its mother entity, produced illusions that were subsequently recorded. Initially, this abandoned spacecraft was disregarded by its extraterrestrial creators. However, the Alliance, reluctant to interfere with the development of the ancients, eventually retrieved it after a passage of time. Chapter 36. Secrets not to be disclosed. Interfering is a trivial matter. Gifting ancient people with an extraterrestrial token incurs no loss, as it does not belong to us. Upon hearing this, I privately scoffed at the parsimony of the Star Collection Alliance, yet I concealed that thought deeply, fearing that it might be sensed by Bu Weilu. Is there more? I inquired with keen interest, as such tales never failed to captivate me. The era of the Song dynasty witnessed the highest frequency of extraterrestrial visits, and I can recount several incidents that your historical texts might document. There exists an ancient tome titled Ijinji, which chronicles numerous accounts of fishermen encountering and slaying peculiar blue water spirits. In truth, these were mutated fish species, subjects of experimentation by an alien race in that river, akin to the creatures nurtured in Shanhaijing. On one occasion, a specimen was inadvertently released and subsequently encountered by fishermen, leading to its demise. Investigations revealed that the mutated fish, driven by hunger, had been the aggressor, and the alien race, constrained by the reputation of the Star Collection Alliance, could only manage a wry smile without seeking retribution. Another incident occurred during the reign of Emperor Zhenzong of Song, where extraterrestrials made a conspicuous appearance, allowing ancient individuals to record videos from high above, which were then interpreted as sightings of monsters. This time, the entity was dubbed the Hat Monster, with its craft resembling the flying saucers depicted in your science fiction films. Humanity is quite fascinating. The ancients attributed all incomprehensible phenomena to demons and spirits, while contemporary science, unable to elucidate certain occurrences, ascribes them to extraterrestrial beings, a most convenient explanation. Chortling at this revelation, I could not contain my laughter, prompting Bu Weilu to signal for me to finish before continuing. You are familiar with Shen Kuo, the author of Mingxi Bitten. In his hometown, an alien race conducted a public study of humanity for over a decade before departing, with their craft occasionally spotted by locals, including Shen Kuo himself. Although Shen Kuo was an atheist and a scientist of antiquity, he could not decipher the nature of the aliens' flying apparatus, thus documenting it in his biography. Additionally, there were extraterrestrial beings with a penchant for art who admired the literary prowess of ancient scholars. One such visit occurred during the Song dynasty, where the lovesick and talented Su Dompo was astonished one night by the sight of a flying craft, which left him quite shaken. After regaining his composure, he composed the poem Yujing Shanxi. There is also mention in Song Shi, Wu Xingji of an alien race wishing to communicate with the humans of that era. However, the humans were highly cautious, especially towards those who appeared less than appealing, resulting in an unfortunate and hasty parting. This, too, is a verifiable account. Furthermore, within Soshin Milan, there is an account of an alien being punished for a transgression and cast onto the streets, where ancient individuals, disturbed by its appearance, contemplated its demise. Yet, an elder, reverend of the divine, intervened, believing the being to be a manifestation of Lei Gong, and thus spared its life. Ah, how fascinating it is to realize the numerous extraterrestrial visits to our land throughout history. I had always presumed that unidentified flying objects and UFOs were phenomena exclusive to Europe, particularly the United States. Little did I know that the visitation of alien civilizations in our country far surpasses that of any other nation, merely obscured by our rich and unique cultural narrative. Is there more to unfold? I pondered, having previously believed that extraterrestrials favored visiting the West, attributing this to their technological advancements and cultural sophistication. It turns out that the truth is quite different. My great and ancient nation is indeed the pride of the heavens. I then inquired once more about Bu Weiluo. During the reign of the Ming dynasty's Emperor Shenzong, records from the Chaozhou prefecture noted sightings of extraterrestrial spacecraft. Another well-known incident is the Tianqi explosion, which was a result of an alien species conducting temporal experiments. A miscalculation led to an explosion in Beijing at that time, igniting a nearby gunpowder store. Fortunately, the Alliance discovered it in time and managed to contain the situation. Otherwise, the casualties would have been far greater. The explosion's connection to the frequency of space-time rendered the aftermath utterly bizarre. For instance, some individuals were propelled far away yet remained unharmed, while others found their clothing vanished without injury. These phenomena are related to spatial frequencies. Additionally, some individuals inexplicably disappeared, having been displaced and disassembled by spatial frequencies. A concept lost on the ancients. This secret remains unclear to you even now, but I shall reveal it today. My mouth formed an O shape in astonishment. I was aware of the Tianqi explosion and had speculated that its strange power might be linked to extraterrestrials, though I deemed the likelihood slim. How surprising to find it true. Seeing me regain my composure, Buwei Luo continued, stating that during the Qing dynasty, there were also numerous visits from alien races. I shall share two instances that can be found online, both occurring in the Guangxu era in Hubei province. The first involved an alien craft landing on the ground, remaining unstealthy due to its location in desolate mountains. At that time, the human population was sparse, and many areas were undeveloped without roads, leading to the assumption that no one would venture there. Unexpectedly, a passerby spotted the craft. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. This individual, driven by curiosity, approached and attempted to trespass. Fortunately, the alien species did not wish to pursue the matter, instead playfully activating their craft and taking him along. Mere seconds later, he found himself in Guizhou, where they released him, leaving him to endure some hardship. Given the lack of modern transportation, it took him 6 arduous months to return home. The second incident occurred in Nanjing, where an alien spacecraft openly observed humanity for a period before departing. Among the onlookers was a painter who later immortalized this encounter in a painting titled The Crimson Flames Rising into the Sky. Furthermore, during the Qing dynasty, there were inexplicable disappearances of individuals who later reappeared thousands of miles away, mysteries attributed to alien experiments. Whether those chosen were fortunate or unfortunate remains an open question. In today's world, many yearn for the attention or contact of extraterrestrial beings, willing to face danger for the sake of curiosity. For enthusiasts of alien civilizations, an encounter with extraterrestrials is indeed a monumental stroke of luck. As for the various phenomena observed in the skies that you mentioned, I am also aware of them. Previously, I shared the thoughts of certain experts who attributed them to celestial events or meteor showers, unaware that they were the creations of extraterrestrials. Additionally, my extensive reading of our nation's history reveals an abundance of strange historical events, far surpassing the unsolved mysteries you have described. Are you merely referencing instances that can be found online? Or is it that visits from extraterrestrials are not as frequent as one might think? I emitted 2 exclamations in succession, followed by a query regarding my lingering uncertainties. Celestial phenomena? Meteors? Tycho Brahe, with a subtle smirk, remarked, "Your ancestors have been observing and recording celestial events since ancient times, and as the sands of time have flowed, their burgeoning astronomy has become increasingly intricate. Although the celestial science of your forebears may not rival contemporary understanding, they were adept at distinguishing between celestial phenomena, meteors, and anomalies. Their knowledge far surpasses that of many modern pretenders who merely engage in idle chatter. They would have certainly discerned the nature of meteors or celestial events." Tycho's sardonic commentary left me without a rebuttal, and I nodded in tacit agreement. He continued, "The visits of extraterrestrial civilizations to humanity throughout history have been limited, primarily due to their advanced technology, which enables them to monitor your every action, including your mental fluctuations. This is one reason why encounters with extraterrestrial beings are rare. Their visits are purposeful. Many inexplicable and eerie occurrences throughout your nation's history can be traced back to the actions of common folk, the elite, royal courts, and even clandestine organizations, all engaging in nefarious activities hidden from the public eye, subsequently fabricating rumors to deflect blame onto supernatural entities. The ancients held a firm belief in the supernatural. As long as the narratives were skillfully crafted, even the imperial family could be implicated. With the passage of time, these once mysterious events became more convoluted and absurd, most of which were, in fact, human contrivances. In your contemporary era, as technological advancements have diminished belief in the supernatural, many capable organizations have shifted the blame for their illicit activities onto extraterrestrials. For instance, instances of missing persons, which are the result of human malice, are attributed to aliens abducting individuals for experimentation, trafficking them back to their home planets, or transporting them into alternate dimensions or four-dimensional spaces, an abhorrent practice. Certain unscrupulous organizations have provoked the ire of extraterrestrials, who, when wrongfully accused, may intervene directly. In turn, they administer justice in kind, leading the unwitting human populace to believe they are facing divine retribution. I see. Yet, there remains a question that eludes my understanding, which I must pose to you. According to your previous assertions, extraterrestrial civilizations have continued to observe us in recent and modern times, even influencing humanity, occasionally revealing themselves. It is known that leaders and significant figures across nations have acknowledged the existence of extraterrestrial life. Why then do they refrain from making this information public, instead opting to suppress the truth through the United Nations? This inquiry not only perplexes me, but also resonates with the confusion of individuals worldwide. Well, there are several reasons. Since you have inquired, allow me to elucidate briefly. Tycho, observing my anxious demeanor, stated, the first reason the United Nations does not recognize the existence of extraterrestrial and prehistoric civilizations is due to the fear that such acknowledgement would lead to the collapse of current human civilization. Consider this. If it were publicly acknowledged that extraterrestrials inhabit Earth, the very foundations of human knowledge, the origins of humanity, and our technological advancements would face formidable challenges, if not total disintegration. The second reason pertains to the inner psyche. If we were to affirm our existence, would all of humanity continue to labor and produce as they do now? No. The collective ambition to seek out extraterrestrials for various purposes would incite chaos and peril throughout the world. The third reason pertains to the beliefs held by humanity. In your nation, individuals with faith are scarce, whereas abroad, many possess their own religions and creation myths. Should it be revealed that extraterrestrial civilizations indirectly contributed to the genesis of humanity, it would precipitate a collapse of faith for the majority, thereby affecting countless families and influencing global dynamics, including the decisions made by the upper echelons of society. The fourth reason, a primary one, is the obstruction posed by capitalists. As I previously mentioned, once humanity's technology transitions into a rudimentary civilization stage, many of the essentials upon which your existence currently relies will be rendered obsolete. This encompasses transportation, various energy sources, resources, healthcare, material needs, industry, manufacturing, construction, information, tourism, procreation, biology, power transmission, information processing, education, and aerospace, among others. All these sectors will face obsolescence due to new technologies. For instance, the role of midwives in your country has been supplanted by hospitals. Consequently, other large-scale industries will be disproportionately affected, and the powerful capitalist will employ every conceivable means to obstruct this inevitable transformation. Chapter 37. The truth of the ancient ruins, seeing the realization on my face, Bureau continued. Once you ascend to a primitive civilization, everyone will receive free resources and live without worries. At that time, all individuals will find themselves on equal footing. There will be no religious beliefs, no monetary control, no material exploitation, and so forth. The capitalists will no longer wield their power and influence, a result they are loath to witness. Furthermore, politicians are apprehensive. They fear that, should they lose control, humanity may descend into panic, agitation, and delusion, becoming disinclined to work and unable to produce, which could spell disaster for nations and peoples alike. After the emergence of a primitive civilization, governance will be entrusted to a fair and transparent intelligence system. The world will be free from exploitation, oppression, corruption, intrigue, and injustice. Consider this. Would politicians willingly relinquish their power? Sighing, I acknowledged his analysis. The United Nations isolationist policies have temporarily provided humanity with comfort. Yet prolonged insularity will inevitably hinder technological advancement. From the technological explosion during the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union until now, many years have passed. Yet human technology has seen little significant progress, with life remaining akin to that of the last century. People toil for work, anxiety consumes them, suffering from illness and loss, and the pains of aging and death weigh heavily on their hearts. Many evils roam free, exemplifying the harsh realities of existence. If we were to enter a primitive civilization, everything would transform profoundly. I sincerely hope that the elite capitalists and politicians of the world, for their own sake, for all of humanity, and for the earth, adopt a long-term perspective. As I spoke, I found myself growing somewhat bored. These thoughts were beyond my control. After a moment of reflection, I turned to Bureau once more. According to your earlier statements, during the ancient period up until the sealing off of the solar system, extraterrestrial races frequently inhabited Earth. They must have left numerous prehistoric ruins or traces. Why, then, do we see so few today? Most have been cleared or taken back by the Alliance, primarily to avoid hindering human development. However, some ruins remain, though you may know relatively little about them. Since you've inquired, Allow me to briefly share some details regarding the traces of ancient civilizations, their origins, and purposes. Bureau's explanation left me open-minded. He continued, for instance, the first pyramid is known to all of humanity, a remnant of the civilization left by extraterrestrial races. Its purpose was to serve as an external framework for instruments and internal conveyance, as well as to gather various elemental energies from space, facilitating communication across the multiverse. The pyramid still retains some radioactive particles, maintaining its mystery. In fact, there are many pyramid ruins scattered across the world, not solely limited to the ancient Egyptian dynasty. With humanity's exploration, ancient pyramid remnants have been discovered in South America and Colombia, and more similar architectural traces will undoubtedly be uncovered in the future. Your country is currently renowned for the Sangxingdui ruins, which are also remnants of extraterrestrial races. Sangxingdui as well. It truly is connected to aliens. Though you hadn't elaborated on it before, I remarked, my expression shifting to one of eager anticipation. Allow me to elucidate briefly. A thorough understanding would require more time than we currently possess. Upon your return, you may consult the chip embedded within your being. Previously, I mentioned that the Orion Star region is home to numerous primitive civilizations, which exist independently, maintaining a policy of non-aggression. The discovery of the Sangxingdui site in your country's Sichuan province reveals that it was established by an extraterrestrial race from the ancient Orion Star domain, who came to Earth to conduct examinations and domesticated a group of early humans. Gradually, this led to the formation of cities and nations. The bronze statues unearthed through your archaeological efforts may baffle modern understanding, yet they actually reflect the physical characteristics of these extraterrestrial beings. During this time, the alien race also interacted with other Earth civilizations, such as the Sirius civilization during the era of the Yellow Emperor. The Orion civilization frequently inadvertently disclosed external knowledge to ancient humans, allowing them glimpses into the vibrant world beyond. Concurrently, these extraterrestrials imparted smelting techniques to the ancients, enabling the creation of various remarkable bronze artifacts, some of which even your contemporary technology struggles to replicate. Eventually, when the extraterrestrials prepared to depart, the domesticated early humans requested to be taken along, a request the aliens readily granted. Upon their departure, they did not destroy the sites they had previously examined. Rather, they simply removed their technological instruments and covered the remnants with sand, anticipating a future return thousands of years later when you humans would unearth them. The origins of the Sangxingdui site momentarily left me in a state of contemplation, but I quickly regained my composure as Bu Wei Luo continued. Coincidentally, the same holds true for the Mayan ruins, which were similarly vacated by other alien races after their inspections, leading humanity to perceive their disappearance as abrupt. In truth, astute human researchers have long discerned the clues. For instance, the Mayan ruins did not undergo a gradual developmental process typical of civilizations, yet certain technologies appeared inexplicably. Moreover, the intricately carved stone statues provide ample evidence of advanced civilizations, though due to United Nations regulations, such findings cannot be disclosed, lest they face suppression. Additionally, the site of Chichen Itza in Mexico, not far from the Mayan ruins, was constructed by an extraterrestrial race from Neptune. Their ancestors, known as the feathered serpent, were highly intelligent mollusks that eventually evolved into beings with hands, establishing a civilization of intellect. They arrived on Earth to observe the seasonal cycles, imparting the agricultural processes of planting for spring, summer, autumn, and winter, as well as knowledge about the 8 planets of the solar system. I am well aware of the ancient ruins you mentioned. They are familiar to individuals worldwide, yet their specific origins remain a topic of fervent debate. Today, I find clarity regarding whether these sites are indeed connected to extraterrestrial beings. Bu Wei Luo's discourse on ancient ruins piqued my intense curiosity. Indeed, the Stonehenge discovered in England holds significant renown among your kind. In reality, Stonehenge is a remnant of extraterrestrial visitors who briefly examined Earth, leaving behind a structure reminiscent of a circuit board after their experiments, neglecting the colossal stones that remain to this day. The secret of Stonehenge is not as simplistic as one might think. I found myself momentarily taken aback as the former continued. Are you familiar with the Stone Sphere site in Costa Rica? It was created 2 millennia ago by passing extraterrestrials who sensed the presence of primitive civilization in the solar system and, driven by curiosity, descended upon Earth. Then there are the habits of the intelligent races, which consist of gathering, exploration, research, and simulation. Once a series of processes is completed, they create various spheres from distant granite, each with an error margin of less than 1%, to capture photographs as keepsakes, which are then sent back to their homeland. The varying sizes of these spheres represent the distribution of planets in the aliens' native world. As these were merely commemorative, they were crafted rather roughly, akin to the habit of your compatriots who enjoy inscribing their travels in various locales. After the extraterrestrial beings departed, the landscape underwent profound changes, and the orderly arrangement of the spheres was disrupted by the indigenous peoples. It is truly astonishing that aliens also possess the habit of preserving memories and visiting places. I would never have believed it had you not informed me. Upon hearing about the extraterrestrials' pastimes, I could not help but express my astonishment. Indeed, that is correct. And there are multiple alien races with such inclinations. One celestial civilization, while traversing the cosmos, left traces on Earth as it passed through the solar system. Let us also mention a prominent location on the surface, the ancient city of Machu Picchu in Peru, and the Nazca lines. Are you familiar with them? If not, I suggest you learn about them in due course. The Nazca lines in Peru, now discovered by humanity, are, in fact, a representation of the constellation movements from the aliens' homeland, serving as a transmission of information back home. Should the homeworld of these extraterrestrial civilizations wish to locate them, they can utilize Earth as a navigational reference point. Furthermore, the vast geoglyphs of Nazca are their masterpieces, enduring for millennia, visible only from the sky, which was beyond the capabilities of humanity at that time. I believe I have seen the relics mentioned by Bu Wairo, though the specific details elude me. Nonetheless, I nod in feigned understanding. Are there any extraterrestrial races from ancient times still residing on Earth? Suddenly, this question arises within me. I ponder whether any of the ancient relics associated with extraterrestrial races have been left behind after their departure. Indeed, there is a location known to all of humanity. Still within the confines of your nation, deep beneath the Qinghai-Tibet Plateau, there exists an ancient extraterrestrial race. Additionally, there is a base of theirs in the subterranean world of the Himalayas. In these two locations, UFOs frequently appear, and the locals have grown accustomed to such occurrences, although the information remains tightly controlled and undisclosed. You have heard the legends of Yetis in the Himalayas, have you not? In the past, your technology was insufficient to uncover the truth. Nowadays, they are occasionally cited by locals, yet ultimately remain elusive, which transcends mere technological limitations. The situation mirrors that of Shenangjia and our own encounter. The Yetis seen by locals are experimental specimens occasionally released by the extraterrestrial race, who subsequently retrieve them, ensuring that humans cannot capture them. However, nothing is absolute. There was an incident in Montana where an unfortunate experimental specimen encountered a hunter armed with a gun, resulting in its demise. Nevertheless, the extraterrestrial beings did not retaliate. They merely took the body away. At this, I could not help but chuckle, reflecting on the fallibility even of extraterrestrial beings. Once my emotions stabilized, I curiously inquired of Bu Wairo, are there any remarkable ancient relics preserved on Earth? Akin to the pyramids? Not only are there remnants from their sojourn, but there are also other astonishing utilities. Indeed. Are you familiar with the Sun Gate at the Tawanaka site? Bu Wailu suddenly posed this question to me. I nodded, having heard of it, as it appears to be a remnant of the ancient Inca Empire. The Sun Gate within the site is shrouded in mystery. It is not only colossal and remarkably preserved to this day, but its construction by ancient hands seems almost implausible. Furthermore, the first rays of sunlight during the autumn equinox illuminate the Sun Gate, a phenomenon that necessitates an exceptionally precise astronomical calendar. Modern scholars ponder how ancient civilizations achieved such feats. Bu Wailu affirmed, indeed, it is a masterpiece left behind by extraterrestrial beings during their sojourn, which led to the formation of the oldest Inca Empire in the region. This Sun Gate serves as a rudimentary framework for an interstellar portal, hastily erected when it was time to depart. The framework was not limited to this alone, as there were other architectural remnants that have vanished over the annals of history. The extraterrestrial beings, having constructed this framework, employed advanced technology to traverse vast interstellar distances, leaving behind a legend that one could cross into another time and space through the Sun Gate. Chapter 38, Explaining the Unsolved Mysteries of Humanity. How I long for the ancient times when humans could frequently encounter various extraterrestrial beings across different regions of the Earth, with a stroke of luck. One might even be whisked away. Unlike today, where the incessant debate over the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations leads to no conclusive answers. After hearing about the vibrant life of Earth in ancient times, I couldn't help but exclaim, tinged with a hint of envy. I am aware that this sentiment is not unique to me. Many individuals across the globe, regardless of nationality or ethnicity, yearn to be taken away by aliens to explore the vastness of the universe and broaden their horizons. But do you suppose this longing for abduction is akin to embarking on an interstellar vacation? Far from it. It is perhaps better not to dwell on such fantasies. The species of ancient times that were taken away rarely met favorable fates. Allow me to recount a few distinct outcomes for those abducted by extraterrestrial races. Presented in reverse order. Upon hearing my words, Buelow, grasping my intent, could only chuckle in disbelief. The fifth outcome represents the direst consequence: dissection, experimentation, and mutation. Although the technological prowess of primitive alien civilizations could scan and penetrate the atomic structure of any species without the need for cumbersome dissections, those unfortunate enough to encounter a race fond of vivisection could only count themselves unfortunate. The fourth outcome is scarcely more favorable. As individuals are modified for various perilous expeditions, mere pawns in a game with an inevitable, grim conclusion. The third scenario involves being taken and traded as commodities for research by other extraterrestrial races, with the consequences being numerous and left to one's own fortune. The second outcome entails being transported to an alien planet, subjected to scanning and study, and subsequently placed in a sort of zoo for observation. Within such confines, an environment is constructed to suit one's needs, with daily provisions provided. This fate, while not without its drawbacks, at least ensures survival. If fortune smiles, one might even find companionship with fellow abductees and procreate, living a life akin to that on Earth, albeit in a foreign land, devoid of freedom. The final outcome, the most fortunate of all, involves encountering benevolent aliens or principled extraterrestrial races. After conducting their research and erasing portions of one's memory, they may return one to Earth. However, such instances are rare. Even in the best-case scenario, one may not return home, as the journey through the stars is long and fraught with peril, leaving one to navigate the challenges of solitude in a foreign land. Alone in a foreign land as a stranger, I mused. Are you familiar with our nation's Tang poetry? Do you delve into its depths? To my astonishment, Buelow recited poetry with an unprecedented fervor. I do not delve into it. But the nanotechnology within my body stores vast amounts of information, allowing me to access it at will. Your nation's culture is profound and multifaceted, and there are aspects that the Alliance seeks to learn from. Moreover, the literary elegance of your ancient scholars is indeed admired by the Alliance, as well as by other extraterrestrial races who desire to experience the depth of their artistic expressions. For instance, as I previously mentioned, Sudolpa had extraterrestrial visitors who revered his literary artistry and traveled to meet him. Yet upon arrival, they encountered communication barriers and returned with a recorded video as a keepsake. Buelow's explanation filled me with a subtle sense of pride for my nation's illustrious ancient figures. Yet in comparison to the literary poets of today, I could only sigh in bittersweet reflection. Indeed, I have pondered upon yet another enigma of the world that many of us humans find exceedingly intriguing: the phenomenon of crop circles. Are they a natural occurrence, a human fabrication, or perhaps linked to extraterrestrial civilizations? Reflecting on this unsolved mystery, I posed my inquiry to Bureau. The formation of crop circles is primarily influenced by the natural environment. Simple designs are often the handiwork of nature. However, when the circles are extensive and exhibit precise geometric patterns, it becomes exceedingly difficult for nature alone to account for their existence. While human endeavors can replicate crop circle designs, achieving such precision and scale without detection poses a significant challenge. The mystery remains elusive, leading humanity to attribute the unexplainable to extraterrestrial beings. In truth, the creation of these crop circles can be traced back to a select few alien species, although subsequent sensationalism has obscured the facts. Bureau's response left me momentarily speechless. Before he elucidated that the phenomenon of crop circles has occurred only a handful of times. In the past, vast fields of wheat in England attracted these extraterrestrial beings, who conducted experiments that resulted in the formation of the original, authentic crop circles. Upon their discovery by humans, scientists undertook investigations that uncovered intriguing clues. Whispers of alien spacecraft descending upon the fields and flattening the crops to create patterns emerged during that time. The British government initially sought to suppress these rumors, yet their attempts to conceal the truth only intensified human curiosity. As the tales became increasingly fantastical, the government recognized an opportunity for tourism and international prominence. Consequently, they altered their strategy, opting to conceal the genuine crop circles for research, while artificially creating numerous human-made circles to enhance their notoriety, significantly boosting the nation's tourism industry and economy. Political factors also play a role, which is not easily articulated. It suffices to say that the initial crop circles were indeed authentic, while the subsequent ones are man-made. The crop circles that tourists witness today are fabricated. The genuine ones are not accessible, and the reality is not as convoluted as it may seem. Ah, I see. This truly is a clever method for enhancing notoriety. The beautiful nation has also unabashedly embraced themes related to aliens and UFOs, freely discussing and promoting them. Consequently, the narrative has led the world to believe that extraterrestrials favor the intelligent peoples of Europe and America. However, this is not necessarily the case. It merely reflects a lack of suppression or oppression. Were our own nation to adopt a similar approach, one could surmise that countless talented individuals, particularly those with grassroots expertise, would have already developed genuine flying saucers. This elucidation has enlightened me profoundly, prompting me to voice my thoughts candidly. After a moment of reflection, I inquired further of Bureau. Throughout history, you have shared with me numerous unsolved mysteries around the globe, often implicating the involvement of extraterrestrials. This time, I wish to inquire about the modern era, particularly the cataclysmic events of World War I and II, which nearly thrust humanity back to primitive times. I seek to understand whether there is any connection between these world wars and extraterrestrial beings. From what I have gathered from your previous discourse, it seems you may have some connection to these events. Or could it be that the internet rumors suggesting aliens sought to exploit global warfare to annihilate humanity hold some truth? The conflicts among humanity have no bearing on the Celestial Alliance or any extraterrestrial races. They are merely a manifestation of humanity's descent into a technological era, where the desire for global dominance leads to self-destructive contradictions and internecine strife. What was unforeseen was the rapid advancement of humanity alongside technological progress, culminating in the creation of nuclear weapons and even more potent theoretical upgrades within a remarkably short span of time. The emergence of nuclear arms prompted the Alliance to take notice, not out of concern for humanity's self-destruction through conflict, but rather due to the apprehension of environmental degradation inflicted upon Earth. Thus, the Alliance covertly intervened to dismantle the most inhumane imperial factions. Bueluo elaborated once more. As for your assertion that we wish to annihilate humanity through warfare, such claims are utterly preposterous. The narratives that circulate are mere conspiracy theories. Certain organizations have committed heinous acts while scapegoating extraterrestrials, which is simply despicable. If time permits, we should address these schemers. Nevertheless, I reiterate, extraterrestrial civilizations possess numerous methods to confront humanity, such as altering the collective consciousness of humankind, without resorting to cumbersome measures. However, there are indeed some radical groups among humans that seek to diminish the population. Yet, you need not worry, as various factors make such endeavors unlikely to succeed. Numerous global organizations are at odds with one another. Moreover, your nation harbors latent risks in this regard, but I shall refrain from elaborating further, lest I interfere with your natural development. Nonetheless, I can offer you two phrases: genetically modified crisis and cultural invasion. The issues within my own country are evident. Even without your prompting, it feels as though an invisible hand is subtly altering and influencing our national spirit. Yet, I shall not dwell on that topic, as any discussion would likely be stifled, and I have no desire to court futility. Let us instead turn to a different subject. After some contemplation, I once again posed a question to Bueluo. Let us discuss something distinct. Pray tell, Bueluo, do ghosts truly exist in this world? And is there any veracity to the notion of reincarnation? With your advanced technology, surely you have researched this matter thoroughly. If such phenomena do not exist, what then accounts for the reports of reborn individuals or reincarnation? I have also encountered accounts of the deceased delivering dreams. Are these genuine occurrences, or mere fabrications devised to garner attention? I believe many, including those from abroad, are curious about this matter. Bueluo responded, yes, it is indeed possible for ghosts to exist and be retained. However, the conditions are quite stringent, necessitating technology beyond that of a primitive civilization. Humanity's current state is insufficient in this regard. With a mixture of excitement and perplexity, I listened as Bueluo elucidated. The ghosts referred to by humanity are, in fact, manifestations of consciousness, thoughts from living beings. While they are incorporeal, they undeniably exist. However, their mass is so negligible that it is virtually imperceptible, scarcely qualifying even as gas. They can be regarded as a form of ionic existence within living entities, dependent on the neurons of those beings for the generation of thoughts. Once a person's consciousness departs from the living entity, specifically the brain, or if the brain suffers damage or asphyxiation, this ionic reaction dissipates almost instantaneously, which we term death. Thus, it is exceedingly difficult for this ionic essence to persist beyond the confines of the body. However, nothing is absolute. At times, an individual's consciousness may inadvertently detach from the physical form due to a myriad of reasons, leading to the manifestation of what you envision as a ghost. Nonetheless, the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly rare, perhaps once in several centuries. One might even argue it approaches zero, surfacing only on rare occasions. The cultural beliefs surrounding spirits and deities among humanity are largely products of imagination and tradition. Do you understand this? At this juncture, Rivero inquired of me. This time, I appeared to comprehend entirely, prompting him to nod in affirmation and continue. Following the era of primitive civilizations, a profound understanding of various quantum phenomena, quarks, particles, and ions can lead to adept manipulation through mathematical or chemical prowess, thus enabling the mastery of human consciousness. Furthermore, it is possible to extract and transplant this consciousness into a new vessel, thereby achieving what you humans deem as immortality. How remarkable! Does this bear any relation to the concepts of reincarnation and rebirth known to us Earthlings? Upon hearing of the possibility of immortality, I felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. Yet, as I reflected on the current state of humanity and the circumstances within my own country, I could only sigh and pose a question regarding the harsh realities we face. Chapter 39. Decoding the Mandela Effect. The reincarnated individuals on Earth, or those who have truly undergone rebirth, are often regarded as subjects of extraterrestrial experimentation, with the Celestial Alliance occasionally involved in these processes. Some of these instances are deliberate, allowing the consciousness of a past life to resurface in the present, enabling individuals to recount their previous experiences or even locate their former homes. In other cases, following soul experiments, memories are inadequately erased, resulting in sporadic recollections in this life, which accounts for why some reincarnates have incomplete memories. However, the majority of these narratives are fabricated by authors, later repackaged by literary artists during the dawn of the Internet age to enhance their popularity. Rivero's explanation left me both amused and bewildered as he continued his elaboration. In regard to your inquiry about the phenomenon of dreams manifesting into reality, it is indeed a factual occurrence, supported by scientific evidence. As I previously mentioned, human consciousness resides within the corporeal form as quantized ions. Furthermore, it is essential to note that all tangible and intangible entities possess a magnetic field, albeit varying in strength, with the consciousness ions of humans also exhibiting a magnetic field. A salient characteristic of magnetic fields is their propensity to gravitate towards other fields of similar frequency. This implies that when a person is asleep or has passed away, if the magnetic field of their consciousness ions is free and attuned to the spatial frequency, it can transcend spatial distances and penetrate another individual's consciousness, thereby allowing for a sharing of thoughts. In states of wakefulness, the active and resilient nature of consciousness ions makes it challenging to achieve mutual awareness. Consequently, the phenomenon of dreams being conveyed often occurs during slumber, particularly among relatives whose consciousness frequencies are closely aligned. As for the natural process of reincarnation, it involves the consciousness ions fortuitously attaching themselves to another placenta, resulting in rebirth. After reincarnation, memories of past lives are generally forgotten, with the likelihood of retention being exceedingly slim, primarily relying on technological intervention. I inquired further, so, can the consciousness ions of animals be akin to those of humans? Rivero clarified, no, the primordial consciousness of life begins to take shape slowly within the womb, and once born, it possesses only the most rudimentary awareness, some of which is genetically inherited. For instance, a puppy grows to understand its duty to guard the home, which has no relation to the concepts of soul or reincarnation. Upon death, the consciousness ions of a living being dissipate immediately, which also accounts for the slight decrease in weight after death. Moreover, there are distinctions among consciousness ions. For example, the consciousness of humans, particularly adults, is resilient and robust. Whether subjected to alien experimentation or other circumstances, it remains manageable. The emergence of simple consciousness in animals is exceedingly rare, as the more singular the consciousness, the easier it is to study. Rivero offered this simplified explanation once more. It was somewhat mentally taxing, and I decided to shift the topic. From what you indicated earlier, it seems that as long as the Alliance wishes to alter human thoughts, other extraterrestrial entities can effortlessly achieve this. Therefore, I would like to inquire about the widespread belief among many humans regarding memory manipulation or indistinct sensations, which has been dubbed the Mandela effect. Is this phenomenon genuine? And if so, is it the doing of extraterrestrials? Suddenly, I was reminded of a topic that has long captivated the online community. Initially, I was dismissive of it. Yet numerous television clips from my childhood eluded me in my adult years, particularly after acquiring a smartphone. Some I managed to find appeared dissimilar to my recollections. Whether I had misremembered or if those segments were simply lost to time remains unclear even to me. This phenomenon extends beyond mere nostalgia. I have observed discrepancies between the past and the present in various aspects of life. Such occurrences have led me to ponder whether there exists a temporal or spatial distortion in our reality, or indeed, whether the Mandela effect is a tangible phenomenon. Could it be that our actions, or perhaps those of extraterrestrial beings, have influenced our reality? Some interventions might be experimental, while others aim to safeguard humanity. Additionally, there are instances where individuals have glimpsed secrets that were never meant for their eyes, prompting the Alliance to employ a universal energy field's chemical reaction, which I previously mentioned as consciousness ions. This can instigate widespread alterations in human thought patterns, potentially affecting the entire globe. In reality, you may have encountered many extraordinary individuals, often referred to as the special ones. Some of these individuals have become subjects of extraterrestrial experimentation, resulting in unforeseen side effects due to technological errors or incomplete procedures. Beyond the previously mentioned cases of reincarnated individuals possessing past life memories, I shall present a few additional examples. A candid admission from a certain individual left me momentarily speechless. For instance, over 20 years ago, a foreign man who had never set foot in your country, nor engaged in any form of interaction, inexplicably awoke after a near-fatal electric shock, miraculously fluent in your nation's language, as if he had grown up there. In another instance, an ordinary citizen of your country, who possessed no particular skills, recovered from a severe illness only to discover an uncanny ability to play the piano remarkably well, a talent that remained with him. Lastly, there is a woman from your nation who frequently receives mysterious signals, causing her considerable distress. Upon learning of this, her family encouraged her to depict what she experienced. Each time, she effortlessly rendered intricate patterns that could not be fabricated, yet those around her remained baffled, as did she, unable to comprehend the implications of the extraterrestrial technology at play. However, some individuals possess the ability to interpret and translate these enigmatic messages, revealing connections to extraterrestrial origins, which are indeed genuine. The three examples I presented illustrate how certain extraterrestrial entities randomly selected humans for experimentation, leaving behind residual memories that were not adequately erased. I nodded slowly, feeling somewhat dazed. The mysterious occurrences recounted by this individual seemed reminiscent of humanity's unsolved enigmas. I had initially believed that these individuals were simply endowed with extraordinary gifts, unaware that extraterrestrial influences were at play. Reflecting on this, I found myself lamenting my past misfortunes. If I were to suddenly acquire remarkable abilities, not only would I be able to assist others more effectively, but I could also engage in supplementary endeavors, earning additional income to alleviate my parents' burdens and enhance my own quality of life, free from the constraints of anxiety and despondency. Shaking off my thoughts to dispel fanciful notions, I suddenly recalled a question regarding the Mandela effect and posed it to Buell. What accounts for the sensation of déjà vu experienced by humanity? From a religious perspective, it is often attributed to the cycles of reincarnation, suggesting that having visited a place in a past life could evoke such familiarity in the present. I had never subscribed to this explanation, but your enlightening discourse on a myriad of topics has illuminated my understanding that such a notion lacks substance. Yet, this sensation undeniably persists. I too occasionally experience it. Could you elucidate this phenomenon for me? Indeed, dear Ji Wufan, the explanation is rather straightforward. As I previously mentioned, all entities in existence resonate at varying frequencies, albeit with differing intensities. Some frequencies, though imperceptible to the physical senses, undeniably exist. The space we inhabit encompasses the frequencies of the past, present, and future. I have also indicated that by reaching the fifth level of physical laws, one can employ technology to calculate events that have transpired. If there is a past and a present, then a future must also exist. Concurrently, the consciousness of living beings is also frequency-based, akin to brainwaves. Occasionally, human consciousness may access future frequencies and retain them in memory. However, without stimulation, these sensations may remain dormant. If one were to find themselves in a space resonating with a previously encountered future frequency, the sights and sounds would instantly awaken in consciousness, evoking a sense of familiarity. Certain individuals possess an innate ability to intuitively discern past and future circumstances, akin to prophets among humanity. Some foretell events occurring decades or even centuries hence, only to have their predictions validated as the time approaches. Buelow's explanation reminds me of the many prophecies throughout history that have indeed been corroborated. Some predictions might even manifest hundreds or thousands of years later, revealing that these gifted individuals have engaged with future frequencies and derived insights from them. Buelow, observing my comprehension, continued, "There exists another reason, which pertains to the psychological phenomenon of preemptive mental arrangements. This occurrence is unique to humanity and does not manifest in the animal kingdom. In essence, it is a trait exhibited solely by those whose consciousness is active, robust, and astute. Ordinary individuals or those disinclined to contemplate or plan do not experience this sensation. Those who enjoy mentally preparing for future scenarios, such as contemplating destinations, activities, and methods, will often store these psychological phenomena in their minds long before the actual events unfold. Such internal scene design can occur days or even years in advance. When the moment finally arrives, the prior psychological preparation may trigger an epiphany of familiarity, a phenomenon exclusive to those who delight in premeditation. Even individuals who lack overt plans may experience this if their subconscious has orchestrated arrangements in advance, devoid of any entanglement with reincarnation or past lives. Due to the long-standing influence of religion, humanity sometimes approaches thoughts with a sense of mystique and reverence. Yet the reality is far less complex. The advancement of wise civilizations lies in unraveling various conundrums, rendering the intricacies of existence clear and comprehensible. Oh, having absorbed so many of your insights, I feel as though my eyes have been opened to a newfound clarity. I would like to pose a question concerning human nature, which may also be regarded as a query on behalf of humanity itself. If the higher echelons of humanity were to express a desire to collaborate with you and acknowledge your existence publicly, would the Alliance acquiesce to such a proposition? I am aware that the Alliance takes human nature into account. However, within humanity, there exist both virtuous and malevolent individuals. You could seek out the good, the benevolent, and the wise as representatives of humanity for this collaboration. Although I have already surmised the likely response, I still wish to make an appeal. I fully comprehend your sentiments, dear Ji Wufan, yet the decision ultimately lies with the Alliance. Nonetheless, I would advise humanity to first unite, overcoming all obstacles, and elevate their technological prowess to that of a primitive civilization. Only then, by simplifying their aspirations, might the Alliance be inclined to engage in discussions regarding cooperation. Otherwise, the opportunity for such an encounter may have already arisen in the previous century, leading to unpleasant circumstances surrounding this very matter. At this point, Buelu chuckled ruefully. I replied, somewhat astonished and perplexed. Are you aware of the rumors surrounding the UFO crash that transpired in Roswell, New Mexico, in 1947? Buelu inquired, regaining his composure. Chapter 40. The Secrets of the Moon. It is well known that this matter has caused a sensation among all of humanity, even those who are indifferent to extraterrestrial spacecraft. While scrolling through their mobile devices on platforms like Kuaishou or Douyin, may occasionally stumble upon such short videos, as they tend to attract a significant amount of traffic. How? One might wonder, are these two subjects connected? I inquired of Bulviro, who nodded in response, after humanity entered the technological era in the last century. Following the First and Second World Wars, including the subsequent Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union, it marked a time of explosive growth in your technological civilization. During this period, a certain extraterrestrial race, residing in seclusion within the solar system, observed humanity's situation and proposed the idea of forming an alliance to engage in cooperation with you. This particular extraterrestrial lineage, a branch of the alliance, had been hiding in Jupiter and was eager to elevate the entire solar system to a mid-level civilization, envisioning floating cities akin to those depicted in science fiction films. They aspired to create space cities and stations, ultimately establishing urban centers on each planet, ushering the solar system into a unified era. While their intentions were primarily self-serving, the Alliance repeatedly rejected their overtures. Upon witnessing humanity's technological explosion in the last century, this extraterrestrial civilization, frustrated by the Alliance's disapproval, covertly sought collaboration with the United States in hopes of swiftly advancing human civilization. They remained indifferent to the potential consequences. confident that they could simply depart if matters went awry. However, the Alliance discovered their scheme and issued multiple warnings. Ultimately, when the extraterrestrial race approached the skies above the United States one fateful day, their spacecraft was destroyed and crashed to the ground, subsequently retrieved by the American military. This incident became known as the infamous Roswell UFO crash. I was astonished and asked Bolviro, so? The short videos claim that the American military took possession of the wreckage and the bodies of extraterrestrials, and that they studied the internal structure of the spacecraft, acquiring alien technology. Is that why the United States has maintained such a significant technological lead over the world? Despite your shock, let me clarify, Bolviro replied. No technology was obtained. Otherwise, that nation would have already dominated the globe, rather than having to wait until now. The subsequent technological advancements in the United States were, in fact, the result of the talents within your own country. The claims you see online are mere rumors. The American military did indeed recover the wreckage and the bodies of extraterrestrials, but the two bodies were merely substitutes, devoid of any research value. Before the American military could conduct their studies on the spacecraft, the Alliance utilized technology to hypnotize them and took the entities away. Although they could surmise what had transpired upon awakening, they were powerless to act. Bolviro's explanation elicited a hearty laugh from me. The United States, which has perpetually stirred chaos across the globe, has managed to avoid repercussions due to its formidable strength, leaving other nations to endure in silence. Hearing that such a powerful entity as the United States had suffered a significant setback, akin to a mute suffering in silence, was utterly delightful. They bore the burden of being the subject of global suspicion without the ability to defend themselves, which made it all the more amusing. Oh, by the way, there are rumors that Area 51 in the United States is a base for collaboration with extraterrestrials. There are also alternative claims suggesting that even in the absence of aliens, they are researching the acquired alien technology. Is there any truth to this? When it comes to the enigmatic nation of America, it harbors numerous mysteries. This country acquires many possessions that do not belong to it and chooses not to share them with humanity. Instead, it resorts to deception and evasion, amassing wealth in the shadows. It is an exceedingly selfish and domineering nation. Reflecting upon the infamous Area 51, I find myself pondering once more. It is merely a base shrouded in secrecy, lacking any core values. The true focal point of their operations lies deeply concealed, eluding the scrutiny of other nations. In reality, they are engaged in the clandestine development of their own technologies, which, to be precise, are the talents of their own citizens, unrelated to extraterrestrial technologies. Brewitt smiled as he spoke to me, and I grasped the implications of his words. Alas, I lament, why does your alliance not consider collaborating with humanity? What a pity. After hearing Brewitt's elucidation, my initial joy transformed into a sense of despondence. The desire for collaboration is not limited to the Celestial Alliance. Other extraterrestrial races also harbor similar sentiments. Allow me to provide you with two examples. As if oblivious to my disheartenment, Brewitt continued. You are aware of the endeavors undertaken by America and the Soviet Union to launch probes to Mars in the last century, are you not? Subsequently, a colossal humanoid face was discovered on Mars, a revelation that startled all of humanity. This was, in fact, a manifestation of an extraterrestrial race residing on Mars, often referred to as Martians. The findings of these two nations prompted concern among the Martians. To avert human disturbance, they obscured the giant facial structure and intercepted the probes launched by the two nations, issuing warnings in English to vacate the area and refrain from returning. This incident elucidates why America ceased its explorations of Mars. They surmised that humanity was constrained and that breaking free from this bondage required the consent of the elusive extraterrestrial beings. Martians issued warnings to America and the Soviet Union, which explains why, following the Cold War, America refrained from further exploration of Mars, and even the moon was forsaken. Could it be that extraterrestrial beings on the moon also cautioned America and the Soviet Union? I murmured to myself, suddenly recalling something and inquiring of Brewitt. You are aware of the rumors surrounding the reincarnation of the American Mars boy on Earth, are you not? Is there any truth to this? If so, does it signify a warning to humanity? Indeed, they received warnings from the extraterrestrial entities residing on the moon and Mars. However, they have not entirely relinquished their efforts, occasionally exploring these celestial bodies. The Alliance fears that extraterrestrials may take action against humanity, compounded by your insufficient awareness, which has led to the suppression of your technological advancements. This is the reason your progress has stagnated over the years, preventing you from exploring other planets without facing warnings. Ruitt's explanations illuminated my understanding, and he continued. The reincarnation of the Martian from America is indeed true. He is an ancient, indigenous Martian. As I previously mentioned, the consciousness of living beings sometimes departs from the physical form, inadvertently traversing into other realms. If luck prevails, it may reincarnate into another life form. Although the probability is infinitesimal, it has nonetheless occurred on Earth. The consciousness of the ancient Martian awakened and crossed over into the body of a human boy, endowed with extraordinary gifts that enable him to sense certain frequencies of the future, thus making prophecies. However, you may simply listen without taking it to heart. For the future is but a prediction, never to be guaranteed with absolute certainty, and until the circumstances of the future unfold, they remain ever subject to change. The explanation offered by Bu Weilu seemed to evoke the image of a fortune teller waxing eloquent before me, as if he could perceive my thoughts halting. Let us not dwell on this, for as I previously mentioned the planets Mars and the Moon, I was suddenly reminded that the Moon is a realm shrouded in mystery, riddled with numerous enigmas and diverse theories circulating online. Allow me a moment to reflect. I would appreciate your insights. Seeing Weilu nod, I pondered for a minute before posing my inquiries. How exactly was the Moon formed? Various theories abound on the internet, some suggesting natural formation, others proposing extraterrestrial construction, and even some asserting it to be a colossal spacecraft. My second question, why is the Moon drifting ever further from Earth, and can humanity utilize technology to retain it? Thirdly, what truly transpired during the United States lunar landing, with claims online of encountering structures on the Moon, and even extraterrestrial beings? Some assert that probes from the United States captured evidence of aliens on the lunar surface. Is there any truth to these assertions? In the early days of Earth, there existed two naturally formed satellites, both quite diminutive in size. One was merely 5 times the size of Earth, while the other exceeded 8 times, representing the primordial Moon. Additionally, numerous meteoroids of various sizes orbited Earth. After our civilization of the Sanji tribe developed, we established bases on these two satellites, a period lasting for an extensive duration. It was not until we engaged in warfare with other extraterrestrial races that the smaller satellite was obliterated, shattering into countless fragments, while the larger satellite, our Moon, sustained severe damage and was on the brink of disintegration, due to the natural formation of both satellites alongside Earth. The destruction of the smaller satellite resulted in a chaotic disruption of Earth's gravitational pull and tides, inflicting apocalyptic calamities upon the species inhabiting the planet. Bu Weilu once more recounted the distant history. After our ancient race repelled formidable foes and restored our homeland, we discovered the prior small satellite could not be reformed, and the larger satellite was in a precarious state, liable to collapse at any moment. After much deliberation, our race resolved to create a new satellite significantly larger than its predecessors, referencing the gravitational multiples of Earth and the two former satellites. Moreover, we installed technology within this immense satellite, allowing for command-driven adjustments in response to future occurrences. After expending considerable effort over countless ages, we ultimately accomplished the Moon we behold today. Subsequently, when Earth faced further tribulations, this new Moon played a pivotal role in safeguarding our planet. The interior of the Moon is replete with programmed devices, with many areas being hollow yet remarkably sturdy. One might even classify it as a satellite spacecraft. This is also the reason why, during humanity's inaugural lunar landing, echoes were heard upon touching the surface. Indeed, some scientific conjectures hold merit. Consider this: among the myriad celestial bodies you have explored, none have mirrored the unique relationship between Earth and its Moon. Whether in terms of size disparity or the obscured view of the Moon's far side, these elements substantiate the notion that the Moon has been altered. Earth is 8 times larger than the Moon, and their rotational periods coincide. This phenomenon is virtually unparalleled in the cosmos, achievable solely through human intervention. Bu Weilu gently urged me to continue. As for why the Moon is drifting away from the Earth at an approximate distance of 3 centimeters each year, the explanation is rather straightforward. Since the Moon was altered, it has shielded the Earth from countless calamities throughout history. Natural disasters refer to the innumerable meteorite impacts that the Moon has deflected over the ages, while man-made disasters encompass the assaults endured during interstellar wars. Over the years, the internal mechanisms of the Moon have gradually suffered damage and misalignment, indicating that the internal components are failing and beyond control, which is not significantly influenced by the tidal forces from the Earth. Ah, I see, I remarked. Even the technology of your primitive civilization has an expiration date? I had assumed it was everlasting. Since the issue lies with the Moon's internal components, surely you can repair it. The moon's significance is paramount for both you and us, isn't it? After expressing my astonishment, I spoke with a sense of inevitability. Chapter 41. The enigmatic dreamscape. You might think repairing the moon is akin to mending a vehicle. But the moon, a fusion of celestial body and spacecraft, cannot be restored to its former glory in a mere moment. Furthermore, over the years, the moon has endured countless impacts from meteoroids of various sizes, each collision inflicting wear upon its internal mechanical components. Since its construction, the moon has been under continuous human supervision in the meticulous care of intelligent machines, perpetually engaged in maintenance. Otherwise, with the multitude of craters that have formed over millennia from relentless meteoric strikes, the moon would have long deviated from its orbit and drifted away from Earth. Without needing to wait until now. Noticing my bewilderment, Buweluo proceeded to elucidate. He stated that I could ascertain the truth from two historical accounts recorded by the ancients of your nation. The first tale dates back to the Tang dynasty, when two young men, while wandering in the mountains, became lost. In their moment of despair, they encountered a figure clad in white who guided them out of their predicament. The crux of the matter lies not in their rescue, but in what the white-clad individual imparted, that the moon is composed of 7 precious materials, its surface resembling that of a dumpling, signifying the presence of numerous craters. He also mentioned that the moon shines at night due to the reflection of sunlight, and that there are, in fact, 82,000 repairmen attending to its upkeep. However, the cultural understanding of those ancient times was insufficient for them to comprehend such concepts, leading them to merely remember and later document these revelations. In truth, the white-clad figure was a manifestation of the Atlantean race, akin to a supervisor tasked with the internal maintenance of the moon, who occasionally ventured to Earth to report to the Alliance. By chance, he encountered the 2 lost souls and guided them along their way. This event is indeed factual. Otherwise, without telescopes in ancient times, no matter how imaginative the ancients were, they could not possibly have known about the moon's craters, depressions, and plains. The 7 precious materials mentioned by the figure have since been corroborated by modern science. Last century, Armstrong collected a small sample during his lunar expedition, and subsequent analysis by your scientists revealed that 99 of the moon's rocks are composed of oxygen, silicon, magnesium, iron, copper, aluminum, and titanium, precisely 7 elements. As for the 82,000 repairmen he referenced, this denotes the number of intelligent robots perpetually monitoring and maintaining the moon's interior. Not human beings as you might perceive, which is why astronauts find no trace of them. The white-clad figure understood that the ancients could not fathom the concept of robots. Hence he casually referred to them as repairmen. In ancient China, numerous legends about the moon abound, and it is surprising that some are indeed linked to extraterrestrial beings. Though the ancients lacked the comprehension to grasp this reality, they were fortunate to encounter benevolent extraterrestrials. What, then, is the second tale? Upon hearing Buweluo recount the genuine accounts of the ancient moon and its connection to extraterrestrials, my interest was piqued once more. The second event is documented in your official historical texts, occurring in the year 1133 during the Jin dynasty under the reign of Emperor Taizong. On that particular night, the moon inexplicably deviated from its normal western to eastern trajectory, veering southward, only to later return to its rightful course. This occurrence is also veritable and not merely an extraordinary celestial phenomenon. As I mentioned before, your ancient predecessors were remarkably intelligent and courageous, unlike the present day. In ancient nights, the air was free from pollution, allowing for clear observations. Buweluo's perspective resonated with me, prompting a nod of agreement as he continued his explanation. In truth, it was a significant maintenance operation conducted by the Alliance on the moon's interior. Following enhancements, the gravitational relationship between the moon and Earth was calculated. And during the test flight of the universal energy field designed to protect Earth, it was inadvertently witnessed by the ancient people of the Jin dynasty. Historically, such test flights to the moon have occurred, yet prior to each flight, a universal energy field would envelop the sky, rendering the moon invisible to humanity worldwide. It was merely that one time when a lapse occurred, allowing the ancient Jin people to behold it. Upon uttering a sound of surprise, I skeptically retrieved my phone to search for information, discovering that ancient records indeed documented the peculiar events regarding the moon as mentioned by Buweluo. I nodded in affirmation. Given that the Alliance safeguards the solar system and continuously dispatches personnel and intelligent machines to maintain the moon, I inquired when the internal components could be repaired to prevent the moon from drifting further away from Earth. Returning to the matter at hand, I posed a question concerning the practicalities. Well, he replied, Restoring the moon's components to their normal function is a long-term endeavor requiring sustained effort. However, under the Alliance's supervision, the moon should not encounter significant issues for the time being. Yet, a comprehensive overhaul of the moon could adversely affect Earth's ecology. The Alliance suggests waiting until humanity reaches a primary level of civilization, at which point a collaborative plan can be devised to restore the moon to its former state, a task that necessitates the participation of the entire population. Buela's response cast a shadow over my expression. What if it is not accomplished? I asked, my voice tinged with anxiety. Failure to do so would only lead to self-destruction. It is not the Alliance that will act against you, but rather your own two critical issues, Buelu elucidated. First, the ecological environment of Earth has been severely degraded by your actions, and it is now experiencing backlash. The recent epidemic serves as a prime example. Should humanity fail to advance to a primary civilization within a few hundred years and leverage technology to safeguard and restore the ecological environment, the consequences will be dire. The second issue pertains to modern warfare. Certain nations are embroiled in fierce conflict, wielding technological capabilities far surpassing those of World War II, with some nations concealing weapons of unimaginable technological prowess. Should real conflict arise, the repercussions would be even more severe, leading to swifter destruction. In either scenario, even if extinction is avoided, civilization could regress to a primitive state, reminiscent of the fates of ancient Atlantis or the continent of Mu, where only a handful of elites survived. The Alliance's mandate is to either await your advancement or your self-destruction. Only then will they undertake significant efforts to restore Earth's ecological environment and repair the moon. Currently, humanity remains in a developmental stage, and according to the ancient laws of the galaxy, developing civilizations are prohibited from interference. Very well, I shall convey your sentiments, though I cannot guarantee belief in them, I replied, eager to shift the conversation, as the preceding topic had left me feeling oppressed and fearful. I gestured for Buela to pause, contemplating before asking. My country boasts a rich history, filled with astonishing legends from ancient times to the present. Instead, may I inquire about some topics that pique my interest and are less intimidating? Previously, you mentioned the existence of dragons. This time, I would like to ask about the Kuanping recorded in ancient texts. Is it also a species brought from your homeland? Or is it an ancient colossal creature that once roamed the Earth? Your conjectures are all incorrect. It is, in fact, an extraterrestrial spacecraft. The explanation given by Buelu left me astounded, as the former chuckled and remarked, it was your ancient civilization that first witnessed the alien vessel upon the vast oceans. Initially struck by its sheer magnitude, only to later discover that this colossal entity could traverse both the heavens and the seas. He pondered deeply and realized that no such mythical creature existed, though ancient legends spoke of dragons, cheilants, and tortoises that could perform such feats. However, the ship observed by those ancients bore no resemblance to any mythical beast. Unable to comprehend it, they returned home to inquire, but those around them were equally baffled. As rumors spread, they eventually morphed into the accounts found in the records of the Kuanping. Now, what of the Tunguska event in the land of the polar bear? I inquired. Even after more than a century, opinions abound, yet no definitive answers emerge. Surely you must be aware of the circumstances surrounding that incident. Suddenly, I recalled the extraordinary mysteries abroad. Indeed, this affair was orchestrated by the Alliance. Buelu's words left me in disbelief once more as he continued, in those days, an extraterrestrial race from beyond our solar system discovered Earth. For reasons of safety, they dispatched a probe to survey our planet. The blockade of the solar system could still be breached, rendering complete isolation impossible. This extraterrestrial probe roamed our solar system unimpeded, disregarding any semblance of respect towards the Alliance, which, in desperation, retaliated. The Star Alliance obliterated the intruding probe, causing it to plummet to Earth, ultimately detonating in the desolate expanse of Siberia in the polar bear's domain. Although it devastated vast stretches of land and vegetation, there were no casualties. The Alliance subsequently expelled the invaders and erased the traces of the Tunguska explosion, which is why your later expeditions found no meteorite fragments, leaving you perplexed. In recent years, with the advancement of your technology, you have indeed discerned some clues, yet you are unable to disclose them, resorting instead to the narrative of a meteorite impact. Thus, it was indeed linked to extraterrestrial beings. This event transpired in the early 20th century, a time when technological civilization was just beginning to emerge, and the power of the Tunguska explosion exceeded that of the Hiroshima atomic bomb by 1,000-fold. At that time, humanity had not yet developed such formidable weapons. The atomic bomb was conceived decades later, Only a massive meteorite could have caused such destruction. Yet the subsequent expeditions in the land of the polar bear discovered only the crater, devoid of any meteorite remnants or even fragments, completely obliterated. Thus, it can only be connected to extraterrestrial beings. After hearing Buwelu's explanation, I articulated my own hypothesis, realizing it mirrored my previous thoughts perfectly. Then, I pondered further and posed another question. Do you or the extraterrestrials experience dreams during sleep? Our human dreams are often chaotic, devoid of any logical structure. Some dreams bear no relation to reality or are beyond the scope of our imagination. What, then, accounts for these extraordinary dreams? Some suggest they are linked to the soul traversing dimensional time or parallel spaces, revealing visions beyond our comprehension. I once held some belief in this notion. But after our interaction, I instinctively sense that it is not the case. Indeed, I have previously conveyed to you that all entities, living or otherwise, operate on frequencies. Even inanimate species possess frequencies, which can be interpreted as subtle electromagnetic fields or waves. When individuals are awake, there exists a frequency of electromagnetic activity, and this phenomenon persists even during sleep. I have also mentioned that our local universe originated from the Big Bang. The cataclysmic event of the Big Bang fractured countless tangible and intangible materials, creating disparate spaces and dimensions. Interconnected substances can sometimes sense each other across different spatial and dimensional realms, and certain spatial dimensions even facilitate communication with parallel universes. After imparting his wisdom, Buvitro continued, when the human body is at rest during sleep, it enters a state of tranquility. However, some individuals possess a subconscious that remains remarkably active. The electromagnetic waves emitted by the latent conscious ions are truly extraordinary, as they can traverse various spaces without any tangible mass. This phenomenon can be described as a spiritual transcendence of spatial perception, wherein information sensed is relayed back to consciousness. When this information is processed and transformed within the mind, it can manifest as various dreams, often surpassing one's imagination. As for us or extraterrestrial beings, we generally do not experience dreams. Instead, we can utilize instruments to modulate our sleep state, thus avoiding the occurrence of dreams, yet we retain the ability to fabricate them. Chapter 42. Experiencing the life of aliens at that moment, I seemed to comprehend, nodding thoughtfully, and then I inquired, where are the alien bases located in our country? Could you provide a rough overview of their positions? Upon posing the question, a sense of regret washed over me as I realized my inquiry might have been somewhat abrupt. Adjacent to your nation's northwest lies Tibet, Xinjiang, the Himalayas, Shenanjia, the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, and the contemporary Kunlun Mountains. Alien bases are nestled within the primordial forests at the 30th parallel north. Even without my mention, humanity has already discerned hints of these locations. So sharing this is of little consequence. However, I advise against human curiosity leading to reckless adventures, for the only one to suffer will be oneself. Now I understood the essence of Buwelu's confidence. No wonder he was so unperturbed. Unbeknownst to me, I had posed numerous casual questions to Buwelu. My memory, however, was not particularly sharp, and I had forgotten many details. We continued our conversation until noon, when Buwelu took his leave, prompting me to close my eyes and relax. After lying down for half an hour, I felt significantly more at ease and invigorated. I contemplated indulging in the technological marvels of the Star Alliance for a while. Recalling the virtual games and dreamlike experiences of the previous nights, I pondered what new adventure awaited me this time. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and I had a fresh idea. Xiaoming. I wish to experience the life of aliens. I want to observe their customs, appreciate their cultural nuances, and delve into the epic classics of their primitive civilization. Could you simulate their local customs for me? With this thought, I addressed the nanochip within me, Xiaoming. Certainly, esteemed guest. Which alien race's customs would you like to experience? I shall assist you in making the request and manifesting it around you. Xiaoming's response resonated within my mind. Venus harbored a civilization long ago. Human probes have captured images of numerous ancient ruins on Venus, with at least 20,000 structures, though the higher echelons of humanity have forbidden their disclosure. Thus, the previous civilization of Venus must have been an epic grandeur. Let us commence with Venus. Without further deliberation, I conveyed my desire to Xiaoming. As soon as I articulated my request, the surrounding space began to undergo a virtual transformation. Not only that, but the spatial dimensions also expanded infinitely. Wow! I exclaimed in astonishment as the virtual scenery took shape rapidly around me. I found myself enveloped in a golden world, devoid of roads. With towering golden edifices and various flying vehicles traversing the skies, sights I had never encountered before. Indeed, I immediately sensed that the temperature, gravity, and pressure of the surrounding space adjusted in accordance with my physical presence, creating a conducive environment for me to navigate seamlessly within the realm of Venusian civilization. In comparison to Earth's current gravitational pull, the spatial conditions of Venus were approximately twice as heavy. As I reached out to touch one of the structures nearby, I was astonished to discover it was tangible, leaving me bewildered as to whether I was in reality or a virtual realm. As I gradually acclimated, the ambience around me grew increasingly vibrant, populated by extraordinary machinery and flying devices in the air. Strangely, the surroundings were enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound. Was the ancient Venusian civilization truly so tranquil? Where were the Venusians? Were they perhaps at home? I decided to venture inside. After surveying the area for a while, I was met with peculiar structures, flying vessels, and vibrant flora. Yet, not a single Venusian was in sight. Pondering this, I approached the nearest edifice. What was that in the sky? A golden river seemed to blanket all of Venus. After taking a few steps, I suddenly noticed that the high altitudes of Venus were unlike those of Earth. The skies were devoid of clouds, as if cloaked by a surging ocean. Confounded, I inquired of Xiaoming, "Is that a golden river? How could so much water be suspended up there?" "Esteemed guest," Xiaoming replied, "what you perceive is not a river but a globally encompassing plasma magnetic field. By employing technology to decompose plasma and amalgamate it with Venus's magnetic field, we can effortlessly project this combined energy into the heavens, manifesting before your eyes like a vast golden river." I contemplated the complexity of plasma and magnetic fields, realizing my limited understanding, and opted to ask Xiaoming another question. Why do the Venusians pursue this? Although Venus's former trajectory differed from its current state, its initial path rendered the surface environment and atmosphere quite inhospitable. The emergence and evolution of Venusian civilization occurred deep underground. Many extraterrestrial civilizations resemble this scenario, which explains why numerous aliens favor subterranean living on Earth, Xiaoming elucidated with a charming tone. As Venusian technological civilization advanced, they turned their attention to the surface. However, they first had to tackle issues such as ultraviolet radiation, lightning strikes, and the harsh environment. Following countless technological refinements by Venusian scientists, they developed the expansive plasma magnetic field technology you now observe, akin to the protective ozone layer on your Earth. This field absorbs and filters various tangible and intangible substances from the universe, subsequently transmitting suitable energy to the Venusians while converting useless energy into plasma magnetic fields, gradually ameliorating Venus's environment over time. With the aid of Venusian technology, the situation evolved into what you now witness. This technique and methodology are not uncommon in the cosmos. Civilizations emerging from subterranean or aquatic realms tend to direct their focus toward the surface as their technology advances. To adapt to surface conditions, they predominantly employ such global plasma magnetic field technology. It is indeed an excellent approach, whether for transforming planetary environments or for restoration. This technology, if harnessed by humanity, could be immensely beneficial. Presently, Earth grapples with escalating environmental pollution, and in certain regions, warfare persists. Such pollution has adversely affected the ozone layer, making it increasingly difficult to behold the stars in the city at night. Only in my hometown can I truly gaze upon them. If humanity were to invent such technology, it would enable the cleansing of aerial and atmospheric pollution, restoring the pristine environment reminiscent of childhood. As I pondered this, I walked and murmured to myself, eventually arriving beside a metallic door. Without uttering a word, the door opened silently before me. Upon entering, I was taken aback by the sight of genuine Venusians and other life forms. I observed that the Venusians bore a striking resemblance to humans. Yet their physiques were tall and harmonious, perfectly proportioned. The women were exquisitely beautiful, while the men exuded strength and vigor. Their bodies seemed to have been meticulously designed, free of any flaws in proportion or otherwise. Later, through conversation with Buelow, I confirmed my suspicions, whether Venusians or other extraterrestrial races, upon reaching a primitive civilization level. They could utilize technology to shape their bodies according to their desires. Moreover, they could undergo comprehensive transformations. For instance, by eliminating bodily risks and consuming perfectly balanced nutritional energy, they could ensure longevity and robust health throughout their lives, never experiencing illness, not even a slight cold. Yet, what astonished me even more was the revelation that after living for thousands of years in a primitive civilization, they could no longer transform or rejuvenate their bodies. However, they could extract their DNA and, with the aid of technology, recreate an entirely new and healthier body. This new physique would function even more flawlessly than the previous one, allowing them to choose any desired age. By extracting the consciousness ions from the aging body and merging them into the new form, they could continue to live indefinitely. I also noted that many species here resembled those on Earth, with an array of flora and fauna, leading me to suspect a prior exchange between the two worlds. Upon inquiring with Buelo, I learned that my assumption was indeed correct. Within the grand hall of Venusian architecture, I witnessed misty silhouettes, luminous virtual figures, and an array of astonishing advanced technologies. There was nothing unimaginable in this realm. Due to specific reasons, I shall refrain from delving deeper into Venusian civilization. Subsequently, I experienced Martian civilization and discovered that it bore only slight differences from the previously encountered Venusian culture, perhaps due to their shared solar system. The disparities in customs and traditions were minimal. Eager for a change, I sought to explore civilizations beyond our solar system. Indeed, after selecting several extraterrestrial races from various constellations outside our solar system, I was immersed in a unique exotic ambience, encountering a plethora of bizarre alien species, diverse cultures, and remarkable technological advancements alongside classic epics. This experience broadened my horizons, revealing a profound contrast between personal experience and mere hearsay. I shall refrain from elaborating further on extraterrestrial civilizations. Those interested may reach out to me. In the future, I plan to contact the little spirit within me to compose a genuine narrative chronicling the lives of various aliens. This will allow everyone to gain insight into the customs, technologies, and epic histories of civilizations beyond our own Earth. This experience invigorated my spirit, leading me to indulge in unexpected pleasures, and before I knew it, hours had passed. Glancing at my phone, I realized it was already past 5 in the afternoon. After some contemplation, I have decided to refrain from further activities, as I must depart tomorrow. I intend to seek a conversation with Bueluo, for this opportunity shall not present itself again. I have resolved to reach out to old friends. Soon, my companion, a member of the Shikasanzia tribe who has accompanied me for over 2 days, entered the room, and the surroundings had returned to their original state. My younger brother, Ji Wufan, appeared in high spirits, and as long as you are pleased with the hospitality here, that suffices. Upon entering, Bueluo addressed me, and although he did not mention my extraterrestrial experience from the afternoon, he was undoubtedly aware of it. I am very satisfied with your generous hospitality. I expressed my gratitude to Bueluo. I will be here for 3 days before I leave, and I hope we can discuss some substantial matters. Topics that could assist humanity would also foster greater trust among our kind. I spoke in my native dialect, sensing that Bueluo could comprehend. Certainly, I will share what I can, and I will provide you with a general understanding of what I cannot disclose. Indeed, Bueluo grasped my intentions, and his promise filled me with excitement and gratitude. Chapter 43. The materials for crafting UFOs this afternoon. I immersed myself in the experience of alien life through your advanced technology. I discovered that, even beyond our solar system, the majority of the dominant intelligent species across the globe remain within the humanoid realm. Some merely possess a few additional limbs, while others are quite similar to humans. Is this phenomenon unique to our galaxy, or do the advanced intelligent beings throughout the universe all bear a humanoid resemblance? Let me articulate my observations and queries from this afternoon's experience. The response I received was quite revealing. What you are describing is, in fact, a universal principle within our local universe, explained Buelu, a furrow forming on my brow. Consider this. Your scientists have concluded that for carbon-based life to arise on a planet, the most fundamental prerequisites include sunlight, suitable temperatures, and water. Following this, an atmosphere, electrical storms, and a harmonious blend of various elemental functions are essential for the successful evolution of diverse life forms. Only when intelligent life emerges can civilization be established. You concur, do you not? Upon my nod, Buelu continued, in our cosmic realm, if a planet possesses all the conditions I just mentioned, 3 primary environments are predisposed to foster life: land, water, and subterranean settings. While airborne life forms may appear as simple, single-celled organisms, the evolution of complex, multicellular entities is improbable, unless we consider the previously mentioned silicon-based life, which remains exceedingly rare. Within our local universe, the emergence of silicon-based life is unlikely, save for within the multiverse of Taoist civilizations. Thus, The theories of the Star-Gathering Alliance dismiss airborne life, focusing solely on the three aforementioned conditions. I nodded again, as Bu Weilu's straightforward logic illuminated my understanding. Life emerges under the conditions of land, water, and subterranean environments, and the characteristics of multicellular species that evolve thereafter are distinct. Firstly, concerning aquatic environments, it is generally the case that vast oceans are necessary for the propagation of intelligent life. Such beings, even when developing civilizations, exhibit unique attributes, such as tails, pectoral fins, scales, and gills. Ultimately, they possess appendages resembling hands, as the evolution of functional limbs is essential for carrying out tasks. Many on Earth have encountered these extraterrestrial beings, commonly referred to as merfolk, aquatic civilizations, or mermaids. They are, in essence, manifestations of humanity's encounters with oceanic alien civilizations. In contrast, the characteristics of subterranean intelligent life resemble those of lizards or geckos. Some species even possess scales and tails, adaptations for the unique conditions of their underground habitats. Hands are also an indispensable aspect. Without convenient physical forms, even the most intelligent beings would struggle to evolve beyond primitive states. Given the dark, damp, and harsh nature of subterranean environments, such species typically develop a crawling lifestyle. Consequently, these intelligent beings may appear fearsome, grotesque, and repugnant to humans, often categorized under the labels of reptilian or lizard-like entities. Bu Weilu's summary left me with a whirlwind of thoughts, and I shook my head to refocus, eager to continue absorbing his insights. On land, there exists a diverse array of sentient life forms, and I shall delineate 5 of them. Each has evolved to adapt to terrestrial environments and the survival of the fittest principles of the jungle, transforming into multicellular beings conducive to the development of primitive civilizations. As previously mentioned, the presence of hands is indispensable. Thus, one can observe hand-shaped sentient beings on any planet. The first type is the serpent people, possessing a serpentine lower body and a humanoid upper body. This category is prevalent on the surface, exhibiting remarkable vitality, as I have elaborated before. The second type resembles humans, complete with limbs, some even possessing tails or hair, while others may have scales or bumpy skin. This race is the most conveniently evolved, with a considerable population. Yet they exhibit somewhat diminished vitality. Perhaps due to their evolution being too refined, their resilience has been overlooked, and those who have encountered them often refer to them as humanoid aliens. The third type consists of winged beings capable of flight, as they have evolved from terrestrial origins. We classify them as land dwellers rather than aerial entities. To adapt to their aerial environment, most possess feathers and claws. Humans often refer to them as bird people or angels. Many have seen them, as I have mentioned previously. The fourth type encompasses insectoid aliens, of which there are numerous legends in human culture. Examples include butterfly aliens, moth aliens, dragonfly aliens, and mantis aliens. These are civilizations evolved from insect-like sentient beings, featuring appendages akin to hands, characterized by multiple wings and fuzzy bodies, which may appear monstrous or fairy-like to humans. Lastly, the fifth type is the well-known gray aliens, predominantly artificial constructs. They are the type most frequently encountered by humans in recent times, with other types being rare. The extraterrestrial beings you mentioned are also reflected in the short videos I have viewed. Their presence is woven into legends throughout history, both domestically and internationally, indicating they have indeed existed. After absorbing this exposition, I pondered for a moment before inquiring further about UFOs, or rather, the flying vessels of aliens. This piques my interest. As it does for all humanity, the sighting of a UFO in the sky would undoubtedly evoke excitement. I wish to ask you why the unidentified flying objects we encounter often take on a disc-like shape, as if all extraterrestrial beings have reached a consensus. Although other shapes of unidentified flying objects have been reported, they are exceedingly rare. Nowadays, when humans think of extraterrestrials, the first image that comes to mind is that of a flying saucer. Indeed, the flying crafts of various alien races, whether they be spaceships, probes, or floating cities, are predominantly butterfly-shaped. Circular, cylindrical, elliptical, or oval. While occasional appearances of other forms do occur, they are invariably related to circular shapes. The reason for this consistency and circularity is that when civilizations approach the threshold of advanced technological development, they invariably detect that our universe operates in a spiraled motion through space-time. The principles governing the operation and flight of circular aircraft align harmoniously with the laws of space, air, and the movement of time and space, embodying the cosmic spiral manner of motion. Such circular vessels are capable of expeditiously conserving time, minimizing air friction, and seamlessly integrating into the spatial continuum. In essence, one could assert that the butterfly-shaped circular aircraft adheres to universal laws. The elucidation provided by Bravero has significantly broadened my understanding. I have perused an abundance of information, revealing that human military aircraft have engaged in encounters with unidentified flying objects, only to find that terrestrial weaponry proves utterly ineffective against these extraterrestrial crafts. Even the rare instances of successful hits yield no results. The UFOs appear impervious to damage, often reflecting all assaults with ease. I ponder why human vessels experience instrument malfunctions when in proximity to these UFOs, and what materials constitute their resilient structures that allow them to withstand and rebound all attacks. This inquiry is directed towards humanity, and whether it can be comprehended rests upon the whims of fate. Allow me to briefly outline several manufacturing principles. First, the elements, particles, and quarks currently discovered by humanity are exceedingly limited in number. This constraint has led to deficiencies in the fusion of materials. Numerous fundamental particles and elements remain to be explored in daily life, experimentation, and the cosmos, necessitating the discovery and comprehension of the relative atomic mass of each element. Secondly, the understanding of thermodynamics among humans is still in its nascent stages, requiring further advancement until the essence is mastered. This knowledge would enable the extraction of various molecules from numerous elements and particles. By arranging all molecules according to the principles of thermal motion, one could achieve the synthesis of perfect atoms or create any desired substance, such as exceptionally resilient materials or curative medicines. Bravero's exposition has left me in a state of contemplation. Nevertheless, I strive to retain this knowledge in my mind as he continues. Thirdly, regarding the strong interaction mediated by gluons between quarks, contemporary scientific understanding remains largely theoretical. Scientists must endeavor to extract gluons and amplify them into tangible forms. Gluons exhibit powerful, strong interactions, and once materialized, their adhesive properties become even more pronounced. Substantial gluons can impart the strongest adhesion to any material, including the atomic arrangement within UFO materials, ensuring that these materials remain unbroken and remarkably resilient. Fourthly, human scientists must persist in researching and refining the effects of strong nuclear force, the most potent fundamental force with a notably short range. If the strong nuclear force can also be extracted and materialized, it would significantly enhance the cohesive gravitational pull between atoms, solidifying their bonds. While gluons provide the utmost adhesion between substances, the strong nuclear force represents the most formidable binding force, ensuring that atomic arrangements are tightly packed and immovably solidified by strong nuclear interactions. The combination of gluons and strong nuclear force is essential to prevent the separation of two atoms. This principle is fundamental to the creation of materials for UFOs. Oh, are there other requirements? What might they be? Upon hearing this, I found myself utterly confounded. However, I endeavored to retain as much information as possible, tapping my head to regain clarity before inquiring once more about Buwelu. Fifth, you scientists must advance the understanding of the electron-magnetic moment, delving into the intricacies of the rules governing both positive and negative electron-magnetic moments. Mastery of this knowledge would enable the utilization of magnetic principles to absorb and repel any atom. To summarize the aforementioned conclusions, one must first extract a myriad of elemental particles to create nanomaterials, employing the essence of thermodynamics to tightly arrange these nanomaterials into an indissoluble preliminary spacecraft. Secondly, harnessing the strong nuclear force and gluons would seamlessly integrate the components of the spacecraft, rendering it impervious to destruction. Finally, by aligning the positive and negative magnetic fields of the electron-magnetic moment, one could manipulate the spin-magnetic moment of the craft at will. In the event of an energy attack, the positive electron-magnetic moment could absorb beneficial energy for the spacecraft, converting it for its own use, while the negative electron-magnetic moment would reflect any assaults. With these conditions met, it would be possible to fabricate the rudimentary materials of the UFOs depicted in your science fiction films. It is all exceedingly complex. Were it not for the future of humanity, my memory alone could not possibly retain such extensive information. All the technological theories I recorded at that time were diligently noted, and upon my release, I perused numerous resources to compile my findings. There may be some inaccuracies, but I truly did my utmost. Chapter 44. The operational principles of UFOs. In this instance, I endeavored to remember as much as possible while Buwelu patiently elucidated the concepts for me. As for your inquiry regarding why extraterrestrial spacecraft malfunction when approaching human fighter jets or other machinery, the explanation is rather straightforward. The aliens possess a profound understanding of electromagnetic forces, particularly the intricacies of magnetic field reactions, allowing them to manipulate these forces at will. When a UFO or other extraterrestrial vessels are activated, they utilize the energy within the craft to alter the surrounding spatial magnetic fields. Such modifications can render the spacecraft invisible, absorb ambient energy, deflect any matter, and employ magnetic field assaults. Even without direct aggression, the mere magnetic field interactions can disrupt any inferior machinery. The disarray caused by the magnetic field of an extraterrestrial craft can lead to malfunctions or chaos within human machines. Furthermore, it is essential to clarify that the fully developed extraterrestrial vessels, including UFOs, spaceships, and probes, are operated by highly sophisticated intelligence systems. Without such advanced systems, the beam operations and movements of these crafts could not be controlled by the human brain, nor could they respond to the thoughts of extraterrestrial beings. Only through meticulously designed programs within mature intelligence systems can these vessels function according to their intended designs. In other words, the intelligent spacecraft of alien races can adapt to various situations as necessary, with the aliens merely issuing commands to the onboard systems. Do you grasp my meaning? Upon hearing this, I found myself in a state of confusion, nodding and then shaking my head, indicating that I understood some aspects while struggling with others. I could only sigh, feeling embarrassed to request a second explanation. Based on what you just conveyed, it seems that extraterrestrial craft are capable of eternal durability and are impervious to destruction, correct? After pondering for a while, I posed this question. Recalling how many UFOs in science fiction films remain unscathed even after accidents, lying dormant for tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Though I lack expertise in physics and science, I possess a fundamental understanding of common knowledge. Human scientists have discovered a phenomenon known as the law of increasing entropy, which suggests that all matter is composed of atoms. The nuclei, electrons, protons, and neutrons within atoms are in a constant state of motion, leading to perpetual change. It is exceedingly difficult to alter the laws governing atoms, and eventually, all matter will disintegrate and dissipate due to atomic laws. It is merely a question of time, as nothing can achieve eternal existence. However, after listening to Bu Weilu's extensive theoretical exposition, I began to contemplate the extraterrestrial vessels depicted in science fiction, feeling as though alien civilizations might have transcended the constraints of the entropy law. Thus, I voiced my curiosity. Theoretically, this is feasible, provided there are no exceptional circumstances. The strong nuclear force, when combined with gluon-fused materials, can indeed achieve immortality. Furthermore, when coupled with profound electronic magnetic moments in specially crafted nanomaterials, these can effectively shield against any form of corrosion, which is the reason for the enduring preservation of extraterrestrial vessels over countless years. This also explains why, despite humanity's discoveries of closed extraterrestrial UFOs, they remain impenetrable, as current technology proves inadequate to unlock them. In previous years, humans have unearthed fragments of UFOs and, despite employing countless methods, have been unable to unravel their underlying principles. Even techniques such as thermal melting and electrolysis have proven futile. Weilu once again elucidated, this is due to humanity's scientists not yet mastering the weak nuclear force and the electron magnetic moment. Once they hone their skills, when encountering extraterrestrial spacecraft, they must first unravel the arrangement of the electronic atomic magnetic moments within these vessels. Subsequently, employing the technology of the weak nuclear force to dismantle the atomic structure of the spacecraft will allow them to gradually open the alien craft for structural study. To swiftly comprehend and master the technology of extraterrestrial saucers, it is essential to fully grasp the aforementioned techniques. Similarly, this also explains why alien spacecraft, when stranded, remain undamaged. The forces of nature make it exceedingly difficult to generate artificial weak nuclear forces. My understanding of the materials and structures used in flight is rather superficial. Let us change the topic. Do all extraterrestrial vehicles utilize anti-gravity energy as fuel? Previously, you mentioned that anti-gravity energy is the most accessible and abundant energy source discovered in our universe. Truth be told, I grasped little of my earlier question. I merely regurgitated some facts to shift the awkwardness by posing a different inquiry. Indeed, interstellar vehicles from post-primary civilizations predominantly rely on anti-gravity energy, which also extends to subsequent intermediate and advanced civilizations. There are other energy sources employed, yet they are beyond your comprehension. However, all spacecraft primarily utilize anti-gravity energy only during launch and landing. Throughout the journey, it is seldom employed, unless in the case of space jumps or unusual circumstances. Bilo's explanations once again furrowed my brow, leading me to ponder the peculiarities of extraterrestrial phenomena. How could they fly without energy? Once an alien ship ascends, its speed must surely approach or exceed the speed of light, far beyond the capabilities of human aircraft and rockets. How could a vessel travel at such velocities in the cosmos without energy? Confused, I voiced my thoughts. Do you know why the speed of light is the fastest? To my surprise, Bilo posed this question to me first. After pondering for a considerable time, I shook my head in admission of ignorance. Although I had learned in middle school that the speed of light is the fastest known speed to humanity, I was unaware of the underlying principles. It seemed my physics teacher had not elaborated on them, or perhaps I had simply forgotten. The rationale is straightforward. Light is composed of countless photons, a fundamental particle that can be understood as being smaller than atoms. Photons possess no weight. Their mass is zero. When photons have zero mass, according to your human theory of general relativity, they cannot remain at rest in the universe and are perpetually in motion due to the absence of mass in photons. And their immunity to gravitational forces, their speed is unimpeded by the laws of the universe, allowing them to travel at the maximum velocity, that is, the speed of light. Bilo's explanation clarified this for me, indicating that the reason light travels the fastest is due to its lack of mass, enabling it to move freely and swiftly, unbound by the laws of the cosmos. Seeing my understanding deepen, Bilo continued to elaborate. You are somewhat familiar with concepts such as electromagnetic fields and gravitational fields. Even primary civilizations have thoroughly researched and applied electric fields, magnetic fields, and electromagnetic fields. The electromagnetic field constitutes a form of force, which is further divided into positive and negative electromagnetic fields. The positive electromagnetic field possesses the ability to absorb any material, while the negative electromagnetic field repels all substances. The amalgamation of these two forces allows for the transformation of any gravitational field at will. Civilizations at a nascent stage utilize the gravitational fields generated by these positive and negative electromagnetic forces to modify the spatial mass surrounding their spacecraft. They can increase or decrease weight at will, even reducing the surrounding space to a state of zero mass. When extraterrestrial beings harness anti-gravity energy to infuse the positive and negative electromagnetic fields, they can convert the space around their crafts into a state of zero mass. Consequently, this area will behave akin to photons, liberating itself from any gravitational influence and accelerating towards the speed of light. In the subsequent stages of civilization, the focus shifts to the study of spatial jumping. I have merely provided a rudimentary overview of the principles involved. Humanity must elevate numerous physical laws to fully grasp this technology and ultimately manifest it in a tangible form. Bravero elucidated many aspects, and though the complexity left me bewildered, I grasped the essence. The space surrounding the extraterrestrial crafts exists in a state of zero mass. By analyzing electric fields, magnetic fields, electromagnetic fields, and gravitational fields, one can manipulate the spatial mass surrounding a spacecraft through the forces of positive and negative electromagnetic fields. This key insight I must carry forth. Upon mastering the technology of analyzing these electromagnetic fields, one may wonder how far a spatial jump can extend. After pondering this question, I learned that the proficiency of the spacecraft's technology dictates that a civilization at an early stage could achieve a spatial jump of approximately 1 light-year in about 1 second. As technology advances, the duration of jumps decreases and the distances traversed increase, with no definitive limits, albeit at the expense of greater energy consumption. However, with mastery over nuclear fusion, nuclear fission, and the extraction of anti-gravity particles, energy would cease to be a concern, as Bravero affirmed. Yet, I mused even so. The astronomical distances of the universe remain daunting. If extraterrestrials wish to explore the edges of the cosmos, would they not perish before reaching their destination? Reflecting on this notion, I recalled numerous science fiction films and short videos I had seen. Theoretically, such an event could occur, but it is unlikely. Bravero, however, left me puzzled once more. He stated that the gravitational forces manipulated through the positive and negative electromagnetic fields not only alter the weight of matter, but also influence the flow of time and the fabric of space itself. This means that the passage of time can differ between the exterior of a spacecraft and its interior. For instance, if a gravitational field outside the craft experiences the passage of 10,000 years, the occupants within may only experience a brief moment thus evading the ravages of time. Undoubtedly, the application of such technology is exceedingly challenging, far beyond the capabilities of a mere primitive civilization. Success necessitates meticulous research and practical experimentation, potentially requiring the advancement to a more sophisticated civilization. Astonished, I exclaimed at the prospect of experiencing a mere moment within 1,000 years outside. As I absorbed this information, I inadvertently uttered a curse, realizing the peculiarity of my thoughts. I turned to Bravero and remarked on the strange occurrences recorded in ancient histories, where individuals from bygone eras ventured to mountains or other locales, sometimes encountering remarkable beings with whom they exchanged knowledge. He felt as though only a brief moment had passed. Yet upon his return, he discovered that centuries, even millennia, had elapsed in his homeland. I had always regarded this as a mere myth, but your account today suggests otherwise. Could it be that ancient people encountered extraterrestrial beings? Indeed, they may have inadvertently crossed into the territory of an alien race, where the passage of time differs vastly from that of the outside world. If they were to encounter a malevolent extraterrestrial species, returning would become an impossibility. Conversely, should they be fortunate enough to meet a benign alien race, their memories might be altered and they would be released, only to realize upon returning that time had flowed at a significantly different rate, as Bravero noted. At this juncture, I could not suppress a chuckle. Yet I pondered and curiously inquired, what is the interior of a UFO like? Do alien spacecraft appear to rotate when viewed from within? Certainly not, Bravero replied, bemused by my question. Otherwise, at such a rapid velocity, the craft would disintegrate all internal matter into fundamental particles. The interior of the UFO is a marvel of engineering, remaining fixed while only the exterior rotates. What one observes inside are 5D holographic images or virtual environments, fundamentally different in principle and construction from your aircraft or ships. Could you please elaborate on that? I asked, intrigued by his explanation. Chapter 45, The Disappearance of M Continent. The interior of the spacecraft is composed entirely of virtual matter, presenting images with remarkable clarity and the ability to transform at will, all while ensuring a seamless view from every angle. Bravero remarked, consider this. Unlike terrestrial vehicles such as cars or airplanes, which operate at limited speeds allowing for external scenery to be observed, extraterrestrial vessels approach the speed of light. If one were to observe with the naked eye without any modifications, they would merely perceive a multitude of colorful light beams. This phenomenon arises from the gravitational field surrounding the spacecraft moving at such high velocities that it ionizes the surrounding space into countless bosons. Thus, the visible spectrum consists solely of the flow lines of these bosons. In such circumstances, one must rely on the spacecraft's intelligence system to project a virtual image of the spatial prototype captured by the gravitational field. The extraterrestrial craft is truly wondrous, entirely distinct from our human modes of transportation. What lies within its structural framework and layout? How might it retaliate in the event of danger? From my observations of science fiction films, it appears that such vessels lack missile launchers, cannons, or chambers. The mysteries of these flying saucers abound. For every question Bravero elucidates, another curiosity springs to mind. The interior of the spacecraft is uniquely designed, characterized by a central supporting column, with nothing else present. This column houses the anti-gravity energy source. Bravero's explanation was both intriguing and perplexing, as he smiled gently and elaborated. The interior of the craft requires no manual control. The vessel's extraordinary speed is beyond the capacity of even the most advanced biological brains to navigate. All operations are delegated to the intelligence system of the spacecraft, which executes commands issued by the extraterrestrials. The superquantum computer within the vessel collaborates seamlessly with the intelligence system for comprehensive control. Moreover, should the extraterrestrials require any amenities, such as for living or resting, a simple request is made, and immediately the intelligence system utilizes the anti-gravity energy to manifest the request into reality. There is no need for further clarification. It operates similarly to your recent experiences. This explains why, upon discovering the remnants of a damaged spacecraft, humanity found nothing within besides the remains of extraterrestrial beings. As for your inquiry regarding the vessel's capacity for retaliation, the answer is rather straightforward. I previously mentioned that the spacecraft can generate gravitational fields in all directions. Unless the enemy possesses superior technology, no attack can penetrate the energy of these gravitational fields, which elucidates why human weaponry cannot approach the spacecraft. If retaliation is desired, a mere emission of anti-gravity light can instantly annihilate the opponent. And even more potent anti-gravity lasers can be coalesced outside the craft. Anti-gravity bombs can also be concentrated within the spacecraft, capable of effortlessly obliterating an entire planet. Without the cumbersome nature of your human explosive weaponry, weapons of primitive civilizations can be rapidly and precisely tailored and then launched with ease. So, how might we, as humans, observe the extraterrestrial crafts? After pondering for some time, my thoughts remained muddled, prompting me to pose the question to Braviro. It is neither exceedingly difficult nor entirely simple. He replied, as long as your scientists master the technology of positive and negative electromagnetic fields and develop a scanning system for positive and negative gravitational fields to survey the surrounding environment, they will be able to detect the concealed spacecraft hidden in your midst through the permeation of the opposing gravitational fields and the scanning of barriers. One can replicate the feedback from the scan to discern the specific circumstances, provided that there is no interference from the other party. Braviro remarked that although most extraterrestrial bases on Earth are now hidden underground, their spacecraft persistently monitor from the depths of the ocean, the surface, the skies, and even in close proximity to humans. Such surveillance remains elusive to human technology, though exceptions do arise. At times, an extraterrestrial craft may malfunction, or solar winds may disrupt the Earth's magnetic field, leading to a temporary exposure of these vessels to human sight. In instances where such occurrences are known to a limited number of people, the information is typically suppressed by higher echelons of humanity. However, if numerous individuals witness the event, significantly impacting human life, the Stellar Alliance will erase the memories of all witnesses, allowing the situation to subside. I inquired whether there might be any peril if humans inadvertently approached an extraterrestrial craft. Generally, there would be no issue, but should an accident occur, two scenarios may unfold. The first possibility involves being disintegrated into fundamental particles by the surrounding opposing gravitational energy fields. The second scenario might see the gravitational energy distort the surrounding space-time, relocating the intruder to another part of the cosmos. This implies that one could be abruptly transported hundreds or even thousands of miles away, a phenomenon that has occurred frequently in the past. Braviro's explanation evoked thoughts of certain unsolved mysteries of humanity, where individuals had indeed encountered extraterrestrial vessels inadvertently. By the way, you previously mentioned Mu continent, and I have also come across it in short videos. What kind of existence has sparked such fervent debate among humans? Since you have brought it up, I wish to inquire about the wondrous civilization of Mu continent. I suddenly recalled this mysterious civilization and posed the question to Braviro. There's nothing extraordinary about it. The short videos create an air of mystery merely to attract views. They are all marketing gimmicks, Braviro replied, eliciting a wry smile from me. He continued, Mu continent was an expansive landmass in the ancient Pacific, rich in resources and teeming with diverse species. Initially, there were some bases and territories of the Stellar Alliance on Mu continent, while many other regions were occupied by various extraterrestrial civilizations. The most dominant among these were those that sought to delve into the sun, establishing their main bases on the surface of stars. Consequently, all the empires and tribes of Mu continent revered the sun god. These beings, who favored stars, can be referred to as solar civilizations or stellar civilizations. Unexpectedly, these stellar civilizations, having seized most of Mu continent, grew insatiable and sought to expel the Stellar Alliance from the continent. If feasible, they envisioned forming a small coalition to obliterate the Stellar Alliance, reversing their roles as guests to become masters. And what transpired afterward? Please, do tell, I urged Braviro. Captivated by the tale of the ancient vanished civilization, he chuckled and continued, the Stellar Alliance, of course, would not acquiesce, particularly the impetuous Atlantis civilization within the Alliance. Ultimately, 12,000 years ago, the Stellar Alliance waged war against the Stellar Coalition of Mu continent, a conflict that lasted 6 months. Ultimately, the continent of Lemuria was submerged beneath the ocean, and all stellar civilizations were expelled from the solar system. The cost was the destruction of the Atlantis continent in the Atlantic Ocean, leading to the disappearance of the Atlantean civilization. This is how the Atlantean civilization vanished. It is said to have angered the gods, who delivered punishment and destruction. However, it seems that such legends are unreliable. Are there any surviving descendants of the Lemurians? Upon hearing the perplexing tales of the disappearance of these two mystical continents, an inexplicable sorrow welled up within me, prompting me to ask. The continuity of the Atlantean civilization offers some solace. What of Lemuria? Only a small number of ancient people and other species from Lemuria survived, relocated to small islands around the Pacific by the Star Alliance. Braviro, noticing my expression, reassured me. It was later discovered that the surviving ancient people longed for their homeland, reminiscing about their former continental civilization, gazing daily at the boundless Pacific from the shore. The Star Alliance, moved by their plight, utilized technology to create monumental stone statues along the coastline as a gesture of comfort, providing them with a spiritual anchor. Eventually, modern explorers discovered this island and named it Easter Island. Easter Island is also connected to you. Afterward, I conversed with Braviro about various other matters. Due to my limited knowledge, I retain little in the realm of scientific theories. The dialogue I have recounted above is a product of my earnest recollection. Yet upon returning home, I found that many discussions regarding UFOs had slipped my mind. Initially, I intended to utilize the nanochip, Little Ming, within me to elucidate some knowledge about extraterrestrial spacecraft, but I received a reminder from Little Ming, prohibiting me from doing so. Thus, I was compelled to rely solely on my own memories for writing, and regrettably, I can only mention extraterrestrial spacecraft to this extent. You may wish to delve into my subsequent conversations with Braviro, where perhaps you will find more intriguing topics. May we discuss technological advancements and the potential future scenarios for humanity? I genuinely hope to convey some theoretical knowledge regarding technology through this dialogue, to see if it may aid in the advancement of contemporary human technology. Indeed, I shall share what I can, Braviro promised, igniting my excitement and gratitude. Let us first address the current state of our Earth's environment. Although humanity has achieved unprecedented advancements in technology, we have also left our planetary home in disarray. Numerous opinions abound online, and I have perused many. Most conclude that if humanity does not devise methods to protect the Earth or break through technological barriers to improve the environment, our civilization may face peril in a few hundred years. Reflecting on this, I resolved to inquire about the broader environmental context of Earth. Having emerged from a rural background, I deeply resonate with such experiences. In my childhood, the sky was a vivid blue and crystal clear. Now, it is shrouded in gray. The stars once twinkled abundantly at night, and the moon shone brightly. Now, the night sky holds only a smattering of stars. In the past, I could clearly see the surrounding mountains. Today, they appear perpetually veiled in mist. During my formative years, a rich diversity of insects and birds surrounded me. Yet now even the mountains lack their former vibrancy. Illness in earlier times was straightforward, and treatment was easily attainable. In today's world, we are confronted with a bewildering array of peculiar ailments, many of which are characterized by terminology that eludes my understanding. Reflecting on my personal experiences, I am inclined to believe that the calls for environmental awareness circulating online are not mere hyperbole. Given the current state of affairs, how should humanity embark on addressing these pressing issues? Indeed, the ecological landscape we inhabit is far from ideal, and the pandemic serves as a poignant testament to this reality. Coupled with the ongoing conflicts among nations, some of which covertly develop dangerously destructive weaponry, the imperative for unity and collective action becomes increasingly critical. The potential repercussions could be dire. This sentiment encapsulates the primary message the Alliance seeks to convey to you. Initially, Buell acknowledged my concerns, before asserting that rectifying the dire circumstances you face is not insurmountable. I have previously mentioned that the first step lies in elevating your technological capabilities to a rudimentary civilizational level. After all, you possess the foundational skills necessary to avoid inflicting such devastation upon the Earth. If humanity can unite, eschewing war and treachery, and if we can extricate the influence of capitalists, then technology could experience a rapid and significant advancement, potentially elevating civilization to a basic level within a matter of mere decades. Chapter 46. The medical system of primitive civilizations. If we were to ascend to a primitive civilization, what initial steps should we take to improve the ecological environment of Earth? I nodded thoughtfully, posing the pivotal question. Do you still recall the electromagnetic gravitational mirror technology that conceals the solar system, including the ancient plasma magnetic fields of Venus that I previously mentioned? As I nodded in affirmation, Buwelu continued, provided that your scientists delve deeply into the laws of time, space, light, momentum, gravity, magnetic fields, relativity, mathematics, and physics, and attain a foundational level of technology, they could then amalgamate all these essences to develop an omnipotent energy field akin to that of the Alliance. This would subsequently enable the creation of a global electromagnetic gravitational mirror technology or plasma magnetic field. Once this technology is realized, it could envelop the Earth, affecting space, the ozone layer, the atmosphere, and beyond. By harnessing this technology, we could purify the air quality of our planet, transforming harmful gases into organic energy. After a period of treatment, the ecological environment of Earth would become pristine once more, leading to a substantial improvement in your quality of life and the revival of the verdant landscapes of your childhood. This constitutes the first step to render the ecological environment clean, akin to the human body, which must be cleansed to ensure health and prevent illness. As for the second step, I inquired about the formation of natural disasters on Earth. Are they not caused by natural laws? Bu Weilu, upon concluding his explanation, posed a question back to me, prompting a moment of contemplation before I retorted. Your reasoning is sound, yet the specific causes elude you. Bu Weilu clarified, it is the result of anomalies in natural factors. How do these natural factors arise? I shall tell you. They originate from the Earth's absorption and transformation of solar energy. Reflect carefully. The Earth is perpetually absorbing solar energy. Yet this transformation is not uniformly distributed. When energy becomes turbulent within the Earth's interior, it precipitates meteorological disasters, leading to an influx of rain followed by geological calamities. Excessive rainfall permeating the surface destabilizes tectonic plates, resulting in seismic events. The uneven distribution of natural forces triggers a cascade of natural disasters. If a global omnipotent energy field akin to that of the Alliance were established, it would facilitate a more equitable distribution of Earth's energy. While it may not entirely eliminate all natural disasters initially, it could significantly mitigate their occurrence. Furthermore, it would allow for the regulation of global climate temperatures, enabling adjustments at will. Concurrently, it could avert other natural disasters such as droughts, floods, and plagues, ushering in a golden age where every season is as warm as spring. As technology evolves, we could also manage the distribution of tectonic plates and magnetic fields, potentially resolving even the greatest human dilemma, earthquakes. This indeed paints a picture of an ideal golden era. However, should such technology be developed and its application span the globe, one must ponder the colossal energy required. Could it still be derived from nuclear fusion? After absorbing Bu Weilu's suggestions, I found myself captivated, allowing my imagination to wander until I suddenly recognized the issue of energy supply. The mention of nuclear fusion energy brought to mind the devastating image of atomic bomb explosions. Although this energy is seemingly inexhaustible, does it pose any risk of radiation or genetic mutations to humanity? Due to my limited understanding of physics and chemistry, I express my concerns. However, there is no need for alarm. Nuclear fusion is a process that transforms a small amount of matter into a vast amount of energy, resulting in a clean and pollution-free source. As long as it is well regulated, it poses no threats. Nuclear fusion energy is fundamentally different from the explosive energy associated with atomic bombs, which is based on nuclear fission, the splitting of heavy atomic nuclei, primarily uranium or plutonium, into two or more smaller atomic masses, resulting in a powerful explosion. The assurance from Braviro brings me relief, and he continues, stating that once nuclear fusion energy matures, other energy sources such as oil, coal, natural gas, biomass, electricity, and wind energy will become obsolete. If humanity ceases to deplete natural resources, the ecological environment of Earth can recover more swiftly and uniformly, returning to the idyllic paradise we envision. You are absolutely correct. The Earth currently resembles a gravely ill individual, with its bodily functions impaired, riddled with ailments, and internally chaotic. If we continue to ravage the planet, its ecology will collapse, and humanity will suffer dire consequences. We may even face self-destruction, all due to the avarice of those in power. After hearing Braviro's vivid analogy, I cannot help but exclaim, and then inquire further. Speaking of illness, I cannot speak for other countries, but to be frank, our nation's healthcare system is quite abominable. Currently, the health of the populace is generally poor, with many suffering from various ailments or harboring health risks. My question is, if humanity is fortunate enough to achieve a primary civilization, will the healthcare system remain as it is now? Will the situation improve? To be honest, I am genuinely frightened by our current medical system. In the past, village doctors and a few skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in rural areas displayed remarkable medical prowess, which I have witnessed firsthand. Yet now, the elder practitioners are passing away, and those who remain are suppressed and forced to close their practices. When people fall ill, they can only seek treatment in hospitals, yet the outcomes often evoke sorrow. My heart yearns for ordinary individuals to live happier lives, or at least not to endure excessive hardship. Once technology reaches a primary civilization, the healthcare system will be entirely transformed. In that era, the existing medical practices will fade into history, rendering the current healthcare system a subject of ridicule for future generations. Breviro's response leaves me astonished as he smiles and elaborates. With advancements in medical technology, science will unravel the complexities of human anatomy, all organs, genes, DNA, and the nervous system. In fact, you already possess the foundational elements for this. The ailments deemed incurable by hospitals are often manipulated by human greed, aimed solely at extracting vast wealth. If the underlying capitalist forces are dismantled, your healthcare system will undergo vigorous development, thereby invigorating other industries as well. Oh, so that is how it is. I express my astonishment at the irony that while technology has advanced to the point of conquering both the skies and the seas, humanity remains ensnared by the shackles of illness. It appears that the stagnation in medical advancement is not due to a lack of technological progress, but rather the insidious workings of a corrupt human nature. It is truly a repugnant reality that hinders the elevation of human civilization, inflicting harm upon both ourselves and others. What consequences might arise if we fail to dismantle these despicable entities? Upon hearing this, I initially felt a surge of indignation, followed by an inquiry directed at my interlocutor. There are but two potential outcomes. The first is a chain reaction that drags human civilization into stagnation, where technological advancement remains at a standstill, the ecological environment deteriorates, and pollution intensifies, culminating in self-destruction. The second outcome is an awakening of human conscience, leading to a fierce rebellion. However, other nations may exploit this turmoil to instigate conflict, resulting in mutual annihilation. The Alliance has witnessed various scenarios unfolding among civilizations on Earth and other celestial bodies, with the consciousness of primitive civilizations often falling short, primarily leading to these two outcomes. The commentary from Bu Weirua sent a chill through my heart. You previously mentioned that the races of technological civilizations no longer suffer from illness. How is this achieved? Will they remain unscathed throughout their lives? If humanity were to ascend to a primitive civilization, would we experience the same fate? After some contemplation, I decided to pose a more optimistic question. Following the era of primitive civilizations, once medical technology has deciphered the complete genetic code of the human body, embryos will be scanned and examined during their developmental stages within the womb, designed and modified accordingly. Upon birth, individuals will emerge robust and free from congenital ailments. Subsequently, nanochips will be implanted within their bodies, perpetually monitoring their physiological functions. Should any genetic or health issues manifest prematurely, the nanomachines will instantly detect the anomalies, activate neural responses, and facilitate the delivery of necessary medical treatments to their homes, administered by intelligent household robots. Bu Weirua's vision reignited my interest, prompting him to elaborate. In the era of primitive civilization, every household will be allocated at least 2 intelligent robots, one male and one female, designed to emulate humans. The responsibility of procreation will no longer rest upon the biological mother. Rather, life cells will be extracted and placed within the female robot, allowing her to assist in gestation, restored safely elsewhere. Natural conception and childbirth will become obsolete, with all responsibilities delegated to household robots. When creating these intelligent machines, encyclopedic knowledge will be integrated into their chips, enabling them to perform all tasks on behalf of humanity, and to do so with utmost satisfaction. If humanity evolves into a primitive civilization, it will develop in accordance with my description. Given your assertions, will marriage still exist in the future? Will individuals need to work? Upon hearing this, I contemplated other uncertainties and posed further questions. Marriage will cease to exist, as will be the case in other primitive civilizations. Even those who prefer not to seek companionship can find solace in the presence of intelligent robots, including for gestation. This will also result in significant savings on housing, transportation, and dowries. Moreover, the offspring of intelligent robots and humans will possess superior health, enhanced genetic integrity, and a more dynamic nervous system as they mature. In essence, humans born from artificial intelligence will be exponentially more intelligent than ordinary individuals, enjoying longer lifespans and surpassing many biological limitations. I previously mentioned that upon deciphering the genetic code of a nascent civilization, lifespans may extend from 800 to 1,000 years. In the case of offspring resulting from human-machine integration, initial lifespans could surpass 1,000 years. As technology advances, the longevity of artificially designed beings will undoubtedly increase. The words of Bravuro left me in a state of awe, as I envied future generations, Before I could wipe away my drool, he continued. In this rudimentary civilization, even you humans would no longer need to work. With mastery over nuclear fusion energy and atomic transformation synthesis technologies, all materials would become inexpensive, allowing every household to receive provisions free of charge, living a life devoid of labor. To amass wealth, one need only delegate the task to an intelligent household robot. With an abundance of wealth, one could acquire multiple intelligent robots or devices with enhanced functionalities, providing ample opportunity to realize one's potential and create a meaningful existence. Chapter 47. The benefits of primitive civilizations surpassing an age of over 1,000 years, even extending into several millennia. One could truly be regarded as an ancient being of everlasting longevity. If such a phenomenon were to occur, it would be akin to living so long that one no longer desires to embrace death. However, I fear I may never attain such a fortunate fate. Upon absorbing the intricacies of the medical systems of primitive civilizations, I found myself engulfed in self-deprecation, perhaps due to the profound shock I experienced. After all, who would not yearn for the privileges bestowed upon future generations? Suddenly, an inquiry arose within me, prompting me to question Burwiro. What happens if an individual's organs succumb to failure or injury for various reasons? You are familiar with organ transplants and bone marrow transplants in our world, are you not? Some individuals, in their desperate quest for survival, resort to utilizing the organs and tissues of others. Do you deem such measures acceptable? Are there similar occurrences in other primitive civilizations? Such practices are unacceptable. They do not exist, for they reflect a profound irresponsibility towards oneself, Burwiro replied. In the words of Buddhist philosophy, the soul would be ensnared in an endless vortex of struggle, forever deprived of transcendence. His response astonished me, as he employed the language of Zen. Noticing my expression, he elaborated, I have previously mentioned that human consciousness is akin to a quantum ion. You may also interpret it as the soul, which forms inherently as the body develops and matures. Consequently, an individual's body harbors their latent quantum ions. Moreover, each body is uniquely distinct. No two genetic codes are identical, much like snowflakes. If one were to transplant an organ from one individual into another, the latent quantum ions of the former would intertwine with the subconscious of the latter, resulting in a combination of two distinct quantum ions. Remember, this is a combination, not a fusion. Different quantum ions cannot merge due to their differing particle structures. It is akin to two bottles of ink of different colors, while they may blend. The atomic arrangement of the ink remains separate. In such a scenario, the individuals involved would remain oblivious, and with your current technology, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect. Even if discovered, it would likely remain undisclosed for the sake of profit. The consequence of such a transplant is that upon the death of the organ recipient, their consciousness dissipates, leaving the fundamental quantum ions adrift in space. At this juncture, the two disparate quantum ions, liberated from their corporeal constraints, would engage in a relentless struggle. Unable to separate, ensnared in an interminable abyss, had they shared the same quantum ion, such a predicament would not arise. If fortune favors certain quantum ions, they may transition into a different realm and experience life anew. Typically, normal quantum ions are born as unblemished beings. However, those born of aberrant quantum ions are accompanied by mental afflictions, akin to your contemporary congenital dementia, perpetuating a cycle of suffering across lifetimes. One that even advanced technology cannot rectify. As the scriptures state, one must continually atone for the misdeeds of past lives. Now, do you grasp my perspective? Thus, I do not endorse the practice of organ transplants. I see your point. It appears that organ transplants entail significant rejection reactions. But based on our current technology, what should we do? How do primitive civilizations address such dilemmas? After listening, I unconsciously broke into a cold sweat and, regaining my composure, posed my question to Burwiro. In primitive civilizations, instances of organ failure do not occur, for nanomachines diligently monitor and maintain the body on a daily basis, promptly reporting and addressing even the slightest issues. However, cases of poisoning or injuries leading to organ damage do arise occasionally. In such instances, the method employed by primitive civilizations is cloning, a technology that humanity has only recently begun to grasp, yet is steadily refining. The medical science of primitive civilizations allows for the replication of one's genetic material to clone a restorative organ, ensuring optimal compatibility and eliminating any risk of rejection, a superior approach to organ transplantation. Should time be of the essence, it is possible to accelerate the internal development of the cloned organ, allowing it to mature within mere seconds. The insights shared by Bravero were enlightening, as he continued. Human scientists should focus on organ transplantation through cloning as the most effective method. The practice of organ removal and transplantation is not only cruel and inhumane but also fraught with strong rejection responses, leaving no possibility for rebirth after death. Some individuals resort to unscrupulous means for organ transplantation, revealing the darkest aspects of human nature and hindering the progress of civilization. Such situations have occurred in other civilizations as well, ultimately preventing their ascension to a primitive state. As for your inquiry regarding how humanity should proceed with its current technological capabilities, I offer 2 suggestions. First, continue to research and refine cloning technology. Its successful implementation would yield numerous advantages. It would allow for direct growth within the body, ensuring compatibility and stability, free from rejection both in life and death. The second recommendation is to vigorously develop your nation as traditional Chinese medicine practices. By identifying the root causes of ailments early on and utilizing these methods to regulate various symptoms, gradual recovery can be achieved. As this system is derived from the profound observations of human anatomy by advanced Taoist civilizations. However, early detection is paramount, underscoring the importance of regular health checkups. It is disheartening to note the significant decline of traditional Chinese medicine, which has been subjected to severe setbacks. I am curious to understand the reasons behind this decline. After listening to Bravero's articulate explanation, his concluding remarks left me with a sense of unease. There are numerous reasons for this, which I shall not elaborate upon. A careful analysis will reveal the truth, but I can tell you it is driven by profit motives and a severance of cultural heritage. Bravero, surprisingly, did not wish to elaborate further on this matter, seemingly reluctant to engage in human disputes. What do primitive humans engage in daily? Do they study to enhance themselves? I suddenly pondered, reflecting on the universally burdensome issue of education. I would wager that every individual, regardless of their background, has experienced heartache during their schooling years. Furthermore, all educational institutions may eventually become obsolete. Knowledge will be stored within the nanomachines embedded in each individual S-body, and as they mature, these nanomachines will transmit knowledge in a quantum manner, evolving from simple to complex concepts within the neural pathways of the brain. Gradually, individuals will master a plethora of knowledge and skills, enabling them to practice and innovate at a remarkably young age. Once more, I found myself envious of the extraterrestrial way of life as Bravero spoke. Though the races of primitive civilizations may lead a carefree existence filled with various benefits without the necessity of daily labor, these advantages are merely commonplace. To attain greater privileges, one must consider the wealth generated through individual creativity. Amassing wealth necessitates the application of one's inherent value to create. Idleness yields no wealth. However, by employing one's abilities to innovate, invent, and advance technology, one may indeed acquire such wealth. Additionally, one can embark on spacecraft to traverse the cosmos, gathering valuable information and materials from diverse realms and spaces. In essence, as long as one is willing to exert effort and successfully obtains permission, they can implement their ambitions. With the accumulation of wealth, numerous benefits can be exchanged on various planets. What benefits does a primitive civilization offer? May I request an example? I inquired curiously. Certainly. For instance, if your family has resided on your home planet for many years and wishes to embark on a self-sufficient large spacecraft to explore the universe, this can be pursued if the family's wealth meets the requisite standard. Upon receiving approval, the Global Intelligence System will construct an interstellar intelligence spacecraft using the finest materials. The vessel will be equipped with all necessary devices and instruments, ensuring self-sufficiency, while also allowing for research pursuits, with ample energy to last many years. Should energy levels dwindle, one can easily find a star or gas giant rich in hydrogen and helium to replenish their resources. In the event of a malfunction, either the individual or the intelligence system can initiate self-repair. The example of Buelow stirred my imagination, prompting reflections on a time when Earth was unsealed. And ancient humanity frequently encountered extraterrestrial beings for various reasons. Alas, such encounters are no longer possible. Speaking of spacecraft reminds me of transportation. This afternoon, I experienced the lives of various extraterrestrial beings. I noticed that on planets of primitive civilizations, roads are a rare sight, with only symbolic pathways or plazas remaining. Is this the case for all civilizations that follow? I inadvertently posed a question that echoed in my mind. Indeed, as civilizations progress to a primitive stage, the absence of roads becomes an inevitable trend. Only remnants of ancient landmarks or symbolic pathways remain for those interested in exploration. Buelow elaborated further. Consider this carefully. In post-primitive civilizations, all modes of transport will be governed by intelligent systems. A simple command will suffice, and the system will navigate you through the air, eliminating the current cumbersome necessity of obtaining a driver's license. Furthermore, the races of primitive civilizations exhibit a preference for spacecraft due to the vastness of aerial travel. With speeds approaching that of light, reaching any destination on the home planet is merely a matter of having the intelligent system chart the course, allowing for instantaneous travel while alleviating concerns of aerial accidents. This represents the initial state of primitive civilizations. As technology advances, mastering practical theories of magnetic fields, space, time, and gravity will enable the establishment of spatial distortion wormholes, allowing one to leap from one point in space to another, regardless of distance. Individuals and objects, as long as the objects are not excessively large, can traverse space in a manner reminiscent of the teleportation arrays found in your fantastical literature. With the advancement of wormhole technology, it will become possible to establish wormhole transit tunnels within the solar system. For instance, in the future, if a relative from your family migrates to Mars, your family members may travel back and forth with interstellar leaps. Do not be overly excited. This is not the pinnacle of achievement, approaching the threshold of a mid-level civilization. One would be able to transport oneself to any location on Earth simply by the power of thought, rendering conventional roads obsolete. Oh, how delightful it would be. Such convenience would save time and allow for exploration of any destination. I am quite fond of this technology and cherish the idea of traveling during my vacations. Alas, I find myself financially constrained, uncertain if I will ever experience such a life within my lifetime. However, even the rudimentary technologies of a nascent civilization would suffice. After a moment of reflection, I recalled other scenarios and inquired about the nature of labor in a burgeoning civilization. Is it true that in the realm of primary civilization, industrial production, manufacturing, and artisanal creation are all executed by robots, allowing individuals to simply recline at home and either enjoy leisure or accumulate wealth? Chapter 48. The convenience of primitive civilizations indeed, akin to the intelligent robots found in households. However, the entirety of the manufacturing and other industries on the home planet is managed by a multitude of larger, multifunctional intelligent machines executing tasks with remarkable speed and perfection. Different roles necessitate the design of various types of intelligent robots, rendering human labor characterized by its tediousness of clocking in and out, obsolete, as explained by Buelow. You have frequently mentioned the term home planet. Does this imply that there are no nations following the era of primitive civilizations? I seized upon this sensitive topic. No longer. For religion will fade into history. Many tangible and intangible aspects, language, culture, thought, customs, skin color, and more, will vanish. Noticing my perplexed expression, Buelow elaborated. This matter requires your deep contemplation. In the post-primitive civilization era, due to advancements in aviation technology, populations across nations will no longer be constrained by distance. They will engage in trade, social interactions, and intermarriage freely. Imagine the consequences of such a scenario after several centuries. Historical inevitability will foster a subconscious unification of global currencies. As the inconvenience of exchanging local currencies in each nation would be cumbersome, languages will gradually dissipate, giving rise to a new universal tongue. The intermarriage and reproduction among diverse populations will lead to a harmonious genetic amalgamation of skin colors, resulting in a singular type of humanity. Consequently, all nations will gradually dissolve, paving the way for a grand unification. Thus, the former nations and customs will dissolve, giving rise to new global practices. Even in the pursuit of advancements to neighboring stars, the evolution of civilization will inherently lean towards unity. In a post-global unification context, how will new leadership be elected? Will it also involve elections? If it is a democratic election, with the global populace being so vast, one might be overwhelmed by the sheer scale. I could not help but chuckle at this thought. You need not be concerned about that, Buelow jested. Following the primitive civilization phase, democratic systems will prevail. Otherwise, even the most favorable policies may lead to injustices. As long as vulnerabilities exist, the advancement of civilization becomes exceedingly challenging, potentially leading to global annihilation. The technological weaponry of primitive civilizations is already capable of cataclysmic destruction. Should a great war ensue, the entire home planet could face obliteration, erasing all civilizations, epochs, and species. Noting my grave expression and questioning gaze, Buelow gestured for calm and explained. In truth, irrespective of the level of advancement, any sentient life will inevitably harbor certain negative emotions rooted in its nature. Whether one leads a nation or the globe, human frailties will manifest. If a leader exhibits such weaknesses, the resultant policies may trigger a chain reaction. Hence, many planetary histories reveal a common scenario. As lower civilizations transition into primitive ones, if they seek leaders among workers, technologists, artists, scientists, and sages, rather than those with convoluted ambitions or duplicitous intentions, the civilization's progression will be markedly smooth. Consider, for instance, the great figures of your own nation's modern history. However, if the highest authority is entrusted to individuals lacking capability or who are overly self-serving and filled with convoluted ideas, the situation could become dire and perilous. Consequently, in the aftermath of all the primitive civilizations I have encountered, a tacit understanding emerges among the populace. The global distribution of power, both great and small, ought to be entrusted to straightforward intelligent systems. This would facilitate true fairness, justice, and transparency, ensuring that all policies are clear and devoid of deceit or corruption. Only through such means can the envisioned golden age of enlightenment materialize. Are you suggesting that intelligent systems or robots should wield global authority? My goodness. What if these intelligent machines were to reverse roles and dominate humanity? I recall having seen narratives where robots developed their own consciousness and ultimately sought to annihilate humanity to seize control of the earth. Shouldn't primitive civilizations be wary of such prospects? Builio's analysis elucidated this for me, yet it suddenly prompted a grave concern to escape my lips. This apprehension is not unfounded. Similar scenarios have unfolded in past civilizations, albeit with a low probability. Of course, the portrayals you encounter in films are often exaggerated. It is crucial to remember that intelligent machines are artificially created, and thus, their foundational programming remains firmly in human hands. Even as technology advances and intelligent systems grow increasingly sophisticated, as long as humans retain control over the underlying programming, there is no cause for concern. Following this, Builio mentioned that among the primitive civilizations in the Milky Way, many species, with the advancement of technology, would eventually evolve into a hybrid of human and machine. This amalgamation, reminiscent of the cyborgs depicted in science fiction, offers the advantage of enhanced longevity, greater strength, swifter cognitive processing, and more efficient execution of various tasks. Intermediate civilizations will manufacture nanobots, capable of infusing consciousness at the ionic level. Such bodies, barring unforeseen circumstances, can possess lifespans extending into thousands of years, along with numerous extraordinary attributes. Suddenly, Builio, noticing my change in demeanor, realized I had drifted into a realm reminiscent of science fiction narratives, prompting an exasperated smile from him. Apologies for my momentary distraction, nanobots? I have seen them portrayed in Transformers, indeed powerful and advanced, capable of extraordinary feats. However, such technology feels distant from our current reality. Yet, our micronanomachines are under development. I hope scientists can soon achieve breakthroughs to enhance these nanomachines. By the way, I have also watched films featuring human-machine hybrids. I am curious. Does this kind of body eliminate the need for eating, sleeping, and other mundane aspects of life? As I inquired about this, Builio affirmed, yes. It aligns closely with the concepts depicted in the science fiction films you've seen. A hybrid body not only allows for the enjoyment of life's various pleasures, but also circumvents many corporeal inconveniences. For instance, energy deficiencies can be avoided. Instead of relying on human consumption and digestion for sustenance, a human-machine hybrid can directly absorb solar or ambient energy, maintaining peak energy levels at all times. Simultaneously, most internal organs may be rendered obsolete, resulting in a streamlined and robust physical form. The physical capabilities far exceed those of ordinary individuals, effortlessly conquering human limits once deemed insurmountable. Furthermore, the body can be customized at will, allowing for future modifications. Moreover, the integration of human and machine embodies the ideal choice for extraterrestrial colonization. For instance, should humanity aspire to establish bases on the Moon or Mars, the human-machine hybrid form would be the most suitable for creating an extraterrestrial habitat. Berwitt's explanation left me somewhat envious. However, the thought of undergoing such a transformation, requiring the removal of internal organs to install intelligent machinery, is beyond my current acceptance. Perhaps only in the twilight of life could I embrace this notion. The human-machine integration could enable me to serve as a pioneering vanguard for humanity on the Moon or Mars. Oh, indeed. The hybrid body would be particularly appealing to the elderly. Imagine extracting one's genes to clone a previous body, integrating intelligent machinery, and transferring consciousness into this new vessel to live for millennia. Such a privilege is indeed splendid. Alas, even if scientists develop this technology in decades to come, it is feared that only the affluent will have access, leaving ordinary individuals bereft of such advancements. After indulging in envy of the affluent lifestyle, I shifted the topic. As a person of modest means, I prefer to refrain from discussing the lives of the wealthy, as it often brings forth sorrow. This time, I sought to inquire about the architecture of the future or the structures of extraterrestrial beings. This afternoon, during my experience of alien life, I observed that their architectural forms were remarkably diverse. However, that was not my primary inquiry. What piqued my curiosity was that extraterrestrial buildings often reached heights of several thousand or even tens of thousands of meters. Many races seem to exhibit this trait. I wondered how such towering edifices could be constructed without collapsing under their own weight. My questions regarding architecture were met with a thoughtful response. How to articulate this? After 3 days of experience, you have likely grasped the concept of virtual matter, which involves the technological fusion of countless atoms into various forms at will. When needed, technology solidifies these forms. When not, they are simply deconstructed. The alien structures you observe are, in fact, virtual constructs that do not need to be physically interconnected. This explains why some buildings can float or change appearance from one day to the next. Berwitz's explanation was rather astonishing. I had not anticipated that such colossal and majestic structures were merely solidified virtual entities, thus elucidating why many defy the laws of physics. Seeing my comprehension, the former continued, it is inevitable for primitive civilizations to transition into a life of virtual matter, which offers numerous advantages. Firstly, one can alter forms and sizes at will. Secondly, it is environmentally friendly. When necessary, one can swiftly condense forms, and when no longer needed, they can dissolve back into their elemental state. This alleviates the need for humans to draft blueprints, excavate foundations, transport various materials, and then proceed with labor and machinery, an endeavor that is both time-consuming and polluting, ultimately resulting in construction waste over the years. The third virtual substance can be manipulated to arrange atoms according to one's desires. In other words, one can choose the resilience and pliability of this virtual material. Some virtual structures arrange atoms in an exceedingly compact manner, resulting in a composition that is not only cohesive but also remarkably robust and resilient. Even in the event of a meteorite strike, such structures can withstand the impact, with any damage being instantly repaired, akin to the flow of water. Now, do you understand? Indeed. The architecture of a primary civilization is truly a marvel of ingenuity and craftsmanship, and I earnestly hope that humanity will soon experience such a way of life. This could significantly alleviate the housing pressures faced by the younger generation, allowing them to live more comfortably and create the conditions necessary for marriage and family, thus fulfilling their long-held dreams. At this point, I couldn't help but chuckle softly, realizing I had digressed. After a moment of contemplation, I turned to Bueluo and inquired, if humanity is destined for a promising future, will mobile phones become obsolete? It is indeed necessary, Bueluo asserted emphatically. If technology continues to advance, the future of humanity will revolve around quantum virtual information transmission, much like the science fiction films you watch. If you wish to converse with someone, your body's nanomachines will enable communication through thought. Should you wish to know or experience something, simply closing your eyes will allow your consciousness to engage with it. Viewing three-dimensional imagery will also be effortless. Upon issuing a command, the nanomachines within your body will project quantum holograms around you. In the future, regardless of your destination, a mere fingerprint or a gaze scan will serve as your passport, facilitating transactions in the virtual realm without the cumbersome need for mobile phone scanning. Chapter 49. Dinosaurs on the Moon. If we were to attain a rudimentary civilization, the global crime rate would surely diminish significantly. Suddenly, a grave thought crossed my mind. It would not merely decrease. In a rudimentary civilization, crime would cease to exist entirely. Noticing my perplexed expression, Buelow explained, as I previously mentioned, species that evolve into a rudimentary civilization ultimately delegate all responsibilities to a supreme intelligence system. The thoughts of all beings can be sensed through nanotechnology embedded within their bodies, encompassing even negative emotions. It is entirely natural for sentient species to harbor negative thoughts, as long as they refrain from taking action. Should an individual nurture criminal intentions and contemplate acting upon them, the supreme authority of their home planet's intelligence system would immediately detect it before any crime is committed. The system would remotely intervene, restraining the individual and subsequently send them for rehabilitation, releasing them only upon their reformation. Haha, this is indeed a brilliant solution. A world where no one commits crimes embodies true peace. If we, the inhabitants of Earth, could achieve this, it would be a fair and just society, impartial to all. Hearing this, I first felt a surge of admiration, followed by a twinge of envy. In truth, species beyond the rudimentary civilization seldom possess motives for crime, as the virtual realm can fulfill their every desire. For instance, if one wishes to hike, they can apply for a virtual mountain that mirrors reality perfectly. Within this setting, they can engage in any activity they please, and when they tire of it, they simply withdraw their request. This includes experiencing darker emotions in the virtual world. All actions are mere illusions, thus, they can indulge any whim, leading to a natural decline in criminal behavior in the real world. If apprehended for a crime, one would be sent to prison with no freedom, no rights, and deprived of any technological privileges. For those accustomed to a rudimentary civilization, this fate is more terrifying than death itself, ensuring that no one dares to challenge the fair and just intelligent system. Buelow's perspective prompted me to nod in silent agreement. Achieving true fairness in human nature is indeed a formidable challenge, often met with reluctance. Oh, how does a rudimentary civilization engage in travel? Do they traverse between planets? This question suddenly arose in my mind. Indeed, for instance, once humanity enters a rudimentary civilization, you will be able to explore all planets and moons within the solar system, establish various outposts, and create gardens suited to your needs, traveling via spacecraft or through warped wormholes. In time, your journeys will not be about visiting specific places or countries, but rather embarking on adventures to Venus or Uranus this time, and perhaps to Orion or the Big Dipper's planets next, capturing photos and sharing local specialties with friends. As Buelow spoke, I envisioned the future with boundless imagination. Apologies, I got a bit lost in thought, I confessed, pondering the unique fruits and meats from other planets, imagining the delightful experiences of tasting and sightseeing. Although Earth boasts much diversity, so many species have become rare or even extinct. Humanity has been dreadfully unfair to them. Realizing this, I couldn't help but express my heartfelt lament. Theoretically, this is indeed the case. However, with advancements in technology, it is possible to extract genes from the remnants of extinct species, thereby resurrecting them. Allow me to draw an analogy. If humanity were to evolve to a stage akin to a primitive civilization, not only could we revive numerous species from the past, but we might even bring dinosaurs from ancient times back to life and nurture them. In such a scenario, one could simply purchase dinosaur eggs or meat from a butcher. The words of Brevilo left me astounded. If this were to come to fruition, I would find it impossible to consume an entire dinosaur egg in one sitting, lest I risk bursting from excess. Upon hearing this, I exclaimed, you could partake in several portions or share it with family. Furthermore, consuming dinosaur eggs or meat could enhance human strength. As technology progresses, we would be able to extract genes and clone various species according to our desires. Brevilo jested lightly. If we were to resurrect numerous ancient species, the Earth may not suffice to accommodate them, I remarked. They could be relocated to other planets, for instance, Mars, which currently harbors no life, could be transformed into a vibrant habitat for the revived dinosaurs. I speculated that, in ancient times, a benevolent extraterrestrial species might have transported several dinosaurs to the moon for scientific research. Some specimens may have landed on the lunar surface, discovered by present-day human probes. Though to prevent public panic, this occurrence was suppressed as a hoax. Brevilo offered another analogy, causing me to smile wryly in response. These dinosaurs are fortunate. At least they have the opportunity to encounter extraterrestrials openly, unlike us, who were constrained by limitations, leaving many to depart this world with unfulfilled curiosities. By the way, after the emergence of a primitive civilization, is there still waste? How is it managed? I inquired, switching to a more mocking tone. Well, waste is virtually non-existent. Intelligent systems monitor the globe continuously. Should any irregularities arise, they are promptly addressed, and waste is collected, decomposed into atoms, and reconstituted. Brevilo continued. If large refuse proves inconvenient to manage on the home planet, one could establish a waste processing station on another planet or a larger moon. Brevilo answered my queries with remarkable clarity. Is there still a need for firefighters in a primitive civilization? I suddenly pondered aloud, reflecting on my own identity. No, he replied. If a fire were to break out, a universal energy field could instantaneously condense surrounding cool air into vapor to extinguish the flames. This is merely one method. Should an individual find themselves in peril, the universal energy field would envelop them and transport them to safety. Bravilo's expression was a mixture of amusement and bemusement. Ah, then I would be rendered unemployed. I feigned astonishment, gazing at Bravilo's countenance before asking, in a primitive civilization, do people or extraterrestrials still watch television or scroll through short videos? Such activities still exist, but the numbers have dwindled, Bravilo elucidated. In the wake of virtual technology, professions such as directing and film production will inevitably be phased out. With the advent of virtual technology, individuals can now tailor their ideal films and television shows, crafting any genre of video content. In this future, it could be said that everyone is a director. However, viewers merely seek inspiration and themes, without delving deeply into the narratives. Oh, how can humanity conserve resources and alleviate the burden on our planet? I find myself pondering this question. We must expedite the advancement of wireless power transmission technology, harnessing solar energy for global refinement, ceasing the extraction of fossil fuels, oil, coal, and natural gas would allow the Earth to gradually heal itself. Once this technology is globally adopted, it may yield unforeseen positive ripple effects, propelling human technological advancement. Buwei Luo elucidated that this technology could have been realized during the Tesla era, yet it has been suppressed for profit until now. Should humanity solve the wireless transmission technology, it would parallel the circumstances depicted in the novel The Three-Body Problem. All of humanity, including capital, governments, and nations, would enter an age of inexpensive energy, freeing countless resources for scientific research. I will remember how our transportation should evolve. How can we develop flying cars to save time on our journeys? At this juncture, I am uncertain what further inquiries to make, as I begin to contemplate the state of humanity. For your transportation to achieve the instantaneous global traversal I mentioned earlier, you are still far from realizing this technology. Without a miraculous breakthrough, it seems improbable within the century. However, I can offer humanity a suggestion. By combining maglev trains with magnetic fields and gravity, and considering anti-gravity principles, the development of hover vehicles is indeed feasible. The invention of such vehicles could facilitate efficient, low-energy flight, ushering in an era of aerial transportation, thereby diminishing distance constraints. This would significantly alter your way of life, paving the way for research into gravitational field vehicles. Buwei Luo's recommendations painted a vivid picture of a bustling future in aerial transit, where humanity's world undergoes a profound transformation. I was then reminded of something I had seen on my mobile device, short videos claiming that some individuals, including those from abroad, had been taken by extraterrestrials to witness advanced alien technology, only to be returned to write and sell their experiences in book form. Is there any truth to these astonishing accounts? I suddenly found myself wishing to verify their authenticity. Well, only a few of these claims hold any truth. As I mentioned earlier, benevolent or principled extraterrestrials who abduct humans typically return them, and sometimes do not erase their memories. However, such occurrences are rare. Buwei Luo's words instilled a sense of judgment within me. Suddenly, another thought struck me, prompting me to inquire further. There are many wondrous rivers and lakes on Earth, some featuring distinct layers of water, such as a top layer of freshwater inhabited by freshwater fish, and a bottom layer of saltwater filled with saltwater species. Remarkably, these two water layers coexist, yet remain separate, with each type of fish refraining from crossing into the other's domain. What accounts for this phenomenon? Water is a flowing liquid rather than a tangible entity. How can it be separated? The ocean exhibits similar phenomena. On this occasion, Bobolo glanced at me with a hint of embarrassment and remarked, such occurrences are rarely formed by nature. One could assert that they are quite difficult. The situations you describe are predominantly the result of extraterrestrial beings collaborating with the Stellar Alliance, conducting experiments on physical dimensions, parallel realities, and various other realms. Although the two sources of water may appear to coexist, they are, in fact, separated by their distinct spatial frequencies. Humanity will inevitably come to realize this in due time. Following our discussion, we delved into a multitude of topics, including mundane matters. Regrettably, I have forgotten many of the trivialities upon my return, which leaves me feeling somewhat ashamed. Perhaps I prioritized memorizing our earlier significant conversations, leaving little energy to retain the commonplace details, for our human existence remains of utmost importance. This time, Bubwalo and I transformed into the closest of friends, sharing our thoughts freely, even on a deeper level. In truth, it was I who shared my musings while Bubwalo listened intently, offering me invaluable insights on my personal matters thereafter. Chapter 50. Reluctance I confided in Buwairo, all the thoughts I had never shared with my parents or closest friends. The primary reason I could shed my reservations was the assurance that Buwairo is not human. Even if I divulged my little secrets, he would not find the mundane human world worth sharing them with. Furthermore, the Star Alliance constantly monitors humanity and can sense our thoughts whenever they wish. Thus, my private musings seemed trivial in comparison, and it felt far more liberating to express them fully. However, I was taken aback when I checked my phone, realizing it was nearly 4 in the morning. I have always considered myself somewhat taciturn, yet I found myself engaging in lively conversation with an ancient civilization. I was at a loss for words regarding this unexpected turn of events. What struck me most profoundly, though, was the realization that interaction with other civilizations could be beneficial for humanity, allowing us to open our hearts. Perhaps I am the prime example of this. Moreover, if humanity's leaders were to openly acknowledge extraterrestrial beings and express a desire for contact, it is likely that these beings would respond in kind. Given the current state of humanity, I believe that engaging with extraterrestrial civilizations is a positive step. After all, our collective mindset has become significantly more open, and many harbor a longing for interaction with alien life forms. It is only by extending an invitation that these extraterrestrial races would consider engaging with us. Additionally, should we truly make contact with extraterrestrial beings, the impact on our technology would be profound. Such advancements would revolutionize our lives, potentially allowing humanity to thrive for millennia. As our conversation drew to a close, I realized I had broached every topic I could think of and could not recall anything else to discuss. I could only express to Buwairo my uncertainty about whether we would meet again after parting ways the next day. Deep down, I suspected the answer, without extraordinary circumstances. It was likely that we would never cross paths again in this lifetime. My sense of melancholy was not rooted in ulterior motives, nor did I harbor any desire to exploit our connection for future assistance in prolonging my life or exchanging bodies to extend my years. To be candid, I do not place much importance on such notions. Perhaps my conservative mindset contributes to my belief in the age-old sentiment, who among us has not faced death? Let my unwavering spirit illuminate the annals of history. Countless individuals have traversed this world before me. Why should I expect such extraordinary privileges? Perhaps, in a few hundred years, humanity will endure, enabling future generations to live for thousands of years. However, that is a fortune for posterity, and it is better to accept the natural flow of life rather than force it. Would striving for such things truly bring happiness? These philosophies are too profound for me to ponder deeply. My melancholy stems from a desire to see Buwairo once more in my twilight years, as I am someone who cherishes nostalgia. While I can stroll and admire flowers with human friends in my old age, my unique friend Buwairo remains unseen. Sensing my emotional turmoil, Buwairo discerned my thoughts and spoke words of comfort. Little brother Ji Wufan, do not be sorrowful. As you say, parting is but a prelude to a better reunion. This time, you carry the Alliance's message. As long as the leaders and scientists of humanity remain open to the counsel of the Star Alliance, without a doubt, you can expect remarkable advancements in technology over the coming decades, leading to significant transformations in daily life. In the prime of your life, with your robust physical condition and the recent cleansing of bodily impurities, living for another 70 years should pose no challenge. As human technology progresses, you will witness the era of direct contact between humanity and the Alliance. At that time, we shall meet openly once more, conversing without reservation. While the lifespan of humans is expected to increase dramatically, granting us ample time together. Noticing my demeanor soften considerably, Buwairo's expression turned grave as he stated, "The Alliance holds a firm stance. Should humanity neglect this, continuing on its current path, regardless of what transpires subsequently, I assure you that in your twilight years, I will meet you, ensuring you have no regrets." Suddenly, I burst into laughter, feeling at ease. "Very well, Buwairo, your assurance brings me comfort. Thank you for your understanding. Encountering you has been my most delightful adventure." After a while, as Buwairo departed, I glanced at the time. It was just past 4 in the morning on the surface, yet I felt no inclination to sleep. With my impending departure scheduled for the following morning, I was determined to indulge in the remaining hours of the night, ensuring my journey was not in vain. What shall I do next? I pondered. The previous nights had been filled with experiences ranging from ancient history to life on other planets, interstellar travel, and beyond. Yet, at this moment, I found myself at a loss for new adventures to embark upon. Suddenly, inspiration struck. While I had explored history, alien life, and cosmic voyages, I had overlooked my own terrestrial home. Tonight, I resolved to embark on a journey across my homeland to witness the world outside. This would not only ground me, but also foster a sense of connection, as it is indeed the world of humanity. Moreover, I recognized this as a rare opportunity. My living conditions at home would not allow for international travel. This experience had broadened my horizons and expanded my thinking. Yet I could hardly engage in casual conversations with others about Bluro and the Star Alliance. Thus, I aimed to seize this chance to explore various regions of my country, ensuring that I would not be left with a lack of experiences to share. However, as I considered the time, over 4 a.m, I realized that a few hours would scarcely suffice to traverse the nation. A fleeting, superficial tour would not provide the depth of immersion I sought. Xiaoming, I wish to visit the renowned landmarks and tourist attractions around the globe. However, time is pressing. Could the omnipotent field manipulate my experience to slow down time? To the outside world, mere hours could pass while I experienced 10 days or even half a month here. Suddenly, I recalled this idea and posed the question to Xiaoming within me. No problem, esteemed guest. If you are prepared, we can commence at any moment. Xiaoming's response filled me with elation. Excellent. I am ready. Let the surrounding time shift. My first desire was to witness the ancient Great Wall of the Qin dynasty, to experience this monumental marvel of the world. Just as I finished articulating my request, the space around me began to expand and transform infinitely within moments. The entire scene altered dramatically. The surroundings were suddenly crowded with bustling throngs of people, the temperature rising significantly, and a palpable sense of historic grandeur enveloped me. As I glanced around, I was momentarily taken aback. Before me stood the ancient Great Wall of Qin, its grandeur undiminished despite the ravages of time that had left many parts uneven and worn. The spectacle was a rare marvel, stirring my emotions profoundly. Having seldom ventured far from home throughout my life, witnessing the ancient wall for the first time left me in a state of reflection. Suddenly, I felt parched. And looking around, it was no wonder. The omnipresent energy field had set the scene in the sweltering heat of summer, making thirst quite natural. As I walked a bit further, I spotted a vendor selling an array of sodas. Approaching him, I retrieved a bottle of cool water and prepared to scan my phone for payment when, unexpectedly, a voice echoed in my mind. Esteemed guest, welcome to a virtual realm that blurs the line between reality and illusion. Here, you are free to indulge without restraint. Any experience you desire comes at no cost. Moreover, your sense of fullness will not be constrained, allowing you to savor the delights endlessly. For instance, no matter how much you consume, the flavors remain authentic. Yet you will never feel satiated. This is a tailored virtual experience designed with your circumstances in mind. Upon hearing this, I was elated. Little Ming's implication was clear. I could explore this game at will, unbound by saturation or limitations. It promised an unparalleled experience, truly worth every moment. With this newfound freedom, I expressed my gratitude to the vendor, then uncapped the bottle and drank deeply, actually thanking the Star Alliance for this remarkable opportunity. The taste was invigorating, so authentic that it was impossible to discern I was immersed in a virtual game. Curious about the inner sanctum of the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, I resolved to navigate the intricate mechanisms with care, ensuring I would not fall victim to any traps within. After experiencing the ancient Great Wall, I yearned to uncover the mysteries of the great emperor's resting place, eager to witness the enigma surrounding this illustrious sovereign's tomb. As the scene shifted, I became the first modern individual to gaze upon the intricate details of the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. However, as the primary essence of my journey extends beyond these moments, I shall merely gloss over my final night's experiences. I began by exploring the wonders of my own country before venturing abroad to renowned tourist attractions. Among these, I was particularly enchanted by the places I had long yearned to visit: the pyramids of Egypt, the Great Barrier Reef of Australia, the canals of Amsterdam, the Aegean Sea, the Palace of Versailles in France, and even a brief foray into the enigmatic Bermuda Triangle. Little Meng served as my guide, ensuring I would not lose my way. Throughout this adventure, not only did I explore these iconic landmarks, but I also indulged in the local delicacies, each dish expanding my culinary horizons most delightfully. After savoring all these exquisite flavors, I experienced no sense of fullness. Throughout the night, I relished countless delicacies from various nations. Whenever fatigue set in, I sought refuge in the presidential suite of the finest hotels, where I engaged in other experiences that I find too personal to recount. It felt as though every moment was worth it, as I reveled in the joy and happiness of the journey, truly losing myself in bliss. Especially in the lavish presidential suite, the experience was indescribable. No wonder it is said that gentle comforts can intoxicate the heart, much like the beauty of spring dawn. As the old adage wisely states, joyful moments seem to pass swiftly, and I am no exception. When I inquired about the time from Xiaoming, I learned that 22 days had elapsed in this virtual realm, while the genuine world outside had already welcomed the morning. It was time to depart. Though I felt a profound sense of reluctance, I understood that my leaving was inevitable, for this place was not my true home. My experiences here also embodied my responsibilities. I must pin down these encounters. If the insights of the Star Essence Alliance are valued and embraced, humanity too may partake in the life of the Alliance, which is a mission I hold dear. With a heavy heart, I requested Xiaoming to initiate the closure of the omnipotent energy field. Marking the end of this virtual escapade, and the return to reality evoked a poignant sense of loss within me. After a while, I regained my composure and summoned Bue Luo. Upon seeing him again, an inexplicable ache filled my heart, for this was a farewell meeting. Nevertheless, I endeavored to maintain my composure as we shared laughter and conversation. He mentioned that several representatives from the Star Essence Alliance wished to personally bid me farewell, and I felt immensely grateful for this gesture. Chapter 51. What evening does the world know on the path? I could distinctly sense the melancholy of Buelu. Although he masked it well, my intuition still discerned it, which touched my heart once more. Buelu, a member of the esteemed Zimya race, possesses a benevolent spirit and profound knowledge, far surpassing my own civilization. His hospitality towards me for the Alliance mission transcended mere obligation. It was infused with genuine care, treating me not as a primitive being but with sincere respect. Such kindness is rare in the human world, making Buelu's character truly commendable. Eventually, amid what I perceived as a desolate silhouette, Buelu ushered me into a cylindrical hall. The space was considerably larger, though I could not ascertain if it was my first time in this grand chamber, as the machinery and instruments here were in a constant state of flux. I noticed there were more extraterrestrial hosts than during my last visit. Upon closer inspection, I recognized that they were representatives from the ancient civilizations of Earth, Mars, and Venus. The familiarity of these solar system races fostered a sense of belonging. Having learned and experienced much over the past 3 days, my perspective and thoughts had undergone a transformation. In the presence of more extraterrestrial beings, I found myself remarkably calm, devoid of the tension and excitement I had felt upon my arrival. This experience had profoundly impacted me. Young brother Ji Wufan, are you satisfied with our hospitality over these 3 days? As I entered the illuminated hall, all the races gestured for me to take a seat before settling down themselves. A wise Martian spoke courteously to me. Your hospitality has been exceedingly thoughtful. I have thoroughly enjoyed this experience, which stands as one of the most cherished moments of my life. Thank you for your kindness. I expressed my heartfelt gratitude, acknowledging that the Alliance's treatment of me was impeccable. It pleases us to know that you're satisfied, young brother Ji Wufan. Buela has informed you of the purpose of your invitation. After your departure, please share your insights in your own way. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else, a noble Venusian woman gently remarked. I will certainly do so, rest assured. I also represent all of humanity in expressing our gratitude to the Stellar Alliance for their care and guidance. I replied to the Venusian woman, extending my thanks to all present. Though I held no standing in the human realm, as the sole representative of humanity at that moment, I could only temporarily embody that role. There is no need for formalities, young brother. We, as the most advanced intelligent race on Earth, also find much to learn from your civilization. As fellow denizens of this shared home, it is our duty and obligation to protect you and remind you that unity and peace are essential for the swift advancement of technological civilization, spoke a member of the Earth's Ariani race. Noticing my nod, the speaker continued, your presence here signifies a connection between us. While conveying messages to humanity may be simple, we cannot allow you to leave empty-handed. You may freely make a request of us. As long as it does not impose significant burdens on the Alliance, we will gladly fulfill it as a token of gratitude and courtesy. I have received the Alliance's gratitude and am exceedingly pleased with the diminutive nanorobots within my body. With their presence, I can indulge in a lifetime of reading and learning. And there is no need for anyone to bear the cost on my behalf. I am already content with what I have received, and I thank you all. Upon hearing the promises from the other party, I initially felt immense joy, but then I composed myself and politely declined the gifts from the Alliance. This experience has granted me the most precious of life as treasures, sufficient for a lifetime of reflection. I cannot afford to be insatiable. In an instant, I sensed the collective mental resonance of all the extraterrestrials, though I could not decipher their thoughts. It was then that the wise Martian spoke gently, saying, "Young brother Ji Wufan, there is no need for formality. Your prior dealings with Bu Weilu were merely a matter of human courtesy and should not be treated as a gift. Otherwise, word may spread, and other alien races might perceive the Star Essence Alliance as being petty." I felt the unwavering emotions of all the extraterrestrials once more, leaving me to wonder if they were concerned about their dignity or if they wished to look after me. It seemed I could not decline any longer, and without a second thought, I blurted out, "Could you perhaps deal with all the wicked and cruel individuals on the surface and grant the world a pure sanctuary? Are you suggesting that the Alliance maintain peace in the human realm?" inquired a man from Atlantis with a bemused smile. Simultaneously, I sensed the peculiar emotions of the other extraterrestrials, and I realized that I had inadvertently made a jest. "You may express your needs, and the Alliance will accommodate you," spoke the representative of the Zyas-Hedova civilization, the lizard people from the era of Earth's dinosaurs. He continued, "The current human world is preoccupied with wealth. I believe you might want to consider this as my suggestion. The Alliance can transfer 50 million RMB to your bank account, and we shall take care of any other issues. No one will question the amount of your fortune. With 50 million, if you use it wisely, it could ensure your family's peace of mind for a lifetime." I was momentarily taken aback, nearly losing my composure. But I managed to maintain my composure after years of experience. 50 million RMB. With my meager salary. Even if I were to abstain from eating and drinking for 500 years, it wouldn't suffice. At that moment, to claim I was not excited or did not desire it would have been a falsehood. I nearly acquiesced, for with such wealth, many of my aspirations could be realized, and I would no longer need to brave the elements or face perilous adventures daily. My emotions were a tumultuous blend of exhilaration and conflict as I wrestled with the decision of whether to accept this unwarranted fortune. Internally, I was torn to the utmost degree. Accepting it would contradict my principles, yet rejecting it would render me a fool, possibly leading to regret in the future. I found myself in a quandary, sitting silently with clenched fists, deep in thought, while the extraterrestrials around me remained undisturbed. Ultimately, after a period of profound contemplation, I took a deep breath to calm my emotions and resolved to address all the extraterrestrials. "I am willing to accept this substantial sum, but could you perhaps distribute it among others, allowing the Star Essence Alliance to covertly assist those in need? I trust that future matters will be handled appropriately." "Oh, to whom shall it be given? Pray, share your thoughts." The noble Venusian woman did not respond directly to my inquiries, wishing to ascertain the identities of all those I had sent forth. The expressions of the other extraterrestrials mirrored hers. While I am unaware of the circumstances abroad, I possess some understanding of matters within my own country. Numerous sorrowful events have transpired in our hospitals, which I shall briefly recount, as you may already be aware. Observing the willingness of all extraterrestrial beings to listen, I continued. The first incident involves a mother who, due to a lack of funds to treat her 3-year-old son, sorrowfully relinquished medical care. She took her son out of the hospital and bowed her head in remorse before him. This mother's act was a manifestation of her guilt, helplessness, heartache, and despair, having brought her child into the world yet unable to nurture him to health. Had she possessed the means, she could have seen her child treated and healed. The second story concerns a father whose daughter suffers from a terminal illness. If only he had sufficient funds, her condition could also be treated. Yet, faced with the agony of watching his daughter endure a life worse than death, he felt an overwhelming despair. Ultimately, to spare her further suffering, he endured an unimaginable pain and personally removed her oxygen tube, allowing her to rest quietly, free from torment. I believe this father still grapples with profound sorrow and guilt. The third account features a mother who, in her quest to save money for her son's treatment, subsisted on nothing more than a bowl of plain rice seasoned only with a pinch of salt. Her son, lying in his hospital bed, wished to share the meat from his own bowl with her, but the mother resolutely refused. The fourth tale recounts a mother who departed this world due to financial constraints in securing medical care. Her young daughter, day by day, gazes longingly at her mother's photograph, instinctively kissing it. The little girl yearns for her mother, yet she will never again embrace her, a reality that weighs heavily on her tender heart. In the fifth instance, a young boy lost his mother to illness. To shield him from sorrow, his grandmother concocted a tale, telling him that his mother was merely sleeping in the fields and would awaken to see him. Believing her words, the boy vigilantly kept watch at his mother's grave, calling out to her, singing lullabies, and promising to behave, hoping to rouse her from her slumber. But what shall happen when he matures and learns the truth? The sixth story involves a terminally ill mother with only a year and a half to live, and her adorable 4-year-old daughter. To ensure her daughter could fend for herself in the future, and to avoid causing trouble for any future stepmother, this gentle mother devoted her remaining time to rigorously teaching her daughter how to wash her face, cook, and maintain the household. She concealed her illness from her daughter, who harbored grievances against her mother. Yet I can only imagine the pain within this mother's heart had she been in good health and possessed ample time. She would have tenderly nurtured her daughter. Years have passed since that time. The mother has long since departed, and her daughter has grown wiser and more understanding. The grown daughter has come to comprehend her mother's past sternness. I believe her heart is now burdened with greater anguish and suffering, and she will forever carry a shadow within her soul. Chapter 52. The Hope of Humanity. Initially, I intended to elaborate on several poignant tales of human sorrow. Yet I found myself unable to continue. At that moment, tears streamed uncontrollably down my face. My voice became choked, and my enunciation grew indistinct. I had never anticipated that a firefighter, who braves the most perilous of circumstances without shedding a single tear, would succumb to such childlike weeping. The 6 matters I mentioned, alongside the unspoken tragedies, are, in truth, not devoid of hope. There exists a slender thread of possibility for redemption. However, due to insufficient resources, countless families have been tragically lost, and many households shattered in their pursuit of happiness. Each time I reflect upon this, I yearn to articulate something. Yet I find myself utterly speechless. Instinctively, I reach for tissues to dry my tears, but in an instant, the omnipotent energy surrounding me wiped away my tears and even my sniffles. Once I regained my composure, I addressed all the extraterrestrial beings present. What I spoke of was indeed true. While I may not recall specific times, places, or names, I trust that you will be able to ascertain the facts. No need for investigation. Your words ring true, came the response. I also sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere among the extraterrestrials as the noble Venusian woman inquired, "What is it that you seek?" In the realm of reality, there are countless unfortunate souls whose lives have been shattered by poverty, yet my capabilities are limited. I find myself unable to alleviate their plight, and lacking the connections to engage in charitable endeavors. Thus, I pondered that, should the opportunity arise, I would wish to distribute all my funds. As for the recipients, I leave that to your discretion to assist the needy, for there are many deserving individuals, and I cannot specify who should receive aid until my 50 million is fully allocated. The thought of those innocent children who departed this world without experiencing life due to financial constraints pains my heart. It is profoundly unjust that they entered this life devoid of encounters and experiences. I voiced my desires. Charity? It is not as simple as one might envision. Should you acquire such status and power, it is likely that your ideals and principles may shift. Human nature is complex. We have witnessed many who, upon gaining power, have abandoned their principles, ultimately succumbing to corruption. The reptilian beings of the Shiazadova civilization remarked to me, in reality, charitable contributions rarely reach the families in need. Even when they do, it is often a mere fraction. For instance, of 1 million raised, only a few thousand might actually be dispersed. As an ordinary individual without influence, should I attain such power, every donation would be entirely directed to those in need. If I were to stray from my original intentions, I would accept any consequences without complaint, even if it meant being subjected to experimentation and dissection by your alliance. I am uncertain how it came to pass. But this time I could not contain my emotions, and my tone grew considerably more intense. Only upon regaining my composure did I realize my lapse in decorum, and I offered my apologies to the prehistoric reptilian beings. I am sorry. I failed to manage my emotions, and I behaved inappropriately. Do not worry, young brother Ji Wufan. It is only natural for your kind, they replied. Moreover, all our races admire your integrity and agree to disperse your 50 million among the families in need. Your request has been acknowledged, but we will not transfer any funds to them. Observing my puzzled expression, the wise Martian elaborated, Dear young brother, we have agreed to fulfill your request, based on the wealth value granted to you. We will randomly select an appropriate number of terminally ill patients and utilize our technology to restore them to health. Furthermore, they will experience no after effects, allowing them to live long and healthy lives without any suspicion, thus fulfilling your wish. However, do you not wish to retain even a small portion for yourself? 1 million would suffice. Thank you. I am immensely grateful to you. I extend my heartfelt appreciation on behalf of those fortunate individuals chosen by you and the Star Crystal Alliance. Upon hearing their agreement and witnessing their willingness to take action, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I sighed, feeling a sense of ease that I had rarely experienced throughout my life, which was quite comforting. Yet, I soon felt a cloud of gloom descend upon me. The sudden loss of 50 million RMB was undeniably painful. It would be disingenuous to claim that I felt no regret over not retaining even 1 million, as opportunities for wealth may never present themselves again. However, the thought of families facing hardship, who would benefit from the Star Crystal Alliance's discreet care, transforming their lives into harmonious ones devoid of sorrow, made my lack of fun seem worthwhile. With this in mind, I resolutely stated, "Never mind, I shall take not a single cent. The number of lives this money can save is its true value. As long as my salary is managed wisely, I can support my family, and I will exercise daily to maintain my health." "Very well, we shall honor your wish. After your departure, we will randomly select a terminally ill, impoverished individual in your country each day for treatment. The Star Crystal Alliance assures you of this." Upon concluding this statement, the wise Martian was met with nods of agreement from the other extraterrestrials. "I trust you, and I believe in the Star Crystal Alliance. My 3-day visit has come to an end. It is time for me to take my leave. I am grateful for your hospitality and commitments, and I shall remember you for a lifetime." With all matters addressed, I express my intent to depart. After exchanging a few courteous words with the extraterrestrials, I solemnly saluted them. They accepted my gesture and instructed Buwelu to escort me out. As my body swayed, I found myself once again in the place where we had first met. 3 days had passed, yet everything remained unchanged. However, my thoughts had undergone a profound transformation. I had come to regard Buwelu as a friend, and the prospect of leaving filled me with an overwhelming sense of sadness. I yearned to express 1,000 sentiments, but found myself at a loss for words. Gripping Buwelu's hands, I gazed into his eyes. This was the first time I had physically connected with Buwelu over these 3 days, representing a genuine encounter with an ancient civilization. The hands of the Buwelu Xiang species felt slightly cooler than normal, sending a shiver through me. He too gazed at me with reluctance, clearly considering me a friend as well. Ultimately, our hands parted without a single word spoken, for we were both at a loss for how to express our feelings. Turning away, I walked in the direction I had come from, avoiding looking back, not wishing to witness the expressions of mutual sorrow. I also didn't want Buwelu to see the tears welling in my eyes. It was only when I reached the foot of the mountain that I turned around, took a deep breath, wiped my face, and made my way toward the village, striving to forget the pain. Upon arriving home, I found my parents engaged in their lunch. To conceal the peculiarity of my expression from them, I hastened to my room to wash my face before rejoining them. "Have you eaten?" my mother inquired. "If not, I can prepare something for you." "I have eaten, mother. I will take a short rest. I have matters to attend to this afternoon, and my foot is fully healed." After exchanging pleasantries, I retreated to my room to lie down, closing my eyes to process the experiences of the past 3 days. 2 days swiftly passed, during which my parents did not disturb me, presuming my injuries had yet to heal. Once I had organized my experiences, I opened my computer at home to begin documenting this journey and the messages from the inhabitants of the Earth's core. Given my modest education and lack of professional writing expertise, my expressive capabilities are somewhat limited. However, I shall endeavor to ensure clarity for my readers. As I conclude this extraordinary account, I sincerely hope my experiences will draw the attention of humanity, urging recognition of the messages from the Earth's core dwellers, their advice and warnings. It is imperative for all of humanity to foster love and unity, setting aside hatred and selfishness, to collectively channel our energies into advancing technology. For our own sake, for the glory that will endure through the ages, for the sake of our descendants, and for the prospect of longevity, we must heed the counsel of the Earth's core inhabitants and strive towards the development of a primitive civilization. In closing, I wish to affirm the veracity of this matter. There is no need for deception. Some readers have requested I divulge the advanced technologies of the Earth's core dwellers to gain their trust. I can only respond that revealing such technologies could lead to severe consequences, offering little benefit to the current development of human civilization and potentially exacerbating adverse situations. A moment's reflection will reveal that humanity's spiritual and intellectual capacities are not yet sufficiently developed. Acquiring technologies misaligned with our current state is akin to a 5-year-old wielding real firearms. One can easily surmise the disastrous outcomes. Ultimately, I wish to convey that due to my professional obligations, I engage in daily physical training, learn life-saving techniques, and remain on standby for emergencies, leaving me little time to promote my work. My primary focus lies in disseminating the messages of the Star Alliance and the Earth's core inhabitants, as I lack expertise in promoting my creations. Thus, I implore all readers who encounter this work to advocate for the advancement of human civilization, the enhancement of life for humanity, the preservation of Earth's ecological environment, and the pursuit of world peace by recommending my book to friends, family, or influential figures. I believe that through unity and collective strength, we can convey the essence of my work, the messages of the Earth's core inhabitants, to the world, garnering the attention it deserves and ultimately leading to new breakthroughs and developments in human civilization. For the continuity of human civilization and the honor of us all, I kindly request readers assist in promoting this book. Should it attract global attention, those who advocate for it will be remembered as contributors to humanity's enduring legacy, bearing an unprecedented responsibility and honor. I humbly ask for your support.